Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 41. The First Law of the Hunt. 4. Marquis Helson had a thought. He truly is so bold. Marquis Helson recalled when he contacted the Church of the Fire of Purification for the first time in a long while. Bishop. Nice to see you, Marquis Helson. A bishop of the Church of Fire of Purification had appeared on the black magic video communication device. Is that, sir, someone the church has raised? The bishop smiled benignly and shook his head at Helson's question. He then made a comment / "You should be able to see the answer when you look at that, esteemed sir." Marquis Helson closed his eyes for a moment. The white sand desert, where everything had been purified, the blue sky, and world without darkness. He saw through the video communication device, in Chief Ian's hand, the purifier who was arrogantly standing there. "I came here after being called by the world." He definitely said that. Marquis Helson was now certain. The purifier will definitely go to the capital and completely destroy the Huyans' estate. He did not seem to be the type of person to say that he would destroy something if he was just going to break a few things. No, he might not even be human. He was just an existence. "Sir, I do have one concern." Marquis Helson opened his mouth. "I do not know whether I can trick the Huyans patriarch's eyes." Cal had an idea about what Marquis Helson was worried about. Because of the corpses and the white desert? "Yes, sir." Helson waited to see how Cal would respond. Cal responded immediately without any hesitation. "Just say that you don't know." "Excuse me?" Helson had a slightly blank look on his face as he looked at Cal. Cal had a refreshing smile on his face as he spoke. "There was a large explosion, and everything was gone when you went there to check. You just have to pretend not to know. Just say that you don't know anything. What can he do if you do that?" To be completely blunt, the Huyans patriarch will not think that you would have created such a site, Marquinem. That is true. Helson easily accepted Cal's comment, even though he was basically being told he lacked the ability to do something like that. It was the truth. Then the Huyans patriarch will try to figure out who could do such a thing. He will toss and tumble on his own all he wants and come up with all sorts of hypotheses. Do you think that one of his hypotheses will include us? No, sir. The purifier. Who would be able to consider this existence? Even now, most of the people in Precinct 9, who didn't know the inside story about the incident, had seen the red explosion but did not have any idea about what had happened. It was that impossible to imagine. Marquinem, he will definitely try to rummage through the entirety of Precinct 9. Helson had to hide them well when the Huyans patriarch did that. He needed to hide the people who survived. Cal continued to speak at that. The patriarch will be informed about something at that moment. Helson could imagine the situation now. The patriarch will probably head for the capital right away. The capital and his own estate would have been attacked. That is correct, sir. He will probably leave a few people behind as he can't give up on the investigation here either, but Helson smiled. "I am capable of tricking those people." "Right?" Cal and Marquis Helson looked at each other and smiled. The blood cultist, who was watching this, felt his insides churn. Who the hell is this person? The blood cultist had sort of given up on escaping at this point. "Hey, you plan on talking about making an offering of karma to go to the Central Plains, right?" He had been so shocked at Cal's comment that he almost fainted. There was someone who was not a hunter who knew about that. The problem was that Cal had not stopped there. "To be honest, we really don't need your information. And we will be heading to your hometown soon, so you don't have to worry about dying without returning home one last time." Although Cal had sounded so cheeky as he smiled and said that, the meaning behind it was shocking. A person who was not a hunter could travel through dimensions while taking others, like this dragon and the sword master, with him. It also looked as if he didn't even need to make an offering of karma to do it. Is he really someone a god has sent? No, the eldest son shook his head. There was only one god he needed to believe in and serve. Oh, esteemed blood demon. It was someone who was human but would soon become a god. That, sir, would achieve the great deed of the cult. The blood cultist could not continue to think. "Choi Han, yes, sir." Choi Han's hand moved and the blood cultist fainted while thinking about the blood demon. Fuck. Why the hell does he keep knocking me out? Nobody cared about what the blood cultist was thinking as he fainted. "I will stay here." "Will that be okay?" Cal's gaze headed toward Iruhaben. The ancient dragon had an odd smile on his face. It was a twisted smile. I want to get a good look at the Huyans patriarch's face. He's angry. Cal realized that the ancient dragon's wrath had not disappeared, but had gotten stronger. Cal's gaze naturally headed toward a spot. This black-haired woman of Fae was quietly seated on a chair located at the side of the bedroom. Of course, her eyes were quickly moving. There are no tracking devices. Cal was surprised at Iruhaben's comment. The House of Huyans should have done everything they could to keep a Fae in their hands. That was why it was shocking that they did not have a single tracking device on a Fae's body. Really? There was before, but it is gone. Aha. It sounded as if Iruhaben had destroyed it. Such a black magic tracking device easily disappeared once I put my hand on it. It sounded as if he completely obliterated into dust. Cal just nodded his head as that was a good move. However, he couldn't help but frown a bit after hearing what Iruhaben said next. But she says that she is cursed. Cal looked toward a Fae. She should be able to hear Cal and Iruhaben's conversation, but she was not looking at them. Her gaze was still quickly moving around. A curse? Yes. She said that she would be in pain the moment she heard the Huyans patriarch's voice. Did she say that herself? Yes. That is apparently why she couldn't even think about running away. Iruhaben and Cal made eye contact. The hunters would chase her no matter where she went in this world. She said that she determined that she could not survive on her own. The dragon of Fae, who had been born in dead mana, was aware of the hunter's existence. Iruhaben let out a deep sigh as he spoke. It looks like the House of Huyans, Huwu. The Black Bloods played a central role in hunting all of the dragons. Cal thought about it for a moment before thinking that Iruhaben heard all of this from a Fae and heading toward her. Her gaze turned toward Cal for the first time since he entered the room. However, Cal's eyes were not looking at a Fae, but at something else. Is it okay to leave them like this? The individuals who had kept a Fae distracted until just now the children averaging 9 years old. Rayan, An, and Hong were roaming around a Fae. As for Rayan, he was poking at a Fae's long rob, mumbling to himself. I'm a black dragon too. Naya, he was imitating Hong as he did that. Peek. He was also peeking at a Fae extremely obviously, although he himself thought that he was being quite stealthy. I'm very strong. Naya, I'm strong too, Naya, Hong commented after him. We're all strong. Naya, we can save everybody, Naya, Rayan commented after him again. An slowly headed next to Cal and let out a light sigh. Cal heard Iruhaben's voice while he looked at Hong and Rayan. Iruhaben let out a deep sigh. They've been like this since earlier. Cal let out a short groan instead of responding. He then looked toward a Fae. This dragon who was born from within dead mana, Cal looked at a Fae and asked the first question. Your age? Iruhaben scowled, but Cal had no idea. Iruhaben's eyes opened wide after he heard a Fae's response. 99 this year. Iruhaben commented. She's still a child. He frowned. She's not even 100 years old yet. Cal turned his gaze and then flinched. Gold dust was rising up around Iruhaben. It looked as if his anger toward the hunters was rising. Let's not look at him. Cal decided to look at a Fae again and asked a question. You can't hear the Huyans patriarch's voice, ma'am. I need to be respectful if she's 99 years old. Nod. A Fae nodded her head. Although this could seem as if she was being uncooperative, Cal realized that this was not the case. The 99-year-old dragon was fidgeting. He had not noticed until now, but she seemed quite timid. She looked completely different from the haughty appearance she had shown at the banquet hall. It made sense because a Fae's true appearance had not been shown until now. That should mean she is that relaxed. A Fae was still looking at the children averaging 9 years old. She looked at Iruhaben every so often as well. Of course, her gaze was mostly on Rayan. She then looked at Cal after realizing that he was not saying anything. Yeah. She then gave a late reply. She must have believed that the nod was not enough for Cal. Cal, you saw that, right? For a dragon to show such a timid response. What the fuck did these hunter bastards do? Iruhaben was sharing his frustration that he could not share out loud in Cal's mind. The ancient dragon was so angry that he was swearing. Haha, Cal just laughed and brushed it aside while gently speaking to a Fae. Apparently the Huyans patriarch will come here tomorrow. A Fae's fingers were fidgeting, but she looked calm. She's brave. Iruhaben spoke as if he was praising her. Human. Let's go beat the Huyans patriarch to a pulp before the hunters can mess with timid Afei. Rayon suggested extremely energetically. Ha, these dragons. Cal just ignored the two dragons. This was the first time he had brushed aside something Aruhaben had said. He just smiled warmly. Human, Afei is on our side. Don't smile like that toward timid Afei. Don't scam her either. He ignored Rayon's comment again. Afeinim? Afei looked at Cal. Cal gently asked, would you like to go to the capital tomorrow to destroy the Huyans' estate while the patriarch is not there? Although team leader Choi Han, and Hong had scoped out the House of Huyans, there was nobody on their side who knew more about that place than Afei. Afei's pupils started to shake. You're going to destroy that place? She asked while fidgeting her fingers. Cal opened his mouth and tried to respond, but the children averaging 9 years old were faster. No, to be more specific, Rayon and Hong were faster. All right, human, I'm going too. I'm going to destroy it. I'm curious to know if you're going to loot or not, Naya. Cal looked at the children averaging 9 years old, including On, who were looking at him with sparkling gazes and light-heartedly responded. We're going to do both. He could see Afei's cheeks flush a bit at that moment. It sounds like it is going to be fun. Cal subconsciously took a step back as Afei said that while still fidgeting her fingers. What the hell? He felt as if he saw an odd form of lunacy in her eyes. He could not even look at her now flushed cheeks. Afei's eyes were shining. He felt as if he was seeing the large amount of anger and lunacy that resided inside this timid dragon. An unexplainable chill resided on the back of Cal's neck. He heard a low laugh at that moment. Haha, he turned toward the bed. Choi Han, the team leader, was laughing while eating some fruit. Choi then made a comment. So strong. Iruhaben and Mary, everybody except the two of them headed for the capital the next morning. They had an extra dragon with them. They went to destroy the Huyans' estate, the Empire's capital. Cal's group arrived at the secret residence of the Church of the Fire of Purification. They needed to prepare and assess the situation before heading toward the Huyans' estate. Cal met with the Pope as soon as he teleported over. The Pope shouted, I greet the legend. Shit, fuck. Cal suddenly got chills on his arms. Chapter 42, The First Law of the Hunt 5, Bishop Durst also bowed deeply and shouted, I greet the legend. He then added on. It is the greatest honor of my life to walk down this legendary path by your side. What is up with these people? Can they please stop doing this? It makes me want to just go home. Cal had all sorts of thoughts, but could not say any of them out loud. Instead, he looked at the church members who had filled the secret residence and asked the Pope, is it okay to come into the capital like this? The Pope smiled benignly and answered in a completely unrelated manner. The entirety of the church's battle troops is gathered outside the capital. She then added on, all of them will enter the capital the moment you wish for them to do so, O esteemed purifier. Red aura was fluctuating around the Pope's body. She was showing her will to fight as well. We heard that you were starting a war against the House of Huyans today, O esteemed purifier. According to the message they received from Marquis Helson's side, the purifier and his people were going to launch the first attack on the House of Huyans while the patriarch was not there. That battle the church is ready to join you at any moment. The Huyans' estate was basically attached to the imperial palace. Going there meant that they would have to face off against the troops of the imperial palace, so the Pop wanted to help the purifier. No, it would not be helping him. Marquis Helson's side had sent the clip of the White Desert. They had also sent a clip of the red fire explosion that happened before that. We are too weak to be helping such a person. How strong could a church that was labeled as heretics be? Of course, they were confident that their core battle troops were much stronger than most Empire's Knights brigades. Plus, the purifier is not a god. The Pope clenched her eyes for a moment. She could see the purifier, who had not removed the brown magic dye from his hair. I received a divine revelation last night. The fire of purification had come to the Pope's dream to say the following. He is someone we cannot allow to get hurt. If he gets hurt, the super rock, Ano anyway, help him so that he does not push himself too much. You will find many benefits for yourself and for Xiolin if you follow him on his path. The Pope did not know what a super rock was, but she understood everything else. No matter the existence, no matter who the bastards might be, their god had told her, I must not allow this esteemed sir to get injured. That was why she needed to protect him. The Pope's eyes sparkled. Cal suddenly felt a mysterious leeriness from the Pope's gaze and got the chills. He suddenly felt wary about the Pope's existence. Human, what is it? Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind at that moment and realized that he did not have the time to delay. He thought highly about the Pop's passion to go fight with him no matter what it took, but that was the reason he answered honestly. First of all, I am not going to fight right now. Then, Cal contemplated it for a moment before motioning to the Pope. Once she got closer, Cal whispered in a quiet voice so that only she could hear. It will be swift and stealthy. Stealthy? The Pope paid close attention to the purifier's words. The purifier was speaking more serious than ever before. We are going to hide our identities, go to the estate, steal every expensive thing, destroy all important things, send the roof flying and destroy the pillars before we return. We are also going to take down all of the fences around the building as well. So Cal calmly continued to speak. It is not a war. Cal took a step away from the Pope and raised his voice again. Anyway, only we and an extremely few members at that will go. It will not even take a few hours. Instead, there is something I need you and the church to do, Popenim. The Pope blanked out for a bit before snapping out of it after seeing Durst's gaze. Ah, yes, sir. Oh, esteemed purifier, what is it that you need us to do? Cal pushed a video recording device toward her. Choi Han looked at him as if to ask if it would be okay, but Cal pretended not to see that pitying gaze. Cal, will it be okay? The super rock asked, but he also pretended not to hear it. This is the best method right now. Yes, there was no guarantee that Xiolin would change because the Empire and the House of Huyans went down. Most of the influential forces were people who liked this dead mana polluted world. The Church and the Agents of Destruction. He would increase the strength of these two groups. Furthermore, I will make a new major force rise in the center of the Empire. If that happens, they will be able to fill the void left by the destruction of the House of Huyans, and purifying the Xiolin world would become easier. Cal did his best not to look at the video recording device in the Pope's hand as he opened his mouth to speak. Please watch this and spread the news. The Pope wanted for what else Cal might say. Let people know that a power of purification exists. It is time to stop being a cult. The Pope's eyes opened wide. The Agents of Destruction will contact you soon. Cal now had a connection with the Agents of Destruction through Zero. Cal had heard a shocking piece of news from that organization. The Agents of Destruction are mostly made up of people who had their territories destroyed. They were people who had nowhere to go because their country had become polluted. Then there were the elves of the forest, the dwarves living by the numerous mines, and even numerous tribes and beast people living within nature. We have built a cooperative relationship for them and have kept in contact. Zero had built up these communicative networks while he was gone for 10 years. Members of his network were all over Xiolin, and there were living creatures that managed to survive everywhere, including the polluted ground. Many of them had gathered under the Agents of Destruction. We only have one goal. Cal recalled Zero's gaze: destroy this dying land and start a new world. Zero's eyes had been very bright despite being bloodshot. No, they were sparkling. I saw the new land. He then snickered. Cal wanted to close Zero's eyes for some reason. However, he chose to think simply. I won't ever have to see these people once we finish things here and leave. It was the same for this Xiolin world as well. That was why Cal had handed the video recording device over with his own hands. Although he had been wearing a mask, it was still footage of his red thunderbolt exploding and causing the white desert. I understand what you mean, sir. A determined look was visible in the Pope's eyes. Cal didn't want to look at her yes and turned his gaze only to make eye contact with Choi Han again. Choi Han was looking at Cal with an extremely concerned gaze. Cal felt quite unsettled by that gaze as well, but then he noticed Sui Khan poking his head out from behind Choi Han with a big smile on his face. The oddly entertained gaze made Cal want to smack him on the head despite Sui Khan being his team leader. Let's start moving right away. The Pope waved her hand once Cal said that. The church members who had been gathered around the teleportation magic circle quickly scattered. The Pope really is good at doing things, though. Cal raised his hand to give a simple greeting to the two approaching people as he and the others started to walk. It was Sean and Jesna who had come with them to this world. These two were going to join for this as well. Cal heard On mumbling at that moment. He subconsciously flinched. It seems like he thinks it will be okay because this is a different world, Naya. But will that really be the case? Cal ignored On's words for the first time. Well, he told himself to do that, but for some odd reason, On's words always became etched into a section of his mind. Choi Han was smiling while walking next to On. He had a smile that made him look like an extremely young troublemaker. Cal looked away from the team leader. What he saw was anxious looks on Sean and Jesna's faces. Sean's pupils were shaking after looking at the thing in his hand before he looked at Cal. "You want us to wear this?" Nod. Cal's head moved up and down. Sean looked around. Choi Han was smiling as if he found this to be entertaining. Choi Han seemed to have a look of resignation on his face as he put the clothes and the mask on. They were the same as the ones in Sean's hands. "It's a good thing I kept these in the spatial dimension." Cal put the mask on with a satisfied look on his face. Black mask and black clothes, and the shirt was inside out. This again Choi Han sighed and mumbled quietly, but his hands were moving mechanically. Of course, he did flinch for a moment after seeing a slightly less shabby combination of 5 red stars and 1 white star. But he flipped it inside out as if it was nothing. The back of the stars embroidered on the shirt showed up now, making it hard to tell what they were. The way the red threads were mixed together made it give off a slightly ominous feeling. "It looks like a heart, Naya." On mumbled while looking at the back of the embroidery on the shirt. "That's a relief." Wearing the clothes like this made Cal a bit proud that he easily recycled the arm uniforms. "Human, are you proud about something?" "Why?" He ignored Rayon's curious young voice. "Let's hurry up and go destroy." Cal looked at Sean and Jesna. Jesna handed over a map with a stoic look on her face while Sean started to speak. "I have recorded all of the patrol paths." The two of them had remained in the Empire's capital and recorded many things on the map. They had also kept an eye on the movements in the important buildings nearby and the nobles' estates. Afeinim. Afei, who was putting the black mask on with oddly flushed cheeks, looked at Cal after he called her name. Cal was concerned about the flushed cheeks, but he still started to speak. "I will leave the inside of the residence to you, Afeinim." Nod. Afei slightly nodded her head and added on. "I know the location of the Patriarch's secret safe." Although they couldn't see Cal's face because of the mask, the group believed that Cal would have smiled brightly as soon as he heard that. "Well, everybody but Sean and Jesna, that is. Then let's go." Choi Han stepped forward as soon as Cal said that. On and Hong followed behind him. "We will guide you through the shortest path." Mio. At that moment, the Huyans Patriarch, who had arrived at the Lord's Castle in Precinct 9, was blankly looking at the paper in his hand as he started to speak. "His Royal Highness the First Imperial Prince, and my granddaughter, had they all died. The First Imperial Prince and his helpers all dead, the Fourth Imperial Prince and his helpers all dead, Second Imperial Princess in critical condition, her helpers dead. Henny Wishrop's 2 helpers dead. And you couldn't even find their bodies." His gaze headed toward Marquis Helson. "Marquis, is this all true as well?" Marquis Helson opened the curtains. CHHH. Beyond the wall, he could faintly see the clear sky beyond the black fog covering the polluted land around them. Helson thought about the white desert that was visible there and opened his mouth to speak. "Duknim, you will understand once you go there." Drip. A tear dripped down the Marquis face. For the Marquis, who had plotted with the other Margraves and had been trying to stab the Huyans Patriarch in the back, tears like these were easy to make when he thought about the process which created the White Desert. The Marquis became overfilled with emotions whenever he thought about that moment. For the Marquis, who had always been on the front line of the West to protect it no matter what it took, could not help but cry while looking at it. "I am too lacking to even get an idea about what might have happened there." Marquis Helson was honestly sharing his sentiments right now. "I will escort you there, sir. We've been waiting for you to arrive, Duke Nim. I wanted to quickly go there with you and look at the area." This was true as well. He wanted to head to the White Desert right away, clench that white sand, and dance around. "I understand." The Huyans Patriarch looked at Marquis Helson, who looked even more sincere now that he was quietly crying, with a suspicious gaze before looking out the window past his shoulder. "Let's go there." He started to think. He thought that H might need to stay here longer than he expected in order to find the answer. A black aura ominously crackled in the Huygens patriarch's eyes. While that was going on, Baang. W, what is going on? Did something happen to the barrier? The people in the Huygens estate looked up in shock. They looked at the barrier surrounding the estate. Huh, the sky was blue and the barrier was fine. What was that noise I just heard? The moment someone mumbled that bang, there was a loud explosion and the ground rumbled. Below, the beautiful garden in front of the Huygens estate moved up and down the moment people looked at the ground. The large, elegant fountain at the center of the garden bang was destroyed. People wearing black masks and black outfits appeared from there. Then there were some more explosions. Bang, 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 the garden was being destroyed. Human, should I send the roof of the building flying? Before Cal could even respond to Rayon's question, he could see Choi Han's sword move. Slice. Bang. The fence surrounding the Huygens estate was sliced horizontally. It was the same for the main door. Cal looked at Choi Han, who was looking at him as if to ask if he did a good job before nodding his head, and the others easily understood that signal. Rayon shouted at that moment, time to destroy. Mayo, Mio. The moment the Huygens patriarch was about to head to the White Desert, Cal had arrived at the Huygens estate from beneath the surface and was destroying it. Chapter 43. The First Law of the Hunt, 6. Beep, beep. A level 1 emergency alarm went off throughout the Huygens estate. The high-grade barrier surrounding the estate that was basically as strong as the one at the capital was still there, but there were explosions happening all around the garden. Unfortunately, the House of Huygens did not put a barrier underground. Wow, but they really are an amazing family. Cal smiled underneath the mask. Human, so fast. Rayon, who was about to destroy something, stopped. Click, click. They heard armors clanking as knights and soldiers appeared from all around the estate. Get into attack formation. Cast barriers around the building. Furthermore, a large number of black mages came out of the building or were looking through open windows. Sean became anxious. Young Master Nim, there are more people than we expected. It definitely looked empty. For supposedly being a household without much, there were a significant number of troops appearing from all around the building. Choi Han could see On and Hong's fur standing up. The enemies were both numerous and skilled. They are refined. They were also quite calm. They looked shocked but did not let it show in their actions. Their movements looked extremely professional. I guess they are the Black Blood's household after all. A Fae, who had been fidgeting her fingers, started to speak at that moment. It's not even 10% that is in the building. They had heard this from her already. The troops of the House of Huygens that resided not in the capital, but in the estate were 10% of the total. They were 10% of the total not by number, but by quality. In that case, I can't even fathom the number of troops that make up the remaining 90%. As Choi Han's expression stiffened up, he heard a calm voice. It's still looting an empty house if the master is not here. Choi Han turned toward Cal. Cal petted On and Hong's standing fur as he continued to speak. All of you look so stiff. Choi Han started moving a hand toward his face, wondering if he had a stiff expression on his face before he flinched. Their faces were not visible because of the masks. That means that? Choi Han finally looked at the faces of the enemies who were approaching them. The knights had stiff looks on their faces, the black mages as well. A Fainim? Yeah. Has the Huygens estate ever been attacked? Not to my knowledge. Then has anybody ever barged in while the patriarch was not here? Not that either. Cal spoke lightheartedly. Then it makes sense why they are scared. On and Hong looked at Cal. Cal looked at the troops approaching them and surrounding them as he continued to speak. It's great that they are approaching us. On, Hong, Rayon. On and Hong felt the rough hand that had been petting them move away. They then saw where Cal was pointing toward. He was pointing at the building and the people approaching them. Fog and poison. Me-yo, On roared energetically and took a step forward. Fog instantly started to appear around the group and then spread out into the area. Hong silently stuck right behind On. Poison was spreading. Click, the enemies stopped walking toward them. Swoosh, there was a gust of wind. Human, we will cover the entire building. We will do a great job despite working together like this for the first time in a long while. Do not worry. The siblings' poisonous fog was carried by the youngest's gust of wind as it instantly spread throughout the building. You've gotten better. An and Hong's poisonous fog fluctuated once at Cal's comment. Hong saw the smile on his sister's face and smiled brightly as well. Cal had no idea about this as he addressed Choi Han. Go with a Fei Nim. Yes, sir. Choi Han turned toward Afei. Afei nodded her head and headed into the fog first. Team leader Nim, if you would please. Okay. Sway Khan. He walked in his young boy form to disappear into the fog behind Choi Han and Afei. He said one last thing as he passed by. Destroy it well. Cal could hear Rayon grumbling in his mind. How disappointing. I want to loot too. Yes, it is disappointing. Cal was disappointed as well. Whatever was inside the Huyans patriarch's secret safe must be beyond their wildest imaginations. For Cal, who was worried about how to receive a mine since so much of the land was polluted, that secret safe was a reward for his hard labor he must have. Oh well. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There were explosions around the garden earlier, so the dust clouds covered Choi Han when he used his sword. Unfortunately, both Choi Han and I are dead right now. It was best to hide their identities as much as possible. There were quite a lot of people who saw Choi Han use aura in Precinct 9. There was no guarantee that none of those people were the House of Huyon's subordinates. Cal, you seem annoyed for some reason. Cal ignored the super rock. Honestly speaking, he was extremely, disappointed that he could not personally loot this secret safe that was bound to be a jackpot. And because of his disappointment, let's make it hot. He planned on using his powers. Ooh, Cal, great decision. The fire of destruction suddenly burst out. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. The moment people in the poisonous fog became paralyzed and appeared, Cal thought about the Huyans patriarch, who should be on the white desert looking for the identity and traces of the red light. Sean Nim, Jesna. Yes, young Master Nim. Please just stop any knights if they approach. Sean nodded his head while finding it to be odd. How is he planning on destroying it? The defenses around the Huyans' estate seem quite strong. Doesn't he need Mr. Choi Han? The poisonous fog infiltrated into the building as well. Thanks to that, the people on Cal's side, whom the poisonous fog did not touch, could move a bit more relaxed. However, An and Hong were firm in their spots, potentially because they were using this rain cloud in such a large range. An looked especially focused. She is controlling all of the fog in this area. Sean was shocked at An's potential. Of course, he was also shocked at the quality and quantity of small Hong's poison as well. Human, leave the protection to me. Rayon cast multiple layers of shield around Cal, An, and Hong. Jesna was already standing behind Cal like a guard. As Sean waited with concern about what Cal would do crackle, he saw a rose gold thunderbolt shooting up through the fog. Only 2% this time. Cal could hear the disappointed cheapskate in his mind. You bastard, just using 2% is going to release 100% strength. The super rock criticized the fire of destruction. He then became flustered. Swoosh, the rose gold thunderbolt had the power of wind in it. You are using me too? The husky voice of the sound of the wind asked with confusion. Crackle, the super rock asked in an anxious voice. You're going to use more. Kehahaha, yes, you should use at least 10%. That's still much less than half. 10% power, the resulting effect would be 500%. As the cheapskate shouted in excitement, no matter what it is, landing the first hit and running away is best. Since Cal's side was significantly lower in numbers compared to the Black Blood's household, the method he chose to go up against them was simple. Hit and run. He was just planning on that first hit to be quite big. Like what he was doing right now. Cal's hand slowly drew a line. Crack, the rose gold thunderbolt carrying the power of wind left Cal's hand. Cal recalled what he had said to the group before they came here today. There is one thing I am certain about. I have the most destructive power of all of us right now. Sean watched the rose gold line moving through the fog. That rose gold light moved like a meteor, and it also disappeared from view very quickly like a meteor as well. Ba-ang? The barrier the black mages created to protect the building immediately melted into nothing. There was not just one rose gold thunderbolt. There were a total of 5. The other 4 were moving in different directions. Ba-ang, the west side roof of the main building went flying. The fence, including the parts that Choi Han broke earlier, all melted away and disappeared. The training ground was destroyed. Yes, it was just destroyed. And finally bang! The barrier surrounding the estate was destroyed, and a rose gold pillar of light shot up into the air. Oh, Sean heard Jesna gasp in admiration next to him for the first time but ignored her. He heard a black mage shouting almost in a screech. The black magic was dest. Dead mana is extinguished if it touches those thunderbolts. Unbelievable. The black mage's barrier was disappearing as if it was nothing. Only gray ashes fluttered where the barrier disappeared. Sean blankly watched this sight. Was he always this strong? He knew that young Master Cal was strong, but this was completely beyond what he had expected. Most importantly, he looks fine. Tasha had warned him about something before coming here. Both His Highness, Prince Albaru, and I are concerned. If it looks like young Master Cal is going to faint, stop him from using any more of his powers. The others will be happy if you do that as well. Young Master Cal coughed up blood or fainted if he used too much of his powers. This was something so famous that basically everybody knew. His complexion looked so good, however. Cal's complexion looked extremely good right now. Honestly speaking, he looked more relaxed than when he was in the Roan Kingdom, and his face was full of life. You could tell that he ate and slept well while he was here. That is a good thing, right? Sean felt iffy for some odd reason. Tasha said that he ends up causing a giant incident if he's like this. He's not going to cough up blood and faint for a few days later, is he? Sean heard a relaxed voice as he felt this unexplainable uneasiness. It's not like I can attack the building. Cal's voice was full of vitality. He seemed oddly excited. That's right, human. Team leader Sway Khan, Choi Han, and Afei are in the building. Let's just send more of the roof flying. Cal ignored Rayon's comment as he thought to himself. I don't know how long Choi Han's side is going to take. Afei had said that she knew where the secret safe was located but did not know how to open it. That was why Cal had sent Afei, who was strong in magic, with Choi Han, who was strong with the sword. Furthermore, quick decision-making should be possible because the team leader was with them. The troops from the Imperial Palace should arrive soon. The outside should take a lot of different actions now that he had caused such a ruckus, and people should soon gather around this residence. The Huyans patriarch should have been informed as well. Cal crossed his arms and started to contemplate things. Sean looked at him in shock. We are in enemy territory, right? Sean had firmed his resolve before coming here that things might go bad, but all he had done until now was just blankly standing here. It could not be helped. The knights who had been in the front of the group approaching them were poisoned and paralyzed or keeping their distance, unable to easily approach them. Crack. Crackle. It was because rose gold currents were still gathered around Cal and swirling around him. The black mages were chaotic and did not know what to do. They could not launch an attack or defend because the dead mana became extinguished. It was rowdy outside the fence, but nobody could easily approach either. Ho, ho, ho. Sean couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He then heard a noise. Boom! It was a dull sound of something breaking. Ho! Sean heard Cal scoff in disbelief and laughed again. Ho, ho, ho. Cal listened to Sean's laugh as his jaw dropped. Human, I have this thought every so often. Choi Han is a human who is no joke. Gulp. Cal gulped. The safe and the wall that it was on was thrown into the wall. Of course, it broke through the roof as it did that. It seemed to have been done with a phase magic. Of course, the fact that the wall had a clean cut through it made it look as if Choi Han had used his sword to slice off the wall. Cal heard Afei's voice in his mind. The swordsman said we don't have time and suggested we just cut off the wall and take the whole thing. He is a smart swordsman. The timid voice sounded a bit excited as it continued. He did a great job destroying it, but he did not destroy it all the way. Can I destroy it? Cal was sighing before he turned to look at Choi Han. Choi Han was not alone as he shot up on top of the roof. He was holding a person by the collar in each hand. Ah, the young boy wanted me to let you know. The team leader was standing next to Choi Han, knocking the people in Choi Han's hand unconscious. He said that we captured 2 people he presumes to be hunters. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Rayon, tell Choi Han that we are going back. All right, I will prepare the teleportation magic circle. The mysterious force that had infiltrated the Huyans estate soon disappeared without a trace along with the teleportation magic circle. Huff, huff, Captain Nim, are you okay? The knight who barely recovered from the paralyzing poison received his subordinate's support as he opened his mouth to speak. I immediately contact the Patriarch Nim. He then whispered in a low voice, and used the Grade 1 hunters in the capital to defend the residents. As an emergency alert situation? Yes, this is the first time something like this has happened. We need to defend more while the Patriarch Nim isn't here. In a corner of the residence, the red eyes of a black hawk observed the knight captain from the shadows caused by destroyed pieces of the building. Choi Han, who had been the only one to not leave, soon opened his wings and flew up into the sky that was no longer restricted by a barrier. He was observing the forces that were gathering at the Huyans' estate from the imperial palace and around the capital as he leisurely roamed around the sky before soon heading toward the others. Chapter 44, The First Law of the Hunt, 7, SHH. White sand scattered as he walked. Marquis Helson stopped walking and looked around. This white desert had cut through the black sand and dark fog to appear. He motioned toward the black mage standing next to me. Please cancel it. The black mage was blanking out, looking up in the air before he responded. Yes, Marquis Nim. Marquis Helson took a deep breath once the barrier that was preventing dead mana from getting to them was cancelled. In the decades he had spent in the edge region, the air that he had breathed during that time, air that was so clear and completely different from the air he was used to, came in through his nose and spread throughout his body. How refreshing. It had truly been a long time since he had felt something like this. Just breathing in made him feel as if he wanted to cry. Marquis Nim. He called out to the former Marquis in his mind. The place he was standing right now, this now white sand desert, was, ironically, the location of his territory in the past. For the black tree to have been planted in my hometown. Thinking about this made him angry, but seeing the blue sky washed away all of his anger. He recalled what Chief Ian had said. Marquis Nim, dead mana, was no longer able to approach the area with the white sand. Normally, the polluted land around the white sand should have tried to spread its demonic reach toward it. But for some reason, the dead mana did not approach the white sand. That was why there was no black fog here and they could see the blue sky. He didn't know the reason behind it. Maybe it was normal that he didn't know the reason. Everything here is what the esteemed Purifier Nim has achieved. The individual who had come after receiving the call of the world, that existence had created this. How could he decipher the deep thoughts of such a person? I was so crazy. Marquis Helson got chills. I tried to use such an esteemed individual. Marquis Helson wanted to slap his old self, the one who thought about working together with the Purifier to go against the Imperial Palace and the House of Huyans. He raised his head after sensing an odd feeling. The sun that had been hidden behind a white cloud revealed itself, shining down on Marquis Helson's face. It's warm. It's hot. It's too bright. He was feeling such things in the middle of the polluted area. A single tear drop dripped down the side of Marquis Helson's face. Coming here in person to see this purified landscape gave off a holiness that he had not felt while looking at it from the Lord's castle. Marquis Nim, he heard the vice chief's concerned voice next to him. Marquis Helson opened his mouth. Looking at this purified landscape, of course, he had not forgotten his duty. It makes me think about the noble sacrifices of the people who have passed to create this. I too should have been here. His gaze moved toward the Huyans patriarch and his group. They are shocked. The black mages and knights couldn't hide their shock while looking at the same sight as Helson. The reactions are varied. I'm sure some of them have heard about the black tree from the Huyans patriarch in the past. The subordinates who came here with the Huyans patriarch were basically his hands and feet. That was why some of them would know how this place used to be. But their reaction is not important. Marquis Helson's gaze moved to the Huyans patriarch. This was the current leader of the House of Huyans, the instructor of the current emperor. Reddick Huyans. Reddick Huyans reached his hand out and grabbed some white sand. He then quietly inspected it. He closed his eyes. Helson's eyes opened wide in shock. I didn't know this person would act like this. Reddick Huyans had taken a deep breath just as Helson had done. He then let the breeze with the fresh air hit his face before opening his eyes and looking up at the blue sky. His mouth opened, and his voice was extremely low as he spoke. It also cracked. How beautiful. Redick Huyens said that this place was beautiful. He sounded honest. However, seeing the size of this place makes me believe that there was indeed a huge explosion as you mentioned, Marquis. His voice sounded submerged. No anger could be felt in his voice. Everything disappeared. His voice was so empty that it sounded sad. Helson was shocked that he was having such thoughts. Sad, the Huyens patriarch's sadness was felt through his actions. Helson had heard about these so-called black bloods from the purifier. He also heard about the hunters. He now knew how this world had ended up like this. That was why Helson could not understand the Huyens patriarch's actions right now. He's a scary person. That was the reason Helson decided that the Huyens patriarch was a scary person. Marquis, yes, sir. You said that you lost your niece? Yes, sir. Chief Ian was reported to have died. The Huyens patriarch looked at Helson. Helson thought that it was good that he had shed some tears earlier. Redick's mouth opened. I'm sure we feel the same way right now. I'm sure, sir. You said that you saw a red light? Yes, sir. We saw the red light a total of 2 times. Once before we sent the Black Tree attack team and once after. Those were the 2 times. Marquis? Yes, sir. We must find the person who made it like this. Will you capture him and make him pay for his sins? Smirk. Helson saw a smile appear on the Huyens patriarch's face. Marquis, look at this sight. Redick Huyens raised his wrinkled face to the sky. We must do whatever we can to make someone who is capable of creating a sight like this be on our side. The House of Huyens was known as one of the pillars of the empire. Redick was saying something fitting of a patriarch of such a family. No matter what sacrifice it might take, we must recreate such a sight. You should know about it, don't you, Marquis? The empire needs the individual who is able to create this sight. Redick mumbled almost as if he was talking to himself. Before the world is destroyed even more. He looked at the silent Helson, who was deep in thought, before continuing to speak. I will go take another look at the surroundings. It looks like I will have to walk quite a bit as it is so wide. I will escort you, sir. That is okay, Marquis. I am fine looking around with my subordinate. The patriarch only took one subordinate and slowly walked through the white sand desert, moving away from Helson. Helson had a thought as he watched this. The mask is thick. Helson believed that revealing the truth about the House of Huyens was necessary to change the empire. The current reputation of the House of Huyens was very good not just in the empire, but throughout the continent. They needed something that could topple that I'm not even a match. Even Helson, who had quite the political influence, could not help but be anxious while talking to the Huyens. I hope the Purifier Nim is able to find something in the Huyens estate that can serve as proof. Wouldn't that be necessary to flip the empire over? Helson looked at the back of the disappearing Redick Huyens as he thought to himself. Should I stealthily approach and listen to what he is saying to his subordinate? Will any proof come out? The subordinate next to the Huyens patriarch opened his mouth as Helson had that thought. Marquis Helson is not following us, but he keeps looking at us. The patriarch was silent. He was simply inspecting the now white sand as he walked. The subordinate was by his side, and the patriarch opened his mouth. They are not dead. Redick Huyens took out 2 small jewels from his pocket. The qualities of these 2 jewels with extremely small magic circles were different, but they were both slowly being dyed black. Both the 1st Imperial Prince and the 4th Imperial Prince are alive. I will find them, sir. There is no need to do so. The subordinate flinched at the stern response. However, Redick Huyens was calm. This is not something someone like Marquis Helson and his lack of abilities can do. Even I would find it difficult to handle such strong power. The subordinate was more shocked than when he had seen the white sand desert. He had never heard the patriarch say that something would be difficult to handle. That is why if there is an existence or faction with this kind of power, I'm certain that they will appear in front of me again. Redick let out a quiet chuckle. The subordinate got chills on his back. Patriarch Nim, kill Marquis Helson. And did he say that Imperial Princess Olivia is still alive despite seeing the Black Tree? Yes, sir. Make her spill everything before you kill her. Yes, sir. Take care of it quietly. Yes, sir. All we need is for the next generation's emperor to come out of this. The subordinate bowed slightly, and Redick looked at the blue sky as he continued to speak. We will earn the karma of this destroyed world if we push a little more. Of course, a meddling existence did appear right before the finish line, but it is difficult to handle, but it is not something I cannot handle. And once he got rid of this obstacle, I am sure that the life of a world would be a greater offering of karma than the individual lives of humans. Reddick Huygens could imagine a future where he would play a central role in the grand vision that the families were aiming for. Nobody is moving quicker than us. Reddick Huygens believed that he had always been a step ahead of others. It was at that moment. PEI, there was an emergency alarm going off on the subordinate's video communication device. Patriarch Nim, it was a call from the family. Reddick heard a similar sound just as his eyes headed toward the black magic video communication device that was turning red. PEI Marquis Helson was approaching Reddick with a black mage by his side. We just received a call from the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace and his family emergency calls from the two places Reddick debated for a moment before connecting the call from the Imperial Palace first. Unknown assailants have infiltrated the Huygens estate and destroyed the building. Helson looked at Reddick Huygens at that moment. There were no changes in the Huygens patriarch's face. The smile was just gone and his face was stiff. This was pretty calm of a reaction. However, Helson soon saw a change on the patriarch's face as he received the video communication device from his subordinate. Deep wrinkles appeared on the patriarch's forehead. He started to frown. Reddick Huygens, he was looking at the message that was left on the black magic video communication device because he had not picked up. It was a message from his family. The person who left it was the butler. It's a code. It was a coded message that Marquis Helson would not be able to decode even if he was to see it. Reddick opened his mouth as soon as he saw the message. Let's head to the capital. The butler had left a short coded message. It was short even after it was decoded. The safe in the secret area has disappeared along with the wall. Reddick scowled. Afei is alive as well. He realized something else as well. That they stole the whole safe. Reddick looked around the white sand desert. The person hindering him, the culprit, is either another hunter household or the person aiming for us bloods. The Black Bloods household. It is the person aiming for the Black Hunters. The patriarch had an odd sense of déjà vu. How slow. He felt as if the enemy was one step ahead of him. Whether it was that he was slow or that this mysterious enemy was fast, Reddick immediately made up his mind. It looks like we need to hurry back to the capital. Baang. Cal's jaw dropped a bit as he blankly looked forward. Their words barely managed to flow out of his mouth. Is there a need to do that? Rayon shook his head. Human. Magic doesn't work on it. Bang. Rayon's front paw struck the wall with the safe. Crumble. The wall turned into powder as it broke. Cal flinched for a moment after seeing that Rayon's physical strength was stronger than he had expected, but Rayon just continued to destroy as he spoke. I don't know what they did to this safe, but it cannot be opened with magic. Rayon spoke in a clear voice. Then the answer is the fist. Isn't that right, Choi Han? Cal's gaze moved from Rayon to Choi Han. Choi Han was pulling his sword out of his scabbard, but hesitated for a moment after sensing Cal's gaze and put an innocent smile on his face. I will slice the safe with aura. Okay. Cal saw the chuckling Black Hawk behind Choi Han, but he ignored him. He started shaking his head and shrugged his shoulders once he made eye contact with Dark Elf Sean. Why are they doing this when it would be so easy to just melt it with fire? That is true, young Master Nim. Sean responded in a low-spirited voice, but Cal looked away from the blank-faced Sean and looked toward Choi Han. Ooh, black aura surrounded the sword, and Choi Han used the aura to strike down on the safe. Clang! The safe reflected the aura. Choi Han stiffened while Hong commented in shock. Neither magic nor aura works, Naya. I don't know what this safe is, Naya. Choi Han's eyes were wide open as he looked at Cal in shock. An also looked at Cal before shaking her head. Should I give it a try? Crack, crackle. Cal stood up with a compressed rose gold thunderbolt in his hand. Yeah, human, your fire is strong. That is why I am worried. Worried? Cal looked at Rayon, who shouted brightly. I think you're going to burn everything in the safe too. Cal flinched and looked at the safe. It was a black safe with the door firmly shut despite not having any locks. I never saw what the patriarch put in here, but he cherished this safe quite a bit. Afei's comment was believable. The fact that it was so hard to open this safe's door must mean that something was in there. Human, be careful. Don't burn everything. That would be a waste. Cal listened to Rayon's chatty nagging before questioning whether Rayon grew up as a child who desires treasures too much, but he did his best to ignore it. Instead, the hand with the fiery thunderbolt touched the safe. Let's be careful. Just carefully burn only the safe. Drip. Cal's forehead filled with sweat. He was extremely tense. Choi Han chuckled while seeing the punk who had been completely calm when he destroyed a building being so nervous. But unfortunately, Sean was the only one in the group who noticed. Everybody else was looking at the safe. Even Afei and Jesna. Boom, boom, boom. Cal was extremely nervous. What could be inside the safe? The moment the corners of his curled up without stopping the fiery thunderbolt touched the safe. Crackle, crackle, chhh. The safe melted as soon as the rose gold current touched it. Cal then moved his hand in shock. Shield! Rayon immediately cast a shield to protect the group. He then shouted from inside the shield. Human, it's dead mana. Dead mana rose up once he burned the safe. This dead mana was extremely dense. Huh? Human, what is that? Rayon asked in confusion, but Cal could not respond. His eyes could not move away from the safe that had been melting until just moments ago. The safe had turned white once the dead mana melted away. There was something recorded on the white surface. Cal's mouth opened. Offer a world in order to create an omnipotent god. He mumbled. Each family's goal, dimensional coordinates. Rayon, who was watching, stuttered as he spoke. Human, the safe was real. Chapter 45. The first law of the hunt. 8 Cal. The super rock called out to Cal in a low voice. Human, I never expected the secrets to be written on the safe. The safe itself is the treasure. I didn't know. Rayon spoke in an excited voice while Afei spoke in a sullen voice, but Cal did not hear them. It was weird because this safe had reflected my aura, but it was an extraordinary item. Choi Han had thought that the safe was not normal because it had reflected his aura and a dragon's magic. Honestly speaking, even Eruhaben would not have been able to find the text on this safe. But I don't think the patriarch would have expected the safe to melt because of a thunderbolt. Choi Han used silence to show his agreement to Choi Han's comment. It was highly likely that the Huyan's patriarch would think that thieves would not be able to read the text written on the safe. Cal, who had been quiet, raised his hand at that moment. Nobody move. His hand then moved through the air. Crackle. Crack. A splendid rose gold light cut through the air and spread out around them. It only didn't touch the black shield that Rayon had made. See, Izzle, the wall that the safe was on melted away. Crack, crackle, then black smoke rose up as the cube-shaped black safe's surface melted away. The dead mana smoke spread throughout the air, but they perished the moment they touched the rose gold light surrounding the area. No, gray ashes fell to the ground. Slam, what is going on? Inside the Church of the Fire of Purification's secret safe house in the capital, the Pope ran into the room in shock after suddenly sensing the god's power and stumbled after seeing inside. She clenched the doorknob and leaned against the door. There was an eccentric look of fervor in her eyes, as well as the eyes of Durst and the other core members of the church who came in behind her, but Cal had no idea. He didn't even look back as he spoke. Pope Nim, I will explain it to you later, so please give us some privacy right now. As you wish, O esteemed purifier. An extremely reverent voice came out of the Pope's mouth. Sean and An flinched a bit while looking at her, but the Pope quietly closed the door and disappeared. The Black Hawk chuckled and motioned to Rayon, who was looking around the room that no longer had the black smoke, with his eyes. Rayon canceled his shield and Choi Han walked next to Cal. To be more specific, he approached the black safe that was now a white safe. There were red letters written on the now white safe. Team leader. Yeah. Do you know about this omnipotent god thing? Choi Han observed Cal's eyes. They were full of eccentric fervor. Kim Rock-soo was currently recording the text on the safe. An omnipotent god does not exist. Really? Yes. Gods do not have a superior and inferior relationship. However, there is a difference in the power level. More. Choi Han looked at Cal, who was asking for more explanation in an extremely short and rude manner, and chuckled again. There was no reason he could not explain more. The hawk's red eyes had sunken down at some point. Furthermore, there are gods who have not chosen an heir for a very long time and have maintained their positions without passing it on. They are called the ancient gods and they are extremely powerful. However, there is no omnipotent god. That punk, the god of death, often said this. Omnipotence does not exist. Cal closed his eyes. The text on the safe floated in his mind. He suddenly thought about the illusion test he faced in the temple imprisoning the sealed god. That test was where he returned to his life as Kim Rok-soo in the past and met Choi Young-gun. He was Choi Han's ancestor, the author of The Birth of a Hero, and someone who, as a single lifer, worked with the god of death. That guy had said the following to Cal. A long time ago, there were some households that were called the Bridal of Karma at the center of the hunters. There had been 7 hunter households to start. Of them, the Red Blood's household had perished while the White Blood's household had betrayed them. Choi Young-gun had told Cal to find the Red Blood's household. There are currently 5 families, and the person leading each of the 5 families is the patriarch, and based on what I know, they are responsible for planning most of the hunts. Then I guess your goal is the patriarch's son bee? No. Cal recalled his conversation with Choi Young-gun in the illusion. The king's successor. The 5 patriarchs protect the king's successor and await the grand vision for after the successor has grown. What is the grand vision they are trying to achieve with the king's successor? I'm not sure yet. Cal then recalled a conversation he had, not with Choi Young-gun, but with the sealed god whom he had no idea what happened to since the incident. The sealed god was originally the god of despair. Cal had asked him a question. The white star was basically a sacrifice the hunters prepared for you. The sealed god had responded. He was a sacrifice for me, but I doubt they did it for me. The sealed god had been a hunter before he became a god. The hunters were trying to turn him into a god again. The grand vision they would achieve with the king's successor and an omnipotent god. Cal could at least tell what the hunter households were aiming for as a goal right now. Create an omnipotent god. Of course, he had no way of knowing the reason behind it. Why did they want an omnipotent god, and what were they trying to do with one? He could not tell just yet, but there is no need for me to know. What good will it do me to know the inner thoughts of the bastards doing such stinky things? The thoughts of the bastards, who are trying to offer a world in order to create a single god, I don't even want to hear it. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Choi Han, doesn't the human look angry? Rayon, who was watching, stealthily asked in a way that only Choi Han could hear in his mind. Choi Han kept his mouth and just nodded his head. He knew that this was Cal's special smile that he put on when he was quite annoyed. Cal started to read through the text again. Each family's target dimension, coordinates Sway Khan, looked over the names of the planets listed on the coordinates before speaking in a calm voice. This is information that even I am seeing for the first time. There were easily over a dozen target dimensions. Although Sway Khan was not shocked at the scale, the corners of his lips twisted at one point. It looks like all dimensions with the name of Earth are target dimensions. Earth 1, 2, and 3 are all on here. Cal asked in a calm voice. Team leader, what do you think is the likelihood that the cataclysm we experienced was caused by the hunters? Quite high. Cal opened his mouth again. Team leader. Yeah. What are the colors of the other 4 hunter households aside from the Black Blood's household? Sway Khan looked around. It should be okay for the people here to hear. It was not because he trusted them. There were a few that he obviously did not trust yet. I can handle them if needed. He was just confident that he could handle the mouths of the people he did not trust. He could even make a dragon like a fae shut her mouth if he channeled all of his strength. Blue bloods, purple bloods, 5 colors bloods, transparent bloods. Cal looked stupefied. 5 colors bloods and transparent bloods. 5 colors bloods should mean there are 5 colors. Transparent bloods should mean it is transparent. Is that even an answer? Sway Khan gently shrugged his shoulders at Cal, who was acting oddly rude. I've never seen the blood colors. Ah, of course. Rayon interjected into their conversation. What is transparent blood? I'm curious about that for some reason. Cal ignored Rayon's comment as he looked at the target dimensions. Xiolin was naturally on the list. We could probably mess with the 5 households one at a time if we go through these dimensions. Cal shook his head at Sway Khan's comments. Not 5 households, just 4. We're going to destroy the Black Blood's household here. Choi Han did not agree or disagree with the correcting comments. He just took it as Cal being himself. However, Faye, who had been quietly snooping around to take peeks at the safe, had her cheeks turn red and shook her head a bit after seeing her reaction. Faye was fidgeting as she thought to herself, by the looks of it, if they are going in and out of dimensions, they will leave here soon too. They are going to travel to those dimensions listed there. Faye did her best to memorize the things written on the safe. Team leader, what is the name of the dimension I live in? Nameless one. Cal turned to look at the team leader. There's no name? Yes. No name. Why? I don't know. Cal frowned at the team leader's irresponsible response, but the team leader immediately continued to speak as if to show that it was true. He was quickly speaking because he didn't want to deal with Kim Rock-Soo's annoyance. Not all dimensions get names, and I really don't know the reason behind why a dimension has a name or not. I understand. Choi Han smiled after seeing that Cal was willing to let it slide. Cal felt iffy because Choi Han looked extremely cheeky doing that, but he moved on because this guy was not the type to lie. Instead, the corners of his lips oddly curled up and twisted. It's not here. Cal's dimension, the one with the Roan Kingdom, was not on the list of target dimensions. That's odd. Cal felt an unexplainable sense of anxiety. Something always happened when he ignored such feelings. Why are all sorts of things happening in the place I live when it is not even a target dimension? The ancient white star, the sealed god, the explosion at the palace, the missing king, etc. All sorts of things related to the hunters were happening there, but they were not a target dimension. At least it is a relief that it is not a target dimension. It at least meant that the hunters were not going to destroy Cal's world for this so-called omnipotent god. Anyway, Cal looked around the safe before speaking. This is quite useful information. There was a lot of useful information here. That was why he was sure. The Patriarch is going to return to the capital immediately. This safe was a bigger issue for the Patriarch than Precinct 9. There was a moment of silence before Cal responded to the gazes of the group with 2 words. Let's run. They launched a hit, so now it was time to run. Cal gave the Pope a few short commands that were disguised as requests, and then the group left the capital. They returned to a small and simple residence located within Precinct 9. While that was going on, Patriarch Reddick Huygens moved his hand while looking at the approaching butler. Chhhhhhhhhh. Ah, the butler's heart was pierced. The Patriarch didn't even look at him while looking at the wall that was missing a piece and the completely destroyed roof. Did you say rose gold thunderbolts? The knight captain, who was silently looking at the butler, knelt down and responded to his question. Yes, Patriarch Nim. It was a person using rose gold thunderbolts, and he made all of the black mages dead mana perish. The Patriarch closed his eyes. Made the dead mana perish, the knight captain warily continued to speak. They all had some red crest on their shirts, and the shape was truly strange. A red crest? Are you sure it was not the crest of the Church of the Fire of Purification? It was completely different from the crest that I remember, sir. SHH. The kneeling knight captain's eyes started to shake. He urgently lowered his head. Drip, drip. Blood was dripping down to the floor. The knight captain had seen the blood flowing out of the Patriarch's tightly clenched fists. You said that all of the Grade 1 hunters scattered around the continent were told to gather. Yes, Patriarch Nim. The knight listened to the dying butler's breathing as he urgently responded. Reddick Huygens opened his eyes. He looked at the blood flowing down to his palm as he opened his mouth. We will pull things up a bit. Then the Patriarch did not look at the cautiously speaking knight as he indifferently spoke. The final test. We will destroy this world once the host of the sacrifice has been chosen. They are going to continue the test. That is correct, O esteemed purifier. It looks like the test will continue. Cal did his best to ignore Marquis Helson's extremely respectful demeanor that was to the point where it was excessive. An odd smile appeared on his face at the same time. Human, what is it? All sorts of chatter were supposedly going around the capital regarding what happened at the House of Huygens. Furthermore, the Church of the Fire of Purification informed people about the deaths of many candidates as well, so the capital was swept up in this storm of chaos. But they are going to continue the test. Cal looked at the safe located in a corner of the room. Cal inadvertently looked away from the safe and made eye contact with someone. This person had purple eyes. Mary spoke lightheartedly. I will get first place in the test. I will smack the patriarch in the back before I can become a host. Rayon added on. Human, are we heading to loot the Imperial Palace next? Are we going to leave the Emperor alone? Afei asked quietly in a timid voice. You are not going to destroy more? The silent Marquis Helson let out a fake cough before adding on. What about purifying the whole world white, O esteemed purifier? Cal could see a laughing Sui Khan past Mary's shoulder, Iruhaben, who was looking at him with pity, and Choi Han, who solemnly lowered his head. Cal debated for a moment before starting to speak. Let's head to the capital for now. The second and third tests had changed. Everything was going to take place in the capital now. Cal suddenly said something that came to his mind now that the direction of their movements had been set. But isn't a few mines of magic stones, or whatever, too little as a reward? Especially when its own life is on the line? Kame stared at the divine item mirror that the god of death gave him. It was as if Xiolin was on the other side of the screen. Booze him? Human, the mirror is vibrating. Smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Chapter 46. Hide and Seek 1. The test to determine the person who would become the next ruler of the empire. The Garden of the Stars, where the candidates for the test gather, there were numerous palaces surrounding the garden at the center, and the candidates resided with their helpers in these palaces. Your Royal Highness. Second Imperial Princess Olivia. She had returned alive from Precinct 9 out in the western part of the empire. Her body, that almost died still, had some internal injuries that had yet to recover, but she was able to move around a bit and use a portion of her necromancer abilities. They're empty. The first Imperial Prince Palace and the fourth Imperial Prince Palace, they were both empty. One of the candidates, who had been in the garden, quickly turned his head away after making eye contact with her. However, there was a sneer on his face. Tusk. Imperial Princess Olivia clicked her tongue. They must see me as a failure now. The first Imperial Prince, who was a strong contender, along with the fourth Imperial Prince, who was determined to be quite skilled, and the former mercenary, Zero, went missing in the polluted lands of Precinct 9. They died, however, most people believed that they were dead. And although the Imperial Palace never announced it, the rumor is spreading beyond the capital to all over the empire. The Imperial Palace also didn't seem to be trying to stop the rumors. In fact, they revealed a list of missing individuals and gave a rough explanation of the Imperial candidate test. This was normal, as if it was not announced live. It was always announced afterward like this. Of course, a lot less was revealed than usual. The effects were nonetheless shocking. His Royal Highness passed away during the test. A lot of comments came about how the most likely candidate to become the next emperor had died. Thanks to that, the incident where the House of Huyans was attacked has quieted down. The news that the citizens of the empire had been talking a lot about was buried by this more shocking news. Of course, Olivia was certain about something. The Imperial Palace and the Emperor will be more focused on the attack on the House of Huyans than the death of his own children. The second Imperial Princess frowned. The emperors of each generation turned the dead candidates into undeads and controlled them as their subordinates. Olivia clenched her eyes shut after recalling the terrible truth that she had heard. The capital and over half of the empire still did not know the truth about the Black Tree and the purification. They prevented the people of Precinct 9 from saying anything under the justification of their investigation while keeping things quiet at the capital. It was simply known as an incident where they were investigating the Black Rain in Precinct 9 and ran into a large mutant monster that resulted in the noble sacrifices from the deceased in order to protect the wall. It is cleverly different from the truth. It was highly likely that it was the Imperial Palace that spread this twisted rumor. Olivia had seen the pure white sand desert through the video recording device. No rumors had spread at all about that purified land. She noticed another candidate make eye contact with her and ignore her before turning her head. Click. She closed the window. Olivia was being praised by the Imperial citizens as the person who informed others about the monster with her life on the line, while the candidates were treating her like dregs. All of her helpers were dead and her body was in terrible condition. Why she started to speak again. Why didn't you inform people about the whole truth? She looked toward a corner of the now dark room. She was looking at a white-haired, green-eyed person wearing a white priest robe. The area underneath his nose was covered by a white cloth. She walked over with her crutches to stand in front of the person she was calling her healer in order to have him stay in her palace. "Oh, esteemed purifier, please answer." The green eyes curled up. Cal opened his mouth to speak. The truth is being spread right now. It is just under the surface. He had handed the Pope a video recording device and ordered her to spread the truth. However, they could not inform people about everything from the beginning. One false move, and the House of Huygens and the Imperial Palace's hostility would be immediately focused on the church. "Are you informing people about things one by one?" Cal gently nodded his head at the second Imperial Princess question. "The truth will slowly spread from outside the Empire to inside the Empire, and then to the capital." The smile had disappeared from his face, and he spoke with a stoic look on his face. Of course, Olivia could not see that. The purifier has come. That is probably how it will spread. Olivia turned away from Cal. She walked over to the couch and sat down. She let out a short groan. Her body was not fully recovered yet. She nonchalantly asked a question. "Are you keeping an eye on me? Protecting you? With the dragon Nim?" Crunch, crunch. Rayon, who was on Olivia's bed eating cookies, opened his eyes wide. He waved his front paw as soon as he made eye contact with Olivia and asked, "Hey, Imperial Princess, do you want some too?" "That's okay, Dragon Nim." "Really? Okay. Just let me know if you want any." Olivia brushed her face with both hands. "I have no idea how things are progressing." Cal sat down across from Olivia and gracefully responded. "You're already aware of everything though, aren't you, Your Royal Highness?" PFFFT. Olivia let out a short chuckle. She responded, "The second test starts tomorrow. Furthermore, you are currently tied for first place, Your Royal Highness." PFFFT. Olivia let out another chuckle. After the first test, there were 3 people who were tied for first place without considering the missing first Imperial Prince and fourth Imperial Prince. Henny Wishrop, 0, and I, the 3 of us are tied for first place. However, the other candidates were looking down on these 3. People who are tied for first place but have lost their arms and legs. It is understandable why they consider you to be losers. Henny Wishrop had lost 2 of her subordinates. 0 and Olivia had lost all of their subordinates. Furthermore, Olivia was not fully recovered yet. She was the biggest loser of the 3 of them. The candidates who remained in Precinct 9 and did not participate in the Black Tree attack team were not being praised, but they all felt as if they were closer to the position of Emperor and were looking forward to the next test. "Oh, esteemed purifier, there is something I am curious about. Please speak, Your Royal Highness." Olivia asked the purifier who was cleaning a splendid mirror. "What excuse did Henny Wishrop and 0 give?" Cal lightly responded. "They had to give their statements to the Huygens Patriarch's subordinate since he immediately returned to the capital. That must have made things easier." "Yes, Mom, it definitely was easy. Although he did use some black magic that forced them to tell the truth." Rayon interjected at that moment. "But our Goldie Gramps made it useless." Olivia's pupils started to shake. If the Patriarch left him to get the testimony, he should have been a highest-grade black mage. They were able to turn that person's black magic useless. She came up with the answer to her question quickly. "I guess it makes sense since he is a dragon." The dragon with the golden dust wrapped around him, anybody other than the Huygens Patriarch would find it difficult to go against him. He was a supposedly extinct existence from their imagination. The strength of the dragon was most likely beyond Olivia's wildest imaginations. She could see Cal's mouth open. Anyway, the 2 of them said that they were recovering the corpses from the rear and blocking attacks from some vines and branches when they got swept up by a sudden red pillar of light that burst out from the central region. And they were in a white sand desert when they woke back up. And they accepted that story. Cal looked at Olivia with an expression that seemed to be asking why she was asking that kind of question. They obviously did not, since there are people keeping surveillance on the 2 of their palaces right now. When you put it that way, I guess so. The Huygens subordinate thought that his black magic worked, but the Patriarch had placed people to keep an eye on the palaces after hearing the report. "I'm being watched as well. You seem to be quite free for someone being watched. It is pretty safe because this identity was procured by the Pope Nim." Cal was acting as a priest of a different religion. It was a religion that was popular not in the empire, but in other nations, but there were a few temples in the empire as well. Thanks to that, he was able to stay in this palace at Olivia's request. Of course, Cal staying in this palace could have been allowed so that the Huyans patriarch could keep an eye on him. But so what? What the hell can he find out by keeping an eye on me? And if he finds things out, well, just fight it out. Of course, there was one thing he had to do before they fought. By the way, Olivia's voice was shaking. In the basement of the Emperor's palace, are there really the candidates who have participated in the test? She stopped for a moment. She clenched her hands that were shaking. The Emperor. The Emperor's palace, where her royal father resided in her royal father's bedroom, is it true that the corpses of all of the candidates are there? To be more accurate, they are not corpses but undeads. Olivia clenched her eyes shut at Cal's calm response. Such despicable. The identity of the black tree, the truth hidden beneath the surface of this imperial air test. Olivia hated the imperial palace after learning about everything. I want to destroy it. Cal slightly flinched after hearing her mumble in a low voice. Everybody here wants to destroy everything. Cal felt as if he saw Olivia's true personality, but he ignored it. Olivia had decided to help Cal. That was the only important thing. Instead, Cal thought about something First Imperial Prince Sanders had said. The candidates who have turned into the undead are in the Emperor's palace's basement. There was another truth that he had not told Olivia about. The former emperors are there as well. Even the emperors had turned into undeads. The first imperial prince had sighed when asked about how he knew that. Coincidence. It clearly felt as if it was not a coincidence, but Cal had not pushed the issue. Something's off. Cal was uneasy about that emperor's palace basement. The reason was simple: the final host. It obviously sounded like the heir who would be determined by this test. And the emperors of every generation had controlled the undeads. They were all hosts of sorts. Oh, purifier. Cal heard Olivia's low voice while he was deep in thought. When will we be heading to the Emperor's palace? I'm not sure. Cal looked at the divine item mirror in his hand. Booze. The divine item was vibrating gently, but there were no messages on it. Cal gently rubbed it. Buzz. Booze. The divine item vibrated some more, but Cal ignored it. He raised his head. His face reflected on the closed window. I definitely look holy. Cal had borrowed the hair color and eye color of someone who had been called a noble guardian knight. Human, Clope Seca does not smile like that. That guy's outer appearance seemed more like a saint than even the saint. Smile more like a good person. Cal listened to Rayon's advice and tried his best to smile like Saint Jack. Olivia flinched after seeing that knave's smile on his face. Don't smile like that. I don't think that is right. Cal ignored Rayon's comments and started to speak. The time should be determined once we find out about the second test. The next day, Cal was looking at the Chief of Staff while standing behind Imperial Princess Olivia in the Garden of the Stars. The Chief of Staff had a gentle smile on his face as he stood at the center of the garden. However, nobody other than him was smiling. Some of the candidates let out deep groans. Cal turned his gaze. This is entertaining. The ancient dragon's voice echoed in his mind. Mary, who was here once again as Henny Wishrop Eruhaben was standing next to her. A black hawk was sitting on Mary's arm, looking at the paper in Mary's hand. Hoo-woo. Cal turned to look at the paper in Second Imperial Princess Olivia's hand after hearing her sigh. The stiff and fancy invitation had the contents of this next test. The second test focuses on determination. The Chief of Staff gently continued to speak. The ability to make a rational judgment, no matter how cold-hearted, is one of the greatest virtues that the next son of the Empire must have. The name of the second test was, the location is within the capital. The hide and seek would take place within the entire capital. The groups listed on there are evil beings trying to put not just the Empire, but the continent into chaos. 2 names on the list of groups stood out to Cal. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. They're using their brains quite a bit. The Huyans Patriarch and the Imperial Palace were acting quite smart. The Chief of Staff continued to speak. And those evil beings exist within the capital as well. The discerning eye to locate these leeches, pretending to be good while living in the capital. The sense of judgment and determination through this. That is what this test is focusing on. The Chief of Staff started to smile. Capture them. He pointed past the shoulders of the candidates. His hand was pointing at the entrance to the imperial palace. The esteemed individual who receives the highest score will get first place. The people who place first, second, and third will receive small advantages heading into the third test. The smile disappeared from the chief of staff's face. He then spoke in a low voice. You will only receive points if you bring them back alive. He then added on. And the wicked people you capture will be publicly executed. The chief of staff smiled again. The corners of Cal's lips that were covered by the white cloth curled up in a twisted manner as well. Chapter 47, Hide and Seek 2, the duration is for 1 week. The second test, this hide and seek, will last for 1 week. You just need to capture the targets and bring them back before the public execution in a week. The contents of the test will be revealed to the entire empire after this, and anybody will be able to attend the public execution without any restriction. Zero scoffed and then mumbled. This is crazy. This test was crazy. Public execution? Second Imperial Princess Olivia scowled. Cal looked around. There was an eccentric heat of passion rising through the heavily sunken air. The candidates and their helpers were all warily looking at each other, unable to release the stiff looks on their faces. The chief of staff was the only one smiling. The test will start 1 hour from now. Best of luck to end up in the top of the rankings. The chief of staff said something to make them disperse and then stopped talking. Nobody was talking. They were all warily looking at one another before one person made a move, and they all quickly headed back to their palaces. Human, Mary is going. The first person to leave the place was Mary or Henny Wishrop. Iruhaben was behind her. Cal, it looks like we will need to chat. Cal slightly nodded his head so that it would not be noticed by others after hearing Iruhaben's voice. Zero was mixed in with the crowd that was leaving. Cal saw something as that all happened. He saw the chief of staff's gaze heading toward Mary and Zero. They haven't put down their suspicions. Zero and Mary were the only survivors of the incident in Precinct 9. The Imperial Palace was still suspicious of the two of them, and with them was naturally Your Royal Highness. Olivia. The chief of staff started to speak to the second Imperial Princess, the only person still standing in the garden. You must hurry, Your Royal Highness. Chief. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Olivia, who had called out to the chief of staff in a low voice, raised her slightly lowered head. Do you really think that a public execution makes any sense? There were small flames in her eyes. Your Royal Highness, the groups listed on there are to be immediately executed when found anyway. Who came up with this? The chief of staff looked at Olivia as if he was confused at her question. This test naturally has the will of His Majesty. Why would you think it would not, Your Royal Highness? Olivia quietly observed the chief of staff before turning around. The chief of staff spoke to her again. You know that you cannot keep the priest Nim next to you as a helper, right, Your Royal Highness? The chief of staff made eye contact with the priest who had the area under his eyes covered by a cloth. The priest lowered his head in an extremely elegant and bright expression on his face. Olivia responded without even looking back. Her voice was low. I know at least that much. She then left without any hesitation toward her palace. Cal matched her pace as he followed behind her. Olivia did not say anything until she returned to the palace. Furthermore, she kept her mouth shut even after entering this palace. That made the approaching attendants urgently look away. That was how stiff Olivia's face was right now. Click. Olivia headed toward the window after entering the bedroom. Chhhhhhhhhh. She opened the curtains. Click. Cal walked in after her and closed the door before Rayon commented in his mind. Casting the soundproof barrier magic, Olivia opened her mouth at that moment. Has the sound been sealed? Yes, Your Royal Highness. She closed the curtains again. The Garden of the Stars, this place was full of life again. Olivia did not like that. She stared at the curtains with a piercing gaze as she spoke. This test is unbelievable. Ha! A short laugh came out of her mouth. Finding the people on the list is determination? She turned around. She continued to speak once she made eye contact with Cal. Her voice subconsciously became louder. It will definitely be a field of lunacy. The capital and the empire were currently full of anxiety and chaos. The death of the most likely heir and others, the threat aiming for Precinct 9, and the attack on the Huyans, estate, all of these reasons led to people being anxious. Of course, that anxiety had calmed down a bit based on how the imperial palace was proceeding with the second test, as if nothing had happened. A public execution at a time like this? It is obvious that all of the arrows will be pointed there. Olivia bit down on her lips. Revealing the contents of the test would mean that the list is revealed as well. People will implicitly believe that the people on the list are the criminals responsible for all of this. There was also another problem. 1 week? They're going to do all of this in 1 week? That makes no sense. Olivia covered her eyes with one hand. Even if there was someone who was suspected of being a member of a group on the list, they needed to do some investigation to confirm whether that person was truly associated with the group. Furthermore, the severity of their punishment would depend on the things they have done as a member of the group. Most importantly, are the groups on this list even actually guilty? She got chills. She had not thought much about the people who had been immediately executed until now. Why do they have to die? There was no reason for them to die. If anything, this imperial palace and the House of Huygens should die. Although she was a member of the imperial family, that was what Olivia thought. The fact that they want to take care of all of this in a week, this is basically saying that anybody they bring will be killed. Without asking any question or a proper investigation, her voice slowly lost strength. The people who want the position of emperor will not care about anything and will bring as many people back as possible to rank in the top. A lot of them might be innocent, and there is no guarantee that a group on that list has committed any crimes. Her voice slowly started shaking. Her voice sounded as if she was feeling a sense of disillusionment. The fingertips of the hand covering Olivia's eyes were shaking. She started to imagine it. She kept thinking about it despite not wanting to do so. The central plaza, the people surrounding the public execution area, made in that large space, those people shouting for the people captured to be quickly killed. She could also see the Huygens patriarch. No, her royal father, standing on top of the platform giving the order to kill those people. She imagined herself watching all of it as well. Oh, purifier. She lowered her hand. The small flame in her eyes had gotten bigger. Her eyes were burning fiercely, unlike her tired voice. I absolutely cannot watch this test come to fruition. She realized something while she was on bed rest healing. She realized how weird this test to select the next emperor has always been. So many people died because of these tests in the last 300 years. The fact that an imperial candidate died meant that the people following them had died as well. But we saw it as a festival. In this perishing world, in this world that was slowly getting more and more polluted, people saw this test as a festival and enjoyed it. And there were always people willing to participate in the test with the desire to become the best. She thought to herself, is this really the right thing to do? It wouldn't even be enough if all of the talented individuals who have participated in these tests worked together to protect this world. Oh, purifier. Olivia's voice was weak and shaky. What should I do? She looked at the purifier who was standing silently. White hair and green eyes, it was different from his appearance that she knew, but she remembered the flame he had summoned in the darkness. It was different from a gently glowing light. That red light felt as if it would swallow everything, glowing on its own, consumed the darkness. Olivia wanted to ask this person, the one who not only shone brightly, but also allowed the people around him to feel that light with him, for an answer. SHH. At that moment, the purifier undid the cloth covering his face from underneath his eyes. Olivia could see that he was smiling. However, the smile felt odd and creepy. His eyes that were smiling, those green eyes, looked red for a moment. They looked like the fire he had summoned. Your Royal Highness. The purifier calmly started to speak. His voice was the same as usual, not shaking in the slightest. He asked in a calm voice as if he was just asking where they were going to go for lunch. What do you want to do? He asked Olivia. Olivia knew that this was a time to answer honestly and carefully. That was why she answered without any hesitation. I want to put an end to all of this. She then continued. And then I want to raise it up again properly. Cal thought for a moment while listening to her quiet but firm voice. Human, is there a need to get all the way to the third test? Rayon asked in Cal's mind. Sacrifice. Host. Karma. Multiple words floated around in Cal's mind. His contemplation did not even last a minute. However, that was enough. It was not the enemy but Cal who was one step ahead right now. He looked at Olivia once again. Your Royal Highness. His voice was extremely lighthearted and calm. However, Olivia's heart was beating wildly as this voice called out to her. She was extremely nervous. The purifier is someone who is only here for a moment and will leave. Is it okay to rely on him like this? In some ways, it was acceptable to lean on him because he was someone who was going to leave. She could work with him, although I don't really have anything of value to offer this partnership. However, the purifier would not try to rule this land since he is someone who will eventually leave. Honestly speaking, Olivia found the purifier's fire to be more marvelous and scarier than the Huygens or the imperial family. It made her think of a god. She looked at the purifier. She would not avoid those green eyes. She could see a gentle smile appearing on Cal's face. The purifier started to speak just as she realized that it was a smile of satisfaction. As you wish, your royal highness. They would do as Olivia wanted. There will be no third test. Olivia started to smile after hearing what he said after that. And in a week, let's flip it all over. Turn it upside down. Cal immediately gave some orders once he made up his mind. Is that really true, Pope Nim? Yes. The esteemed purifier has said so. The Pope calmly shared the will of the purifier to the core individuals of the Church of the Fire of Purification who were with her. We will all be captured and head to the public execution ground in a week. The Pope's gaze headed toward an individual silently sitting to one side. He was giving off a mysterious elegance while just sitting there. No, to be more specific, it was a gentle level of dragon fear. This great and mighty existence had been in a bad mood since returning from Precinct 9. The dragon will lead us. Iruhaben just responded by nodding his head slightly. He was thinking about what Cal had said. Iruhaben Nim, the Huygens patriarch and the emperor will both supposedly be at the public execution ground. They are playing such a strong hand, so we should do the same. Don't you agree? Iruhaben started to smile. He had properly understood Cal's words. If the enemy is going to play a strong hand, he thinks we should just flip the playing field upside down. He closed his eyes while sensing the solemn mood of the members of the Church of the Fire of Purification at the same time. Zero was smiling while looking at the black hawk that had come to his palace. You want me to bring all of the agents of destruction into the public execution ground? Yeah, all of them captured. You can decide on the method as you wish. The Black Hawk's red eyes looked at Zero. The Black Hawk could see the lunacy behind Zero's eyes, but an eccentric look of passion was covering it up. The corners of Zero's lips curled up as if his whole body was itchy, and he was just waiting for that moment to arrive. However, he did not laugh. The Black Hawk found this to be odd. Okay, how can I not follow the orders of the purifier? Zero looked directly at the Black Hawk as he continued to speak. Go tell him. Although the Black Hawk had only told him to bring the agents of destruction, Zero could sort of guess the true meaning behind those words. Tell him that the moment we appear is the moment of destruction. Although Zero was calling Cal the purifier and spoke as if Cal was in a position of power, the intense desire that could not be hidden behind the lunacy was giving Cal a warning. He was telling Cal to do it properly. The Black Hawk started smiling. How entertaining. The Black Hawk moved to the window and his red eyes curled up. Zero. It was the voice of a young boy, but years of experience could be felt in that voice for some odd reason. The Black Hawk calmly spoke to the man who was openly showing this lunacy in his eyes. You are not the one who will choose the time. Zero's eyes opened wide at that moment. Keek, kehahaha. Loud laughter soon burst out of his mouth. Yes, yes, indeed. He nodded his head before speaking to the Black Hawk in a more light-hearted voice. Please take good care of us. The Black Hawk chuckled instead of responding and flew out the window. One corner of Zero's lips curled up as he watched the Black Hawk fly away. His gaze headed toward Imperial Princess Olivia's palace. The curtains were currently shut, and he could not see inside. Olivia had sealed off the room to take in the purifier's words. Oh, purifier, do you really mean that? Yes, your royal highness. Cal started to smile. Human, you look like the crazy Clope. Not just Clope, but crazy Clope. Cal slightly flinched at Rayon's comment, but he did his best to ignore it and put on the holiest smile he could muster. Your royal highness, it will be used in the execution ground in a week. If the Huygens and the Imperial Palace used the strongest hand they could to cause chaos, Olivia asked in a shaking voice. W, will you use the power of a G, God? Yes, Mom. Cal was planning on using a power that could get rid of that chaos. Chapter 48, Hide and Seek 3, I will be using that power. Cal could not get himself to call the fire of destruction the power of a god. Cheer up, Cal. He did his best to ignore the super rock consoling him. Cal just thought about it in a relaxed manner. I'll be leaving this world anyway, so it doesn't matter whether they see me as the purifier or whatever. I just need to take care of things properly. Cal decided to think about it as light-heartedly as possible. Human, that expression just now seemed more like the Crown Prince's expression than your usual smile. He did his best to let Rayon's comment in one ear and out the other. He spoke to Olivia instead. I will let you know the overall plan, so I hope that you can move accordingly, Your Royal Highness. Okay. Olivia had noticed how the purifier was reluctant to show himself. She knew how big it was that he had chosen to reveal himself. That was why she was willing to move according to his will. She was willing to do so even though she was not fully recovered. And there is something we must do during this next week. Olivia's shoulders tensed after hearing the purifier's solemn voice. What is it? She then thought about what would happen at the public execution ground in a week. It was different from her original imagination. The agents of destruction and the Church of the Fire of Purification, the purifier revealing himself in between them, Olivia, and the people loyal to her would be with them. How would that crazed sight she had initially imagined change? She got chills for a completely different reason now. I'll do it. She made up her mind. I'll do whatever it takes. She would do anything for the image in her mind to become reality. The purifier started to speak. We need to loot the Emperor's palace. Silence filled the area for a moment. Olivia could not say anything. Human, I knew that you wouldn't waste your time. Yes, a week is plenty of time to loot the Emperor's palace. All right. How exciting. Will we all be going? Cal focused not on the excited Rayon, but the silent Olivia's shaking pupils before wondering why she was reacting like this and continuing to speak. Do you remember the information that the first Imperial Prince shared with us? Ah, Olivia's expression finally brightened after hearing that. You are talking about the issue of the undeads. Why, yes. Cal had an unsettled look on his face as he agreed with the now exaggeratedly bright expression on Olivia's face. As I expected. Olivia nodded her head multiple times as if she finally understood him and continued to speak. I knew that you would have some deep meaning behind it. Why would the purifier, someone who uses the power of a god, really want to loot something as trivial as the Emperor's palace? Olivia gently smiled, thinking that the purifier was purposely using such light-hearted terms to address such a heavy topic. Yes, this is not the time to just worry. It is the time to do something, anything. Olivia became a bit more energetic. However, her face quickly stiffened. She knew what the purifier would ask for her to do. Do I just need to be keeping His Majesty occupied? Yes, Mom. I need someone to distract him as we need to get into his bedroom in the Emperor's palace. Olivia contemplated it for a bit before nodding her head. I want to be consoled and wish to console him. That should be a justified reason to go seek His Majesty. She then added on, I also think that it would be good if I use this time to make it look as if I have given up on the second test. That is a good idea, Your Royal Highness. Cal was satisfied watching Olivia figure out her role on her own. Human, going to loot is just going to loot. Is there some deeper meaning to it? Oh, do you mean that you are going to loot everything that is hidden deeply as well? He tried his best to ignore Rayon's comments, but he could not do that. Human, but to be more accurate, it is not actually undeads, is it? Cal recalled the interrogation of First Imperial Prince Sanders that was disguised as a quite intimate face-to-face chat. The First Imperial Prince had not been that sincere in his response to Cal's questions, but he did his best to answer. You've thought about smacking the Huyans patriarch in the back, haven't you? In fact, you've had that thought quite often, right? These questions that Cal asked seemed to impact him quite a bit. You said that there is a place in the Emperor's palace where they store the generations of necromancer candidates who have become undeads. Yes, Sanders was silent for a moment before he continued to speak. To be more specific, they are not undeads. Then, is Mine's helper still captured? Cal immediately understood that the helper Sanders was talking about was the blood cultist. Yes, he is still captured. That guy won't be able to escape from me. I see. Sanders' reaction made Cal realize that the generations of Emperor candidates who have turned into undeads had some connection with the blood cult. I don't know the specifics either. Cal paid attention to what Sanders was telling him, the blood cult, and existences that were similar to undeads but different. These two keywords were making him wary. The first imperial prince continued to speak. However, the things that I saw were like undeads, but definitely different. And I heard that that helper would be handling all of the candidate corpses gained during this test. The House of Huyans was planning on using the dead candidates from this test as well. Sanders was saying that the person they were working with for that was the blood cultist. This is all I can tell you about the true identity of those undeads. Sanders was saying that he didn't know anything else regarding the identity of the undeads, but this was enough information for Cal to have a good idea. It's obvious. "Excuse me, it's nothing, Your Royal Highness." Cal smiled gently. However, his eyes sank coldly. The blood cult. There was something in the wuxia world that was similar to undeads, but different. Jiangxi. Cal was hypothesizing that the things in the basement of the Emperor's palace were closer to Jiangxis than undeads. I might be wrong, but Jiangxis frequently appeared in the wuxia novels that he had read. There are many types of Jiangxis, but they were all made of corpses. The Emperor was most likely the person connected to the Jiangxis and handling them. And the person who held control over the Emperor's life would be the Huyans patriarch. It's an eat and get eaten type of relationship. Cal formed a plan in his mind, and he spoke while walking over to the door and grabbing the doorknob. "In 3 days, when everybody is frantically moving around for this hide, and seek that is when we will make our move." Click. The door opened, and Olivia quietly observed Cal as he walked toward the hallway that was being lit up by the morning sunlight. His white hair sparkled with the light, but all she could think about was the violent red color burning brightly. That red color made her think of blood. Cal pulled the hood on his robe fully down to cover his face as he walked toward his destination. His eyes were looking all around. What a mess! Cal could see a man holding a sword approaching a middle-aged person who looked like a mercenary. "State your background." "Excuse me." The middle-aged man, who looked as if he had lived quite the arduous mercenary life, flinched at the sudden question and scowled before starting to shake. Clang! The man had pulled out a sword and was pointing it at the mercenary's neck. "State your identity, your background, and the reason for your visit to the capital." "Us." The mercenary seemed anxious for a bit before he quickly answered. "I was born in the capital and work as a mercenary. I was out for a job and am returning home. I have my mercenary's plaque on me. You can check its authenticity in the Mercenaries Guild as well. Take out your mercenary's plaque." "Yes, sir." The mercenary pulled out the plaque, and the man thoroughly inspected it before slightly nodding his head. "You can go." "Yes, sir." The man returned the mercenary's plaque, and the middle-aged man received it carefully before urgently leaving the area. The middle-aged man rushed past Cal. "Fuck. I heard that the capital was a mess right now, and it was true." His mumbling reached Cal's ears. The swordsman who was watching the mercenary leave turned to look at Cal. He saw that Cal was covered by a long robe and his face was covered by the hood as well. The swordsman found this to be suspicious and approached Cal. Who or why, however, he could not finish his sentence. SHH. A sword was pointed at the swordsman's neck. The man's pupils started shaking. When? There was suddenly a person next to the robed individual who also had his face covered by a hood, and that person was pointing the sword at the swordsman's neck. It was exactly as he had done to the mercenary just now. The swordsman, who had not noticed the second hooded figure at all, got chills on his back before he became extremely angry. Who do you think you dare to point your sword at? However, he could not finish that sentence either. SHHH. Cal took off his hood. His white hair, green eyes, and the white cloth covering the area underneath his nose appeared. "I am the priest in charge of Her Royal Highness treatment." Cal then placed a hand on Choi Han's shoulder. "This is my guard. Retract your sword as you have startled the swordsman Nim." Choi Han silently moved the sword away from the swordsman's neck. The swordsman covered his neck with his hand before avoiding Cal's gaze. "I'm sorry I did not recognize you, sir." His gaze headed to Cal's hand, and he finally lowered his head after seeing the plaque that Olivia gave to her subordinates. "Goodbye, then." He then urgently left without saying anything else. There were quite a few citizens of the empire sneering at the swordsman, but an odd mood was being created all around. Let's go. Choi Han silently stood next to Cal and walked by his side after Cal gave the order. Choi Han was observing the area. Everybody is suspicious of each other. This should be a lively business district, but there was an oddly sunken mood here today. However, it was not a depressed mood. There were small issues here and there, but it was pretty calm overall, similar to a bomb just before it exploded. Today is the third day. Choi Han was feeling the atmosphere in the capital that was changing day by day. The candidates are acting worse and worse as it continues. 2 of the favorites had died among the 19 candidates, and 3 other highly ranked candidates had lost their helpers or were injured. The other candidates who wanted to push ahead using this opening were acting crazier and crazier in the hide and seek. Now some candidates are even grabbing anybody on the street and questioning their background. The swordsman just now was one of the candidates' helpers. That was how he was able to immediately recognize the disguised identity of Cal. The people acting like this swordsman were slowly starting to increase. Most of the candidates are all people who have a decent level of people under their control. Those people were using their helpers to poke and prod around the capital. According to the information the church has gathered, some of them were not only using their helpers, but stealthily using their families or organizations to help them. And this craziness would become worse as time went by. This isn't good. The citizens of the empire had embraced this hide and seek quite a bit when they learned about it. However, the slowly overbearing actions of the candidates made everybody extremely cautious. Everybody kept quiet. They were worried that what happened to the mercenary just now would happen to them. At the same time, their anger toward the people waiting to be publicly executed, the people who forced them to experience this, was slowly increasing. Will it be okay like this? Choi Han asked Cal in a quiet voice. Of course not. Cal's calm response was saying that this was just the beginning. Choi Han scowled. I feel like completely uninvolved people will get captured at this rate. Cal did not say anything. Choi Han realized that Cal had the same thought as him. Ha! Choi Han let out a short sigh. How the heck would the candidates capture the groups that the Empire failed to capture? Most of the groups on the list, such as the Fire of Purification and the Agents of Destruction, were already listed to be immediately executed once discovered. However, the Empire had been unable to eradicate these forces until now. It made no sense to make the candidates capture such people. It's going to be a mess. The capital would become even more of a mess from here on. Choi Han's expression oddly changed underneath the hood. Once this chaos reached its apex, Cal Nim said that is when he will use his power, right? Choi Han firmed his resolve. That day, the day Cal uses his power, Choi Han could imagine a couple things that would happen that day based on his experiences. The enemy will definitely be stronger than they expect. Their allies will give everything they have plus more. Cal would use an even stronger power. Choi Han walked half a step behind Cal and observed his back. I don't want to say something like this, but Choi Han kept having a hunch, something that seemed almost like an intuition. Cal Nim has not gotten injured compared to the amount of power he has used. Choi Han's gaze slowly sank while observing Cal's back. It is long past overdue for him to faint. No matter how efficient Cal's power was in this world, Cal was too fine. This was weird. Choi Han clenched his sword. Cal suddenly felt his back being prickly and subconsciously stopped to turn around. He could see Choi Han slightly tilt his head as if to ask him what was going on. What was that? Cal felt iffy, but chose to ignore it. This was not the first time he felt something like this, and Cal decided to just ignore things like this and keep walking down his path. And that path was toward the Emperor's palace right now. Human, are we doing it now? Nod. Cal slightly nodded his head. 3 days since the test started today was the day to go loot the Emperor's palace. Cal's footsteps were slowly getting lighter. Very slowly. Egu, it looks like he's about to fly from joy. Haha. Cal just ignored the cheapskate. Oh ho, it has been a while since you've come to see me, Olivia. I greet royal father. The moment that second imperial princess Olivia, who was here to visit the Emperor's palace, deeply bowed to greet the Emperor. MMPH. Do you want to die? Cal smiled at the tightly bound, yet flailing blood cultist and started to chat. Human, I've cast both the soundproof barrier magic and invisibility. Rayon energetically let him know that the spells were cast properly, and then Cal gave Choi Han an order. Knock him out. We will wake him up later when we get to our destination. Yes, Cal Nim. MMPH. The blood cultist, who was being held up by his back collar by Choi Han, was knocked unconscious again. His eyes scowled and were despondent just as he fainted, but Cal did not care. Choi Han looked as if he didn't care about the blood cultist as well as he placed the guy over his shoulder like a bag. Let's get off. The group got off the carriage once Cal gave the order. This carriage was prepared by Imperial Princess Olivia to get to the Emperor's palace because she was unwell. Cal cautiously got off the carriage and looked in front of him. He could see the Emperor's palace. The basement here should be full of jiangshis or undeads or whatever mysterious existence. We need to take care of them somehow. They would need to destroy those creatures no matter what methods they had to use. And Sanders said something else. He said that the basement is where the precious treasures of the imperial family are stored. Heh. Cal let out a short chuckle before walking toward the Emperor's palace. He was walking stealthily and efficiently. Of course, they were wearing that inside-out arm outfit once again. Just for reference, the blood cultist was wearing one as well. Chapter 49. Hide and seek 4. Normally, speaking into the imperial palace would be quite difficult. This was especially true for the Emperor's palace, the center and most important part of the imperial palace. Human, isn't it too easy? However, Cal's steps were not stopping at all as he walked forward while surrounded by invisibility and soundproof barrier magic. Cal Nim, is this really okay? Choi Han could ask normally because of the soundproof barrier magic, but his face underneath the mask was scowling. Why? What's the issue? It seems too easy. That is good. Cal responded to Choi Han as he walked past a knight. The knight who was patrolling the hallway of the Emperor's palace did not notice Cal's group at all. Of course he didn't. This is Rayon's magic. Rayon's magic was something that even the ancient dragon was shocked about. It would take at least a sword master to notice them. And the only sword master in this world is Choi Han. The Imperial Palace Knights would not notice them. I'm sure some of the more talented ones might feel that something is off, but they would not be able to be certain. They would not be able to recognize this magic. Human, the security here is so lax. The security at the Imperial Palace truly was extremely terrible, as Rayon mentioned. They have prepared a bunch of things against black magic spells, but nothing for magic spells at all. The defenses were too lax when it came to magic. The magic in this world is something only a few households learn to keep up their fame or hold up their traditions. Maybe it was different for the House of Huyans that created white magic, but most families treated magic like Cal described. As a result, magic was basically gone. It was black magic that was all around, making the Imperial Palace prepare to defend against it. There is a small amount of defenses against magic, but nothing to defend against high-level magic. Rayon mumbled as if he was shocked. There is a high-level defensive magic circle, but I don't think they know how to use it. As the Empire held a long history, high-level magic circles from around 300 years ago, when magic was active, were all over the Imperial Palace, especially the Emperor's Palace. However, the people who could use those magic circles were people of the current generation, but nobody was skilled enough to do so. Maybe the Huyans patriarch can control them. Cal recalled what Aruhaben had said to him almost like a warning. Cal, the Huyans patriarch is quite skilled. Even I cannot know for sure whether I can beat him or not. If it is someone like that, he is probably skilled in more things than just black magic. I'm sure he has mastered magic as well. White magic, the magic that uses dead mana but releases white light, the House of Huyans was the ones who created it. The Black Blood's household was one of the leaders of the hunters. Cal Nim, I think that is the bedroom over there. Cal looked at the door Choi Han was pointing at. It was located in the innermost part of the Emperor's palace and still had many skilled knights standing guard. They are quite skilled. Cal listened to Choi Han before commenting. There are 5 of them. Yes, Cal Nim, take care of them. Yes, Cal Nim. Choi Han placed the blood cultist on the ground and immediately started to move. It started with one knight suddenly falling down and then clang. Who are you? What the hell? Did something The knights were quickly knocked unconscious by Choi Han. Wow, Cal was amazed. It didn't even take a minute. It was only possible because the 5 guards were gathered together in front of the door. But Choi Han had used the fact that he was invisible to easily suppress the knights. Cal moved his foot and tapped the blood cultist on the side. Did you see that? The blood cultist had his eyes shut. You saw it, right? Don't act up. The blood cultist silently kept his mouth shut. Cal chuckled while looking at the blood cultist who was awake but pretending not to know anything. Hey, it is making you shake in fear, isn't it? The blood cultist pretended to still be unconscious, and as if he had not heard Cal until the end, but Cal could feel the blood cultist flinch when he poked him on the side with his foot. Cal turned toward Choi Han. Good job, it was clean. You're amazing, Choi Han. It is amazing to suppress them without hurting them. The corners of Choi Han's lips were twitching, but Choi Han quickly hid it and grabbed the doorknob. Very cautiously, the Emperor's bedroom door opened without a noise. How fancy. Cal calmly looked around as he walked into the bedroom. Human, let's steal these things. Choi Han almost subconsciously nodded his head at what Rayon said out loud and not in his mind. Choi Han was shocked at himself for that but could not help himself from looking around the bedroom. The whole room was sparkling. Wow, I heard that there were a lot of mines in Xiolin. Did he decorate his bedroom with the things they mined from there? Cal could not hide his awe at the golden walls, bed pillar, and the whole bedroom that was decorated with jewels all around. Even someone like Cal, who has looted all sorts of places until now, had never seen such a dazzling room before. Human, can we take this whole room later? Choi Han was very good at cutting off a wall last time. Let's ask Choi Han to cleanly cut the walls off. Cal's gaze headed toward Choi Han. Choi Han slowly avoided his gaze. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on Choi Han's shoulder as he commented, "Don't worry, I won't make you do that." Rayon responded to that. Ah, human, you must know where there are more sparkly things than this place. I was thinking it was weird that you were just looking around, but it makes sense if that is the case. And then the fire of destruction that had been motionless, the cheapskate, reacted. Wow, I feel like I could purify everything for you for free if you gave me everything here. Snap out of it. While the cheapskate continued to gasp in awe as if he didn't even hear the Super Rock's comment, Cal completely ignored them. Choi Han, yes, Cal Nim, let's break the bed. Choi Han looked at the bed. The bed would be the most dazzling item in the bedroom. The bed pillars that went all the way to the ceiling were completely decorated in gold and jewels, while they could tell that the bedding was soft and precious by just looking at it. The bedding was embroidered in gold, and that embroidery seemed to have been done with real gold as well. Furthermore, there were jewels dangling from the canopy. Yes, Cal MM. Choi Han spoke solemnly before pulling his sword out. Slice. The sword made an elegant arc. That arc cleanly cut off one of the bed pillars. He did his best to avoid damaging the gold and jewels. Choi Han urgently grabbed the bed pillar that was leaning to one side after being sliced. It's clean, it had been cut very well. You're amazing, Choi Han. Choi Han listened to Rayon's happy voice as he walked over to Cal and offered the pillar to him. What are you doing? Cal looked at Choi Han with a baffled look on his now unmasked face. Excuse me? Choi Han realized that something was wrong once he saw that look on Cal's face. Cal spoke as he put on the mask. The path to the basement is under the bed. Slice the bed in half. It will be difficult to move it. Ah, Choi Han blinked a few times before gently placing the pillar to one side and moving his sword again. Slash, the sword with the black aura moved once to slice the bed in half. Swoosh, a gust of wind caused by Cal's sound of the wind pushed the sliced parts of the bed. Screech, the bed moved and a door to the basement appeared. There is no magic on it as expected. The door to the basement was made of iron. However, there were no locks on it at all. Cal recalled his conversation with First Imperial Prince Sanders. There is an entrance to the basement underneath the bed in the Emperor's bedroom? That's right. A large tomb in the basement appears if you walk through it. The First Imperial Prince's face had been stoic while mentioning the tomb, but his eyes had been shaking. How do you know that? Sanders chuckled at Cal's question. When I was young, the Emperor was a good father, at least to us siblings. The First Imperial Prince did not look as if he was being nostalgic. In fact, he seemed to be sensing fear. At least that's what I had wrongfully thought. If I had not played hide and seek with my younger brother Sanders, had been close enough to the Emperor, that he played with his younger brother in the emperor's palace when they were younger. One day, when he was playing hide and seek with his younger brother, 4th Imperial Prince Noi, I thought that Noi would never look for me under royal father's bed and crawled down there. It was only possible because he was young. I found the door and entered out of curiosity. The door was made of wood at that time. Even a child could easily go through it. The 1st Imperial Prince closed his eyes. His eyelids were slightly shaking. It was as if he was trying to swallow his fear. I saw the Huygens patriarch and my royal father there. All emotion was gone from the 1st Imperial Prince's eyes when he opened them again. The Huygens patriarch welcomed me and royal father showed me around the underground tomb. Every single place down there, that was the beginning. That was when that was when the way the emperor looked at me changed. Only the corners of his lips curled up on his stoic face. This is what the emperor said. He told me not to tell anybody if I did not want to die. 1st Imperial Prince Sanders said the following about his father. The emperor is crazy. Cal snapped out of his thoughts and made eye contact with Choi Han. Should I pick it up? Yeah. Choi Han picked up the door heading to the basement. Screech thud. The door that was no longer made of wood like in Sanders' memories and made of iron made a dull thud as it opened. A path with a ladder that looked as if only one person could go at a time appeared. I will go down first, Calnim. Okay. There are no dangerous devices until the bottom of the ladder, so just climb down. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han climbed the ladder down. Pot. Rayon created a bundle of light with magic and had it float next to Choi Han to light up the path. I'm ready, Calnim. Choi Han went down about 5 meters before arriving at the bottom, looked up and commented, before Cal nodded his head and kicked. He kicked the side of the blood cultist next to him. Hey, wake up. If you pretend to be unconscious, I'm just going to throw you down the path. The blood cultist slowly got up. He didn't look like he would try to run away despite Choi Han not being there. Crackle, crackle. It was because he saw the rose-gold currents crackling around Cal and the now visible black dragon's dark blue vertical eyes. Go down. The blood cultist silently climbed down the ladder. Clang. He saw Choi Han with his sword out. The blood cultist wanted to sigh but held back and climbed all the way down. Cal and Rayon climbed down after him. So it is like this. They saw a large area in front of them, unlike the narrow ladder path. The long single path started at 3 meters high but slowly became taller. Furthermore, it was a couple meters wide as well. The only thing was that it was dark. Choi Han groaned and then started to speak. If it is something this big, the basement seems quite large. It is probably as wide as the Imperial Palace. Choi Han was slightly shocked. This empire's Imperial Palace was quite large. But a basement that was the size of the entire Imperial Palace, there might be more than just treasures and jiangxis. Choi Han's eyes became filled with suspicions. He looked at Cal. Although he couldn't see because Cal's face was covered by a mask, Cal had noticed the suspicion in Choi Han's eyes and chuckled. This is what the 1st Imperial Prince told me. He said this was an underground tomb. An underground tomb. Choi Han's face stiffened after hearing that term, and Cal continued to speak. No matter what is in here, I'm sure it will be quite big. Choi Han nodded his head. Human, let's hurry. Cal nodded his head at Rayon, and Choi Han clenched his scabbard while looking at the path that was full of darkness. I'm certain that it will be dangerous in there. Choi Han was even tenser because there had been no locks on the door at all. He had a feeling that, although it was easy to get in, it would be difficult to survive and get out of here. I'm sure there are numerous traps and obstacles. It made no sense to allow outsiders to enter such a location without any devices getting in their way. I will take the lead. Rayon will cast a shield on them, but Choi Han thought that he needed to be the vanguard. He took a step forward. It was at that moment. Hey, he heard Cal's skewed voice. It was the voice he used every so often when he was trying to pick a fight with someone. Choi Han turned his head. Cal was leaning on one leg with a hand on the blood cultist's shoulder. Hey, you've been here before, right? The blood cultist had quietly been standing there since earlier. I'm sure you know about it. The jiangxis, those things are here. The blood cultist's pupils shook. The blood cultist had been here a couple times, as Cal had mentioned. Cal didn't even look at the blood cultist's reaction and just said what he needed to say. I heard that there are a lot of traps here. I heard that you will die if you just walk through this path without doing anything. Sanders said that the Emperor told him that while showing him around. However, he did not remember how to disarm the trap as it had happened when he was young. The blood cultist clenched his eyes shut. Cal didn't care and placed his arm around the blood cultist. "Hey, you know how to get past here, right? Well, you better know." The blood cultist got chills at the voice that was light-hearted but bleak. Cal's eyes curled up as he spoke. "Because Yao'll be leading the way. Disarm the traps along the way if you don't want to die. Do you understand? Don't make things complicated and don't risk your life. Okay? Don't you need to go back to the Central Plains? I'll take you there with me." The blood cultist just wanted Cal to knock him unconscious again. "By the way, we are not going to knock you out. I plan on keeping you awake all day as we go through here." "Fuck, What did you just say? Did you say fuck to me?" Cal warmly patted the once again silent blood cultist's shoulder again. "All right then, lead the way." Cal's group started to investigate the basement with the blood cultist in the lead. Chapter 23. Returning the favor, 3 of course, he planned giving them their new hope anonymously. It was something he had learned from the dragon. Unless their lord has nothing to do and reveals me to them, there is no way that they will recognize me. It was impossible for them to learn of his identity. How great was that? He should have done everything anonymously until now. Cal stepped into the ruins feeling like a massive weight had been lifted off his chest. He could see people praying all around the area. At that moment, Hans stealthily approached Cal and whispered to him, "I just saw the eldest son of Marquis Stan's household." "How do you know about that person?" Cal was truly surprised. Hans smiled before pointing to his eyes. "Pretty much any and all information about the nobles is in my head. I could see a man being pushed on a wheelchair. It was weird that there was only one person with him, but I was able to see that there was a red snake crest on the wheelchair." Hans, "Yes, sir. You're better than you look. Thank you." Hans shrugged his shoulders with a satisfied expression as he finished his report. He then asked Cal, "What do you plan on doing?" Cal could feel the left side of his face heating up and looked in that direction. Choi Han was looking at him. Cal shook his head and answered both of them. "Ignore them." Both of them nodded their heads without saying anything else. Only then did their tour officially start. After looking around, Cal was shocked at the appearance of the rock towers in the ruins. Cal seemed to be in disbelief. Uglier than I had expected. Cal could not understand the ancient sense of style. He was expecting piles of rocks, but there were rock towers of all kinds shapes in the ruins. They looked interesting. However, they were definitely not beautiful. Cal peeked at the kittens in Hans's arms. They seemed to be extremely disappointed as well. However, there was someone who seemed to be more serious than Cal expected. Choi Han had his head bowed like the other people who were praying, and seemed to be praying as well. I am sure he's praying to return to Korea. Choi Han had grown up in a happy family environment. He was a different kind of person than Cal, Kim Rok-soo. Choi Han had grown up in a happy family with positive influences. That was why he was able to survive in a disastrous situation while still remaining a good person. Cal was staring at Choi Han when Choi Han lifted his head up and made eye contact with him. "Calnim, what?" "I have a question and something to report." Cal had a bad feeling about this. "Start with your question." Choi Han seemed to be thinking about something as he looked toward the rock towers standing in this wide plain and started to speak. "Calnim, are you not going to make a wish?" Is that what he wants to know? Cal just casually answered, "I don't do things like making wishes." "Why not?" "It makes you have higher expectations." Choi Han, Hans, and even the kittens all turned to look at Cal. Cal looked at the rock towers like Choi Han had done and slowly continued to speak. "It's so much easier to live without high expectations. It feels great if you scratch a lottery ticket hoping for 1 and end up winning 5. But if you scratch it hoping to win the grand prize and only end up with 5, you are bound to get annoyed." Tap. Cal turned his gaze after feeling the tap on his shoulder, only to see Deputy Butler Hans smiling and starting to speak. "You are right, young master. There is no such thing as dreams or hope in this world. Just stop talking." "Yes, sir." Hans responded loudly, but seemed to be a bit disappointed as well, as he took the lead with the kittens. Cal leisurely followed behind Hans when Choi Han quickly approached him and whispered in a voice that Hans could not hear. Choi Han had not given his report yet. "The dragon has entered the city." "Ignore, I understand." Cal took a look around. The dragon must have made itself invisible as he could not see it. The only thing he could see was the people praying toward the rock towers. The Rock Tower Festival was still a week away, but there was still a large amount of people here. Cal's gaze turned to the opposite direction of the rock towers in the plains. The upscale area, the area that the wealthiest citizens in Puzzle City resides. Behind that area was a small mountain, and somewhere on that mountain was the grave of the person who had lived until they were 150 years old. The next day, Cal was ready to head to the grave. Naturally, he had to get rid of the humans and the kittens who wanted to follow him. Thankfully, everybody stopped voicing their complaints once he said only a single person was going to come with him. I will only be taking Choi Han with me. Choi Han was the strongest person there. With Choi Han tagging along, both the vice captain and Hans had nothing to say. The vice captain just frowned and said he needed to train the knights before he quickly started to gather them. While Cal was watching the knights who were following behind the vice captain with looks of despair on their faces, Hans just said one more thing before disappearing. I will take care of our kitten Nims. Cal turned away from Hans, who seemed to be very excited about being with the kittens, and headed out of the inn. Choi Han followed behind him. Are we doing something again today? Again? Someone might get the wrong idea if they heard you. Choi Han did not respond. Cal did not care, however, and just headed toward the mountain behind the upscale area and continued to speak. I need to go to that mountain over there. You can just wait for me at the mountain entrance. I understand. Choi Han did not say anything else. Cal preferred someone like this. Choi Han did not ask Cal any questions. He was someone who seemed to follow Cal, but did not have any curiosity about what Cal did. This was probably only possible because Choi Han thought that he could figure it out if he really wanted to, and because he thought that he would not be in danger no matter what Cal ended up doing. Cal arrived at the small mountain after passing through the stereotypical upscale area, before stopping after hearing Choi Han call out to him. Cal Nim, what? I am leaving tomorrow, I know. I was the one who told you to leave tomorrow. Choi Han made eye contact with Cal, who was standing impatiently at the mountain entrance. Cal was someone who said that he, Choi Han, was enough for protection. Choi Han had been thinking about this act of protecting the last few days. I've been debating this for a while, but there is something I need to tell you. The report about the dragon yesterday was not really what Choi Han had wanted to report. He hesitated for a moment before looking back toward Cal and starting to speak. Choi Han's gaze was looking past Cal's shoulder to a tree near the entrance of the mountain. Mr. Ron is a dangerous person. Cal flinched for a moment at this trait that landed on him without any warnings. Should he pretend to know or pretend not to know, he quickly made up his mind. Cal had not expected a question like this, but he calmly responded back. Is that so? You are not surprised. There is a dangerous stench of blood on him. He is a strong person who has shed a lot of blood. At first, I thought that Cal Nim knew about it already and still had Mr. Ron by your side. But if Cal had known, he would have taken the strong Ron with him to rescue the dragon. But Cal had not done that. Choi Han thought that to mean that Cal either did not know about Ron's strength or did not trust Ron, but there was no way Cal wouldn't trust someone who had been with him for 18 years. That was why Choi Han had come to the conclusion that Cal was not aware of Ron's strength. But neither Cal Nim nor anybody else seemed to know about Mr. Ron's strength. Choi Han had debated about this for a while. Honestly speaking, the fact that Cal had said that he did not have any expectations made him decide not to say anything about Ron. However, the fact that Cal had chosen him to be the guard today made Choi Han feel guilty. That was why I thought I needed to tell Cal Nim. Oh really? I didn't know Ron was strong. Choi Han asked once more after hearing Cal's calm response. Will you still keep him around you? He seems like he is an evil person. Cal snorted at Choi Han's words. Keep Ron around him? Cal was planning on pushing Ron over to Choi Han the moment they arrived at the capital, whether it is you or Ron. Excuse me. You say that he has a dangerous strength, but why do you leave Ron alone? That is because Choi Han suddenly could not say anything. It is probably because he has not done anything to you. Choi Han could not retort Cal's words. There was the initial misunderstanding, had that led to their small battle, but Ron had helped him find a sword after that, and even helped take care of the issue with Harris Village. Cal silently observed Choi Han. It was not just to Choi Han. Ron did not do anything to anybody. The only thing that Ron did was giving Cal lemonade every so often or making fun of Cal with rabbit meat. But that was nothing. Ron has been my servant for 18 years. No matter what, Ron was dedicated to his act as a servant. Even the vice captain, who cared a lot about hierarchy, did not get angry when Ron, a servant, was walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Even Deputy Butler Hands did not get angry when Ron did his job for him. It was because Ron was skilled and well-liked throughout the estate. Do you hate Ron? Choi Han shook his head after debating it for a moment. No, then. I just thought it would be better for you to know that he was a dangerous person, and thus decided to report, whether it is you or Ron. Choi Han looked at Cal after hearing that once more. You are both the same to me. In that aspect, you are dangerous as well. Cal looked at Choi Han with a stoic expression and continued to speak. You are strong as well. Ah, Choi Han let out a gasp. Cal didn't know the reason behind it, but continued to speak. It's all the same to me. He didn't know the reason, but Ron, who had come over from the eastern continent, was living in the Hennetus territory while hiding his identity. If someone like that was to touch the son of the Count, that would spread like wildfire in the kingdom. Ron was someone who did not care about anything or anyone else other than his son and himself. So why would someone like that cause a ruckus? Cal was just scared because he knew that Ron was a dangerous old man. He wanted to get rid of that dangerous old man as soon as possible so that he could live in peace. As long as he is my servant, he is just my servant. Just like you are Choi Han, who needs to pay me back. Cal checked his watch. The strength of the wind in the cave was different based on the time of day. He needed to hurry. You have nothing else to say, right? Don't follow me. Choi Han silently nodded his head in response. Cal did not even look back as he headed to the small mountain. After seeing that he could no longer see Cal, Choi Han looked back at the tree at the mountain entrance and started to speak. You heard him, right? Ron smoothly jumped off the tree. He glared at Choi Han and started to smile. A blunt voice started to flow out of Ron's mouth. I changed his poopy diapers and raised him since he was young. That was the truth. Choi Han stood in front of the path to the mountain and started to speak. Cal Nim had said that nobody is to follow him from here on. I know, you little punk. Ron turned his back to the mountain with no regrets. After hearing that Cal was only going with Choi Han, and even leaving the cat tribe children behind, Ron had followed, just in case something happened. I shouldn't have come. They say that you get more fickle the older you get, and this fickleness was such a pain. Ron walked back to the inn at a much slower pace than when he had left, and Choi Han watched Ron disappear before sitting down on a boulder to wait for Cal to return. Cal was standing in front of a cave just off of the mountain path. The cave entrance was covered with vines, such that it would be difficult to find unless you were looking carefully. Damn it! Cal started to frown. The cave entrance was pretty small. He looked down at his clothes. He had worn simple clothes, but they were still baggy. Sigh. Cal let out a long sigh before crawling into the cave. Whether it was the man-eating tree or this cave, everything related to ancient powers seemed to be crazy. The ground by the cave entrance now had the traces of Cal crawling in. A moment later, there was a small reptile footprint on the same spot. Cal could see the cave becoming wider after crawling in for about 5 minutes. Taylor must have been really desperate. He crawled all the way in here, even with his disabled lower body. Since you had to stack the rock tower with your own strength, the eldest son Taylor had to personally come here. What took Cal 5 minutes to do probably took Taylor much longer. Cal stood back up once it was wide enough and started to walk farther in. The farther he went in, the clearer the noise in his ear became. Swish, swish. It was the sound of the wind. The sound that appeared when the winds were hitting each other became louder as he walked farther into the cave. Finally, Cal located some cloth and a pillar that was probably a hut a long time ago. After taking a single look at it, Cal continued to walk farther inside. Swish. The sound of the wind became even stronger. Boom. Boom. He could even hear the wind crashing into the cave walls like a giant fist. Cal started to walk even faster. The wind. I wonder if it will sound like this when I get the sound of the wind, ancient power later. Shield. Then recovery. Then quick feet. That was Cal's plan of action. Cal finally had to stop walking after thinking about the next ancient power he would be trying to get. It wasn't that he stopped walking, it was that he was forced to stop walking. Wow, this was even worse than Cal had expected. A large underground area had appeared in front of Cal. At the same time, a vicious wind tornado filled his gaze. Boom, boom. The rocks on the cave walls were slowly crumbling because of the tornado. There were quite a bit of rocks on the ground that let Cal know that this area was consistently getting larger. Cal looked back and forth between the underground area and the path that he traveled to get here. He felt like he would be pushed back by the wind if he went inside. Well, not just pushed back, but smashed against the wall, which would probably seriously injure him. That was how strong the wind was. Of course, the center of that tornado will be calm, as it is the eye of the storm. I guess it would have been impossible for Taylor without Cage's help. He now understood why the novel said the two of them had struggled for a whole week. However, Cal started to smile. It was now going to be a battle against time. Cal stepped into the underground area, into the vicious tornado, without any hesitation. Cal's red hair started to flutter along with his clothes. At the same time, no, you will get hurt. You are extremely weak. The dragon appeared at the back of the path and shouted urgently. Also at the same time, the dragon could see a large shield with silver wings appear and surround Cal. The wings, that were shining so brightly that it could be called holy, surrounded Cal while the large shield blocked the wind. The shield and the wings were keeping Cal safe. Cal turned around. His eyes opened widely as his gaze landed on the dragon. What the hell are you doing here? The black dragon could not say anything in response. Chapter 50. Hide and Seek 5. However, Cal's group was not walking that quickly. Cal started to speak. Why are you so slow? The blood cultist was walking extremely slowly. It was at that moment. Push. The end of the scabbard in Choi Han's hand pushed against the blood cultist's back. The black dragon with dark blue eyes whispered next to the blood cultist at the same time. Hey, blood cultist. I don't know what the blood cult is, but crazies. Aha, our human says that you are crazy people. Then, hey crazy blood cultist. The black dragon spoke energetically with a bright smile on his face. The emperor won't come even if you walk slowly. Smile. The black dragon smiled, and the blood cultist flinched, because the smile was almost identical to the purifier's. Cal didn't care and spoke in a light-hearted and calm voice. If the emperor happens to show up, we will just destroy the whole thing, destroy the imperial palace, and run away. The blood cultist did not say anything. However, his heart was beating wildly. That's exactly what I want. That was truly what the blood cultist wanted. It is none of my business what happens to the Black Bloods or this imperial palace. He was only worried about his one true god, the blood demon. However, he stopped walking and turned around after hearing what Cal said next. After causing all of that chaos, I will definitely keep you alive and take you with me to the Central Plains. Then I will meet the blood demon and say the following. The green eyes that were visible through the mask were smiling. Those smiling green eyes looked at the blood cultist. I will tell him that I was able to create such a mess thanks to everything you told me. I will tell him that is the reason I was able to come see him, and that I will turn the blood cult into the same kind of mess. And that it was all thanks to you. Oh right, I also have to tell him something else. I need to tell him that you decided to become a priest of the Church of the Fire of Purification. I'll say that you said that the blood cult was trash. Ah, that is going to be so much fun. Don't you think so? The silent blood cultist started speaking. You good faction-like son of a bitch. Oh, thanks for the compliment. Cal smiled and then added on. But if you help us get through this tomb, I will at least go to the Central Plains and say that you did not betray the cult until the end. I will also tell them how sincere you were about the blood cult. His voice had a jovial tone to it, but his eyes were serious. The blood cultist could sense the sincerity despite this being his enemy. The blood cultist turned around and opened his mouth to speak. Follow me. His voice was solemn and sorrowful. Human, I can't understand that crazy blood cultist. Rayon shared his thoughts into Cal's mind. Is it that important to be told that he was sincere about the blood cult? I cannot understand it. Actually, I don't want to understand it either. Cal slightly nodded his head. What good would it do to understand the thoughts of those blood cult bastards? He had this feeling every so often that Rayon tended to not waste time with useless things. It was instinctual for him. Anyway, Cal's eyes sparkled while looking at the blood cultist, who was now walking quickly. This bastard seems like he would be quite useful in many ways. This bastard basically had blind loyalty and faith toward the blood cult. That made it easy to handle him. I need to definitely take him to the Central Plains, but I'll take him to the Roan Kingdom first. The blood cultist would probably faint if he found out what Cal was thinking, but Cal had made up his mind to take this blood cultist with him. I'll need to ask him to guide me through the blood cult as well. It would be a threat disguised as a request, but either way, Cal didn't want to let go of this blood cultist, who was surprisingly easy to talk to. That was why he asked while looking at the blood cultist who was walking in front of them and approaching a wall. "Hey, what is your name? Does the blood cult not even give you a name?" Click, click. The blood cultist reached out and touched the wall, and the flat wall pushed in before some kind of mechanism appeared. The blood cultist touched that mechanism in a couple spots. Pot. It made light enter the large but dark hallway. There are a total of 5 trap areas following this path. The first area has been disarmed. The blood cultist stoically commented, and Cal raised his hands. Clap, 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 he clapped. "Wow, you're doing great, so good, but what is your name?" Cal looked at the silently walking blood cultist and recalled the wuxia novels he had read as Kim Raksu. He suddenly thought of something. Usually the demon cult and blood cult use this kind of method. Some of the wuxia novels had settings where people in the demon cult or blood cult who did stealthy things did not have names. It was quite frequent, and there was a system that was used instead of names. "What number are you?" Flinch. The blood cultist flinched, and Cal sighed. "You should be quite skilled in the organization, so should be in the top 10. Are you about number 5? Number 7. Rayon, who was inspecting the hallway ceiling and the disarmed traps next to the blood cultist, opened his mouth. Human, the blood cultist's pupils just shook. "Oh, I guess you are number 7. The blood cultist frowned. Cal didn't care and continued to speak. "Let's hurry." Swoosh. Whirlwinds were already swirling around Cal's ankles. A gust of wind followed Cal's hand and wrapped around the blood cultist's ankles as well. Poowash. Choi Han used his scabbard to push hard against the blood cultist's back. "Shit. These motherfucking bastards." The blood cultist clenched his teeth, but held himself back and increased his speed. Thanks to these whirlwinds the purifier has created, his body moved quickly forward despite not using any martial arts. He could still hear the purifier grumbling behind him. "Man, the blood cult in your world is so rotten. You should at least have a name." "That's right, human. A name is important. My name is an extremely great and mighty name." The black dragon added on as well. The blood cultist, number 7, felt as if he was going to go crazy. This must be what it meant for someone's inside to flip over. This motherfucking purifier. The words he did not dare to say boiled inside of him. A bastard like this uses the power of a god? Number 7 had thought that it was a bit holy when he saw the purifier use his power for the first time. It was a sight that gave him no other choice but to think that. However, he couldn't help but clench his teeth the more he experienced it. Even in the Central Plains, there is nobody who would act so shamelessly in front of the blood cult. People would either be scared, hostile, or bow down to the blood cult. He had seen these 3 reactions before. Tusk tusk. The blood cult has no growth at all. Number 7, really. Someone like you with so much loyalty, that blood demon bastard should at least give you a name. Giving a name is not that hard. He had never seen someone like this before. However, number 7 could not attack the purifier and his motherfucking mouth despite the anger in his heart. Fuck, they were also damn strong. The sword master, the black dragon, and the purifier, all 3 of them were very strong. And these 3 were not the only ones. Number 7 thought that he was probably the person who knew the most about this group's strength in this world. That was why he could make a decision. Let's just quickly take care of them all. This was the Black Blood's world anyway. He would just disarm all of the traps, and then I'll faint after that. They'll probably knock me unconscious once I am no longer useful. Right, they should knock me unconscious, right? Number 7 had a mysterious, ominous feeling. His steps quickened even more. Oh, good, great speed. Number 7 ignored the purifier's annoying voice and hurried. He moved without any hesitation. He walked away from the wall and to a spot on the ground and struck down on the center. Boom! There was a short vibration and a mysterious force field appeared. Number 7 moved his hand on top of it. The second area has been disarmed. The third area was after that. The device to disarm is in the air. Number 7 used a whirlwind that Cal put on him to easily shoot up in the air and modified some things in the ceiling. It was a location that someone who was not aware would ever be able to find. Click, click, it is disarmed. Clap, 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 good job, number 7. Hey, number 7, great job. Now the purifier and the black dragon were clapping together. Number 7 just ignored them and pushed forward. The fourth area is disarmed as well. Clap, clap, clap. Now Choi Han was clapping as well. Number 7 scowled, but Cal wasn't even looking at him. He was thinking to himself while looking at the long hallway. There have been a total of 10 doors until now. These doors were along the walls of the hallway, had no doorknobs, and were the same color as the wall. First Imperial Prince Sanders had said the following. There were a total of 11 areas in there. Each area had all sorts of things. The first room had treasures made of gold. The second room had jewels. The third room had weapons made of magic stones. The first Imperial Prince had explained the things in 10 of the areas. And in the final 11th room, the first Imperial Prince stopped for a moment there before continuing to speak. Those things are in there. Cal recalled what Iruhaben, who was off doing something on his own right now, had said after meeting with the first Imperial Prince. The first Imperial Prince asked what this test was, so I let him know it was hide and seek, and he laughed. The first Imperial Prince had found this place while playing hide and seek with his younger brother, fourth Imperial Prince Noi, in the Emperor's palace. Cal had been able to deduce the Emperor's thoughts about it. He also understood why the first Imperial Prince had laughed. The Emperor thinks that the first Imperial Prince is alive. At the same time, he is signaling to the first Imperial Prince to show himself and come to the public execution ground. That was what Cal thought the Emperor was thinking. Cal stopped thinking and looked at number 7 after seeing him do something. This is as far as I go. Number 7 saw the purifier move his chin up and down as if asking him to explain himself. This arrogant little bastard. He was extremely angry, but let it all out with one deep breath and started to speak. After taking some time to think about it, he realized that this purifier was only decently crazy compared to the truly crazy high-level individuals, those extremely crazy bastards in the blood cult. Number 7 spoke in a calm voice. There are no other devices until the end of Area 5. However, do you see this invisible wall here? They were able to see the wall blocking the path because it was not completely transparent. The area on the other side of the wall looked the same as this side in Cal's eyes. However, number 7 explained the difference. Once you get past here, it is full of death kai, what you call dead mana. I guess they call dead mana death kai in the Central Plains. Death kai. The name meant that it was the aura of death. Yes, we call it death kai. Anyway, that is why there is nothing I can do for you here. It is extremely terrible death kai, so even I cannot enter without protective equipum simple. Crack. Cal led the way and walked through the invisible wall. It's dark. Unlike the natural darkness they had experienced until now, everything turned pitch black as soon as he walked into Area 5. It was dead mana. What he saw from outside, the wall might have been an illusion, as Area 5 had the most dead mana of any place Cal had visited since he came to this world. Cal. The moment he heard the cheapskate's voice crackle, rose gold light crackled around Cal and burned all of the dead mana in a set range. Gray ashes fluttered around him. Rayon. Cal pointed to the purified area and called Rayon, who vigorously nodded his head. I got it, human. Wooong. There was a short fluctuation of mana, and a black shield appeared following the purified area. Push. Choi Han poked number 7's back and number 7's side before walking into the black shield. Choi Han followed behind him as well. No problems now, right? Cal asked number 7 in a calm voice, and number 7 started to lead the way again. He could hear Cal mumbling behind him. Area 5 is the easiest one to pass. This motherfucking purifier son of a bitch. Number 7 learned that you could ignore crazy bastards, but it was impossible to ignore those bastards who annoyed you. Stomp, stomp. Number 7's steps quickened. He wanted to get away from these annoying bastards. Oh, I guess you want to walk out of the shield? Number 7 slowed down after hearing Cal's voice. The area around them became purified following Cal's consistent speed of walking. However, Cal's eyes had coldly sunk down. The purified area is filling with dead mana again. Cal was currently only using a small amount of the fire of destruction. It was probably about 0.1% strength. It would be bad if he used a lot of power, and this place crumbled or they caught the attention of people on the outside. That might be the reason that the places he walked past filled with dead mana again. Dead mana is being supplied from somewhere. The black fog that was full of dead mana, Cal looked toward the walls and ceiling of the hallway. As expected, he could faintly make out a hole. Dead mana was flowing out of that hole to fill the area with a set amount of dead mana. This dead mana is similar to the one that the black tree was releasing. Before the place turned into the white sand desert, the black tree tried to change dead mana and compact it to attack Cal as its final attack. That aura and this aura were similar. It meant that it was extremely deadly. We have arrived. Cal looked forward after hearing number 7's voice. A door with a different doorknob than before appeared. The door was large enough to fit about 3 adults side by side. Open it. Number 7 hesitated for a moment after hearing Cal's order. Cal chuckled after seeing him hesitate after coming all the way here and stepped forward. Are there any traps that will activate when you open the door? I don't know. Cal stared at number 7, who sighed and shook his head. I really don't know. I've never been the one to open the door. Number 7 could see the purifier's eyes curl up. His calm voice reached his ears. Okay. It is already plenty that we made it here so easily and quickly. After mumbling, the purifier grabbed the doorknob. You don't know whether a trap will activate if you open the door. Well then, it is simple. Number 7 could see rose gold light roaming around the purifier's hand that was holding the doorknob. Perhaps, Cal lightheartedly commented just as number 7's eyes opened wide. Soundproof barrier magic. I got it, human. A magic stone in Rayon's hand crumbled and Cal clenched the hand that was holding the doorknob. Bang! There was a short explosion, and the doorknob was swallowed by a rose gold current and instantly melted away. Number 7 heard the purifier's gentle voice just as he flinched at this guy's radical action. If you don't know, you will find out if you destroy it. They will just destroy it and go in if they could not tell whether there were any traps planted. It is annoying and troublesome, but we can just destroy them if there are any traps. Number 7 clenched his eyes shut. He wanted to faint. However, he soon had the back of his collar grabbed by Choi Han. He heard the swordsman, who had been silent until now, say something in a low voice and got chills. Those crazy bastards. Choi Han's pupils were shaking. Cal quietly looked forward. In this large round area that stretched for dozens of meters, there were countless coffins standing up vertically. Those coffins had transparent glass lids, and the insides were completely visible. Cal mumbled in a low voice. They didn't only turn the candidates into jiangshis. There were countless numbers of corpses in the unimaginably large number of coffins. No, there were so many existences that had their bodies stolen even after death here that it was impossible to count. An underground tomb. This was a large tomb just as the first imperial prince had described. Chapter 51, Hide and Seek 6. The glass coffins were all different sizes. However, the glass coffins became larger as they got farther away from Cal. It's dark. Cal's gaze headed toward number 7. Number 7 flinched before looking around. I'm not too familiar with the lighting system in here. Cold sweat was visible on his forehead. The swordsman's eyes slowly moved from the bottom to the top, observing number 7. It was as if he was looking for a spot to attack. I am not scared of death. Number 7 was not scared of death. That was why he was not scared despite his organs feeling cold from Choi Han, the swordsman's gaze. This motherfucking purifier son of a bitch. However, the purifier's gaze looking at him from beyond the swordsman's shoulder was odd. His eyes looked as if he was smiling. However, the anger within them could clearly be felt. Bastards that have eyes like this go crazy if they get angry. The purifier looked away from number 7 as he started to speak. Rayon, let's turn on some lights. All right, human. Rayon responded in a weak voice before turning to look at a large glass coffin in the darkness. Cal knew why Rayon was like this, but left the group for a moment and stepped forward. Step, step. His footsteps echoed in the area. This area was completely empty except for the countless glass coffins. Number 7, follow me. Number 7 sighed once Cal called for him. He then made eye contact with Cal. Number 7 felt as if his whole body stiffened when he looked into those green eyes. The air surrounding him all disappeared, making him unable to breathe. Gasp! However, it was just an illusion. The air around him was still there. He had only been unable to breathe because of the pressure from the eyes looking at him. Such an aura. Number 7's eyes started shaking without knowing where to look. That purifier, who had seemed extremely weak and annoying for some reason, suddenly gave off an intense pressure to number 7 when he looked into those eyes. It felt like the esteemed blood demon he had met, the blood demon, who came out to praise him before coming to this dimension. The purifier's gaze was reminding him of that esteemed sir. No, that's not possible. The blood demon, our esteemed leader, is the only person who will become a god. I can't compare such a revered presence with this damn purifier. Number 7 walked toward the purifier despite having those thoughts. Number 7 had gotten rid of any thoughts about escaping after hearing Cal telling him to come over. Cal watched number 7 approach him before starting to walk again and asked, "Are they Jiangshis?" "Yes." Cal's eyes looked around. The glass coffins, they were full of all sorts of creatures. Elves, dwarves, beast people, there were even monsters. All of them had their eyes closed with their bodies intact. They did not look like corpses at all other than the fact that they were extremely pale. There is a pattern on their foreheads. However, all of the Jiangshis had a purple flower drawn on the center of their foreheads. Is it a lotus? Yeah. Cal listened to the quietly answering number 7's voice and asked. He was walking toward the back to the glass coffins that were getting larger as he did that. Based on the amount, it looks like it took a long time to prepare. I guess the House of Huyans is tight with the blood cult. Number 7 bit down on his lips. Cal was telling him to tell him the full story of this incident right now. Number 7, who found it difficult to tell him, showed some hesitation. It was at that moment. Speak. He felt that pressure surrounding his whole body again. It was not the dominance that made him unable to breathe earlier, but it was enough to make him recall the fear from that time. Our cult made a pact with the House of Huyans about 400 years ago. Continue. Pot. Cal saw bundles of light starting to float up one after another from the entrance of the area. Rayon was breaking magic stones and creating them with magic. The area slowly started to light up. The Huyans wanted to gather the strongest of each race and turn them into Jiangshis. Why Jiangshis of all things? It is because they retain more of their abilities from when they were alive compared to the undeads. I see. Why did the blood cult agree to that pact? I do not know the details. Cal's gaze headed toward number 7. Number 7 flinched and continued to speak. It has only been 5 years since I was assigned to this task. I am not at the level to know the inside story behind it. You don't know the details. Then what is the public reason they gave for the pact? Jiangshi experimentation. Cal's green eyes stared at number 7. Number 7 couldn't even sigh properly as he continued to speak. There is a Jiangshi form that the cult desires. We shook hands with the House of Huyans in order to experiment until we can find it. And what kind of Jiangshi is that? Just kill me. Number 7 tightly closed his mouth. His eyes showed a determined gaze that this was something he could not say. Kill you? Cal chuckled and looked at the ceiling. The light was a bit blinding. Just tell me the things you can tell me. Do you know the goal of the House of Huyans? One of my missions is to figure that out. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. I guess the Hunter households are not very close with one another? It sounds more like you guys are wary of each other and hide your inner thoughts because you are in competition with one another. Do you know the reason for that? Number 7 shook his head. He tried to calm his body that was stiff with anxiety as he did that. You crazy bastard. Don't tell you if I don't want to. The fact that this guy said that he had no intentions of killing him made it even scarier. He was acting like he would not give him the rest that death would entail. Number 7 realized that the purifier's gaze had changed. The purifier had stopped looking at number 7 like a fellow living creature as soon as he saw the countless number of Jiangshis in this place. Fuck. His fingertips were shaking in fear. He opened his mouth to speak. There has always been competition between the households. It will take a long to share the reason, but each has a household they are friendly toward or hostile toward. Really? Then I can hear that long reason in a little bit. Pot. The last bundle of light cut through the air from the entrance and arrived at the end of the area. Rayon and Choi Han approached the two of them. Rayon looked at the end of the area with a sunken voice. There were some glass coffins that looked as if they would touch the high ceiling. Rayon's pupils were shaking while looking at these three large coffins. They were shaking in anger. Human, there are dragons too. 3 corpses of dragons that were said to have gone extinct were in these glass coffins as jiangshis. They are not clean. However, unlike the other corpses that were in good condition, the dragon corpses all had traces of someone trying to fix the damages. They did not look hideous, but the group could tell that the dragons had gone through a gruesome fight with their lives on the line. They could not go back to nature. The end for dragons who did not die naturally was to be left behind without returning to mana. This was the worst type of death that dragons would find to be terrible. Iruhaben would have been extremely angry if he saw this. Iruhaben was someone who definitely would do that. It is not just the dragons. Probably all of the corpses here would find their current appearances to be terrible deaths. Kalnim. In front of the 3 dragon jiangshis were around 100 corpses of people who looked like necromancers. Choi Han spoke as if he was so angry that he was in disbelief. Aren't those the former emperors? Having made the decision to partake in the imperial candidate test, having made the decision to be with Mary in the test, as her helpers Cal's group had gathered basic information about the imperial family. You're right, the emperors are there too. The emperors who had ruled over the empire for the past 300 years or so were there as jiangshis as well. Of course, there were differences from the other necromancers. Human, they are black. The emperor's corpses were completely black. Cal realized how the current emperor would change once he died. Choi Han's hand was shaking as he clenched his scabbard. How can they do something like this? Choi Han had seen quite a lot of what the White Star had done as they went against him. Whether it was the dead mana storage facility in the basement of the Magaru Empire's Alchemist's Bell Tower, or the sacrifices incident in the Indable Kingdom, they had experienced many terrible things, but never something like this. They are crazy bastards. Choi Han knew that the hunters were worse than the White Star, but had not truly felt it until now. But he felt as if he knew now. And those bastards are messing with Roan. The hunters were causing a ruckus in the world he lived in, the place his family lives. His shaking pupils soon calmed down and sank low. Choi Han's hand that was holding the scabbard stopped shaking. Choi Han then saw Cal firmly petting Rayon's head. Cal looked at number 7. Number 7. Number 7 could not respond. He was warily looking at Cal. Cal sneered internally while looking at him. This bastard is trash too. Number 7 was not feeling embarrassed that someone else had seen the sight. Cal had not hoped for guilt or regret from this bastard. However, this bastard wasn't even embarrassed by his actions at all. He was only worried about something happening to him or to the blood cult. Haha, number 7 got chills looking at Cal laughing out loud after calling for him. However, Cal soon asked in a calm voice, "Number 7, how do you get these jiangshis to move? Are you able to control them?" Number 7 clenched his eyes shut after hearing the question he presumed he would get ever since he knew Cal found out about this place. I'm screwed. However, he wasn't feeling too bad about it. The Black Bloods will face quite the loss from this. The thing that the House of Huyans put their heart and soul into preparing for the last 300 years was about to be destroyed by this purifier in front of him. That's not bad. That was not that bad at all. I just have to make sure that it does not harm the blood cult at all. Of course, the blood cult would not be defeated by the purifier. Number 7 was certain about it. It was because he had seen the purifier's strength. The Central Plains. The blood cult that has taken root in the shadows of that place was able to take on the purifier and his few allies no matter how talented the purifier might be. I'll need to look for an opportunity to send them somewhere else and not to the Central Plains. Number 7 was thinking that doing that was the last thing he could do for the glorious blood demon. That was why he had no choice but to pretend as if he was cooperating with the purifier as much as possible for now. Haya, he sighed as if he didn't want to say it. He then peeked at the purifier. The purifier's eyes underneath the masks had curled up like crescent moons. It made him feel uneasy for some reason, but number 7 ignored it and started to speak. These jiangshis only listen to the orders of the host. Is the emperor the host? Yes, of course it is possible to change the host, but the process takes a long time. Number 7 pointed around the area and continued to speak. For this amount, it would take at least a month without any rest to change the host. Number 7 added on. And you would need to stay here for a month as well if we were to change the host to you. It is not just a general host change and is for battle, so it requires a more thorough connection, no. That's not what I am asking. Cal shook his head. I don't plan on using them for battle. Number 7 figured out the purifier's inner thoughts and thought to himself, he's uselessly pretending to be such a good person. This Jiangxi brigade was an amazing battle element. He opened his mouth to speak. Do you want to make them useless? Choi Han scowled at that moment. Useless. He didn't like that word. However, he was silent. It was because Cal was silent. Number 7 stopped talking for a moment as well. However, the silence was short. All of these Jiangxis have death kai or dead mana in them. The way to send them back is simple. Cal's gaze headed toward number 7, who calmly spoke. Burn them. Burn them with your power. Burn them all with the fire of purification. That is the cleanest way. Rayon's eyes opened wide. Rayon's 2 front paws were fidgeting as he looked at the corpses of the dragons and the others, and at Cal. These bodies are just empty shells without souls anyway, so just purify them. I'm sure the souls of these corpses probably want that as well. Destroying this area itself is a good idea too. SHH. Cal took off his mask. Number 7's shoulders started shaking after seeing the face that appeared. The corners of Cal's lips were curled up. What about turning them back into corpses without burning them? It is possible, but that will take at least half a year. You have to slowly remove the death kai in the bodies. And what happens if you take the death kai out? They will become the same as regular corpses. I'm sure they will rot naturally. Cal tilted his head to one side and asked, Number 7, why are you not telling me the easiest way? What? Not using them in battle. There is one simple answer. The moment number 7 tilted his head to the side, confused about what Cal was saying the Emperor. Just make it so that the host cannot use his powers. Cal looked at number 7 as if something was weird. The moment cold sweats formed on number 7's forehead. Why haven't you told me about that method? Cal approached number 7 and asked, There are more Jiangxis, aren't there? Only 3 of the extinct dragon's corpses had turned into Jiangxis. However, a lot more dragon had died. Would this be the end? Would these Jiangxis really be all there were? There were too few Jiangxis for them to have been gathering them for 300 years. There was not enough to make this world perish and to offer as karma. The moment number 7's pupils shook, I guess I can't reason with this son of a bitch. Cal motioned to Choi Han once he said that. Number 7 was immediately knocked unconscious by Choi Han. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. We will abduct the Emperor in 4 days. Yes, Cal Nim. 4 days later in the public execution ground, they now had one more thing they had to do there. Chapter 52. Hide and seek. 7, human. Is it okay to leave these all here? Rayon didn't even look at the unconscious number 7 and just pointed toward the Jiangxis. Choi Han nonchalantly chucked number 7 to the ground and started to speak. Cal Nim, we didn't expect there to be this many. The original plan was for Rayon to use the highest grade magic stones to create a teleportation magic circle and move the Jiangxis. Furthermore, their plan was to leave traces of having infiltrated this underground tomb even if they couldn't destroy it. Choi Han, but we can't leave these here. That is true. Rayon and Choi Han continued their discussion while looking at each other. Cal's voice interjected into their conversation. We will leave them here for now. Rayon's eyes opened wide. Choi Han looked toward Cal in shock as well. Human, there is no way that you would do that. Cal Nim, unlike the shocked duo, Cal was calm. He kicked the unconscious number 7 with his foot as he spoke. Based on number 7's reaction before he fainted, it is highly likely that there are Jiangxis in other locations as well. I agree with that part, human. Cal turned toward the Jiangxis. We need to figure out the other location as well. Don't you think so? The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. He soon put on the mask. Let's hurry it up a bit. We have a lot of things to do. Human, what do we need to do? Rayon's eyes sparkled after figuring out that Cal had some sort of plan. It's not that difficult. Cal motioned to Choi Han, who placed number 7 over his shoulder like a potato sack. Cal turned around from the Jiangxis and headed toward the door. Erase all traces of us having come to this underground tomb. Number 7 had said the following while disarming the traps on their way to Area 5. They become disarmed if you move them opposite the way to activate them. Choi Han cautiously looked at Cal and asked, Cal Nim, reactivating the traps that have been disarmed? I remember them. Cal had recorded the entirety of number 7 disarming the traps. Choi Han looked at the door that was destroyed. Then what about this door? Just leave it as is. Choi Han thought about it for a moment before smiling innocently. I guess the enemies will find it scary. An existence who knows all of the traps and can disappear without a trace had infiltrated the underground tomb only to purposely destroy the door and not touch anything else. Cal nodded his head as if he agreed and then light-heartedly commented, Let's get moving. Rayon erased all of the magic light orbs floating around the area. Rayon looked at the area that was covered in darkness again before hearing Cal's voice and turning his head without any hesitation. We will see it again soon. That one sentence was enough for Rayon to follow Cal. Olivia. Yes, Royal Father. Olivia smiled as gently as possible. She kept peeking at the door as she did that. Why is the signal not coming? The purifier said that he, in his priest outfit, would come to find Olivia once everything was over. The purifier was going to say that he was worried about her health to pull her out of here as naturally as possible. Was it supposed to take this long? However, the purifier did not show up despite the expected amount of time passing. Did something happen? Did he perhaps get caught? No, then it would not be this quiet. If the purifier's group got caught while doing what they planned on doing, the Emperor's palace would be in an uproar right now. An outsider would have infiltrated the Emperor's palace. But it was silent right now. It is suffocatingly silent. The Emperor's palace was eerily calm. What should I say now? Olivia had chatted about a lot of things with the Emperor already. It started with asking if the corpses of the first Imperial Prince and fourth Imperial Prince were found before asking if the Emperor's body and heart were okay. The Emperor then asked concerned about her injuries, and she said that she was okay while making it clearly visible that she was still in pain. She had brought up anything and everything she could think of to extend this conversation. This is the limit. However, that had arrived at its limit now. Most importantly, I have never chatted with Royal Father this long before. The Emperor had cherished the first Imperial Prince and fourth Imperial Prince to the point it seemed like favoritism. As for his other children, he paid just enough attention to them so that it did not look like he was neglecting them. Olivia, the Emperor called out to Olivia again. Shit, she swore internally while making eye contact with the Emperor. The Emperor's face was covered in black lines that resembled spider webs just like her face. A gentle smile appeared on the Emperor's face. He resembled a father talking to his child. I think we can end our conversation now. Isn't that right, Royal Father? Olivia called out to the Emperor almost in a murmur. The Emperor looked at her and asked, Instead, how about you tell me the real reason you came here today? I knew it. Olivia's heart sank while looking at how the smile had disappeared from the Emperor's face. As I expected, there was no way the Emperor would look at my visit as an innocent one. What should I do? Olivia had that thought but had another thought at the same time. What else? Just hit it head on. She had basically come back from the dead. It had not been very long. After that, all sorts of unbelievable ugly truths had smashed through Olivia's mind. These past few days, she had never had anything happen in her whole life that shook her as the events of the past few days. The existence of a father who was trying to figure out his child's intentions. When Olivia experienced something like that in the past few days, there is no need to be afraid. She had nothing to be scared about. It was nothing compared to the destruction of this world. Your Majesty, Olivia no longer called the Emperor Royal Father. Yes, Olivia. She asked the Emperor, who was still warmly calling her name, Do you suspect me? The Emperor's eyebrows slightly rose up. Olivia could see her smiling reflection in the Emperor's eyes. Yes, I am able to not show my full self even in front of the Emperor. The issue of the Purifiers group was pushed back a bit in ranking in Olivia's mind. She focused on the Emperor. Olivia, what do you mean by that? Why would I suspect you? The incident in Precinct 9. Were you not suspecting me as the villain responsible for that? Tap. The Emperor lowered the teacup in his hand. Olivia could see the clothes that were tightly wrapped around the emperor's arm, only revealing his hand. Olivia, why would I suspect my own child? I know how seriously you were injured during the incident. Pht. Olivia chuckled. The emperor's eyes opened slightly wider. He looked as if he didn't expect Olivia to laugh like that. She shook her head. Your Majesty, you have never considered me to be your child. I know that very well as your child. Olivia, I will become the empress. Olivia looked directly at the emperor, who had an odd smile on his face. I will overcome every obstacle in my way and follow after your footsteps, your Majesty. She had wanted to become the empress from the beginning. She would not have participated in the imperial air candidate test if she did not have that thought. Of course, there have been some changes to her feelings. I am willing to do anything and everything to get there. I really can do anything and everything. Even if I have to point a sword at the neck of a blood relative, my own father. I came to deliver these words. Even if it required her to flip over this entire empire, I am really truly willing to do anything and everything for it. I can do anything and I will make it happen. If I can destroy this motherfucking destruction and start new who? The emperor smiled. As expected. Olivia realized it at that moment. As expected, you can only understand it like that. She could clearly understand how the emperor took her statement about being able to do anything and everything based on his reaction. I understand why you were curious to know if we found the corpses of the first imperial prince and fourth imperial prince. You are willing to do anything and everything. Do you want to become the empress that badly? Yes, your Majesty. I did not know that you had such a strong determination. The smile on the emperor's face became gentle again. Good. Olivia thought that this was good. The emperor had misunderstood Olivia's comments about being willing to do anything and everything. He probably understood it as my willingness to do anything he, or the Huyans patriarch, asks me to do as long as I can become the empress. He probably saw a person bowing down after throwing all pride out the window because she was crazy for power. Olivia, can I interpret your desire as I please? Yes, your Majesty. Good, I will attentively watch what you do. Thank you very much, your Majesty. Yes, pay close attention. You and the Huyans patriarch will see something different from what you expect. I can't help but be disappointed that we did not have such a conversation earlier. I agree, your Majesty. Olivia felt that the emperor accepted the reason for her visit to the emperor's palace after this conversation. Yes, this guy is not someone who would believe that I came here to console him as his daughter. Olivia thought that it was a good idea to go forth like this instead of relying on that farce of checking in on him. However, she couldn't help but be concerned. Why is it so quiet? There were no signs from the purifier until now. Did something really happen? Olivia had managed to get the emperor to understand her visit thanks to this conversation, but it was all useless if their original goal was not complete. Olivia, I will call you again soon. Yes, your Majesty. We can talk in more detail at that time. I understand. I will wait for your summons, your Majesty. What about the second test? Olivia calmly answered the question the emperor nonchalantly asked. I plan on being in the top 3 of the second test, your Majesty. Huo. Good, I want to see what you have planned. Thank you very much. I will make sure to meet your ex. She could not finish her sentence. Bang. There was a loud noise and everything started shaking. Ugh. Olivia's body shook from being shocked by the explosion and the sudden shaking. She was unable to maintain her balance as her injuries had not fully recovered. Now's the time. However, she decided that this was her chance. She moved next to the emperor. Royal father, are you okay? Yes, I am okay. Even Olivia could tell that the emperor was fine while sitting down. However, when else could she show herself looking after the emperor like this? What is going on? Olivia's heart started to beat wildly. The purifier is clearly responsible for this. If something was to happen in the emperor's palace, it was definitely the purifier's doing. Bang! There was another explosion. Slam! The door opened and knights urgently moved in. Your Majesty, what is going on? The emperor calmly asked, and the knight captain of the imperial palace urgently responded. There was an explosion, your Majesty. Where? Your bedroom is currently caught up in the explosion. The emperor jumped up. Lead the way. You must evacuate, your Majesty. Lead me to the bedroom. No, I will go myself. It was rare for the emperor to raise his voice like this as he pushed the knight captain aside and headed out. Olivia urgently followed behind him. She was chatting with the emperor in one of the studies of the emperor's palace, a spot completely on the other side of the bedroom. The emperor always met with visitors here. Bang, bang, there were more explosions. Get them! Catch the intruders. It was loud outside. Olivia opened a window in the hallway. The imperial palace knights and black mages were running through the rear garden. They all looked up. Olivia looked up as well. A person wearing black clothes was quickly moving through the emperor's palace building roofs and getting away. The swordsman? Olivia knew that this was the swordsman of the Purifiers group. Hey, second imperial princess. She then heard the dragon's voice in her mind. Olivia looked at the back of the emperor who was running toward the bedroom. She had never seen her father being so rushed before. Let's go back. Our work is done. The dragon's voice was bright. Ah, you don't need to worry about our Choi Han. He will run away a little longer before he gets to a blind spot, and I teleport him out. There was an explosion at the Huyans estate, followed by an explosion in the center of the capital, at the emperor's palace. Another person in a black outfit with a hideous red crest on the chest was seen in this explosion site as well. Once the capital was swept up in chaos once again that night, a few people from the House of Huyans left the capital. Iruhaben Nim said that a couple people left from the imperial palace as well and met up with the people from the Huyans. Choi Han, Choi Han. Cal opened his mouth after hearing the two of their answers. Someone's following them? Yes. The holy knights from the church are following after them. They are keeping a distance to not be noticed. They shouldn't get caught since Priest Durst is with them. Choi Han responded. Cal held a map of the capital and the nearby area as he spoke. The place they are headed toward shouldn't be far from the capital. The video communication device started ringing at that moment. Rayon connected the call and they heard Iruhaben's voice. I saw the Huyans patriarch heading into the destroyed emperor's palace. Iruhaben Nim, please observe while not getting caught. Okay. Cal looked at the map while speaking to the group. The enemies will feel wary about the fact that the emperor's bedroom, the place connected to the location with the Jiangxis, was the one to be attacked. They will inspect the underground tomb in shock, but the only sign of entry they will see is the destroyed door. They will feel a sense of crisis, and although it might take some time, the enemies in the end they will definitely move toward the location with the other Jiangxis. We cannot miss that moment. No matter what happened, they should be able to gather a lot of information from the enemies that were moving after something happened. Cal was planning on using all of the information they gathered. Cal, Choi Han asked, will you strike at once after we gather the information? Yes, Team Leader Nim. We will strike like a storm at once. We will do it so that the enemies can't get their minds straight. Cal was slowly gathering information as the night of chaos passed by. A few days passed like that. Your Royal Highness, are you ready? Olivia looked at the purifier and nodded her head. Yes, sir, I am ready. The second test, hide and seek, will end in a few hours. The public execution will soon follow in the Central Plaza. Chapter 53, Hide and Seek 8. The residents always gathered at the Central Plaza when it was time for a festival in the Empire's capital. That was usually where they announced the start of the festival. So many people have gathered. I know, right? Today, the Central Plaza, as well as the alleys connected to the plaza and the commercial districts and all buildings within it were full of people. However, the mood was noisy but oddly somber. There was also a mysteriously heated atmosphere. It's much better up here on the roof. Some people had climbed up to the roofs of buildings to look down at the plaza. Wow, all of them are to be executed. There was a fountain at the center of the plaza. Starting from there was an area that resembled a piece of pie toward the imperial palace to the north. Extremely tall separators were placed to distinguish this area from the rest. I can't really see the faces of the candidates because we are too far. The candidates of the imperial air test were all within that separated area. Hee. Mercenary Zero, he was smiling while looking around. So many people came to watch people die today was the day to announce the results of the second test, the hide and seek. In other words, it was the day of the public execution. He was looking at the extremely packed crowd and could not stop laughing as if he found this to be extremely hilarious. I guess watching people die is quite entertaining. Numerous spectators were whispering while watching the people the candidates had captured. Zero was quite entertained by this. However, the gazes of the other candidates as they looked at him were not very nice. "Ha, he's gone crazy." One of the candidates scowled while looking past Zero's shoulders. "All of them have burlap sacks over their heads." "They do." One of the candidates' helpers continued to speak. As expected of someone of mercenary origins, he must have received help from mercenaries. There were a lot of people dressed as mercenaries standing behind Zero. Based on what they had heard, Zero had spent money to hire these mercenaries as he no longer had any helpers. Zero apparently said that he was willing to accept points being taken away for doing this and proceeded with the second test. The candidates who were now seeing the results could not hide the shocked looks on their faces. There are over 10 luggage carts, large luggage carts. They were all stationed around Zero. Inside them were people whose faces were covered by black burlap sacks, kneeling with their hands and feet in shackles. It looks like there are at least 20 people in each one. They looked at Zero's luggage carts with envy and jealousy visible in their faces. Zero had captured over 100 people. He might end up being the victor of the second test. The candidate who was chatting with his helper let out a sigh. He brought them in bulk. It looks like he just grabbed anybody without really looking into their backgrounds. Seriously, this is not good. The candidate looked around. Do you think everybody did their research before capturing these people? Although the candidates did not bring back as many captives as Zero did, they had all captured at least 10 people. This candidate knew that such a phenomenon was impossible. Young Masternim. He shook his head as his helper called out to him in a low voice. "Heya, I know. The authenticity of the captives is not important right now." He barely managed to capture one person. It was also not someone associated with a group on the list. They are also separating the groups on the list by tiers and giving points based on that, right? For there to be points on their lives, young Masternim. Well, whatever. I'm already going to be eliminated. I'm done. He did not manage to find anybody from a group on the list, but had caught a fugitive wanted for murder in the capital. That was the most he was capable of doing. Young Masternim, there are a lot of people from the Imperial Palace around right now, but it is weird. This kind of atmosphere, it is not like the capital. I'm sure that there are a lot of people in the Empire who find this to be weird as well. Please look around. Not all of them have the same kind of expressions on their faces. His helper was right. There were so many criminals in the capital. No wonder the House of Huyans and the Imperial Palace were attacked. Those rotten bastards. Kill them all. Tusk, tusk, tusk. There was so much trash in the capital. At least our esteemed future emperor candidates managed to capture them. There were people reacting like this, but also, "Honey, please let me through. My husband is captured in there. Mother, my mother is innocent. This is crazy. They are going to publicly execute them." That many people. Are the academics not going to do anything about it? This is not right. People are going crazy. There were people whose hearts were full of fear, chaos, and confusion. That was why the plaza had a mix of all sorts emotions right now. Butler. Yes, young Masternim. The candidate looked around before addressing his helper. Has mother not said anything? The matriarch Nim has said that this was done by the imperial family and the House of Huyans, so there was no room for her to interfere. This candidate was from a marquis household in the empire. The third son of the current matriarch bit down on his lips. His gaze headed back to Zero. We can't have someone like him becoming the emperor. The captives in his luggage carts all have blood on their hands and feet. How intense must he have gone after them to capture them? Just thinking about it made the candidate's heart frustrated. Are there any real criminals in their smile? Zero made eye contact with him and smiled. His gaze made the candidate swear internally before turning his head. What about Her Royal Highness and Henny Wishrop? I do not see them yet, sir. The two candidates had not come yet. The other candidates seemed to have a lot to say about that, especially regarding the second imperial princess. One of the candidates had a sneer on their faces as they started to speak. Wow, she's finally here. There was only about 30 minutes until the execution was to start. Some of the candidates sneered after seeing the second imperial princess. She must have given up. Second imperial princess Olivia was walking leisurely with a gentle smile on her face. She was gracefully waving at the citizens of the empire who were greeting her or cheering for her. However, the only person behind her was the priest responsible for her treatment. No guards, captives, or anybody else were by her side. It looks like the second imperial princess will receive the lowest ranking in this second test. But she does seem to be healthier. I guess the priest she takes around with her must be skilled. Some envious voices could be heard through the sneers. I heard that the second imperial princess went to the emperor's palace a few days ago. Is she trying to use her bloodline to her advantage because she doesn't have the strength to go through the tests, some voices were past the point of envy and looking down on her. Of course, the candidate from the Marquis household and some others looked relieved that Imperial Princess Olivia did not capture anybody. Olivia was also counting the number of captives each candidate brought back as she observed each and every one of the candidates. It was as if she was evaluating them. Human, there are so many people. The priest standing behind Olivia Cal, who had his face covered from underneath his eyes with a white cloth, looked around after hearing Rayon's voice. There will be a lot of casualties if there is a large battle. Cal had no intention of having a large battle at the central plaza. Cal noticed Zero as he moved his head around to observe the plaza. Smile. Zero smiled at him. Human, I think that Zero is a bit crazy too. Cal nodded his head at Rayon's accurate assessment and looked at the luggage carts positioned behind Zero. He brought a lot with him. As Cal confirmed the number of people he had only heard through a report before and looked around at the terrain His Majesty is now entering. The chief of staff stepped onto the platform and shouted. The plaza became rowdy for a moment as his message was delivered to the masses with a black magic amplification device. Quiet. However, the plaza became quiet as soon as the chief of staff shouted. There were only 10 minutes left until the public execution. A magic circle glowing white started to appear on top of the platform. Wah! Although they were told to be quiet, the people could not hide their shouts at this moment. Black magic was a pride and joy of the Empire. This magic circle that uses dead mana but gives off a holy white light appeared at the center of the platform. Pat. And once the white light completely settled, woo-woo-woo-woo. Cheers shot out from all around once again. The Emperor. Behind him was the Huyans Patriarch, Reddick Huyans, along with the captain of the Imperial Palace Knights Brigade. The core of the core personnel of the Empire were gathered now. Click. Click. The Imperial Palace Knights and Black Mages appeared onto the platform and lined up. The citizens of the Empire held their cheering in check as the way they protected the Emperor, and looked as if they would not drip even a single drop of blood if they were stabbed was overbearing. The eerily heated atmosphere was slowly getting hotter in that silence. Your Majesty. The Chief of Staff moved the amplification device to around the bottom of the Emperor's face. The Emperor looked around. His gaze headed toward the candidates. Finally, it moved to the citizens of the Empire. Today is the day to announce the results of the second test. The Emperor did not use any gestures or emphasize his voice. He simply spoke calmly. However, his dignity could still be felt in his voice. Recently, there have been people aiming for the Empire. However, they have been hiding around the Empire for a long time planning to pollute this land. Cal's gaze headed toward the Emperor's clothes. The Emperor was standing as firm as Mount Tai. His entire body underneath his neck was completely covered by clothes now. His wrists that were dyed black were not visible either. Today, the talented individuals who will lead the Empire forward after me have captured those people hiding among us. The Emperor's clever way of speaking, Cal didn't pay any attention to the words that made it sound like the things that had recently happened in the Empire were done by the people on the list. Human, should we tell them? Cal slightly nodded his head. His gaze now moved to the Huyans Patriarch. The Patriarch was looking at Zero with a stoic look on his face. It was as if he was investigating something. The Emperor continued to speak through that until he got to his final line. The focus of today is not I but the Emperor candidates here, the future of our Empire. That is why I hope that you can sincerely applaud them for their heroics. The Emperor then stopped talking. The Chief of Staff started to speak instead. His Majesty has finished his statement. We will immediately commence reporting the results of Test 2 and the judgment of the fugitives as soon as His Majesty sits down. Wah! A couple cheers spread throughout the plaza like a wave. The emperor received the knight captain's escort and walked over to the northernmost spot on the platform, a spot that was one level higher than the rest, with a stoic look on his face. It was at that moment the emperor stopped walking. Clang. The knight captain pulled out his sword and turned his head. And the Huyans patriarch, who also had a stoic look on his face, Redick Huyans, also stopped walking and moved his gaze. He was frowning. What the? What is that? The citizens of the empire had turned to look where the emperor was looking. They all looked toward the same spot, and questions soon fell out of their mouths. Swoosh, a breeze blew by. The white cloth covering Cal's face slightly fluttered. His smiling lips appeared for a moment before they were covered by the white cloth again. Human, Mary is here? Cal lifted his head up. A large dragon was flying toward the central plaza. However, it was not a real dragon. Numerous white flying skeleton monsters had gathered together to make the form of a large dragon. The dragon moved its white body, almost as if it was flapping its wings, as it flew toward the central plaza. Clang, clang. Ooh, the Imperial Palace Knights and Black Mages pulled out their swords and channeled their dead mana at this sudden situation. The Chief of Staff's gaze turned toward the Emperor. Above the Emperor's head, a shadow had appeared. This large shadow covered the entire area of the public execution. The Chief of Staff started to speak. Candidate 19 Nim, what is going on? It was at that moment. Dang, the bell on the spire, located to the south of the central plaza, started ringing. It was announcing that it was noon, which also meant that it was time for the second test to finish. People looked toward the head of the white dragon made of numerous skeleton monsters. A person jumped off of it. However, a black thread that started from the monster stretched out, making that person's descent as smooth as if she was using magic. Tap. Henny Wishrop landed at the bottom of the platform. No, Mary looked up at the Emperor on top of the platform and started to speak. I have returned with captives. The Chief of Staff had a rare look of shock on his face, and he responded with a slightly angry expression on his face. Candidate 19, how dare you act so disrespectfully toward His Majesty? Mary waved her hand at that moment. The skeleton monsters. They started to move. The white dragon made of skeletons, its stomach split open. Then people appeared. It was not just one person, but a total of 11 people. They were all being dangled by flying skeleton monsters. They looked like sacrifices imprisoned in a spider web. As nobody could say anything while watching this, Mary looked not at the Chief of Staff, who asked the question, but at the Emperor and responded. I have returned with the Pope and all 10 bishops of the Church of the Fire of Purification. The Huyans Patriarch's eyes opened wide. His eyes were full of shock. Cal's eyes curled up like crescent moons as he watched. Chapter 54, Hide and Seek 9. There was a commotion in the area. Did she say the Fire of Purification? The group that was on the top of the list for this second test was the Fire of Purification. Even the agents of destruction, who caused all sorts of issues and gave the Empire quite the headache, were listed under the Fire of Purification. That crazy cult organization. It was known as the worst of the cults and an organization full of crazed believers. What kind of place is that? You don't know the Fire of Purification. However, the reason for why they were crazed believers was not well known. Yeah, I don't. What is up with them? Ah, you are from outside the Empire. The believers of that group are to be immediately executed if found. Immediate execution, not just for the leaders, but even for the regular believers. Yeah. Other people who had been listening to their conversation nodded their heads in agreement. People to be immediately executed. The Church of the Fire of Purification was the place you never wanted to be around nor have any association with whatsoever. Man, how crazy of a cult are they? What the hell have they done? I don't know. I've only heard that it was a crazy place. What? I guess it is weird. But wouldn't there be a reason for them to be the worst criminal organization? An odd air current flowed through the crowd. However, this current could not grow. In fact, the appearance of the Pope of the most evil organization was slowly increasing the heated atmosphere that had died down a bit. However, there were people who could not accept this. Unbelievable. One of the candidates glared at Mary as if he could not believe this at all. I couldn't find a single believer no matter how thoroughly I investigated the capital, but you caught the Pope and all of the bishops. The fire of purification was the group that was the hardest capture, the group who was the best hidden. How did Henny Wishrop find them when nobody even knew the accurate location of their temple? She was merely a royalty of a perished kingdom. Lies, one of the candidates raised his voice. I'm certain that candidate 19 has brought fake captives. He pointed at Henny Wishrop and looked around at the crowd. How could a perished royal, someone who has lost her helpers, capture the pope and bishops of a church that the imperial family has not managed to locate for almost 100 years? I may be willing to believe it more if she said that they were believers, but this is clearly a lie to get high marks. The candidate then glared at Mary. He then got shocked. Henny Wishrop was smiling. Mary opened her mouth. Her gaze headed past the chief of staff and the emperor to the Huyans patriarch. You just need to check if it is a lie or not. Her voice was very calm. The Pope of the Church of the Fire of Purification. You just need to see the power that put her on the imperial palaces list for immediate execution. People's gazes headed up to the sky. The middle-aged woman who they presumed was the Pope was still dangling in the air while being held by a skeleton monster. She looked unsightly. Mary pointed at her. Shall we check? The citizens of the empire looked toward the Pope's bound hands and feet. The Pope had her eyes looking down and was quietly standing there with a dispirited look on her face. Mary looked at the other candidates. That is needed for all of you to accept it, is it not? The candidate who got angry flinched after looking into her purple eyes. Her eyes were so clear. There were not any signs of anger and annoyance. The way the eyes were firm and his reflection shone so brightly in them made him scared. Human, Mary is doing well. Cal heard Rayon's voice in his mind. But will the Huyans patriarch make the Pope use her power? No. I think that he will stop her and prevent her from using her power. Want the Huyans patriarch be screwed if the Pope shows everybody how she can defeat dead mana? That's right. The Pope could not purify dead mana like Cal. However, the red smoke or red aura was able to resist dead mana and push it back. Revealing that here? But the moment the corners of Cal's lips curled up, there is no need for verification. The chief of staff stepped forward. Mary immediately responded. I want to properly get my results accepted through an accurate verification process. The chief of staff looked at Mary and smiled as he responded. We simply need to kill all of the insolent organizations that are aiming for the empire. Cal's smile became even wider. The chief of staff looked around at the candidates and addressed him. Wonderful, all of our esteemed candidates are finally here. Nobody has any more captives, correct? Then we will now commence the immediate execution of the members of organizations on the list. Boom, there was a drum booming behind the platform. The chief of staff opened his mouth. The Imperial Palace Knights Brigade will now commence binding the group members on the list. Boom, boom, the drums boomed again and people flinched. Eek, when did they? Why are there so many knights? In the alleys, buildings, platform, the knights of the Imperial Palace started to appear all around. Some of the candidates' eyebrows twitched. They are not Imperial Palace Knights. Aren't they the Capital Defense Knights Brigade? It was not just the Imperial Palace Knights, but also the Knights of the Capital Defense and the nearby area defense units as well. Something seemed weird. The chief of staff's soft yet bright voice echoed throughout the plaza at that moment. Bind them. The knights all pulled out their swords. The black mages who suddenly appeared channeled their dead mana as well. Eek. One of the candidates took a deep breath. His pupils were shaking. Why? Clang, see, clang. 10 knights they pulled out their swords and pointed it at someone. It was pointed at Henny Wishrop. Why at them? It was not just at her. Keek. Mercenary 0, the knights who made up the core of the units pointed their swords at him as well. Behind them were black mages who were ready to use black magic at any moment. The plaza was filled with whispers. It was because the Imperial Palace had surrounded some candidates. You were too arrogant. The corners of the chief of staff's lips curled up as if it was straight out of painting. He looked down at Mary and Zero. The chief of staff slightly bowed his head toward the people in the plaza first. First of all, I apologize to the citizens of the Empire and the candidates. The candidates gulped. More soldiers popped out and started to surround the area. They looked ready to fight at any moment. While the second test was to test the determination of the candidates, it was also there to capture some damn rats. Damn rats. The people in the plaza subconsciously flinched after hearing those words. It was because they realized that the atmosphere was getting quite weird. We learned that some damn rats managed to find their way into our selection to determine the next leader of the empire, the dignified position of our ruler. Cal heard the chief of staff's voice in his ears and Rayon's voice in his mind at the same time. Human, the Huyans patriarch had a hidden card up his sleeve as we expected. The second test of hide and seek that was not a scheme to only blame the groups on the list for everything that had happened in the empire. It was as described in its name. They were seeking out some certain individuals hiding within the candidates. They used their heads a bit. As Cal had that thought, Zero raised both hands into the air. His sharp eyes stared at the chief of staff through his disheveled hair. How did you know? Just a single sentence, that was all he said. That sentence was like an explosion that quickly changed the mood in the plaza to chaos. Zero's comment was basically admitting to what the chief of staff was saying. How else? The chief of staff continued in a girlish tone. The Huyans estate was attacked when the Huyans patriarch was not present, and out of the many precincts out there, something just happened to happen in Precinct 9 where all of the candidates were present. Isn't it natural to expect that something that should not exist was present among the candidates? He pointed at Zero. Furthermore, the Imperial Palace has been attentively keeping an eye on you from the beginning, Zeronim. As expected, you were a part of the Agents of Destruction. The Agents of Destruction. That name made the mood in the plaza even heavier. Wow, the Imperial Palace is so amazing. I had no idea you would have some knowledge of my identity. Zero clapped as if he found them to be amazing. Human, the Imperial Palace's information network is better than expected. Rayon showed his agreement. However, Cal's gaze instantly turned sharp as he looked toward the patriarch. They had some knowledge of Zero's identity, but they still allowed him to register as a candidate. There was only one thing that could mean. It means they were confident that they could kill Zero and the entire Agents of Destruction or turn them into Jiangxis. And that should be the same right now as well. Cal looked around. It was possible that the enemies had gathered much more troops than Cal had expected. That would not be good news for them. The Imperial Palace had intentions of having a battle here. Then Cal naturally had another thought. What about the numerous citizens of the Empire gathered here? Cal, who had planned on naturally showing his powers, slowly felt his back turning cold. No way, the Huyans patriarch. Cal looked at him. Hey bastard, did you have no intentions of having a third test either? Cal had always moved one step ahead of the enemies. What if the Huyans patriarch had made up his mind to move one step ahead as well in order to go up against Cal? The Huyans patriarch was smart enough and strong enough to do that, but it is still surprising. The chief of staff turned away from Zero. I never expected that Henny Wishropnim would be associated with the fire of purification. He looked at Mary, who was surrounded by knights, and the leaders of the church who were dangling in the air as he continued to speak. To be honest with you, we were not too sure. We were not sure about Henny Wishropnim's identity. However, isn't it obvious when you manage to capture all of the leaders of the church that even the imperial family could not find? The chief of staff smiled at the candidate who first complained earlier. The candidate flinched and looked away. The chief of staff weakly looked at the Pope and spoke. For even the Church of the Fire of Purification to be aiming for the throne, you truly were an even organization. The chief of staff then motioned with his hand. Now then, let us proceed with the execution. Zero tilted his head as if he was contemplating something before nodding his head up and down. This is different from the plan, but it truly was different from the plan. They had not expected the Imperial Palace to bring so many soldiers, especially since the plaza was full of citizens of the Empire. Oh well. However, they could not just sit still. If the enemies already know about him, might as well show myself. His gaze turned toward Mary. Mary was quietly standing there. Zero knew the reason behind it as well. I guess she is planning on going along with the Purifier's plan. However, the situation made it difficult to do so. It will be better for you to surrender peacefully. Zero was quietly staring at the sword of the knight captain of the capital defense who was approaching him. He then asked, "What would be better? I will make your death as painless as possible." Either way, they were going to kill him. What fucking nonsense. Zero moved his hand at that moment. Chhhhh, the hilt of the sword that was in his pocket popped out. It was a hilt that was made of bones. The moment a black aura slightly rose out of it, ooh-on clang, clang. Black magic and swords all around finished their preparations to attack the enemies. Clunk, clunk, the group of over 100 people in the luggage carts got up. Crack, plop, plop. The rope binding their hands and feet effortlessly broke and fell to the ground. The citizens of the empire slowly retreated or curled up in fear. At that moment, a breeze blew by. People raised their heads. Ah! A holy white light appeared in the air above the plaza as if it was a snowflake. Patriarch Nim, the Huyans patriarch, the instructor of the emperor, and one of the pillars of the empire, he stood up and cast his white magic. The citizens could relax now. They felt that nothing extraordinary should happen now that the patriarch has stepped in. That was how powerful of an impression the Huyans patriarch left on the citizens of the empire. However, the people looking up at the sky had to feel oddly anxious again. The white bundle of light that resembled a snowflake turned into a sharp arrow. Then the number of arrows slowly increased. They went from dozens to hundreds. Isn't that too much? Arrows that seemed to be too many to publicly execute the criminals trying to destroy the empire started to fill the sky at a spot even higher than Mary's flying skeleton brigade. It was slowly getting extremely bright. They felt as if they would get seriously injured if even one of those arrows brushed past them. The citizens of the empire closed their mouths again. There were still people who seemed relieved while looking at the Huyans patriarch, but the number of people that felt something was off slowly started to increase. Click. It was at that moment. Click, click. Second Imperial Princess Olivia. She leisurely walked toward the platform. Mr. Chief of Staff, why don't we announce the points for the test first? Her gentle yet firm tone made people all look at her. The Chief of Staff responded to Olivia, who was so calm and seemed as if she did not understand the current situation. Your Royal Highness, we are currently doing that right now. The Emperor's gaze turned toward Olivia. He had definitely seen a desire for the throne in Olivia and believed that she was willing to do anything and everything necessary to get there. The Emperor saw Olivia look right at him and smile at that moment. That's right. I am asking you to give me my points first. Your points, Your Royal Highness? The Chief of Staff hid his shock but could not hide his confusion. Olivia, there was nobody by her side. He did not see any captives. No, the Chief of Staff's eyes opened wide. Olivia, there was a single person next to her. The priest. The white-haired, green-eyed man whose face was covered under his eyes. That man was now standing next to Olivia. Olivia introduced him to the Emperor. I captured the hunter who will hunt the damn rats rotting the empire. The green eyes Cal's eyes headed toward the Huyans patriarch. The moment the two of them made eye contact, bang, a loud explosion came from the north. A fire was shooting up from the imperial palace. While that was happening, away at the emperor's palace at the center of the imperial palace, who goes there? Me. Iruhaben smiled while looking at the knights shaking while pointing their swords at him. Me, a dragon. He then pointed next to him. Her, also a dragon. A fae was fidgeting with her fingers while timidly standing slightly behind Iruhaben. Iruhaben smiled as he spoke. I'm angry, so get out of my way. The ancient dragon was not planning on hiding his anger he had felt since getting to this world and had been holding back for a long time. Chapter 55. Fluttering Ashes, 1D Dragons? What nonsense. The knight looked at Iruhaben and raised his voice as if telling him not to speak nonsense. However, his voice was shaking so much. The palace right next to the emperor's palace was disappearing. It did not get destroyed. It did not crumble. The palace was turning into powder, into dust, and instantly disappearing. Ha! Iruhaben let out a short laugh and smiled. Whether my existence makes sense or not, why is a punk like you making a judgment on them? Who do you think you are? Ooh, gold dust sparkled around Iruhaben as they rumbled. The knight felt as if his grip on his sword would release. That wasn't all. The eyes of everybody around them were shaking. His pupils. The blonde man, his pupils became long vertically. My goodness, he truly is a dragon? Plop. A black mage, who had been using the staff in his hand like a cane to stay standing, ended up with one knee on the ground. Black mages. They were people who used magic, albeit using dead mana. Dragons who used mana as if they were born with the instinct to use it were creatures of legends and mythologies to them. They had thought, oh, she is a dragon, when the black-haired woman who was the imperial crown prince's helper was introduced as a dragon, but recognizing that and facing the strength of one was completely different. Ha. Afei let out a deep sigh. She looked down at her hands. Her fingertips were slightly shaking. Her eyes moved past her hand to the ancient dragon in front of her again. She was looking at his back. This dragon was angry. Since he learned that the dragons of this world went extinct because of the hunters, since he learned that they made a fae be born inside dead mana, since he heard that they took the traces of the dead dragons, the corpses, and turned them into jiangshis, this extremely dignified dragon had been sharpening his anger. And the moment the chains on this dignified dragon were removed, Afei's body started shaking as she recalled that moment. It was trembling. Iruheben Nim, please make a large explosion that will be visible from the central plaza. As for the rest, please feel free to do whatever you'd like. The purifier did not give the ancient dragon any specifics. It was as if he knew what the ancient dragon would do even without telling him anything. Shaya, the gold dust fluttered in the wind. The ancient dragon looked around before calmly speaking. But why aren't there more? One of the palaces in the Imperial Palace was gone, and there was a large explosion in the Imperial Palace Black Mages building that was a bit away from them. Although Iruheben asked, wondering why the amount of troops who had come to capture him was so little, he quickly found the answer. A large number of troops must have gone to the central plaza. He realized that the Huyans patriarch had pulled some kind of ploy. But it didn't matter. Today was a day he could do as he pleased. I've never been that nice of a dragon. Ooh, a significant amount of mana fluctuated with Iruheben at the center. Suffocating pressure flowed out of him. It was dragon fear. But it's about to get even worse today. Iruheben moved his hand. The gold dust pushed forward toward the enemy like waves. Stop him. Fuck, deliver a message to the central plaza right away. One of the knights shouted to his subordinate. Let them know that the entire Imperial Palace might get destroyed. Go now. Iruheben was speaking into Afei's mind at that moment. Watch and learn. The corners of Afei's lips curled up. Afei started fidgeting, even more thinking about watching Iruheben destroy everything. However, Iruheben was not done speaking. His voice was cold when he spoke into her mind compared to when he spoke through his mouth. The way to make the enemy as angry as possible is to steal what they treasure the most. Afei tilted her head to one side. Iruheben didn't care and looked quite haughty as he swept the enemies away with the golden mana waves. I am going to act as if I am destroying everything out of anger before going to the underground tomb and looting it completely. Basically, we will steal and then run. Iruheben thought about Cal, who told him to go to the Imperial Palace without giving him many specifics. Funny little punk. He was sure that Cal knew. No matter how angry Iruheben was, he would not destroy the entire Imperial Palace as long as there were dragon corpses in the underground tomb. Cal knew that Iruheben would swipe those dragon corpses first. He knows me too well. Iruheben gently moved his hand. How weak. He had recognized it since noticing that there were no sword masters. This world Xiolin had been in decline since about 300 years ago. Tap. Tap. Iruheben confirmed that there was nothing here that could make him stop walking and headed toward the basement of the Emperor's palace without any hindrance. However, he had a thought on his mind. It looks like all of the troops have been moved to the central plaza. The Imperial Palace and the House of Huyans, he was almost certain that the core of their forces were all at the plaza. The ancient dragon thought about the Emperor and the Huyans patriarch. They were strong. Although the average level of people was low, the strong individuals of this world were strong enough to the point that this dragon could not guarantee that he could beat them. The core of the forces following them, he was certain that all of them, especially the hunters, would be quite strong as well. It doesn't matter. However, Iruheben was not very worried. That power beyond the walls of Precinct 9, the moment he felt the power that Cal had used against the lake with the black tree, Iruheben had a thought. I'll lose. He thought that he would definitely lose to Cal. It wasn't that he couldn't guarantee a victory. The only thought on his mind was that he would lose. That was just half of your strength? Yes, Iruheben Nim. The smile on Iruhaben's face grew bigger as he recalled that conversation with Cal. Iruhaben listened to Afei following behind him and headed toward the underground tomb. Bang, 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 he just destroyed all of the traps along the way. I should take care of this quickly and head over to the plaza. People all around the plaza were getting rowdy again. However, the mood was clearly different from earlier. Why is there a fire at the Imperial Palace? Is the Imperial Palace being attacked again? What the hell is going on? Fear and chaos dominated the plaza. This was affecting the candidates as well. How is this even a test? Some of the smarter candidates realized that this situation was no longer connected to the test. They also realized that taking the wrong step in this situation might put their lives in danger. The arrow it was because the sky above their heads was currently full of white arrows made of white magic that were giving off holy lights. Click, click. Furthermore, the flying skeleton monsters were still in the shape of a dragon, flapping its wings in the air. Clunk. As for the people in the luggage carts that Zero had brought, they had completely cleared the black burlap sacks from their heads. The ropes tying their hands and feet were easily removed as well. The knights and black mages of the Empire were still completely tense. It was quite the explosive situation that might go boom at any moment. It was you. The person who spoke at that moment was Reddick Huyens, the patriarch of the House of Huyens and the current instructor of the Emperor. He slowly walked to the end of the platform. It was you. You were the one who caused all of this. He looked down at Cal. Cal met his gaze and started to speak. Yes, it was me. It was such a clear admittance. As the chief of staff slightly flinched at his response, Cal continued to speak. I am the one who purified the area outside of Precinct 9. Human, are you finally accepting the results of your actions? Good job. Letting people know about you is good. Ha. Cal barely held himself back from sighing at Rayon's comments into his mind. Fuck. Although he had made the decision to reveal himself as the purifier, Cal still did not like it very much. It's quite unsettling. He was going to leave this world once things were resolved, but Cal oddly had this mysterious feeling. It felt as if the god of death was behind him laughing at him. Purify? Some people reacted to that word. The Emperor was one of them. Cal's eyes clouded over. The chief of staff started to speak immediately. Purify? What ridiculousness. He needed to stop that man's mouth from saying useless things. The chief of staff motioned to the knight captain and the captain of the Imperial Palace's black mages with his eyes. The tip of a sword and a black magic spell were directed at Cal. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Human, Rayon shouted in shock. Cal, the super rock flinched and urgently called out to Cal. On the roof of a building around the plaza, the person who had been sitting on a roof, as if he was a spectator, suddenly had a bow as tall as himself. An arrow that had left that bow was flying over. It was aimed at Olivia. Olivia looked up at the platform as soon as she noticed the arrow. The Emperor was shaking his head and sighing while the Patriarch was looking at Olivia with a stoic gaze. Both of them looked as if they were merely killing a bug. That was how nonchalant they looked. Olivia turned her head. The arrow was right in front of her now. She heard the purifier's voice. Choi Han. Olivia closed her eyes. Baang, she opened her eyes. The arrow was broken into two and had fallen to the ground. Olivia saw a violent black aura. A swordsman was standing in front of her. Cal's gaze headed up to the platform. Reddick Huyens, the patriarch, had also looked away from Cal and was speaking with a stoic gaze. Kill them. It was at that moment. Baang, there was a loud explosion and Zero frowned as he shouted. Fuck. One of the candidates, the person who had spoken with envy and jealousy, toward Zero, the person Zero had looked at as if the man was ridiculous, was swinging his sword at him. What the hell? You're not a necromancer. Zero saw the black spider webs on the candidate's skin start to disappear. And that candidate was a sword master. Zero immediately figured out the situation. Ha 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 ha, there are hunters all around us. The Patriarch had planted people all around. His voice was buried. Clang, bang, there were sounds of weapons being drawn and clashing all over. Sword, why do you have a sword? People all around the plaza were suddenly pulling out weapons, spells, or some other powers. This is crazy. Olivia's pupils started to shake. Starting with a sword master, there were mages and black mages who seemed to be at the highest grade. martial artists and archers who could channel their aura. It was similar to 300 years ago. It looked as if all of the strong individuals who were present throughout Xiaolin prior to the pollution of the land were gathered here. Are they the hunters? The House of Huyans. They were supposedly a hunter household and known as the Black Bloods. Were they the ones controlling such strong individuals? Yes. Only then does it all make sense. Even thinking about it, a little bit made it obvious that only an organization with this many strong individuals could make the dragons go extinct and destroy this world. They also have their jiangshis. She heard that there were even jiangshis made with dragon corpses down underneath the imperial palace. Olivia's hands started to shake. Everything is going to turn into a mess. Even if they won this fight against these hunters, they might end up with results that were no different from being the losers. Numerous people would die. Quite a lot of things might get destroyed. How foolish. The calm voice from above the platform sounded oddly clear to her. Olivia raised her head. The Emperor let out a sigh and looked at her as if she was stupid. How foolish. The Emperor's words were directed at Olivia. Olivia laughed at that moment. The Emperor's eyebrows slightly rose up. Olivia spoke at that moment. Will we lose? The Emperor didn't respond. Someone else responded instead. Yes, you will lose. Olivia's gaze moved. The Huyans patriarch. He was looking at Olivia as he raised his hand. He then brought it back down. Huang, the arrows that filled the blue sky, the arrows that were floating like the sun even higher than Mary's white skeleton, brigade the arrows that looked holy as they glowed white started moving. Dead mana that had turned white roamed around the patriarch's neck as he spoke. Do not stop the hunt. The arrows started to move at that moment. They were headed toward the Church of the Fire of Purification's members. They were headed toward the white dragon made of skeleton monsters. They were headed toward the agents of destruction. Why they were also headed toward the candidates. What the hell? Why is it coming here? Watch out. They were headed toward the plaza and the entire capital. The arrows started to descend. Cal's gaze turned toward the patriarch. The patriarch had a small smile on his face for the first time. It looks like I will gather all of the high-quality sacrifices I need today. Thanks to you. As the patriarch smiled as if to thank Cal, Cal slowly reached his hand toward the sky. He then said the following. One corner of his lips was twisted up. Have you heard of a fiery thunderbolt in the middle of the clear sky? The cheapskate suddenly reacted in a loud voice. I don't, but I want to know. Rumble higher than Mary's skeleton, brigade higher than the descending arrows up high in the sky started to cry. Oh, esteemed purifier. The moment the Pope clasped her hands together, a rose-gold thunderbolt fell from the sky. There were not a lot of thunderbolts like the arrows. It was just a single fiery thunderbolt. However, that was enough for Cal. Chapter 56. Fluttering Ashes 2. A single strand of red light with a golden glow fell from the sky. It took a bit of time for people to figure out that it was a thunderbolt. That was how swiftly it moved. However, the moment that the swift thunderbolt crashed into a dead mana arrow that was giving off a holy white light PSS clunk, the Emperor jumped up from his seat. The white light was destroyed. Silently, and so easily that it was unbelievable. That was the beginning. The red thunderbolt with the golden glow was not satisfied with swallowing just one arrow. The rose-gold thunderbolt swallowed another arrow next to it, and then next to that, then next to that one as well. A spider web. It resembled the black spider webs drawn all over the bodies of those who had overcome dead mana. The rose-gold thunderbolt spread out like a spider web, extremely quickly. So quickly that the white arrows could not escape. The white arrows that filled the air as they fell toward the plaza and the capital were swallowed by something even quicker than them. One of the agents of destruction gasped as they watched. The sky was red. The red current that was glowing gold thoroughly spread out like a spider web and appeared in the sky. No, that was not a spider web. The intertwined rose-gold light looked like a fine cloth. It was like a red cloth glowing gold around the blue sky. Plop. The agent blinked after feeling something touch his eye. He reached out his hand. Plop. Plop. White ashes fell on his palm. The ashes fell from the red cloth. Slowly. They resembled first snow. Unbelievable. He turned his head after hearing the sudden shout. The black mages were gasping in astonishment while looking at the white ashes. They reached out to grasp the white ashes in disbelief. How? How could something like this? One of the black mages was shaking. His voice was trembling as if he saw something completely unbelievable. His pupils were shaking as well. However, there was something other than despair in his voice. He purified dead mana. Black mages and knights of dark elf origins all around the area started to speak as well. It was as if they could not bear to remain silent about what they were looking at right now. It disappeared. All of the dead mana disappeared. How does this make any sense? This can't be real. There is a power that can destroy dead mana. One of the black mages shouted while clutching onto some white ashes. It's harmless. This is harmless to the human body. Then that means that the dead mana was purified. The person who was saying that turned to look toward the platform. The white-haired man, he was quietly standing there. However, a mysterious aura could be felt coming from him. Although he could not see anything, a strange pressure that made it hard to approach the man was coming out of his body. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. The bishops who were being dangled by the skeleton monsters fell to the ground one by one. They then moved to stand behind the Pope. They clasped their hands together like the Pope as well. Plop. They then knelt down on the ground and bowed. We greet the esteemed purifier. The people in the area finally recalled that the Pope had called this person the purifier earlier. What the hell? What the hell is going on? He purified dead mana. Are you saying that the priest over there is capable of getting rid of dead mana? I think so. The black mages are a mess right now. My goodness, then the citizens of the Empire could not hide their chaotic state. This man whom the Church of the Fire of Purification, an organization they believed deserved instant execution, was showing extreme levels of respect toward the Church of the Fire of Purification, was calling that man the Purifier. Anybody would think that he was somehow related to the Church of the Fire of Purification. The people who were uncertain about what to do heard more voices at that moment. We greet the esteemed purifier. Mercenary Zero, we greet the esteemed purifier. Starting with Zero, the agents of destruction all bowed deeply. Huh. One of the candidates who was watching could only stupidly go huh as he pointed at the agents of destruction. Why is that person? That's the first Imperial Prince. Another of the candidates gasped in astonishment. There were two people who had not removed the black burlap sacks over their faces until the end. The agents of destruction next to the two of them slowly removed the burlap sacks. First Imperial Prince Sanders, and fourth Imperial Prince Noi. The two of them had their hands and feet tied up unlike the others. Sanders looked up at the sky. There were not many ashes falling down from the rose gold covering anymore. However, one thing was certain. The Huyans Patriarch's white magic, although it was most likely not the Patriarch's full strength, the purifier was strong enough to easily get rid of such a large-scale spell. Yes, I saw it myself. The white sand desert. Sanders slowly moved as he thought about that. Boom, he then knelt down and bowed deeply. I greet the esteemed purifier. Fourth Imperial Prince Noi didn't bow as deeply as Sanders, but did bow to show his respects. Of course, his eyes headed toward Olivia for a moment before they moved elsewhere. Royal Father, the Emperor. Noi had a sad smile on his face once he saw the Emperor and started to speak. Oh, esteemed purifier, please purify this land. The citizens of the Empire could not understand this situation at all. They realized that the situation was slowly moving in a completely different direction from what they had thought. Everybody turned to look toward the platform. The leader of the Empire, they couldn't help but look at the Emperor. However, the Emperor was looking at someone else. He was staring at Cal with a piercing gaze. Dead mana turned into ashes. He was blankly looking at Cal and the white ashes fluttering down around him like snow. His pupils were shaking in disbelief. Because he was someone who had dead mana in his body, because he was the Emperor who could honestly proclaim that he knew more about dead mana than anybody else, he had been able to tell that dead mana was being purified the moment the rose gold thunderbolt made the first arrow perish. Boom, his heart was beating wildly. The power to purify dead mana, if such a power existed, then maybe I might be able to survive. The Emperor knew all too well that he was dying. His body was breaking down as it was unable to stand the large amount of dead mana he had absorbed. If I can use that guy's power to detoxify the dead mana in my body. The Emperor realized it at that moment. This white-haired priest is responsible for everything. The incident in Precinct 9, the attacks on the Capitol, this priest was at the center of all of the incidents. Tap. The Emperor took a step forward. Instructornim. He looked at someone's back. Reddick Huyans, the Emperor looked at Reddick's large back and asked, Instructornim, why? The Patriarch, his instructor, who had gone to Precinct 9, he should have realized the white-haired priest's powers based on the evidence that was left behind. However, he had simply told the Emperor that the black tree was destroyed and had not said anything else. Why didn't you tell me? However, he did not manage to say that out loud. It was because he knew that what the Huyans Patriarch wanted was his death. He turned his gaze to look at his daughter. Olivia, she was looking at the Emperor. Her eyes were telling him something. They were telling him that it was the Emperor who had made the wrong judgment. No, that was not possible. The Emperor clenched his chest. A sudden pain swept through his body. He was familiar with this pain. His dying body frequently filled with pain lately. Your Majesty, the shocked chief of staff came over and urgently supported him. However, the Emperor was looking only at Reddick Huyans' back. Instructornim, he heard Reddick's voice at that moment. Ha! The Huyans Patriarch looked up at the sky and let out a short gasp-like laugh. He then calmly started speaking. My dear student. Reddick shared his will with the Emperor without even looking back. It looks like it won't work. What does that mean? The moment the Emperor was confused, the preparations are complete anyway. It looks like we will have to change our plans. Reddick Huyans then said the following, Please become a sacrifice. The Emperor turned his head to the side at that moment. Pook. There was a blade stabbed into his side. It was a small dagger. However, the blade was covered in a thick black liquid. The Emperor could instantly tell that this black liquid was extremely concentrated dead mana. The Emperor, who was already dying from excessive absorption of dead mana, was digging into his body once again. Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff was the one who stabbed him. The Chief of Staff was someone associated with the Emperor's mother. He was the child of an attendant who had been by the Emperor's mother's side since she was young. A painful groan burst out of the Emperor's mouth. Huff, gasps could be heard all around them. However, the Emperor could not hear them. Smile. The Chief of Staff smiled as he tightened his grip around the dagger. He twisted the dagger. It passed the Emperor's side and headed toward his heart. Please become a sacrifice. The Chief of Staff whispered, You already know it, Your Majesty. You know what your final role is to be. Please become a sacrifice and destroy this world. For us hunters. The Chief of Staff moved the hand that was holding the dagger without any hesitation. However, during that short instant cough, the Emperor twisted his body and his eyes opened wide. The Chief of Staff started to smile. Even if you resist, the Chief of Staff heard Reddick Huyans' voice at that moment. Shit! His voice sounded as if things were going seriously wrong. The moment the Chief of Staff felt that this was weird, Hey Chief of Staff, are you a hunter too? He heard a young voice. The Chief of Staff turned his head. Dark blue eyes, long vertical dark blue eyes were looking at him. The existence with those eyes then smiled. I'm taking the Emperor. Those eyes? Only the eyes had appeared in the air. Had he ever seen such eyes before? The Chief of Staff soon had his answer. The underground tomb. The dead dragons in there, the corpses of those dragons, had those same kinds of eyes. How is a dragon? However, he could not finish his sentence. He suddenly felt as if he could not breathe. He couldn't put any strength into the hand that was holding the dagger. Poison? Where had poison suddenly come from? The Chief of Staff lowered his head. There were white ashes on top of the platform as well. However, the white ashes underneath his feet were a bit different. White smoke was roaming around his feet along with the white ashes. The Chief of Staff looked toward Reddick Huyans. White steam appeared around the Patriarch. It was white dead mana. A strong aura gathered around him, and the Patriarch immediately tried to move toward the Chief of Staff. No, the Emperor, who was a sacrifice he needed to make sure to kill. Crackle, however, he could not move. The moment he turned around toward the Emperor, he felt a strong aura behind his back. Reddick Huyans' pupils started shaking violently. The Chief of Staff had never seen the Patriarch looking so shocked before. However, the Chief of Staff could understand what the Patriarch was probably feeling right now. The Chief of Staff's body was turning stiff from paralyzing poison. His eyes were not even looking at the Patriarch's white dead mana. Fire. No, a thunderbolt. This man they called the purifier a large fire, no, a large thunderbolt was shooting out of the man's body. That aura was extremely violent. However, it just wrapped around the purifier's body and crackled. It even looked beautiful. Boom. The chief of staff's body fell off the platform. Emperor. He reached his hand toward the emperor, but the emperor was already out of his reach. A young boy who was wearing a completely black outfit, including a mask, Choi Han groaned before picking the emperor up and flying into the sky. Flap, the two black wings that appeared on his back took him up into the air. The Huyon's patriarch looked at the emperor for a moment, but he soon had to look forward again. Where are you looking? The purifier took a step forward. I was trying to do things peacefully and amicably, but Cal let out a short chuckle before walking toward Reddick Huyons as he spoke to Choi Han, the Pope, Mary, and the others. Capture all of the hunters. At that moment tap. Cal stomped his foot. Swoosh. The moment whirlwinds gathered around his ankles. Cal instantly arrived in front of the patriarch's face. He looked toward the patriarch as he spoke. There was something he really wanted to say to the patriarch. Why are you hunters destroying my Hyung Nim's house? Why did you destroy the Roan Palace? And why did you mess with the king? Why do you keep messing with our neighborhood? A fiery thunderbolt that left Cal's hand attacked the Huyon's patriarch. He then started to smile. That's why I came here. Bang! A loud explosion filled the plaza. Chapter 57. Fluttering ashes, 3. The rose gold thunderbolt flashed and made the people looking at the platform see red. The Huyon's patriarch's white light flashed after that. The Huyon's patriarch let out a short groan. However, he was not pushed back. Good, it wouldn't be fun if you were pushed back so easily. Tap. Cal gently landed on the platform. He asked in a light tone, but it hurts a bit, doesn't it? Crackle, crack. There were still currents crackling around the Huyon's patriarch's hands. It looked as if he did not manage to nullify all of it. Something is weird. Cal was sneering at him, but thought that it was weird. He should be able to easily block something like this. This was someone that even the ancient dragon was uncertain about defeating. Then he should be able to get rid of a thunderbolt of this strength easily. But he ended up with some injuries. Oh my, Cal quietly clicked my tongue. You used your dead mana elsewhere. The patriarch did not use his powers to block Cal's attack. Most of his strength was used elsewhere. The thing that he would use his strength on smile. The patriarch started smiling. He brushed back his messed up white hair as he spoke. Too late. Someone's scream echoed in the air at that moment. It sounded more like a shout than a scream. The emperor's whole body was twisting. His eyes became black. It truly had happened suddenly. Within a few seconds, the emperor followed up the shout with an order. Rise, however, that was all he managed to say. Choi Han's fist landed a strong punch on the emperor's stomach. No choice. Choi Han had wanted to take the emperor safely if possible, but that was no longer an option. Choi Han once again punched the groaning emperor, who looked as if he was going to say something and made him faint. Gasp. The emperor gasped for breath as he fainted. Choi Han then confirmed it. He made sure that the emperor had fainted. Choi Han had knocked the emperor unconscious as soon as he grabbed him and flew up. However, he had still woken up. The Huyon's patriarch must have done something. They said that the emperor would die if his whole body turns black, right? The emperor's eyes had turned black the moment he shouted, and now his body was dyed black up to his neck. It had not taken very long. It had all happened in a few seconds. This is not good. His body was continuing to turn black despite being unconscious. It was slower than when he was awake, but the emperor's whole body would eventually turn black. Choi Han got chills on the back of his neck at that moment. His instincts were telling him something. Something is headed this way. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and oh my. Bang! The plaza fountain exploded with a loud noise. Something then shot up from there. It's a snake. It was no ordinary snake. The large snake's head alone was a couple meters long. Its body was black. That snake was covered in bones instead of scales. Bang! The snake continued to shoot up from the ground. What is that? Gasp. The chaos among the people in the plaza amplified with the sudden appearance of a large monster. It could not be helped. The snake had two large fangs. Chhhhh. and everything that touched the black liquids that dripped from those fangs melted away. Is that perhaps the Emperor's power? One of the candidates shouted the thing that many people were thinking. We need to evacuate the people. Second Imperial Princess Olivia grabbed the fire of purification's Pope's arm and commented, "It comes before hunting the hunters." Olivia continued to speak after making eye contact with Zero in the distance. That monster doesn't look like it will stop because the Emperor fainted. She felt as if that would be the case. And she was correct. Looks like I'll need to clean up a bit first. The moment the Huyans patriarch fixed his sleeves and calmly commented the snake moved according to his will. Screech! The black skeleton snake started to move as it screeched. However, it was different from moving in a direction. The snake just moved. It looked as if it wanted to destroy everything in the plaza. The large snake moved as if the only thing on its mind was the mission to destroy anything and everything in its way. Run, shit, how long is that thing? The snake never seemed to end as more of its body came up from underground. It looked over 20 meters long. It's even larger than the dragon. The plaza had turned into pandemonium as someone shouted. Nobody dared to move despite all of the chaos until moments ago, but everybody was trying to run away from here now. That brought more chaos to the area. Don't push me. Move, I said move. Chhhhhhhhhh, the poison dripping from the snake's fangs melted away the path that it traveled. It's getting faster. The snake's movements were slow at first. However, it quickly started speeding up. There was someone who was moving slowly even during all of this. Who are you? Redick Huyans calmly asked. The person standing across from him, this so-called purifier, started speaking. Wow, you put up such a great act until now. Is it really okay to openly try to kill everybody like this? The Huyans patriarch shrugged his shoulders. I might as well change my plans accordingly as things have ended up like this. But you seem quite relaxed. Is it because you trust your friends? Although your team's necromancer is skilled, she is not skilled enough to defeat that thing. The patriarch heard a brusque response back. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Cal opened his mouth to speak. Take the Emperor to the Imperial Palace. And tell them to do as they please. I understand, human. Cal felt Rayon flying away as he spoke to the Huyans patriarch. I just need to deal with you. What? Cal didn't care about the patriarch's confusion as he walked toward him and opened up his hands. Crackle, crackle. Rose gold thunderbolts roamed around him and caused a gust of wind. The patriarch could see something behind the mixed current and wind. Numerous black bones shot up into the air. Black bones. Black bones, bones that were fortified with dead mana, were extremely difficult to handle. Furthermore, there needed to be a necromancer skilled enough to handle that much dead mana. A dragon was being created. It was easily over 20 meters long, and somebody stepped on top of that black dragon. The Huyans patriarch noticed Cal charging toward him. Cal continued to speak with a smile on his face. The two of their combination is quite strong. They can pretty much defeat anything. Mary, who was controlling the black dragon, and Choi Han standing on top with his sword in his hand, most of Cal's group was used to fighting on their own. However, this pairing was one of the ones who had worked together the most, and were, as a result, quite strong. Furthermore, Mary and Choi Han had sparred against each other quite a bit as well, making their understanding of each other's powers quite deep. Their understanding of each other basically matched on Hong and Rayon's understanding of each other, but this pairing's destructive power was beyond compare. Hey Choi Han, Mary, the human said to do as you please. Choi Han looked down at the black bones of the black dragon he was standing on as he spoke. Then, let's take care of that snake. Let's also capture all of the hunters. Choi Han calmly faced the black snake. It is weak compared to the unranked monsters. This was his honest assessment. Choi Han saw it at that moment, almost as if it was a signal to get started. Bang! Rose gold light crashed against white light to create a burst of light. Choi Han and Mary started to move. As for the people in the plaza, they could not look directly as the white light and rose gold light burst in front of them. The way the lights flashed as they clashed and changed form as if to wrap around each other was both beautiful and scary. Who are you? Rose gold thunderbolts crackled around Cal. Crackle, crackle. Cal's baggy priest robe fluttered. The area around him became dyed rose gold. You have no intention of responding. Why are you saying that I messed with your Hyung and your Hyung's house? Ooh, 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 Reddick Hughens. The air around him rumbled, and an intangible power was gathering. It was most likely dead mana. The moment white light gathered in both of Reddick's hands, and you want to go against me for such a stupid reason? Cal lightly snapped his fingers the moment the Hughens patriarch spoke. Snap. A rose gold thunderbolt charged toward the Hughens patriarch. It flew toward the patriarch, who was asking Cal what he did not understand. Cal responded back. Stupid reason? The super rock cautiously commented. Cal, don't get angry. The super rock was reading the emotions slowly fluctuating behind Cal's eyes. The super rock was nervous after realizing that Cal was truly angry right now. Cal quietly mumbled to himself. I really can't understand this. If they left us alone, I would just quietly live a slacker life. Why won't they leave us alone? However, he could not sit back and do nothing while they messed with him or his people. The destroyed royal palace, the burning fire, the people who died. Cal clearly remembered all of it. Cal did not think he was that good of a person, but looking past good and evil, who would be able to sit still when the place they consider their home, the place they plan on living in from now on, was being attacked. Bang, bang, bang. Loud explosions could be heard as the rose gold light and white light clashed. The lights crumbling as they clashed were so blinding that people could not see what was happening inside. Hey, Hunter. Actually, only the white light was crumbling. The rose gold light continued to swallow the white light. Cal asked from within the crumbling light, You know about Roan, right? The Hughens patriarch's eyes clouded over. Ha, you're from there. The patriarch made a large motion with his hand. A large amount of white light made the shape of a crescent moon as it split the area in between Cal and the patriarch. Pop. It sounded like a balloon bursting as the white crescent moon burst and created a gust of wind that pushed both Cal and the patriarch back. The Hughens patriarch shook his tingling hands as he spoke. That is where the test subject died. Does that mean that you are the person who killed the test subject? He brushed back his messed up white hair. Cal Henitus. I think that was your name. The person who killed the test subject. Cal could tell that the test subject was referring to the white star. That was who Cal had faced in Roan. Cal spoke as if he was amazed. Oh, even a patriarch knows of my name? I am aware of it. The patriarch nodded his head. I am also aware of the extent of your powers. Reddick started smiling. They said that he uses a few powers of nature. He supposedly has a fire he used against dead mana, right? There was more information about Cal than expected. Of course, he had only read about it and had never seen it in person, which was why he didn't immediately think of Cal after seeing the rose gold thunderbolt. However, it would not be a problem now that he was aware. A fire power of that level, if it was just enough to go up against the white star, if the fire power was strong enough to do that, the amount of power Cal was showing right now made sense. However, it is unable to reach my level. Reddick Hughens made a judgment about Cal's strength, and that gave him some breathing room. The white sand desert. That is the limit of this bastard's powers. He was able to assess Cal's level now that he knew his identity. The person who saved the world. The Hughens patriarch looked at Cal as if he was happy to see him. As Cal scowled in response, the Hughens patriarch continued to speak. Good, very good. The Hughens patriarch's demeanor suddenly changed. Although the value of karma you have is not at the level of a world, it should be beyond that of a human. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. It was as if he was enjoying something. I wasn't using my powers properly because all of the lives here were precious sacrifices I couldn't waste. However, the situation has now changed. The Hughens patriarch smiled. He truly seemed excited. He truly seemed happy. It should work if I capture you and commence the ritual. Ooh, Reddick Hughens, the aura he channeled made the ground move up and down. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the platform, and the terrain around it started to crack as well. It was as if the density of the air was changing. The air changed so much that most people would feel as if they were suffocating. You didn't think that the puny amount of strength you saw was all I had, did you? The Hughens patriarch reached his hand out from the center of it. White light gathered around his hand. It looked like a thunderbolt or maybe a spear. He looked like the strongest gods in mythologies or the heroes of lore. The white light looked so blinding and holy. Haha, Cal laughed as he watched. He then looked at the Huyon's patriarch as he spoke. Of course not. I hope you didn't think that the puny amount of strength you saw was all I had either. Cal slowly unsealed the power of the fire of destruction. A rose-gold fiery thunderbolt shot up from his body. It was beautiful. It also looked holy. However, it was full of a violent force that looked as if it would destroy anything and everything. The red current that shot up from him looked just as strong as the Huyon's patriarch's white light. Cal, I'm going to go past 50%. Of course, Cal was only using about half of his strength right now. Keek, let's rough him up. We will totally overwhelm him. Is there a need to always fight until you bleed? We will just easily squash him this time. Kahahaha. Cal channeled even more of his power as he listened to the fire of destruction's crazed voice. Are you an idiot? He walked toward the white light. What? Cal sounded frustrated as he responded to the scowling Huyon's patriarch. You are too far in the losing end in compatibility. This holy-looking white light, it was turning instantly into ashes the moment it touched Cal's rose gold light. It doesn't work against me no matter how much dead mana you use. You can't understand that? Cal shook his head as if he was frustrated. I'm going to use 60%. The fire of destruction cautiously asked, and the rose gold light became stronger than the white light. Chapter 58. Fluttering ashes. For, like the first time seeing the calm ocean, the radiance, that the calmness that makes you unable to fathom its depth, gives you this white light resembled that. On the other hand, a violent and dangerous power that looked as if it would burn its whole body without caring about breaking at any moment, this rose gold light resembled that. What are you looking at? Run. An agent of destruction shouted almost as if ordering people around. But a citizen of the empire who was running as far away from the plaza as possible, could not help but look back. The fight between light against light, they could no longer see the people causing those lights. But my ass, the Duke Nimhaya, you are so frustrating. Isn't it obvious? Can't you tell who is trying to protect you? I know, but what? What's the problem? Hurry up and move. Otherwise both you and I are going to die from the aftershock of that fight. The citizens scowled and shouted after being urged by the agent. The Duke is being pushed back? What? The Duke is being completely manhandled. Huh, it's just swallowing it. The light resembling the ocean was being swallowed by the fire. The agent subconsciously turned back. He looked at the same place that the citizen had been looking at until just moments ago. The rose gold light was moving. It was moving while consuming the white light. How Redic Huyons could see the white light being pushed back by the rose gold light as soon as they touched. He could see the faint blue pebbles that were slowly rising from the rose gold light, completely swallowing up the white light. According to my calculations, thinking about the report about Cal Henitus's powers, and using the white sand desert as foundation, Redic Huyon's strength should be strong enough to defeat Cal Henitus. Even if it is disadvantageous when it comes to compatibility, the Huyon's patriarch had used enough strength to overcome that disadvantage and still swallow up the rose gold light. He had condensed and condensed once more to make this white light extremely concentrated. The power concentrated within this white light was beyond that of the white sand desert despite how it looked. He was sure of it. But why are you being pushed back? The Huyon's patriarch could see Cal Henitus chuckling. Cal was smiling with a rose gold light wrapped around him. This tired smile did not fit the violent power surrounding him. That's because you are weak? What fucking bullshit. The Huyon's patriarch's hand moved. Arrows shot out from the white light following his movement and headed toward Cal. My house has made this. This white magic that we created just for this world. There is no way that this great magic would be pushed back by that puny power. Dead mana. The great way to erase the black light from it and make it glow white. Why is it bullshit? Cal gently moved his hand. Crackle, crack. A current that shot out from the rose gold light surrounding Cal smashed against the arrows. Bang, bang, there were multiple explosions as all of the arrows disappeared. However, the current remained. Bang, the current attacked the white light. The Huyon's patriarch was pushed back 3 steps because of the explosion. He had cast a shield, but it was destroyed. He was pushed back from the aftershock. I was pushed back. It was just a small-scale impact, but it made it clear about the results of this battle. That power is stronger than me. Redic's pupils started to shake. It could not be helped. Nameless one. The test subject in that world named the white star that experiment had failed. The hunters naturally tried to figure out the cause of the failure and had managed to gather lots of information. Calhenitus. The conclusive reason for why the white star test subject became useless. Of course, they had gathered information on the strength of this reason. He should not be able to defeat me. According to the information, there was no way that Calhenitus could defeat him. That is why I didn't pay much attention to it. Cal was nothing to worry about. The hunters had believed that Calhenitus's level of strength was within their control. That was why he had ignored Cal. Nobody would pay any attention to a puny ant that they could crush at any moment. Yes, that is how it is supposed to be. This bastard should not be able to use this much fire power. But he is able to do so. The information that those hunters gathered was wrong. There was no way that those hunters would give out false information. Then there was only one conclusion. Astonishment was visible on the Huyan's patriarch's stoic face as he looked at Calhenitus. You were hiding your full strength? Cal was confused for a moment, but I didn't. Cal had not hidden his full strength. He even went to the White Desert. Hide your power? You basically used it whenever you needed to after getting here. Kahahaha, because you won't faint. Kahahaha. Cal easily ignored the crazed words of the cheapskate. He focused on the patriarch instead. Something is weird. Why does he look so scared? The patriarch looked extremely wary and did not dare to attack Cal. His eyes were wide open as if he was trying to observe each and every one of Cal's movements. You should not be able to use this much power. That is true. Cal easily accepted the words that the patriarch struggled to get out. I find it to be odd as well. Cal had also never imagined there to be a world where the fire of destruction would be so efficient. That is why I find it so fishy. He heard the silent Super Rock's voice at that moment. The shadows become bigger as the light gets stronger. Its reaction to dead mana seemed to become a greater power in this world. The world is always trying to achieve balance. The Super Rock quietly added on. That is why balance is so scary. The cheapskate chimed in as well. Kahahaha. Anyway, let's enjoy it to the fullest since it is a good thing. Cal slightly shook his head at the cheapskate's thoughtless words. However, he kept his gaze focused on the Huyan's patriarch. He didn't know what that man might try to do. The Huyan's patriarch must have misinterpreted Cal, shaking his head as he let out a sigh-like scoff. Yes, you must think that I am foolish. Cal slowly prepared to move. The Huyan's patriarch looked dangerous. The Huyan's patriarch spoke as if to console himself as Cal tried to become as alert as possible. Your main power is not the fire power. That is not the power you use the most. So if your fire power is at this level, the other powers must be extremely strong. That is why you probably think I am nothing. I truly do look like a fool right now. You are not someone we should have ignored like that. Yes, that is why you crossed dimensions to come here and attack me. Wait a minute. I did look down on you, but only my fire power has become exaggerated. The rest remained the same. Cal kept his mouth shut as he had no reason to correct an enemy's misunderstanding. You, Calhenitus, you must be aiming for the other patriarchs as well? The Huyan's patriarch's sleeves fluttered. That should be entertaining. The other bastards will probably not care about your existence or think the same way I did even if they do know about you. Are you done? Cal charged forward. The sound of the wind he had prepared earlier was already around his ankles. Did you think I would not notice you trying to stall? The Huyan's patriarch's hands urgently started to move. It looked as if his hands were moving to create a seal to cast a spell. We were watching you this whole time. Isn't that right? Cal calmly spoke to someone. The Huyan's patriarch got chills on his back. That question did not seem directed at him. It was at that moment. Under his feet, the Huyan's patriarch felt a stealthy power shooting up from below him. It was a power he had not felt because his attention was on Calhenitus's rose gold light. Shit! The Huyan's patriarch stopped his seals and stretched both hands toward the ground. I'm faster. He heard a young voice before a black magic circle appeared on the ground. It resembled a shadow that appeared because of his white light. Black vines shot up from inside the black magic circle. They resembled the vines of the large black tree that existed outside of Precinct 9. The vines that shot up wrapped around the Huyans patriarch's feet and moved up. The patriarch's eyes opened wide, but his movements were calm. He immediately cast another spell. Swords glowing white appeared. The mana swords cut through the air to slice the black vines. PSSSSSSSSSS, however, they all disappeared. They disappeared without any explosions or commotion. Tap, tap. The Huyans patriarch could see Cal Henitus riding the wind to approach him. SSSSS, SSSSSS, all of the white light touching Cal's rose gold light disappeared as Cal got closer. They turned into white ashes and fluttered into the air. It was as if the fire was creating snow. Fuck. Reddick Huyans tried to run. The sacrifices and the preparations for the ritual were complete. I just needed to put it into action. It was a miscalculation. He realized his mistake. He thought that he was a step forward and could suppress the enemy because he had information on the enemy. However, that was a big mistake. The information, everything he knew about the enemy had been wrong. The person in front of him had such a destructive power that he could not handle. Furthermore, he had other powers of nature beside this fire power that were just as strong. Fuck. This would be a big threat not just to him, but his family and the entire Hunters organization. Crack, crackle, the vines continued to bind him. They clung to him despite being destroyed by the white light. They did everything they could to hold on. Of course, the patriarch was trying to cast a teleportation even in his current state. However, he could tell that it was useless. A path was created within the white light. It was naturally a path only open to the person charging forward with the rose gold light. The Huyans patriarch felt a hand grabbing his neck through the white ashes fluttering in the air. He then saw a smiling face. PSS, his shirt burned away into ashes after touching the current. As expected, the teleportation was a feint, and this was what you were really trying to do, wasn't it? The patriarch's body was being dyed black. It was like the emperor earlier. However, it was different in some aspects. The Huyans patriarch's eyes were focused. Cal could fathom the identity of this state. Is it some kind of overload? A final card to let out all of your power. The Huyans patriarch could not speak while being choked. Cal Henitus, this guy's gaze was so cold. If I can purify you, all of the strength you have gathered until now will disappear. Right? However, his voice was extremely friendly. Cal, you can't purify dead mana that has seeped into a person or living creature and become a part of them. Cal ignored the cheapskate and looked into the patriarch's eyes as he spoke in a warm voice. I'll tell you something about my power that you guys don't know about. The hidden secret behind this fire power of mine. The Huyans patriarch's pupils started to shake. He realized what Cal was saying. No way, you are capable of purifying people infected by dead mana? Cal smiled after hearing the astonished voice. Are you curious to see if it is possible or not? Should I tell you? All of the information you had until now has been wrong, so I really want to show it to you. I want to show you my true power. He then added on. But then what would happen to you? What would you be without dead mana? The Huyans patriarch felt intense pressure as Cal smiled. A hunter who has lost all of his strength being a regular person, it was something the Huyans patriarch didn't even want to imagine. He would rather die. He's serious. This bastard is seriously trying to purify me. The Huyans patriarch couldn't help but look at Cal as if he was crazy. He was scared. Is he telling the truth? Can he really purify dead mana that a person has absorbed? The cheapskate chimed in again. Cal, I told you that you cannot purify black mages or necromancers who have already fused with dead mana, even people who are poisoned. I tried it before. That was why I burned up all of the dead mana and tried to burn the entire continent. Ah, come on. It was rare to hear the super rock sound so annoyed. Be quiet, can't you tell? Cal is threatening the Huyans patriarch right now. Is that what he is doing? Rayon spoke energetically while the cheapskate sounded embarrassed. Human, you smiling like that looks so reliable right now. Cal ignored Rayon and the ancient powers as he channeled a rose gold current into the hand that was not choking the Huyans patriarch. Now then, shall we give it a try? He moved the hand with the rose gold current toward the Huyans patriarch's upper body that was dyed black. Chapter 59. Fluttering Ashes. 5. The Huyans patriarch watched the approaching hand, before suddenly recalling the title the Pope of the Church of the Fire of Purification used to address Cal. The purifier? The Pope and the Church were treating Cal Henitus like a god. However, the Huyans patriarch remembered the information about this person. I don't know about the other patriarch bastards, but I definitely read it. He made himself remember even the smallest bits of information, because he believed that he always needed to be one step ahead. According to that information, this Cal Henitus had stopped that test subject, the White Star, but he was just a regular person who got lucky and gathered multiple ancient powers. He was someone who was trash in the past. No, that information could have been lies. All the information he had about this person had been wrong until now. All sorts of thoughts filled his mind after realizing that everything he knew had been wrong. This bastard has such an amazing power. Maybe he really will purify all of my dead mana and turn my body into that of a regular person. Maybe he will take away my powers as a black mage and make me a powerless and useless regular person. In that case, am I even able to stop this bastard? Even if he overloaded, it was highly likely that they would be evenly matched. Then what about my followers? Would my entire faction be able to stop this bastard and his friends? It was at that moment. Boom, Cal's hand stopped. He calmly commented, "They're fast." The Huyans patriarch turned to look. He had the same thought as well. So fast. The black skeleton snake's head fell to the ground. The black bone was cleanly cut. The large snake's body then leaned to one side. Boo-woo-woo-woom. There were strong rumblings as the fallen black skeleton snake's body twitched. It seemed to be trying everything it could to move again. However, a large black dragon descended on top of it. Boom! The black dragon stomped on the twitching headless black skeleton snake and calmly lowered its head. A person stepped down to the ground from the head of the dragon. It was Choi Han. CHH? He shook his sword and the dust on his blade scattered. "Mary, we don't have time to rest." Choi Han looked into the sparkling eyes of the black dragon before looking around the plaza. Amidst the citizens of the empire who were running away, the hunters, the subordinates of the Huyans patriarch, were also running away. "Wow, amazing," Zero commented leisurely before approaching Choi Han. Choi Han slightly frowned after turning his head. "What's wrong? Isn't it cool?" Zero's entire body was covered in blood. He was not injured at all. He was covered in other people's blood. "Keek, you guys, all of you are strong." Zero's pupils were shaking. Very strong. Choi Han looked away after seeing the slightly crazed look in Zero's eyes. He had no time to pay attention to this guy. What is the current situation? He simply spoke to gather information about the current situation. "Ah, I thought you were an innocent little bastard, but you are the most intense." Zero responded cheekily before moving his blood-covered, disheveled head back. His gray eyes headed down to the black skeleton snake that was slowly stopping its movements underneath the black dragon. The Church and Imperial Princess Olivia decided to focus on evacuating the civilians. A portion of the forces will then head to the Imperial Palace with Imperial Princess Olivia at the center. Zero pointed to himself, "And we are hunting the hunters. The battle-focused believers are with us as well. And the Pope." He did not see the Pope nor Priest Durst. "I am here because I have a message to deliver regarding that." There had been a reason that Zero, who had been fighting like a crazed maniac, had approached Choi Han and Mary. All of the hunters ran away to the Huyans' estate. Their plan seems to gather there to fight. And a lot of civilians would get injured if we fight here. The surrounding area will also turn into a mess. We decided to gather them in one area before fighting them. Zero let out a short sigh. We were able to handle most of the Huyans' forces. However, those hunter bastards were very strong. We could not deal with excessively strong individuals such as the Sword Master. They also ran away? Yes, I think there must be something in the Huyans' estate they need to protect. Zero reached his hand toward Choi Han and Mary. "So, come with me and let's fight together. I'm sorry I have to ask this of you, but I hope you guys can handle their Sword Master and other strong individuals." Did they suddenly run away? No. Zero pointed toward the platform. They started running the moment the Huyans patriarch was captured by our esteemed purifier. We would have had a lot of casualties if they had not done so. He snickered before smiling. They must have thought it was a lost cause and ran off after seeing their leader in such dire straits. "No, huh?" Choi Han shook his head. Zero's face stiffened after seeing the look on Choi Han's face. Why do you have such an expression on your face? Mary had already reached her hand toward the black dragon as he asked in confusion. The black dragon flapped its wings again as it prepared to fly up once more. Zero. Choi Han's voice was low. The hunters are not running away. Although he had not gotten a thorough look, Choi Han had seen a sword master, as well as an archer and a martial artist of similar strength. Of course, there were different levels among sword masters, so none of them were strong enough that Choi Han was scared of losing to them. However, if it were hunters who were so strong, they just need to make an offering of karma. Then they could run away. They could go to a different dimension. That act of offering karma was the thing Cal and his group was most worried about. Things would become complicated if they ran away to a different dimension. Cal Nim definitely told the church members to immediately do whatever they needed to do to stop any hunter who talked about making an offering of karma and reporting it to him. In that case, these hunters who were supposedly running away, they are not running. They were heading into the Huyans estate. Then there is something there. Choi Han had looked around the estate with a fae. But there might be something that a fae doesn't know, something only the hunters know about. It was something that would make them move as soon as the Huyans patriarch was captured by Cal. This is not good. He had a bad feeling about this. Mary, I will go report this. I understand. I will immediately head to the estate. What the hell? Zero flailed around. However, the black dragon had already grabbed him by his back and flew up. Choi Han watched Mary head toward the estate before quickly heading to the platform. Cal, he thought he should report the situation to Cal. Choi Han then saw Cal clutching Reddick Huyan's hair. The hand that was grabbing the patriarch's hair had a rose gold light that looked as if it would melt everything away surrounding it. Reddick Huyans couldn't help but groan. His eyes were trying to look at the top of his head. He was trying to look at Cal's hand that was clutching his hair. Cal spoke in a gentle tone. Reddick Huyans, don't worry. A warm smile appeared on his face. I don't have any intentions of killing you. I will definitely keep you alive. Reddick scowled. Cal's smile became even wider. No, it became brighter. I can't kill him. I have so many things to ask. Cal had quite a lot of things to ask the Huyans patriarch. Why did they attack the Roan kingdom? What happened to the king? Why did they burn down the duke's estate? And what did they do with the first young lady and the youngest young lady? Cal continued to clutch the Huyans patriarch's hair as he whispered in a gentle voice. I will definitely take you around with me, along with the blood cult's number 7. Shaya, the Huyans patriarch's white light was disappearing with the wind. Instead, white ashes that were fluttering out of the rose gold light filled the air above the plaza. Human, you have that reliable smile on your face again. Cal ignored Rayon's voice as he commented. His face was stoic again. Should we try it now? Crackle. A current crackled as Cal let go of the patriarch's white hair. His hand slowly moved toward the patriarch's shoulder, which had become dyed black. The Huyans patriarch's eyes were full of astonishment and fear, yet they could not look away from the approaching rose gold light. Furthermore, he felt suffocated by Cal's presence, which was pressuring him. Crack. A current flowing out of the rose gold light slightly touched his shoulder. The Huyans patriarch opened his mouth. Stop. Cal stealthily smiled as the patriarch shouted. Cal, you got him. He slightly nodded his head at the Super Rock's comment. Human, Gramps said he finished looting the tomb. He said he teleported all of the Jiangshis. As expected, Goldie Gramps and the timid Afei are both amazing. He listened to Rayon's report and warmly asked the patriarch. Why, it is good to be purified. You crazy bastard. Reddick's eyes filled with murderous intent. Do you think that I don't know your scheme? It sure feels like you don't. I will no longer be fooled by your wicked schemes of hiding your strength. See? He still doesn't know. I will never tell you anything even if you purify me. And do you really think that everything will be over once you kill me? Keek. Reddick quietly chuckled as the corners of his lips twisted up. The plans for the ritual are already starting. Although I may die, this world will perish. Cal then heard Choi Han's voice. Cal Nim, he looked at Cal's back as he spoke. The hunters are apparently running away to the Huyans' estate. Our allies seem to be planning on gathering the hunters there before fighting again, but I think that something is weird. Kekek Reddick laughed. Although I may be weaker than you, you should not have looked down on our tenacity. He smiled at Cal. He seemed to be sneering. The black tree. Did you really think that was the end? Kaheha. He looked at the black vines binding him as he shouted. This entire land needs to be dyed black in order to destroy the world. Boom! An intense rumbling that could not be compared to any of the rumblings until now shook the entire capital. Human, Cal heard Rayon's shocked voice. Shit! Choi Han let out a deep groan. Something black had shot up from what seemed to be the Huyan's estate. It resembled mud. It was a large black thing that he could not make out properly. Just seeing it made him feel discomfort and dread. Most importantly, it was extremely large. That black thing continued to shoot up. It looked as if a large hill was being created in real time. No, it was not a hill, but more like a mountain. That mountain slowly turned toward the imperial palace and continued to grow larger. Reddick Huygens. The patriarch smiled after hearing Cal calling out to him in a low voice. I can finally see this bastard's shocked face. That black thing, there are more of them, aren't there? Kekek, that's right. Those things will start moving from all around this world very soon. Afei did not know about this. She was not a hunter, but rather just a pawn for the hunters. The patriarch realized that Cal was the one who had infiltrated his place. As a result, he wanted to see what kind of reaction Cal would have, as Cal would have not expected something like this at all. Our original plan would have done this later, but we had no choice thanks to you. Those things would start from the Huyan's estate and activate in order. The black tree was a practice round for this. These black things in all sorts of shapes and sizes would start moving. The twisted smile disappeared from Reddick's face as he shouted. This world will face destruction quickly thanks to you bastards. Even if you are able to purify enough to create that white sand desert. Even if you are able to suppress me, you can't stop that. He sneered at Cal, who had looked down at him. You can't look down on 300 years of work. There is so much we have prepared in that time, and even you should not be able to stop everything in this world. All of them will start moving in 1 hour. Kehahahahi. Reddick stopped laughing. Ah, he screamed. Crackle. His shoulder was grabbed by Cal's hand and covered in rose gold light. Man, you are so loud. Cal calmly commented while looking at Choi Han. I'm going to knock this bastard out. Make sure he can't do anything. Will you head over, Cal Nim? Cal was silent for a moment after hearing Choi Han ask in a quiet voice. Cal, that black thing looks dangerous. The fire of destruction commented. Those black things will start to move from different locations all around this world in 1 hour. We don't have much time. The super rock commented as well before the cheapskate chimed in again. But the conditions to get rid of those black things shouldn't be that hard. We are omnipotent here. Kahahaha, what do you think, Cal? The cheapskate shouted in a crazed voice. We will really burn an entire continent. Kahahahaha. Cal nonchalantly commented to Rayon, who was no longer invisible, and Choi Han, who was looking at him. I'll be back soon. Rayon let out a sigh. Human, it has been a while since you last fainted and coughed up blood. Cal started to frown. I want faint and I want cough up blood either. The white sand desert was a case of using more power than necessary to purify the black tree. He only needed to use 50% of his strength to release 500% worth of power. However, what he needed right now was precisely and quickly destroying a specific target. That was why Cal's plan was to use as little power as possible to create the best result. It was at that moment. This was the first time Cal saw Rayon smiling at him with one corner of his lips twisted up. I mean it. Rayon chuckled again as if he did not believe Cal. Cal's pupils shook for the first time since coming to this world. Rayon is slowly becoming more and more like you, Cal Nim. Choi Han tightly tied up the unconscious Reddick Huygens as he commented with a sigh. Anyways, let's hurry, Cal Nim. Yeah, we should. Cal felt something was weird, but he hurried to the Huygens estate for now. Chapter 60. Fluttering Ashes 6. A pillar on a building crumbled. Run. People who were in the home rushed outside. However, they had to run again after getting outside. Move, I said move. What is that? The people in the garden, the people on the streets know, everybody in the nearby area was running away. A person who looked back gasped in fear. Eek, it was black. The black hill was slowly approaching him. What is going on? This area was where the homes of the nobles were gathered together. In fact, this area was known as the best area in the capital as it was close to both the Huyen's estate and the imperial palace. Why? However, this place had now turned into hell. He and the staff of the building had gathered inside as things looked serious after they heard explosions from the Capitol Plaza. The people in his house were not the only ones who did that. Everybody in this area was inside a house right now if possible. The nobles' homes had strong black magic barriers, so it would be safest inside the buildings if something happened in the capital. Furthermore, they also thought that it was extremely unlikely that the noble neighborhood, especially the one near the imperial palace, would be attacked. Of course, he had wondered what he should do after he saw the fire shooting up from the imperial palace. So, why all of a sudden? Why did things suddenly happen here? This noble area around the imperial palace would usually be a quiet area. However, some people had headed this way after the explosions in the central plaza. Based on the observation of the people who work here, they were dressed like people who would not normally be in this area. That was why he grabbed one of those people and asked what had happened. What happened? There is a battle going on. The entire plaza is being destroyed. The people who were gathered in the plaza escaped to different parts of the capital to get away from the battle. A battle? Yes. This is driving me nuts. The imperial palace and the house of Huyen's Haya, seriously. What do you mean by that? It was at that moment. Crack, crack, he heard something breaking. That made some people scowl as they shouted. I knew I shouldn't have moved near the Huyens. We should have moved in the opposite direction. However, those shouts soon turned to screams. What is that? This is crazy, this is fucking crazy, and people were running away now. Crack, crack. That black thing that shot up from the Huyen's estate, it had been the size of a house at first. However, it instantly grew to the size of a hill and started to move. It had been moving toward the imperial palace at first, but it had changed directions. Huff, huff, eek. The person running away had cold sweat on his back. It was because it had become dark. To be more specific, a shadow had appeared above his head and his body was imprisoned inside the shadow. He was shaking as he turned to look behind him. The black hill, that thing was closer now. The black hill that he could see better now was not a hill. There were countless numbers of black eyes on the black body. Those eyes were looking in all directions without stopping. Eek! One of those eyes looked directly at him. He couldn't say anything and his mind went blank. All his eyes could see was the black hill and the path it had moved across. He could only see the ground where everything had turned black. The area that this thing passed by had become polluted. He only had one thought on his mind. Will I also end up like that? Please move. It was at that moment. Someone pulled him back. Who? A person wearing a red outfit pulled him back and passed him off to someone else. Move him. Okay, don't give me orders like that. A person who looked like a mercenary urgently picked him up and moved back. He could finally look around. There were mercenaries and people wearing priest robes he had never seen before all around the area evacuating people. Bishop Durstnim? Yeah. There was also someone approaching the monster. Fire, please give me the power to defeat the darkness. The people around the old man shouted the same thing as well. Ooong, a red aura appeared around them. It was at that moment. The eyes of the black hill that had been looking in all directions, well, at least all of the eyes on this side of this large hill, the hundreds of pairs of eyes turned to look at them. First line, shield. Second line, attack. Priest Durst gave the order before pulling out his greatsword and heading toward the black hill. A red aura surrounded his sword as well. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Durst was stoic, but he was swearing internally. The attack didn't do much. The fire of purification. Although he couldn't utilize its true nature, Bishop Durst was the person who could use most of its power after the Pope. He had swung the sword with all of his strength. It was barely this much. Only an injury that was about 1 meter deep was left on the monster's body. But that was it. His sword did not do much damage to this hill-like monster that was quickly turning into a mountain. Don't stop the attacks. However, Durst raised his voice and continued the attack. It does not heal. Continue to attack. The injury was not deep. However, it did not heal. The fire of purification. The power was clearly leaving injuries on this monster. Other attacks do not work. Remember that your attacks need the power of the fire of purification. The moment Durst looked around to shout Bishop Nim, "Watch out." He heard the voice of the priest right behind him. That made Durst look forward toward the monster again. Oh no. The injured area black smoke was coming out of it. It was dreadful. This was clearly dead mana, but he could feel a poison that went beyond the level of dead mana. Durst lamented while looking at the black smoke. We made a mistake. After seeing the hunters running away to the Huyans' estate, they decided to gather them there to take them down. They thought that they should gather the enemies and use their numbers advantage to take them down, as the enemies had strong individuals such as a sword master. It was an error in judgment. They had made the wrong choice. They should have kept the enemies at the plaza, even if that would have resulted in some innocent people getting hurt. For them to kill their own, the enemies suddenly killed the staff, soldiers, knights, and others in the Huyans' estate as soon as they arrived. "Let's make a new offering of karma." That was what they shouted as they killed their own people before this black thing shot up from the basement of the building. This thing then started to swallow everything. "Bishop, what are you doing?" Ah. Durst snapped out of his thoughts after hearing a voice that sounded extremely serious, as if to scold him. "Popenim, please move." The Pope moved past the bishop and reached out her hands. Her priest robe fluttered. The area around her was full of a red aura. It wasn't as strong as Cal's, but it was enough for people around her to blank out and stare. "Fire, rise." Her hand touched the ground, and just as she shouted, a thin red wall shot up from the ground. The black smoke crashed into the red wall. Chhhhhhhhhhh, there was the sound of burning, and the black smoke was unable to push past the wall. Creak, creak. A portion of the thousands or hundreds of thousands of eyes looked at the red wall before looking in a different direction. "Huff, huff. Are you okay, Pope Nim?" The bishop urgently supported the Pope. Her face was drenched in sweat. "Bishop, that monster is moving to where it senses life. It must have changed directions from the Imperial Palace because it wanted to head toward the area with the largest number of people. This black monster took a step back and hesitated once the power of the fire of purification was used. The bishops were currently surrounding the monster, using the power of the fire of purification with the priests behind them to do their best to stop the monster's movement. However, it was not easy. "We must hold on." The black eyes looked back toward her the moment she said that. The large body then started moving. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh Smoke appeared and something sounded as if it was boiling, but the hill continued to move. It was as if it was going to destroy the red wall no matter what it took. "Shit," the Pope swore before reaching her hands out again. The red aura coming out of her hands headed toward the red wall that looked as if it would break. "Help the Pope Nim." The bishops and priests rushed over to her side to add their powers as well. One of the priests asked at that moment. His voice sounded desperate. "When will the purifier Nim come?" Cryaak. The red wall was starting to crack. "Fuck," the Pope scowled. The monster had hesitated in front of the power of purification, but it seemed to have made up its mind to destroy it regardless of the cost. In comparison to this black monster, this power of purification was lacking. Cryaak. The moment the cracking wall bang finally broke, "We cannot retreat," the Pope shouted. "We cannot retreat any farther back." Although they had not managed to stop this monster that almost instantly grew so large, they had to stop it now. There were a lot of people if it traveled a bit more in this direction. They had opened the city gates and were having people rush out, but there had not been enough time yet. Black smoke started rising from the black body at that moment. The Pope's eyes opened wide. Shit! The hundreds of thousands of eyes, the black smoke rising from all of them, this black smoke reminded her of the area outside this land. The polluted area. It made her think of the dead mana fog that she would see in the extremely polluted areas. If that thing was carried by the wind and spread around, people would end up dying. Ah! The Pope looked at something at that moment. The large hill, there was a black dragon charging toward this hill. Boom, 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 the black dragon threw its whole body to stop the large hill. No, it was trying to push it. It was trying to prevent it from going toward the people. However, the black hill hugged the black dragon made of bones. It grabbed this black dragon that was extremely large. It looked as if it wanted to swallow it whole. Boom, 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 the black dragon moved to resist. The parts of the black hill that touched the black dragon turned into some bizarre jelly-like substance to swallow it. Ah, the necromancer is here. The Pope's eyes lost their strength as she had that thought. It was because the black dragon was no longer moving. It remained still as it met the approaching black hill as if it had lost its strength. Shit, as the people watching were about to get dejected the Pope saw something. The hundreds of thousands of black eyes that had been releasing black smoke, those eyes withdrew the smoke. They then started moving. They all looked in a single direction. Whether it was swallowing the black dragon or destroying the red wall, the black hill stopped doing everything. The Pope instantly realized what had happened after seeing this. He's here. Her eyes moved to look in the same direction as the monster. A person surrounded by rose gold light was approaching. The purifier. The moment she realized that the esteemed purifier was here rumble, she heard a short roar from the sky. The Pope raised her head after feeling her entire body tense. She looked up at the sky. This immense power, the moment she felt this destructive force bang, a single strand of red thunderbolt struck the black hill. Everybody saw red. Screech! They heard the black thing screeching for the first time. The red light soon disappeared. The Pope could see the black hill that was curled up with something that resembled a shield surrounding it. The black hill looked pretty fine. However, there was a smile on the Pope's face. She had chills all over her body. Pope Nim, the priests called out to the Pope in shaking voices. Bishop Durst had his hands clasped together next to her. Pope Nim. He called out to her as well, but the Pope was certain. She knew that none of them were looking at her right now. She knew that the priests, the agents of destruction, and the citizens of the empire would all be looking at what she was looking at right now. The Pope had faith. Rumble, the Pope looked up at the sky. The sky was getting covered with gray clouds. She could see rose gold light through the clouds. It is starting. The Pope barely managed to look away. Her eyes looked at the purifier who was standing on the roof of a building nearby that had not been destroyed. They were looking at Cal Henatus. Human, those eyes are disgusting. Cal ignored Rayon's comment. The hundreds of thousands of eyes were all looking at Cal. Human, don't smile like that. Actually, do smile like that. Rayon changed his decision before cautiously asking, "Hey human, but will you really not cough up blood or faint?" Rayon, who had chuckled because he did not believe Cal earlier, cautiously asked again. Pht, Cal chuckled. "Human, don't laugh like that and answer yeah." Cal felt the rose gold current in his hand as he responded, "I want cough up blood. I won't faint." At that moment, Cal's hand moved from the sky to the ground. It sliced down from top to bottom. Rumble, the sky stopped crying. Rose gold lights pierced through the ash-colored clouds and revealed themselves. They did not move quickly. They did not strike down instantly like thunderbolts. The rose gold lights that started appearing one by one gathered together into a pillar of light before descending. It looked as if the aurora had turned into a single pillar as it descended to the ground. It was beautiful. It was truly beautiful. However, nobody reached their hands toward that light. Their instincts were telling them that as beautiful as this was, it was extremely scary. Chapter 61, Fluttering Ashes 7, It's Shaking. The Black Hill was shaking. The moment the hundreds of thousands of eyes saw the rose gold pillar of light slowly heading down toward it, they aimlessly looked all around them. Screech! The Black Hill suddenly screeched. Chhhhhhhhhh. The black dragon ripped the Black Hill apart and flew up into the sky at that moment. However, the Black Hill could not even think about catching the black dragon. It will be the end if we are caught up in that. Necromancer Mary commented in a calm voice as she had the black skeletal dragon run away. As far as possible, far from that red pillar of light. The Pope did not sense Mary, who was suddenly next to her. However, she realized something while looking at the hundreds of thousands of black eyes aimlessly looking around. Boom, 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 the Black Hill stomped on the ground. It dug a hole and tried to hide inside. She mentioned the thing she realized. It is looking for a place to run away. The moment she said that the rose gold pillar of light touched the Black Hill, there was no noise. There was no collision or explosion. Screech, the Black Hill screeched. Its entire body twisted. Boom, boom, the ground shook from the Black Hill's flailing. The rumbling was so strong that it could be felt beyond the walls of the city. Chhhhh? Black smoke started coming out from the black eyes. The smoke headed toward the pillar of light. Sharp thorns grew out of the sides of the Black Hill's body as well. Each and every thorn was big enough that multiple adults would need to work together in order to carry it. The Black Hill's thorns pointed up similar to that of a hedgehog. Black liquid was dripping from the thorns. This existence that was larger than a hill based on its size, this thing, that was strong enough to make the entire empire's capital, shake the smoke that was polluting the air, the large thorns that were releasing deadly poison, however. Barely anybody was looking at this dreadful monster. The agents of destruction lowered their hands that were holding weapons. "Oh, fire of purification," the Pope's legs gave out and she plopped down on the ground. She could see white snow. No, it was not snow, but ashes. This is the power of purification. A priest blankly looked up and extended his hands to the sky despite the black monster's last-ditch flailing. White ashes fluttered through his fingers. The moment the rose-gold pillar of light touched the Black Hill screech, the moment that the black monster had screeched, the monster's body started to disappear. White ashes fluttered in its place. The closer the pillar of light got to the ground, the more the monster flailed. The amount of white ashes slowly increased. There was a gust of wind. The countless white ashes created between the red and black were carried by the gust of wind and scattered throughout the sky. It looked as if it was snowing in the middle of winter. Screech. If it wasn't for the monster screeching, if it wasn't for the monster flailing, they might not have even realized that this was a sight of a fight. No, Zero shook his head. This is not a fight. It's as if, yes, it's as if it looked as if a god in the sky was destroying an evil creature on the ground. Zero could not laugh. He had been able to laugh even while watching the black tree outside of Precinct 9 being purified, but he could not laugh anymore. Beautiful, it was beautiful. Although they were underneath ash-colored clouds, white ashes fluttered and piled up all around the capital. What the, mommy, is it snowing? So pretty. In the destroyed plaza, the imperial palace, the commoners' residences, and even the shoulders of the people standing at the gate running away, white ashes slowly fluttered down and piled up. White ashes piled up to cover up the traces of the destroyed and broken places. Is this really a sight that can be seen in a world that was facing destruction? One of the agents of destruction mumbled as they covered their eyes with their hands. It was not such a beautiful sight that it suffocated them with awe. However, the white ashes that fluttered down like large snowflakes made their hearts flutter. "Leader, what is it?" An agent asked Zero. "Is he really human?" Zero's gaze followed the agent to the roof of a building. There was someone who no longer had a rose-gold thunderbolt wrapped around him, calmly standing there looking at the black monster. The purifier. He could not sense any sort of pressure from this feeble-looking man. I don't know, but that is not important. It was not important whether that guy was human or not. What is important is that the only thing left for this terrible darkness is destruction. The only thing left for this era was destruction. The world that was to come would not have this darkness. That was what was important to Zero. But I am still curious. I want to know what the person who created all of this is thinking right now. Zero could not look away from Cal. His eyes opened wide at that moment. The purifier, he slightly staggered. However, not many people managed to see that. Boom! The monster had stopped flailing and fell to the ground at that moment. The black eyes were no longer releasing smoke, and the thorns had turned into white ashes and disappeared into the sky. Screech, screech, the monster was even stopping its quiet screeching. The large black hill would completely perish in a little bit. Human? However, Rayon didn't care whether the black hill perished or not. It wasn't important to him whether white ashes fluttered in the air. The invisible Rayon supported Cal's staggering body. Of course, he used the sturdiest part of his body, his head. Ugh! Cal gasped after feeling Rayon's firm head slam into his side. Mio, An and Hong, who had just arrived on top of the roof and were headed toward Cal, approached him in shock. "You can't faint, Naya. Are you okay? You can't turn pale, Naya." An, in her kitten form, walked past the shocked Hong and urgently checked on Cal's complexion. She was then flabbergasted. "Why, your complexion, Elle, looks good." It was rare to see An stutter like this. "That's not possible. The human is currently coughing up B. Rayon tilted his head in confusion. Human, you look totally fine. Cal pushed the invisible Rayon whose head was pushing against Cal's side. I told you I'm okay. Cal was fine. Then why did you stagger just now? I thought you were fainting. Cal answered honestly. It wasn't anything to worry about. He was slightly dizzy a moment ago. That was why he had staggered. But this much is not enough for me to faint nor cough up blood. He was in good condition. Of course, Cal was currently shocked as well. You can create something like this if you truly are overwhelmingly strong. Cal was taking care of the monster so easily as if the monster's last efforts weren't much. Cal couldn't do anything about the buildings in the capital that the monster had already destroyed, but he had not destroyed anything to take down this monster. Well, they will struggle when they try to get rid of all these ashes. But that is not for me, but the people of the capital. Cal looked at the white ashes and thought it would be a headache to clean it all up. Human, the white ashes are as pretty as snow. I want to make a snowman, Naya. Of course, he ignored Rayon and Hong's conversation. Yep, he heard a noise from the video communication device at that moment. Human, ill check. Rayon quickly read the message that was delivered. Human, Dark Elf Shan and Vampire Jesna said that they have secured the respective tombs. The Jiangshis were in 2 other locations. Shan and Jesna had followed Cal's orders to take the church and the agents of destruction to take control of those 2 locations. Of course, this was only after confirming that there were no extremely powerful individuals in either location. Choi Han told me to let you know, Naya. On slowly approached Cal as she spoke. He said that we are capturing the hunters and not to worry, Naya. Human, Gramps just contacted me as well. He said that they are capturing the remaining hunters. He says that Choi Han is with him. Choi Han, Iruhaben, and Afei. They were currently capturing the rest of the hunters who had not offered themselves as tribute to the Black Hill. Cal thought about it for a moment. I'm sure there are some hunters who ran away. There must have been at least 1 or 2 hunters who shouted about making an offering of karma and ran away. This monster, this Black Hill suddenly appearing, had turned this place into chaos. It would have made it so that the agents of destruction and the members of the church were unable to fully pay attention to the hunters. It does not matter. However, it did not matter to Cal. He reached out his hand. He touched his hair. He still had white hair and green eyes. Nobody other than the Huygens patriarch had realized that Cal was Cal. Well, there might be people who recognize us based on Mary and Choi Han's powers. He just needed to disguise Choi Han and Mary while taking them with him if that happened. He could also go to the other worlds without the 2 of them. Rayon, let's move. Either way, there was something he needed to do first right now. Cal had received contact from the Margrave in Precinct 9 on his way here. Purifier Nim. Monsters resembling the Black Tree have started their attacks in the eastern, southern, and northern precincts of the Empire. Wuwang, a black magic circle appeared with Cal at the center. Shall I go too? Cal made eye contact with Mary, who flew up on her black dragon. He shook his head. Mary, I leave it to you to take care of things here. I'll come back after taking care of the rest. I understand. Cal felt relieved at the calmly responding Mary before teleporting with Rayon, On, and Hong. Pat? A black light soon flashed as Cal, On, Hong, and Rayon disappeared from the roof. Mary descended to the ground. The Pope, Zero, and Imperial Princess Olivia approached her. Ha! Imperial Princess Olivia let out a gasp-like laugh as she approached Mary. The place where Mary was standing right now, this place, was where the Black Hill had been until mere moments ago. The monster had disappeared without a trace. PSS. All she could feel in its place were the white ashes underneath her feet. Did the esteemed Purifier Nim go somewhere? Mary contemplated for a bit before honestly answering the Pope's question. Her voice was relaxed as she spoke. The Purifier Nim has gone to the eastern, southern, and northern precincts. He went to purify the monsters that have appeared outside the respective precincts. There really were other monsters. Yes, Mom. Zero walked past the Pope, who clenched her eyes and looked as if she was praying, and asked, Hey, I saw that purifier guy stagger just moments ago. Are you sure that he is okay? The Pope and the second Imperial Princess looked at Mary in shock after hearing that. The 2 of them had not seen that. Mary debated it for a moment. His complexion looked good. Mary had ridden on the black dragon and gone up to check Cal's complexion. Mary, who had gone up there because she was concerned, and because she had to tell Choi Han or Iruhaben about Cal's condition, had come to a conclusion after taking a look at Cal. He seemed much better off than I expected. However, I am not sure. She could not be certain. Why? He is someone who always uses his powers like this and sacrifices himself. Based on Cal's actions, until he faints furthermore, he is not someone who makes it show, so I don't think we will know until everything is over. She had no way of knowing. Mary gave her honest answer before calmly continuing to speak. The monster is gone, so we must now do what we can. Mary slightly tilted her head to the side at that moment. Shit. Zero suddenly became angry and stomped on the ground. Oh, esteemed purifier. The Pope unclasped her hands and spoke to Mary. I guess we need to give everything we have for the reconstruction. The second imperial princess turned around with a stiff expression on her face and started to walk toward the imperial palace. She made a comment as she left. I learned something again. Mary quietly looked at the three people, who had all reacted differently, but jumped in to take care of things without having to be told to do so, before she got on the black dragon and flew up into the sky. She needed to tell the others about Cal's condition and what he had told her. I'm a bit tired. Cal, at least the monsters that were in the east, south, and north were weak compared to the Black Tree and the Black Hill. That's a relief. You didn't need to use too much strength. Cal listened to the Super Rock's voice as he returned to the capital. He was heading back after one day. It had taken less time than he had expected. Of course, he was with Rayan On and Hong. However, Cal touched his ears after returning to the capital. He wondered if he had heard correctly. What did you say? Oh, esteemed purifier, the decision has been made to create a statue in the Capitol Plaza describing your merits. What nonsense is this? I was only gone for a day. What the hell happened? Cal looked past the shoulder of the Pope, who was saying that it needed to be done. Iruhaben and Sway Khan were smirking while Mary was quietly standing there and Choi Han was avoiding his gaze. Chapter 62. When I came home, the Pope, who told Cal that a statue of the purifier was going to be made, seemed oddly happy. Then I will head to the Imperial Palace now. I will contact you as soon as a draft of the statue comes up. Oh, esteemed purifier. Just so you are aware, the Church is preparing a motion to deliver to the Imperial Palace regarding setting up a monument in all of the areas you have purified. She truly seemed happy based on how she was laughing. Cal started to speak after a long pause. How is the current situation in the capital? He could not finish his sentence. Yep, the Pope pulled out a black magic video communication device from her pocket. Oh no, it looks like I will need to head back as the Imperial Palace has contacted me. I had to make a small opening to come see you like this. The Pope looked disappointed as she spoke to Cal. As expected, our esteemed purifier cares more about the safety and security of the capital over things like statues of himself. You truly are the esteemed purifier. Cal started to think. Why does she look so happy? Is the Pope someone who laughed so much like this? Cal weirdly did not feel good right now. Something felt iffy the entire time he was looking at the Pope laugh like this with a relaxed look on her face. Oh, esteemed purifier, I shall make my leave first as the others here will be able to explain the details. The Pope disappeared with one final laugh. Cal brushed his face with both hands in the room that was full of silence. He raised his head after hearing someone laugh. Team leader Sway Khan was caught by Cal while trying to hold back his laughter. I'm curious as to what the hell happened. Cal opened his mouth and started to speak in a bleak voice. Choi Han flinched, but unfortunately, everybody else here were not people who even flinched at Cal's bleak voice. Cal, there is something I want to ask you first before talking about what happened here. Iruhaben casually sat down. They were currently in the secret residence of the Church of the Fire of Purification. They were still staying in this place. The ancient dragon observed Cal's complexion as he spoke. Why did it take a day? The east, south, and north, the large monsters that appeared outside the Edge Village precincts, Cal had spent a whole day fighting against the monsters, shaped like a crocodile, bird, and lion, before just getting back. It didn't take long to take care of the Black Tree in the west and the monster in the capital. That's right. I want to know the reason you said you were fighting against monsters all day when the others were easy to deal with, Cal Nim. Choi Han agreed with Iruhaben. That Cal had an awkward look on his face as he scratched his forehead. The children, who had been silent, chimed in at that moment. We made sure he didn't overdo it. We made him rest as he did it, Naya. I learned that you need to get a proper amount of rest, Naya. They all quickly rattled out. Rayan, Hong, and An spoke one after the other with oddly proud looks on their faces. Well, Rayan and Hong had those looks, not An. Really? Iruhaben looked at Cal as if he could not believe it. You really rested while working? That was what his expression was clearly saying. Cal nodded his head with an unsettled look on his face. Yes, Iruhaben Nim, I rested while working. Wow, Cal had never seen Iruhaben so amazed like this. Cal felt Iruhaben was oddly despicable right now, but he had something he needed to say. Of course, there was another reason as well. Another reason? Yes, Iruhaben Nim, that knock knock knock. Cal could not finish his sentence. He heard the Pope's voice again on the other side of the door. Oh, esteemed purifier. The Pope walked back in before speaking in a voice that made it sound as if she was in an awkward position. The second imperial princess requests an audience with you. She then looked at the others. Everybody in the group. Cal nodded his head and got up. I decided to take the throne. Cal heard her second imperial princess Olivia speak as soon as he sat down. I see. Congratulations. Olivia smiled bitterly at Cal's lighthearted comment. Olivia had openly gone up against the emperor. It was basically expected that she would be the next empress. That would have been the final result whether it happened quickly or slowly. However, she felt suffocated thinking about ruling the empire from here on. Congratulations. Is it really? Starting with returning the empire to normal, it was revealed that the House of Huygens was responsible for the pollution of this world, and as they were a vassal to the empire had to take responsibility for things throughout the entire continent. Of course, no foreign nations would attack the empire, as the empire was in the best state among the kingdoms on the continent that were still functioning properly. But the empire had a duty to feel a sense of responsibility for a long time and return the continent to normal. Isn't it the position you wanted? Olivia clenched her hands after hearing his calm voice. It is. I wanted it. She looked around. She looked at the people seated in the secret meeting room she had prepared in the imperial palace. The people from the imperial family included Olivia, the first imperial prince, and the fourth imperial prince. Her close confidants. Zero and the chief executives of the Agents of Destruction. The Pope, Bishop, and few others from the Church of the Fire of Purification. Finally, the Purifier and his people. I heard that you took care of all of the monsters, Sir Purifier. Yes, Your Royal Highness. All of the Margraves delivered the news. Olivia had been able to receive that information in real time despite the capital being a mess because of the urgency of that info. Oh, esteemed purifier. Olivia made eye contact with the leader of the Agents of Destruction, Zero, for a moment. The two of them exchanged glances for a bit. Her mouth was drying out from being tense, but she continued to speak. Would it be okay to ask you to purify other places as well? Olivia looked into Cal's eyes. These indifferent eyes, the achievements that the man with these eyes had made, he had the power to turn the world white. It was not a sparkling, holy white light like the House of Huygens had used. This person was capable of creating ashes as white as snow, white sand, that anybody could touch and feel if they reached their hands out. Wasn't that truly the look of the purifier that this world had wanted? That was why she needed to nab this person. She needed to ask him, if you seek compensation, we will prepare it right away. We will also make sure you and everybody in your group are not lacking in anything while staying here for the duration of the purification. Although Olivia was going to be the empress, she still bowed her head. Please purify this land a little more. Please. She had no other choice. He was not originally from this world and could leave at any moment. Everybody here knew that was the case. Your Royal Highness, please truly consider this request. I am not asking you to be responsible for the purification of the entire continent. Olivia didn't pay any attention to Cal, who was trying to speak, and did her best to ask as desperately as possible. If you could stay here for at least another year, she heard the purifier's calm voice at that moment. I have lost the power. Excuse me? Olivia's eyes opened wide. She could not properly comprehend what she just heard as she looked at Cal. It was not just her. Zero and the Pope also looked at him in shock. To be more accurate, however, Cal looked calm. I am in the process of losing my power. What do you Cal asked Olivia after seeing her in disbelief. Did you not receive the reports from the Margraves? Excuse me, you should have heard that it took me longer and longer to deal with the monsters. I did hear that. Olivia stumbled over his words as she spoke. I thought that was because the monsters continued to get stronger: crocodile, bird, and lion. Just hearing about the appearances of the monsters made her think they would be stronger than a hill. Not at all, Your Royal Highness. The other three monsters were weak compared to the Black Tree and Black Hill. They truly were weak. However, my power is slowly shrinking. To be more accurate, it was not that his power was shrinking, but that the efficiency when using his power was shrinking. What started with using 1% of power to release the strength of 50% was down to only 10% by the end. The size of an area I can purify at once is going down as well. That was why it had taken Cal a day to take down the other monsters, when the Black Tree and the Black Hill had taken an instant. I had to take some time to recover my strength to slowly deal with the monsters, because the efficiency went down. Thankfully, he still had enough time, and the other Margraves had prepared properly after receiving the warning from the Margrave to the west. As a result, he was able to take care of the issue without anybody being injured. Oh, esteemed purifier, may I ask about the reason for the decline? Cal snapped out of his thoughts after hearing the Pope's shaky voice. The reason for the efficiency going down, Cal, I think that has to be it. Although Cal didn't know the reason behind it, he had discussed the issue with the super rock. As we thought in the beginning, the efficiency of the fire of destruction automatically became stronger because the dead mana in this world was too strong. It was a way of balancing things. It was similar to how the shadows become bigger as the light gets stronger. If the world that was polluted by dead mana was the light, Cal's fire of destruction was the shadow. However, with the fall of the House of Huygens and the monsters being destroyed, a portion of the land became purified. That is probably why the efficiency of the fire of destruction slowly decreased. Yeah, I had the same thought. Cal thought that this hypothesis was the correct answer. However, because he was not certain that this was the right answer. I also have no reason to explain everything to these people. That was why Cal just shared the conclusion without discussing the reasoning. It just needed to be that way. Cal thought that he shared too little and added on. He wanted to be a bit nicer with the explanation. My power will decrease the more this world is purified. In the end, it will return to the fire of destruction's normal strength. Cal, will it return to normal? Cal heard Iruhaben's question in his mind and slightly nodded his head to respond. He could see that Iruhaben, Choi Han, and Mary all had relaxed looks on their faces. Aren't you disappointed? Cal chuckled at Iruhaben's question and shook his head. Not really. He was a bit disappointed, but he had earned this power increase for free anyway. It had allowed him to properly suppress the Black Blood's household, so that was enough. Cal was shaking his head when he made eye contact with Zero. Zero had a stiff expression on his face instead of smiling like a crazy bastard as he usually did. Did that happen because you used too much of your power? I'm not sure. Cal avoided answering because he did not know for sure. But you are not saying that was not the reason. Zero quietly mumbled. Cal did not say anything else. I mean, it is kind of true. He needed to use his power to defeat the monsters that would pollute this world and restore balance through purification. Zero's comment was right to a degree. Zero then quietly chuckled. However, that was neither a happy laughter nor a sneer, it was an empty laugh. What is up with him? Cal looked at Zero in confusion, but Zero was looking at the ceiling while mumbling. He was scowling as if he could not hold in the frustration anymore. Fuck. In the end, Zero finished the sentence in his mind. In the end, he did sacrifice himself. He had seen Cal stagger. He had also heard Mary mention the purifier's tendency to sacrifice himself. Zero looked down again and made eye contact with the Pope. The Pope closed her eyes. Oh, esteemed purifier. A deep sigh could be heard in her voice. I happen to hear that there are still many enemies for you to fight in other worlds. The Pope continued to speak without being able to look at Cal. Despite that, will you be okay? She barely managed to add it on. If you lost your power, will he be okay even without his power? The mood in the meeting room became extremely heavy after the Pope's question. The Black Blood's household. They had been so strong that the people here would not have been able to defeat them without the purifier and his people. The reason they were able to defeat such enemies without anybody getting seriously injured was because of the purifier's overwhelming power. The purifier was slowly losing that power. Would he still be okay? The Pope, despite being the one to ask, could not even imagine how Cal would respond. Should I not have asked? As she had that thought, the response came soon. Of course I will be okay, she heard a stoic, brusque yet firm voice. The Pope looked at Cal. His eyes were as calm as usual. Cal continued to speak. Why would I not be okay? It's just going back to normal. Chapter 63. When I came home, too, the power was not disappearing completely. It was simply returning to normal. There was nothing for Cal to be disappointed about regarding the fire of destruction. Cal thought that he needed to explain a bit more after seeing the piercing gazes of the people from the Empire, and opened his mouth. I will just consider it as having experienced many things in this time. The experience of facing his enemies with overbearing strength. That was quite the useful experience that allowed him to learn many hints about how to face the hunter households in the future. Of course, I'm not saying that what happened to this world was a good experience. He thought that something like this should never happen in this world again. I just think that there was a lot that I gained. He gained quite a lot of information about the hunters. In addition, having captured the Huyans patriarch and the blood cult's number 7 meant that he would be able to gather even more information. He also did not cough up blood or faint. Things went well. Cal nodded his head, satisfied that the situation had been handled easier than he had thought. The corners of Cal's lips curled up a bit. Ha. Cal looked at the ancient dragon, who sighed deeply. Iruhaben was just sighing without looking at Cal. Mary was silent, but it was odd seeing Choi Han looking at Cal as if he had a lot he wanted to say. However, Cal thought that he could probably hear it later and looked toward Imperial Princess Olivia instead. I don't think 1 year is possible, but I will purify things as my power allows while I am here. He still had 10 times efficiency right now, so it wouldn't be bad to purify things without pushing himself too much. Imperial Princess Olivia opened and closed her mouth a few times before finally speaking. Doesn't your power decrease the more you use it? Probably. Cal answered as if it was obvious before adding on. Of course, I may have to leave soon if something happens. Soon, Redick Huyans he was planning on meeting with the Patriarch to gather information. He would leave this world if something came up that needed his immediate attention from that conversation. Furthermore, the god of death's divine item that is in his pocket, the mirror, had been vibrating since a few moments ago. It seemed to have something to say to him. I also need to hurry up and go back home. Cal remembered how Beacrox, Ron, and Crown Prince Alberu had looked when he last saw them. He also clearly remembered that it was most likely bastards from the blood cult who made them look like that. Olivia let out a deep sigh at that moment. As Cal became confused at that esteemed purifier. The Pope suddenly started praying. Cal was even more confused. Purifier, I will definitely not forget your sacrifice. Zero spoke with a solemn look on his face and quite the crazed gaze. This is weird. Cal felt extremely iffy at this odd situation. I knew it would be like this. Cal realized something was wrong after hearing that comment from the ancient dragon. His confusion didn't seem to matter as Imperial Princess Olivia started speaking again. We plan on having a meeting with the entire continent soon. The chief executives of each group were going to meet to discuss how to restore Xiolan from here on. Excuse me. Cal raised his hand toward Olivia, who looked ready to explain everything. There is no need to explain everything to me. Excuse me? Cal thought that it might sound a bit cold but still spoke honestly. I am someone who is going to leave. If Cal was not going to purify this entire world, it was up to the people of this world to figure out the rest. I believe that the issues of this world are a conversation for the people who are going to continue living here. Cal looked at Olivia and continued to speak as she closed her mouth. I came here today to deliver that message. Olivia slightly bowed toward him. I am shameless. She felt disappointed as soon as Cal said that he was someone who was going to leave. She also thought that she had been completely shameless. These people are people who are fighting against this massive enemy called the Hunters. She could not ask such people to stay here. They had a home as well. They were people who had left their homes in order to fight these enemies. We already received a lot from them. Starting with the fall of the House of Huyans, They had learned the true cause of this world's destruction. They had also stopped it. I see, you all are people who are going to leave. Olivia raised her head again. Thank you for everything until now. We will repay you for everything you have done to the best of our abilities. It will be done before you all leave. Olivia continued to speak to Cal, who was nodding his head. You may leave now. We are going to start a meeting. I see. Cal got up without any hesitation after hearing the order to get out. In fact, it was Olivia, who had told him to get out, who was looking at Cal and his people with a longing gaze. I will see them out. The Pope stood up. Then we will be on our way now. Cal and the others said goodbye to Olivia and headed toward the meeting room door. At that moment, we do not plan on scraping by to get out of this destruction. We plan on starting a new era. Cal heard Olivia's voice behind his back. Her voice was slightly shaking, but nothing was preventing it from getting her message out. We plan on creating a world where both mana and dead mana can coexist. She stood up. She walked toward Cal and his people. Please tell me your names. Olivia stood in front of Mary and extended her hand out for a handshake. Mary looked at Cal for a moment. Cal nodded his head. Only then did Mary shake Olivia's hand. Mary looked silently at the hand that looked the same as hers before opening her mouth. Mary, that is my name. Yes. Olivia continued to speak. We will create a world where necromancers as strong as Mary exist. She let go of Mary's hand and extended her hand out toward Choi Han. My name is Choi Han. I see. We will make a world where people can grow into sword masters like Choi Han. It will happen. Olivia smiled at Choi Han's response and looked at the dragon. Iruhaben. Yes, sir. Iruhaben calmly responded to Olivia, who hesitated for a moment and could not continue to speak. It is up to you to convince a fae. Of course. A fae was currently the only dragon in this world. It was up to Olivia to convince her to help them restore this world to normal. She thought about what she needed to do before looking at Cal. Cal. Olivia silently extended her hand for a handshake. However, Cal smiled awkwardly as if this was a bit strange. Your Royal Highness, isn't it a bit early to have this kind of farewell? Cal looked at Olivia, who was looking at him as if he was someone who would disappear with the wind, and let out a small sigh. Human, did you forget? He heard the invisible Rayon's voice. He had indeed forgotten something. Your Royal Highness, there is something I would like to suggest. Cal remembered what he had forgotten about. What is it? Olivia cautiously asked. His casual voice reached her ear. I have a peculiar world tree. Will it be okay to plant it here? Excuse me, what? Olivia wondered what she had just heard. She looked around. The Pope and Zero both had rare blank expressions on their faces as they looked at Cal. Ah, they heard the same thing too. Olivia knew that she had heard properly, but looked at Cal because she could not understand. Ah, she couldn't even hear Choi Han gasping as if he realized something. I have a world tree that doesn't care if dead mana is nearby. She could only look at Cal, who continued to say things with an oddly light tone. It is still a young world tree, but there is no world tree in this world anyway. I think it will do a good job if you plant this world tree in the area that is most seriously corroded by dead mana and tell it to maintain the area. The Molden Kingdom's underground labyrinth, the fake world tree that had been at the center of it, this black fake world tree had grown up well despite having a dead mana river nearby. Excuse me? Olivia could only blankly ask back. Oh, this thing is capable of conversation, so it should be cooperative if the conversation goes well. Cal shrugged his shoulders toward the people of Xiolin who were looking at him. Honestly speaking, wouldn't it be difficult to purify this whole continent with just necromancers, dark elves, and black mages? In all honesty, purifying all of Xiolin was also an issue. By the sounds of it, you are trying to create a world where the two can coexist. Of course, it sounds like this will be quite the strong world once it is completed. A world where necromancers like Mary and sword masters like Choi Han could coexist and grow together. It was possible that Xiolin's new future might be amazing. Anyway, I think that this world tree will be very helpful for it. Oh, one moment please. Olivia showed her palm to Cal to make him stop talking. Purifier, no, Mr. Cal. Yes, the world tree, will you escort the esteemed world tree to this world? No. Cal tilted his head to the side as he responded. I have it on me. A world tree, so what you are saying is that you have a world tree in your possession. You can say that I am currently protecting it. The fake world tree was currently inside a badge after being embraced. The more I think about it, this world is perfect for the fake world tree. A world like Xiolin, which had an extreme level of dead mana, was probably better for this world tree to lay its roots in than a regular world. Of course, I do not plan on planting it here if the world tree says that it does not want to stay in this world. No. Excuse me? Olivia subconsciously raised her voice before calming herself as much as possible after seeing the shocked Cal. Is it possible to speak to that world tree, Nim? I don't see why not. I guess it would be good for the involved parties to chat with one another. Yes, please give me a chance to speak to it. If such a world tree really existed as Cal mentioned, it was a new world tree that was perfect for Xiolin. If a new world tree appears in this world and Dragon Fae helps us, then the people and other races living in Xiolin might really get the strength to stand up once again. It would be the return of two existences that embodied the world from 300 or so years ago. Although they would be different from the world tree and the dragons of that time, they were precious existences that would fit this changed Xiolin. Of course, as Olivia and the other people of Xiolin sighed in relief at Cal's lighthearted response human, I think that the fake world tree will want to stay in this world. Cal showed his agreement to Rayon's comment via silence. The fake world tree had grown up in the underground labyrinth under the White Star's suppression and Elisne's control. Furthermore, it had even faced elves that came to kill it. A world like this that treats it as a revered being would be something that the world tree could only have dreamed about. Then I will be on my way now. Okay, I will see you soon. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Cal and his people left the meeting room. Olivia stared at the closed meeting room door for a bit. Zero opened his mouth to speak. I really can't figure this guy out at all. I agree. Olivia agreed before adding on. Maybe he is an existence we cannot dare to make a judgment about. That seems right. Zero scoffed. He, a human who is protecting a world tree. How can such an existence be human? He could be human. Is it okay to set a limit to what he can do just because he is human? Olivia smiled at Zero and the chief executives as she continued to speak. We are individuals who will raise this world up once again. We cannot set a limit to what we can do. Zero let out a short laugh before nodding his head. You're right. We truly cannot set a limit on what we can do. That's right. Olivia and the chief executives still had no clear idea of how to purify this world without Cal. However, she was looking at the future in a positive light. The Agents of Destruction had a lot of other races as well, and the Church of the Fire of Purification has people who can at least use portions of the power of the Fire of Purification. In addition, the Empire has more mages and administrators with profound knowledge of dead mana than anywhere else. There were probably other existences still living in different parts of Xiolin as well. If they all put their heads together, she was certain that they would be able to find a way. Let us start the meeting. The meeting resumed with Olivia's comment. On the other hand, the Pope bowed slightly toward Cal outside the palace where the meeting was taking place. Oh, esteemed purifier, the church is no longer considered as an evil cult. That's great. The Pope smiled gently at Cal's calm response. However, that smile quickly disappeared. Will you be heading to that place? Yes, Mom. The Pope slightly bowed to say goodbye. I pray that you can get what you seek. That should be the case. Cal responded and started to walk. He was headed toward the underground tomb beneath the Emperor's palace. It was the place that Eruhaben had looted dry once already. This large area where countless Jiangshis were supposed to be, Cal sat on a chair located in the center of that area and started speaking. Have you been well? He looked at the three people kneeling in front of him and smiled. You guys are all still fine. Blood Cults number 7, Patriarch Reddick Huyans, the chief of staff. The three of them were kneeling in front of him at a set distance from one another. Will you still be fine after today? Cal leisurely asked while being the only one to smile brightly. Chapter 64. When I came home, 3, Cal looked to one side. Why is he not waking up? Sui Khan looked down after hearing the nonchalant question. He could see the back of the person who was currently serving as his chair. He keeps seizing when he wakes up, so I am continuously knocking him out. It was the Emperor who was plopped over on the ground. Everything except his face was black at this point. Good job, Why thank you. Choi Han accepted Cal's praise as if it was not a big deal. Crazy bastards. Number 7 subconsciously mumbled before making eye contact with Choi Han. He subconsciously looked away after seeing that cold gaze. Choi Han was the bastard who had knocked number 7 unconscious over and over. Now then, shall we chat? Cal looked around at the people in this area. The unconscious emperor and the still conscious number 7, patriarch and chief of staff were here. Choi Han and Choi Han were with Cal as well. The rest of the group was doing other things right now. The children went with Iruhaben. The ancient dragon had gone with a fae to look for a suitable place to plant the world tree. Rayon had been roaming around a fae before he, On, and Hong all went with Iruhaben. That's good. Cal was feeling a bit freer with On, Hong, and Rayon not here as he started to speak. What's wrong with you? His eyes turned toward a person, the Huyans patriarch, Reddick Huyans. That once extremely confident bastard was avoiding Cal's gaze in an almost exaggerated manner. It was truly over the top. Pht. Cal turned his gaze toward the direction of the laugh. What is it, Team Leader Nim? Team Leader Choi Han responded with actions instead of words. He walked over to the kneeling patriarch. The patriarch tried to get away from Choi Han's reach, but Choi casually pulled at the patriarch's top. Huh. Cal looked at the patriarch's shoulder. Huh. He then looked at Choi Han again. Cal then looked back at the patriarch's shoulder. It was purified. Holy moly. The cheapskate could not hide his shock. This works. Cal's subconscious words caused a fire in the Huyans patriarch's eyes. What? This works. You mean you did that without knowing? Pow. However, he soon had to lower his head. Choi shook the hand he used to smack the patriarch on the back of the head before grabbing him by the head and making him sit down properly. Number 7, and the chief of staff looked at the patriarch's shoulder with honest looks of shock. There was a thunderbolt-shaped burn mark left there. It looked pretty painful. However, that was not important. Following the thunderbolt-shaped mark, the Huyans patriarch's shoulder down to his chest had turned back from black to regular skin color. Of course, that area was red from being burnt. Wow, our power can even purify people who are poisoned with dead mana. Cal, we are so cool. Cal completely ignored the cheapskate's frivolous voice. This is good. Cal calmly looked down at the Huyans patriarch. Let's use this time to purify you completely. No. The Huyans patriarch looked at Cal with dread. He honestly seems petrified. Cal found it odd that the patriarch seemed quite petrified. It did not seem like he had this look just because he was scared of losing his powers. It seemed to be quite painful. Choi Han resolved his question. I was in charge of keeping an eye over this bastard last night. Choi had to watch over the patriarch while Choi Han kept an eye on the rest. He was in serious pain. He did seem to have strong endurance, though. Oh. Cal let out a short gasp before observing the patriarch's complexion. I guess he does have some cold sweats. He is pale too. Yeah, he's probably holding it in because he is in front of you. At nighttime, he just begged me to knock him out. It must be quite painful. The patriarch watched Cal and Choi Han chat with him in the middle with a look of disgust. However, he could not say anything. It's terrible. He had never felt such pain in his life. It felt as if bugs were gnawing on his skin very slowly, with the thunderbolt-shaped scar at the center. In addition to that, he felt quite a lot of pain every time those bugs bit him. Crackle. There was the pain of a current going through him as well as the feeling of being burnt. The biting, current, and burning all came together. Non-stop. It was terrible and completely dreadful. However, the thing that was the worst of it all was his power decreased, and that so-called purification happened with the pain. Smile. The patriarch subconsciously opened his mouth after making eye contact with Cal and seeing him smile. Just kill me. Yes, please just kill me. Aren't you planning on killing me anyway? Just kill me now. What good will it do you to keep someone like me alive? Yeah, huh. The Huyans patriarch blankly looked at Cal, who answered so easily. I will let you die if you properly answer the things I want to know. Cal asked before the anxious Huyans patriarch could even open his mouth again. What did you do with the king of Roan? The Huyans patriarch closed his mouth. Cal reached his hand out at that moment. Crackle, crackle. A rose gold current crackled in his hand. The patriarch urgently opened his mouth. I don't know. What happened in the Roan kingdom was not under my jurisdiction. I don't know. Cal slightly scowled at this reaction. He seems to be telling the truth. The patriarch's reaction seemed real. Then something is weird. Cal's mouth opened. Then why did they use white magic in Duke Orsina's estate? While the Roan palace crumbled and the king disappeared, Duke Orsina's estate was burning in the capital. Furthermore, young Lady Orsina had disappeared. The only person who survived, the youngest young Lady Orsina, had mentioned white magic. That the Huyans patriarch, who had a different look on his face, was stumbling over his words. Cal extended the hand with the fire of destruction forward and commented, "Oh, you are hesitating? Fuck." The patriarch swore before speaking in a weak voice after seeing the rose gold light right in front of his face. "The incident at the Duke's estate is not my jurisdiction either." Cal's hand headed toward the patriarch's leg. But I helped them." Cal's hand stopped after hearing the patriarch shout. Cal's gaze then headed away from the patriarch to someone else. "Your face looks quite weird right now." Blood cults number 7. A single drop of cold sweat dripped down his cheek after he heard Cal's comment. When did he see the look on my face? Was he not looking at the patriarch? Cal gave an order to Reddick Huyans without caring whether number 7 was shocked or not. Continue. "The blood cult sighed, and we are currently in a cooperative relationship." He warily looked at Cal before speaking. "In return for the blood cult helping us, they requested that we work with them every so often. The incident at Duke Orsina's estate was one of those things." "Are the Jiangshis what they were helping you with?" "Yeah." "Then do you know why the blood cult did that at Duke Orsina's estate?" That a low voice came from next to them as the patriarch opened his mouth. Patriarch. Number 7 was looking at the patriarch with a stoic face. It was as if he was saying that he would not leave the patriarch alone if he said anything more. However, number 7 slowly lost consciousness after feeling pain on the back of his head. Again, he could not even finish his sentence. Choi Han moved the unconscious number 7 to one side as he addressed Cal. "Please feel free to continue, Cal Nim." "Okay." Cal was silent for a moment before nodding his head while the patriarch had a look of disgust and weakly started to speak. "I don't really know why the blood cult did that at Duke Orsina's estate." "You don't know?" "But..." The patriarch urgently continued to speak after seeing Cal ready to push the rose gold light toward him again. "The blood cult is currently at an important time." The patriarch peeked at the unconscious number 7 and continued to speak after seeing Cal staring at him. "Their plan is to start the Great War of the Triumvirate between the good faction, evil faction, and the demon cult. The Great War of the Triumvirate." That phrase made Cal's eyes cloud over. For someone who read fantasy novels for many years and read a few wuxia novels in the process as Kim Rock-soo, he could draw a picture as soon as he heard the patriarch say the Great War of the Triumvirate. The Triumvirate, good faction, evil faction, demon cult. These 3 factions were the major martial artist forces of the Central Plains, otherwise known as the wuxia world. It meant that the blood cult was going to scheme to create a great war between the 3 major forces. If the Great War of the Triumvirate really breaks out, all of the Central Plains mountains and streams would be full of blood from battles. It would be a relief if only martial artists died during those battles, but based on how these hunter bastards have done things, they will probably drag in martial artists, civilians, and even the military. He could already feel it. This is going to be even more of a shit show. An even greater shit show will take place in the Central Plains with the blood cult than in Xiaolin. How is the Duke's House of Orsina related to the Great War of the Triumvirate? In addition to the Great War of the Triumvirate, it is time for them to pick a new priestess. Priestess? Yeah, the Huyans patriarch sighed once before continuing to speak. "I'm sure you don't know much about the dimension with the blood cult, but the blood cult has their god, the blood demon, and there is a position of the priestess, the person who helps that god and delivers the will of the heavens." "I know all of that." Cal wanted to tell him that he knew about this, but decided to just listen. He thought that Choi Han and Sui Khan probably didn't know these things. The current blood demon goes through the process of choosing a new priestess before selecting the next generation's successor. So what you are saying is that you don't know the details about what the blood cult is doing. But the Great War of the Triumvirate and the selection of the priestess, you believe that the incident at Duke Orsina's estate happened because of one of these 2 reasons. Yeah, you revealed everything easier than I thought. One corner of the Huyon's patriarch's lips curled up at that comment. I can't die alone. Yeah. Based on what I observed, it looked like you hunter households were in competitive relationships with one another. Cal returned to the beginning after receiving a decently satisfactory answer. So then, who was responsible for the incident at the Roan Palace? The patriarch closed his mouth. Cal just waited. It was because he saw the fear in the patriarch's eyes. He seemed to be thinking about a different fear despite looking right at the rose gold light. Will you really kill me? Yeah. Of course, Cal had no plans on killing him. He was planning on pulling out as much information as possible. I will respond because you said that you will kill me. The patriarch clenched his eyes shut before opening them back and starting to speak. 5 colors it was at that moment. Cal Nim, shit. Choi Han pulled Cal back while Sui Khan grabbed the patriarch by the back of his neck and flung him back. Ba-ang, a large explosion occurred. The Huyon's patriarch's body burst and exploded. It truly had happened in an instant. In the instant that the veins on the patriarch's face turned red and Sui Khan, and Choi Han acted after sensing something was off, the patriarch exploded and died. What the hell? Cal looked toward the location of the explosion. The patriarch had disappeared without a trace. Only some black blood was left where he had been. Did he die because he brought up the 5 colors bloods just now? Nobody answered Cal's question. He slowly looked down toward the only conscious person. He looked at the chief of staff. The chief of staff was captured and brought here because he was the Huyon's patriarch's close confidant who had been secretly working for him for a long time. He was shaking quite a bit while looking at where the patriarch had died. It was as if he saw the thing he feared the most. It looks like the chat is going to be a bit longer than I thought. Cal was speaking calmly but felt a mysterious iffiness. The 5 colors bloods. It was uneasiness toward the household with that weird name. Tap, tap, tap. Cal sat on a couch and tapped the screen of the item he had placed on the table. Tap, tap, tap. Cal tapped again after not seeing any response. Tap, tap, tap. Are you not going to answer me? At that moment, ooh, the mirror started to vibrate. It was as if it was disgusted, or maybe it was a bit scared. Cal looked down at this divine item that the god of death had given him before smiling and gently speaking. Now then, time to pay up. Ooh, the mirror vibrated as if it was shaking. It looks like I will need to be paid for everything I did. I have a lot of time, so let's discuss everything without leaving anything out. Ooh, the mirror was shaking intensely. As for Cal, he was smiling brightly. Time to get money, he was smiling brightly while hearing the cheapskate cheer. Chapter 65. When I came home, a window popped up on the mirror that resembled a tablet. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Oh, you are very good at your job. A small message window popped up at that moment. There was a single sentence in the icon that resembled an invitation. Should I pollute this world again? The moment Cal nonchalantly spoke without any emotion, a notification appeared regarding the chat created by the god of death. I'm glad we understood each other. The god of death typed into the chat. Ooh, the mirror vibrated. Rayon, who was next to Cal, nonchalantly commented, Human, what is up with that god? I don't know. He wasn't interested. It was none of Cal's business whatever the god of death rambled. Aren't you going to work? Shut up. Rayon said something else. Human, I think that this god has the least dignity of all gods. Cal immediately started speaking once Xiolin commented. There were a few things you asked me to do. Tap. Tap. Cal rhythmically tapped the table with his index finger. First, agree to the invitation. He was told that he would be given 1 mine for doing that. Second, seriously damage the Black Blood's household. A mine for that as well. Third, help with the purification. And in a message he received later, this next part was something that appeared in a message after Cal first mentioned the fake world tree. It was a message he had ignored and had just checked a few moments ago. Finally, provide an existence that could be a world tree in this world. Tap. Tap. Cal was silent to build the tension before resuming. Now then, let me tell you everything I have done. Ooh, the mirror was vibrating. No, it was shaking. I happily agreed to the invitation. Once I got here, not only did I seriously damage the Black Blood's household, I destroyed them. I also got rid of all of the monsters that were trying to pollute this entire world and destroy it. I also purified a significant amount of the planet. I will also not just find an existence that could be a world tree. I will plant a world tree that is perfect for this world. Rayon commented at this moment. Human, I want to smack the god of death on the back of the head. Cal gave a single response. Just ignore him. I got it, human, human. I want to destroy the mirror. Cal stopped Rayon and sighed. What is up with him? Cal had met the god of death before. He had seemed normal and godlike at that time, but this god of death who was chatting in here seemed weird. Tusk. Cal looked down at the mirror and clicked his tongue. Oh, human, that is your look of scorn. The god of death stopped commenting. Cal didn't care as he tapped on the mirror. And the reward? Xiolin did not say anything. I don't think a couple of minds are going to cut it. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up oddly. And based on the information I have gathered, most of the mines in this world are currently polluted by dead mana. He had the Pope look into this issue. Really? Huo? There are many of them? Cal ignored the conversation between the god of death and this world. But I am going to leave this world. How am I going to use the mines even if you give them to me? You are going to move the mine to Rhone? Oh, this was a bit nice. If we get a magic stone mine in the Henetus territory for Cal as a person, the Duke's House of Henetus, the Henetus territory, and even the Rhone Kingdom, there were numerous benefits to be gained. New magic stones would be extremely beneficial to the kingdom's revival since the capital was attacked and Puzzle City was destroyed. Speak. Xiolin had said the following with a third postscript when it had sent the invitation. PS3. I am a generous world who does not believe in low-value gifts. Cal silently waited for Xiolin to continue. That is understandable. Cal understood that the world could not fill his rewards with mines. What does it mean by that? Wow, Cal was a bit amazed. You are legit. Cal contemplated it for a moment before nodding his head. Xiolin looked as if it needed time because it needed to give a reward greater than it had expected. If it was for that reason, and not because it was trying to rip him off, it was completely understandable. The treasures will need to be things I agree are comparable as rewards. The mirror was shaking. I want worry. The worrying is for you to do. The mirror shook again. Either way, you are going to give me a couple of mines first, right? Then add some polluted magic stones mines on top of that too. Oh, come on, why are you feigning ignorance? Cal shared the information he heard from the Pope. Magic stones polluted with dead mana are great things for individuals who use dead mana. In Nameless, 1, where Cal lives, the Rhone Kingdom and Arm were the two major forces that used dead mana. The two places could be considered representatives of dead mana. The Rhone Kingdom was the first kingdom where a dark elf received a title of nobility. In addition, people like Mary and the Crown Prince needed dead mana to live. And Arm is gone now, but the eastern continent still had Indable. Frito was currently overseeing things there, but it would soon be incorporated into the Rhone Kingdom. Good. It was not easy to procure dead mana in Cal's world. We can increase our strength with the dead mana-polluted magic stone mines. Cal looked at the mirror as he asked, add the most polluted magic stones mine to my list of rewards. The mirror continued to shake. When is soon? Make it as quickly as possible. Cal looked at the chat window that was now only between him and the god of death and started to speak again. When will the Central Plains send an invitation? Oh, and there is something I learned about the offering of karma. Rayon looked at the expression on Cal's face and urgently started speaking. Human, calm down. Cal looked at the mirror with a piercing gaze. The mirror vibrated more intensely than ever before, and then a new message appeared. The limit had been 10 people when they came to this world, but it was 13 on their way back. Cal calmly commented, so he's telling me to take number 7 and the chief of staff, but that still leaves one spot. Is that for a fae? However, it looked as if a fae was going to stay in this world. Cal looked at the silent screen of the divine item before thinking about the new information he learned. Take this offering of karma. The hunters would say that and kill someone to travel through dimensions. Cal had decided on the Black Blood's household and the blood cult as his first target after hearing that they were the ones who came up with this method. That we don't really know. The chief of staff had been shaking after witnessing the patriarch's death. The involved device is with the blue bloods. The blood cult has it. The information about there being a device involved with dimension travel and that it was with the blood cult. And all we did was help them create it with the blueprint they had. A blueprint? Yes, sir. It was created with the blueprint given by the purple blood, sir. Tap. Tap. Cal stopped tapping on the table and stood up. 3 days is a bit tight. Cal headed out to tell the others about the return date as well as to take care of the remaining tasks. Suwoob, sob, thank you very much. The fake world tree waved its disgusting black branches and vibrated intensely. I didn't think that there would be a world to accept me. Cal removed his hand that was touching the fake world tree. Oh, purifier, thank you very much. Olivia touched a branch that was reaching out from the fake world tree as she spoke. I feel like I've earned a great new close friend. Swish! A branch flew over and grabbed Cal's hand. Suwoob, she called me a friend. A close friend? Suwoob? Ha! Cal tried to move his hand away from the fake world tree's branch, but the branch desperately held onto him and shared its thoughts. I am disappointed that I couldn't give a proper farewell to the world tree Nim, but now I have my own world. Sob, Suwoob, hey, so loud. I'm going to cut this branch off. The world tree did not shake at Cal's comment. I know that you won't do that. You are actually a very nice person, sir. The branch slowly withdrew as wrinkles appeared on Cal's face. It then roamed around Olivia before gently placing a branch on the Imperial Princess' extended palm. You've already become close? Olivia slightly chuckled at Cal's nonchalant question. I plan on getting even closer from now on. Shaya, the black branches shook and caused a breeze. Cal looked around. There were only a few other people here in addition to Olivia, the world tree, and Cal. It was because there was an extremely polluted dead mana area behind the fake world tree. The polluted areas and the non-polluted areas, the fake world tree was placed at the boundary of the two areas. Olivia looked at the boundary and mumbled almost as if she was talking to herself. Really, thank you very much. It was nothing. Cal responded back as if it was nothing. Olivia shook her head, but still, however, she could not finish her statement. Oh, esteemed purifier. Cal raised his head after hearing the voice that was as loud as thunder. Oh, esteemed purifier, I will know, please let me. Bishop, old priest Durst. The man who was the bishop of the church ran toward Cal with his white beard fluttering in the wind. His face was flushed and his baggy priest robe was fluttering. What is going on? Cal felt a mysterious sense of iffiness while looking at Durst running toward him with a red aura around him. Durst shouted with joy. I have received a divine revelation. The fire of purification has given me a revelation. Cal truly felt iffy about this now. A revelation? Yes, sir. The Pope Nim also received a revelation, but I can report about that later. Durst looked at Cal and smiled brightly. The fire of purification has told me to stay by your side, Purifier Nim. Excuse me, the Lord has told me to go with you. I need to return with this old priest Durst. Cal thought about there being an opening in the returning spots and looked at Durst. Ha ha ha. The healthy old priest was laughing out loud with joy. The Church of the Fire of Purification had video recording devices and written statements regarding Cal's achievements. However, Durst had been disappointed that their meeting was so short. I will be able to see the path of the esteemed purifier. The old priest spoke with excitement. There had been many talks about who would prepare the return ceremony, but it looks like the church can do it. Since I'm going with you as well. Ha 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 ha, hold on. Cal stopped Durst. Whether it was a revelation from the fire of purification or the issue of Durst accompanying him, looking past all these things he had heard a weird word. Return ceremony? Ah, it is a farewell party to be more specific. We plan on making it quite grand. It will be something we can be proud to show off in front of the entire continent. Ha 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 ha, a grand farewell party. Cal's face turned pale. Chapter 66. When I came home, 5, Olivia reacted to Cal's pale face. Are you okay? Your face is so pale. Cal immediately started to speak. My complexion isn't the issue. What do you mean it is not an issue? Olivia spoke with a stern look on her face. It is a big issue. Her face then looked apologetic and pitiful. It makes sense that you are tired after pushing yourself so hard the last few days. Please rest well. We will take care of the rest. Wait, my face being pale really isn't the issue right now. What? A grand farewell party? I hate things like that. Cal thought that he needed to correct things and tell them his opinion. I am healthy. He truly was. His condition was the best it has ever been lately. He did not cough up blood or faint. Furthermore, he even slept quite well in this place. This was something the children averaging 9 years old could confirm. Oh, esteemed purifier, for saying that you are healthy, Olivia tried to say something, but Cal ignored her. The person in front of him was going to be the new empress, but he didn't care. I don't need a grand farewell party. Olivia closed her mouth as soon as Cal spoke. Haya, she then let out a deep sigh. She shook her head and addressed Durst. This is why I asked you to keep it a secret, I guess so. Cal's gaze headed toward Durst after hearing the old man's weak voice before he flinched. Seriously. The esteemed purifier, my goodness. Ha, he was saying all sorts of things by himself before covering his eyes. What is up with him? Cal could not understand Durst's action, but he had a mysterious sense of anxiety. Do I really need to take this old guy back with me? He had this weird feeling that it might even be better to have the god of death traveling with him than this old priest. Oh, esteemed purifier. Cal looked away from Durst after hearing Olivia's voice and looked at her. Then please think of it this way. What do you mean? The farewell party it is for you, but it is also for us. Cal groaned. The farewell will start off multiple days of celebration. It might not be the time to do such a thing, but there is a need to inform people about the start of the world changing. Cal wanted to say something. What does that have to do with me? Just have your celebrations separately. I simply want to return quietly. Cal had also left quietly when leaving the Roan Kingdom to head here. We will not hear anything you have to say regarding the issue. Olivia was saying that she was no longer going to listen to him. She added on in a lonely tone, we need to do this so that you can enjoy yourself. Excuse me. It's nothing. She shook her head and looked at Cal as if she didn't know what to do with this guy. You sound like someone who won't know how to enjoy money nor power even if you had it. What nonsense is this? Cal was in disbelief at this woman who was wrong, so wrong, about him. Durst chimed in at that moment. He seemed to be trying to change the topic. Cal tried to reject the farewell party once more after seeing Durst make eye contact with Cal to distract him, but what Durst said was something he needed to hear. It looks like we can take care of the issue of the Jiangxis. Durst smiled after seeing Cal's gaze focused on him. How so? The Pope-nym was bestowed warmth just now. Warmth? Yes, sir. To be more specific, it is a divine item. Would you like to head to the temple? The Pope-nym said that she would need to show you in order to explain it. He only had 3 days before they returned. The Jiangxis were the biggest reason he thought that it would be a tight schedule. He had threatened number 7 and the Empress to figure out how to deal with these Jiangxis. But he had a lot on his mind because he didn't think 3 days would be enough time to deal with it all. The imperial palace's people wanted to bury the Jiangxis and give them proper funerals, but that still left a lot of unresolved issues. For example, they kept talking about how it would be better to have the funeral in their original appearances rather than as Jiangxis. That sounds great. Let's go. Yes, sir, I will escort you right away. Cal looked at Olivia before following Durst. I have delivered my thoughts on the matter. Yes, sir. Your humble and deeply considerate heart has been heard. I will just verbally accept your wishes. Cal felt that nothing he said would get through to the imperial princess based on her response. Cal, let's just enjoy it. He ignored the Super Rock's laughing voice. He ignored Olivia's goodbye as well. He is embarrassed. After hearing Olivia's voice behind him and Durst laughing in front of him, Cal had a thought on his mind. I just want to leave. He wanted to just go home right now. He preferred Roan and people calling him young Master Silver Shield over this. No matter what, home was best. Cal felt homesick for the first time in a long while. However, Cal had to push aside his thoughts of home after meeting the Pope. Who? Choi Han groaned while the ancient dragon looked at the thing in the Pope's hand with curiosity. It looks like a heater. Yes, it does, O great dragon. The Pope responded to a Ruhaben before offering the divine item in her hands to Cal. Please take a look. Cal took the divine item from the Pope's hands. It's a space heater. This divine item truly resembled a heater. This very small heater was releasing white smoke and burning endlessly. I received this holy item from today's revelation. Oh, esteemed purifier, it is not hot at all, don't you agree? Yes, Mom, I am holding the heater, but it is not hot at all. As I expected. The Pope pretended not to hear him calling it a heater before nodding her head and continuing to speak. This holy item was something only those at the bishop level or higher could touch. Aside from them, a few priests who are famous for their sincerity were able to touch it. What about others? Cal looked at this heater that was made of something transparent like glass. It was shaped like a wood-burning stove, but there was a fire burning inside despite having nothing to fuel it. This fire was rose gold in color, unlike a regular fire. Other people could not touch it. They would get burns from the intense heat the moment they touched it. I see. But how will this divine item take care of the jiangshis? Smoke comes out as soon as you put the power of the fire of purification inside this item. Spreading the smoke makes a portion or all of the dead mana covering a jiangshi's body disappear, returning to its original natural state. The Pope continued without any hesitation after receiving Cal's gaze. Basically, we can use the smoke of this holy item to get rid of the jiangshis. Iruhaben chimed in. It truly is a divine item. It is very fitting for the fire of purification, returning the jiangshis that were polluted by dead mana to their original state. If the person could use the power of the fire of purification, this heater could truly be considered a divine item with mysterious powers. Choi Han looked at the Pope and asked, "Then is it usable in other ways as well? Aside from the jiangshis, aren't there still a lot of things in this world that need to return to their natural states?" Cal looked at Choi Han for a moment before looking at the Pope. He had been curious about this as well. No, the Pope shook her head. It was only useful against the jiangshis. The power of this holy item did not reach anything else. She then looked back toward Cal. "Oh, esteemed purifier." The Pope's voice sunk low. Her gaze was quite serious today. Her deep gaze was extremely tense. What is going on? The Pope spoke just as Cal was about to be confused at her demeanor. The fire of purification has requested a conversation. Ah, the Pope slightly lowered her head as Cal let out a short gasp. We have emptied the central prayer room in the temple. You can have your conversation there. That sounds great. The Super Rock commented, "What is to come has finally come." The cheapskate commented as well. "Definitely. Do you really think that the fire of purification is me?" Cal didn't respond to the ancient powers in his mind as he addressed the Pope. "Can I go right now?" "Yes, sir." Screech, the door opened and an empty area appeared in front of Cal. "Please go in here." Cal opened his mouth at the Pope's comment. "Am I going in alone?" "Yes, sir. You must go in alone." Rayon was thankfully not with him right now. Cal turned to look at Choi Han and Iruhaben. "I'll wait." "Cal." Choi Han, who was next to Iruhaben who said that he would wait, debated something for a moment before speaking. "Gods aren't that big of a deal." Cal chuckled in response. "I don't get scared because I am dealing with a god." "Yeah, you are like that." Choi Han shrugged his shoulders and took a step back. Cal stepped into the central prayer room without any hesitation nor second thoughts. "I pray that you have a wonderful conversation." With the Pope's comment screech boom, the door closed. Cal looked around. This temple was a temporary setup in the Empire's capital, something that was not hidden but visible to everyone. Of course, it was not announced to the public because it still needed maintenance. "Oh, I get to see this again." This central prayer room was completely empty except for one item. At the center of the prayer room, there was an extremely high platform with a fire on top of it. This was the fire Cal had seen in the room, with the priests greeting him as the Purifier when he first arrived in this world. That fire was stationed here now. Is this thing going to talk? Although Cal slowly approached the fire, there was no hesitation in his steps. The fire was fluctuating but silent. Cal stood in front of the platform and slightly raised his head toward the fire that was located slightly higher than him. "Why are you silent despite wanting to chat?" It was at that moment. Crackle the fire fluctuated. The super rock, cheapskate, and even the sound of the wind the moment the ancient powers sounded confused. Come on. Cal frowned. He heard a voice that was oddly similar to the cheapskate's voice in his mind. "I want to chat with just you. I ask for your understanding." Fuck. But there's no need. Cal could not finish his sentence. Everything was slowly going dark. Basically, he was slowly losing consciousness. Fuck. I didn't even faint when I used my powers, but I'm fainting to talk to this stupid fire of purification? Cal was in disbelief, but could only helplessly watch as everything turned dark. Ah, seriously. Cal's whole world turned dark. Cal shouted with annoyance at that moment. Fuck, you damn god, sorry, Cal opened his eyes. Where is this place? The whole area was black. A red liquid that resembled lava was flowing through the cracked and dried black land. It was hard to even find a single blade of grass or tree in this place. The sky was the color of ash. He could not feel nor see the sun at all. It was at that moment. This is my friend's neighborhood. A calm voice reached Cal's ears. He turned his head. He started speaking with an unsettled look on his face. Are you the god? Yeah. There was a dog wagging his tail at Cal's feet and looking up at him. The puppy that was the size of Cal's arm was covered in fur that was a mix of red and gold. This puppy with short legs looked quite chunky, potentially because of its fur. The tail, which was as voluptuous as its fat body, was wagging without stopping. I wanted to chat with just you. I didn't want the ancient powers to hear. The voice still sounded calm. However, the puppy's tail was starting to wag faster as if it could not control it. You are the fire of purification? Yeah. There are some circumstances outside of my control that are making me appear in front of you like this, but I am still a god. Wag wag, the tail was wagging. I called you because I wanted to see your face. You understand, right? Wag wag. It felt as if the tail would fly off by itself like a propeller. Yeah, Cal responded with a baffled look. Haha, you are understanding. The puppy's tail started to wag even more with excitement. I'm sorry for meeting you in a shabby place like this. I am currently currently avoiding the gaze of an existence. My friend's territory here is the best place to avoid gazes. The puppy's voice was still calm. It was the calmest and godlike voice Cal had heard compared to all of the gods he had spoken to until now. Ah, my friend wants to see you as well, but he is quite shy, so it will probably be difficult. Cal said the thought that suddenly came to his mind. You are the fire of destruction, right? Cal could see the puppy smile at that moment. The puppy's tail was still wagging as he responded. A voice that was similar to the cheapskate in tone but more refined flowed out. See? Cret. Ah, Cal became certain at that moment. This is annoying. Gods really were annoying. The puppy saw the look on Cal's face and urgently continued to speak. Cal, I plan on letting you borrow that divine item. Divine item? Cal's gaze headed toward the fire of purification in his current puppy form. Chapter 67. When I came home, 6, the heater, the divine item the Pope received. But why? Cal slowly looked unsettled. The fire of purification started speaking more urgently after seeing his expression. Yeah, that thing. I'll let you borrow it. Until you die, until you die. Cal did not like the way that sounded. His expression slowly became more unsettled. The puppy's tail became weaker the more that happened. The fire of purification's eyes were shaking. So, the fire of purification placed his front paws on Cal's pants. Black dirt ended up on his pants. Cal slowly moved that leg back and created some distance from the dirty paw. He was not one of the children averaging 9 years old. He had no reason to accept the fire of purification. The puppy's ears flopped down, but Cal didn't care. The fire of purification did not submit to his gaze. Listen to what I have to say. Okay, Xiaolin won't need that divine item anymore after purifying all of the Jiangxis there right now. You understand that, right? Yeah. The fire of purification nodded his head even though Cal nonchalantly answered and responded energetically. However, you will need it in the Central Plains. It was at that moment. Click. Cal heard the sound of heels in the distance. What was that? It felt as if the sound came from far in the distance covered by fog. However, he still heard it very clearly. It was very odd. It was both faint yet clear. Something is weird. He looked around. Nobody was there. Ah. Cal looked down. The fire of purification curled up his body before looking around. He looked scared. That damn balance. I had even less time than I thought. I think I was caught by the god of balance. The puppy with red fur quickly moved over to Cal's leg and stuck to it. It looked as if he was trying to hide. Cal, fuck up the blood cult's number 7 some more. Did this god bastard just tell me to fuck someone up? I knew this bastard was one of those gods. He's a bastard like the god of death. Y'all hear a lot of things if you fuck him up. The fire of purification was hugging one of Cal's legs with both paws while looking around. His voice sounded urgent. The blood cult makes quite a variety of jiangxis. The jiangxis they used for the Black Blood's household are the lowest of the lowest. The hunters' households had a competitive relationship with each other. It was highly unlikely that the blood cult, otherwise known as the Blue Bloods, would make good jiangxis for the Huyans, the Black Bloods. Anyway, there are these living jiangxis among the jiangxis. You have to make sure to learn about that. Cal subconsciously said the words he just heard. Living jiangxis? Yeah, you don't know about them, right? I do. Upon hearing Cal's response, the fire of purification nodded his head as if he understood. Ah, I see. As expected of a reader of that genre of novels. Cal naturally ignored that and asked about the living jiangxis. Those are the ones that look alive, right? The ones who still look human? That's right, living. These jiangxis acted as if they were regular people. If the jiangxis in Xiaolin had characteristics that made it obvious that they were jiangxis, then the living jiangxis did not seem like jiangxis at all. They looked like regular people. Furthermore, they were able to carry on a regular life like people, making them the cream of the crop for jiangxis. In most wuxia novels, the blood cult or demon cult tried their best to make these living jiangxis, while the main character tried to stop it. These living jiangxis were usually brought forth by forbidden secret methods that should not be used. Cal said the thought that came to him out loud. I guess living jiangxis have appeared in the Central Plains. I can't say. What do you mean you can't say when you've basically told me everything? There is a weird god who would care very much about whether I confirmed it myself or not. The puppy's ears and tails sulk down. Anyway, the divine item will be necessary for you. It is my gift to you. The puppy's tail started to wag wildly again. Pull. Cal looked down at the fire of purification after feeling him pull at his pants. Thanks for what you did in Xiaolin. The puppy's fur, which was a mix of red and gold, was slowly becoming clearer. It was sparkling. And I'm always thankful to you for using the fire of destruction for good. The puppy's eyes observed Cal looking even more unsettled. The puppy chuckled. Embarrassed? Cal, you really for free? You said thanks. But it is just words. The fire of purification blankly stared at Cal for a moment before nodding his head. I understand the god of death a bit now. What? Nothing. But Cal, what is it? Cal wondered why the fire of purification was suddenly acting all serious. He was slowly looking less and less like a god. I can't have you treating me as if I am the same as the god of death. He truly did not seem like a god. Iruhe ben Nim feels more like a god. I've already prepared another gift. Cal accepted it once the fire of purification said that. You are much better than the god of death. Right? The fire of purification's tail started wagging all over again. My friend and I made this gift together. I'm certain that it will be very helpful to you in the future when you do something. It was at that moment. Click. It was that noise again. However, it was a bit clearer than before. Cal looked around. There's nothing. There was still nobody. However, the fire of purification's reaction was different. Hurry up and go. The puppy moved away from Cal and circled around him as it warily looked around. I'm sure you are curious about a lot of things, but you will eventually get all of the answers. I knew it would be like this. He never got information easily whenever he met with a god. Cal, just remember this. Cal looked at the fire of purification, the puppy roaming around him in circles and warily looking around, while listening to the puppy speak in a solemn voice. The puppy looked around the empty area before it spoke. Whether it is reason, hope, balance, or justice, don't think about those things. The puppy looked at Cal. His eyes were looking right at him. Just do whatever you want to do. The puppy spoke in a low voice as the corners of Cal's lips twisted in an odd way. At least we will help you. Cal immediately responded. When you say we, are you talking about the ancient powers? The ancient powers in my body. Cal asked about them and smiled. The puppy just smiled. Did all of the ancient powers become gods? Cal asked again. The god responded. No, not all. It was at that moment. Click. The moment he heard the heel clicking even closer crackle, Cal saw the rose gold light shooting out of the puppy's body. That light was so radiant that the fiery thunderbolt Cal had used in Xiaolin could not even compare to it. However, this light only felt warm to Cal. Crackle, the pillar of fire that rose up with the puppy at the center, shot all the way up toward the ash-colored sky. Boom! Cal heard a drum-like noise from a black mountain that was rising up far in the distance on this completely black ground. Click, the heel click sounded even closer. Boom, the drum became louder as if in response. The ground started shaking. He could feel something moving below him, deep down underneath. Cal subconsciously thought about the scary giant cobblestone at that moment. He had no idea why. However, the way the ground was shaking right now made him think of the super rock. It felt as if this whole area was turning into a large boulder to move. He opened his mouth to speak. "Guess you are about to fight someone?" The puppy smiled. "Probably, but my friend is very strong. Strong enough to support a crumbling world. He doesn't ever allow an enemy to go after his territory nor his people. That is the meaning of his existence." Peek. The puppy peeked at Cal and nonchalantly commented, "Protect. It'll be helpful if you remember that word." Click. The moment he heard the heel clicking again, Cal lifted his head up. A white pillar of light was descending from the ash-colored sky. "Cal," the puppy wagged his tail toward Cal. "Is it time for me to go?" The puppy nodded his head at Cal's question. He then said the following, "Bye-bye, y'all see someone else next time." Cal's world was calm as he heard the puppy calmly comment. Right before he closed his eyes, he saw someone shoot out of the black mountain and fly toward the white pillar of light. He also saw the fire of purification running toward the white pillar of light. It was extremely faint, almost as if it was a dream. Cal snapped back to his senses. He was leaning against the altar. Cal, you woke up." The cheapskate and the super rock talked to Cal one after the other. "Are you dizzy? Are you okay? Did the god scold you for using too much of the fire of destruction? And am I really that god? Hey, be quiet. Cal has a headache." "But I don't." "Really?" Cal was fine. In fact, his head was only hurting because the super rock and cheapskate were being loud. However, Cal checked to see if there were any changes to his body. He looked at the thing that he touched as he felt his neck. It was a necklace made of silver. There was something dangling on this necklace that was long enough that it could hide underneath his shirt. A small rock was dangling on the pendant. "When did this thing end up on your neck?" The super rock sounded confused before he continued in a stiff voice. "Cal, there is something special about that rock." "Really? I've never seen this material before. I have no idea what kind of process is required to create such a rock." Cal thought it was just a small rock. It was about the size of his thumbnail, and this black rock with holes made him think of basalt. It's warm. However, Cal could feel warmth in the hand that was holding the rock. A warmth that put him at peace. A warmth that relaxed the tension in his body, similar to when you enter a warm room after working outside in the cold, could be felt from the rock. "I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it will be useful somewhere." Cal nodded his head at the super rock's comment. "I'm sure that the man who shot up out of that black mountain is the super rock." It was only a hypothesis, but Cal was certain. This is something from that world. This rock was from the world where Cal met the fire of purification. It was something from that completely black world. I'll keep it for now. No matter what it was, it'll be fine if he just kept it for now. Cal looked at the fire burning on top of the altar before heading out of the central prayer room. "Oh, esteemed purifier," the Pope, who had been waiting outside the door, approached him. Cal looked at everybody once before nonchalantly commenting to the Pope, "Let's go purify the Jiangxis. I am taking the divine item after that. Do you understand?" The Pope smiled. "Yes, sir. I just learned of it." Iruhaben approached him and asked, "Cal, he told you to have the divine item?" "Yes, Iruhaben Nim. I was told to take it because it'll be necessary for the Central Plains." "I'm sure there had to be such an arrangement since a god gave it to you." Iruhaben nodded his head as if he accepted it before looking at Cal with an intolerable look on his face. "Cal." "Yes, Iruhaben Nim. Are we not heading back in a few days?" "Yes, we are." Cal's face stiffened as he responded. His face looked as if he realized something. Iruhaben looked at him and spoke in a pitying tone. "There are approximately 200 Jiangxis. This heater is small. I don't think you can purify that many of them at once." Sui Khan added on, "Yet there is not much time left." Iruhaben commented again. "Cal, hasn't your power decreased a lot? Won't you have to pull a few all-nighters if you want to purify all 200 of them before we head back home?" The ancient dragon looked at the silent Cal as he continued. "You want cough up blood, right? Huh. A deep sigh came out of Cal's mouth. Those motherfucking god bastards. The Pope's pupils started shaking after hearing Cal's quiet muttering, but Cal put a hand on his forehead as he addressed the Pope. Pope-nim? The Pope subconsciously responded extremely quickly after hearing his extremely annoyed voice. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, esteemed purifier. All of the Jiangshis are gathered in one place, right? Yes, yes, sir. The church and other administrators are gathered together to make that happen. Please lead the way. Fuck. Cal scowled and extended his hand as he thought about potentially staying up all night. The Pope immediately handed him the divine item. Are you not heading out? Cal looked around with the divine item in his hand. The people in his group, some familiar faces, and even a lot of people he did not know quite a lot of people were standing amidst the Jiangshis, looking at Cal. Oh, esteemed purifier. As the Pope, I must see the glorious moment that our purifier uses the divine item. Cal scowled at the Pope's comment. In this large underground area, the people standing with the Jiangshis were all looking at Cal with sparkling gazes. Of course, Choi Han and the rest of his people had expressions that were different from the rest. Chapter 68. When I came home, 7, Cal contemplated in his mind after seeing the sparkling gazes of the Ziolan people. I want to send them out. The people who had gathered to see him used this heater divine item, of course. They seem to have taken Cal into consideration, as only those in extremely important positions were here. I feel like some of them will leave if I say, "Get out." A few times Cal looked up at the ceiling. But it's annoying. If he asked the Pope or Imperial Princess Olivia to send people out, then the people being forced out would say a comment or two about if they can stay. It'll take more time to listen to all of their complaints. Then he might really be here all night. Let's just do it. Normal Cal, no, if he was in the Roan Kingdom, Cal would have tried his best to get out of this kind of center of attention situation. However, he'll never have to see these people again. He would return to the Roan Kingdom soon. Yeah, it'll just be a waste of time arguing with people I will never see again. Of course, he could use the divine item that the god of death gave him to chat with people here since Ziolan was registered as a visited dimension. But why bother? He had no reason to do that. He had done enough, so they should take care of the rest. There will be a statue of me anyway. They said that they were going to put a statue of Cal in the central plaza of the capital, as well as the 4 directional precincts where Cal had defeated the monsters. The areas that were purified while he was taking down those monsters would be commemorated by a temple for the Church of the Fire of Purification. Ha! Cal sighed because just thinking about that gave him a headache. The Pope flinched for a moment in response, but she had to answer Cal's question soon. Have you gotten rid of all of the doors? Yes, sir. The Pope turned to look at the Imperial Princess. All of the traps in this underground area have been disarmed, and the doors in the hallways have been removed. We have moved all the Jiangshis into open areas. The only way into this underground plaza was through the Emperor's bedroom. There was a large open area once he stepped through this door, located at the end of this vast underground space. That was where the Jiangshis made from the corpses of the former emperors, necromancers, dragons, and others had been placed. The once emptied area was filled with Jiangshis again, and the Jiangshis that had been in 2 different places outside the capital were now placed in different rooms in this area. I should do it in the hallway. Cal walked out of that area and into the hallway. I won't say anything about you all watching, but Cal's gaze headed toward Olivia, the Pope, and the rest of the Ziolan people. Some of these people had personally seen what Cal and his people had done, but others had only heard through video communication devices or news. They were all skilled people who had been outside the capital. Some of them were not even citizens of the Empire. I'm sure the Imperial Princess called them. Cal was not interested. However, although he was fine with them watching, please don't get in my way. It will not do any of us any good to do so. Cal activated the dominating aura before speaking because he was annoyed. Doing this made most people not talk back. Cal heard Iruhaben chuckling and saw Sui Khan covering his mouth, but he ignored them. Human, you kind of look as serious as the Crown Prince. He ignored Rayon as well. Instead, Cal slowly headed toward the hallway. Tap, tap. He stopped walking, stood in the hallway, and looked around. He could see the numerous Jiangshis placed behind where the doors had once been located. Anyway, this is my first time using a divine item, so I plan on seeing what happens. I plan on purifying all of the jiangxis in the next few days. Cal gave a short explanation to the people listening before focusing on the heater. Thankfully, nobody asked any questions nor tried to talk to him. As expected, Cal, this punk Iruhaben shook his head after seeing Cal looking at the heater with satisfaction, after seeing that everybody was quiet. This aura that Cal used every so often, the ancient dragon chuckled, while seeing the Xiaolin people keep their mouths shut because of the aura. He only chuckled internally. He's using it now. It was because Cal started using the divine item. Cal placed the heater that was the size of his palm on top of it. You just need to channel your power into it. The directions were simple according to the Pope. Cal, are you using it? The moment the cheapskate spoke with anticipation, Cal started channeling the fire of destruction. Ooh, this transparent heater that resembled a wooden furnace, the red fire burning inside of it, the white smoke rising up from that fire crackle. Crackle. Rose gold current wrapped around Cal's hand. Cal's eyebrows slightly twitched as someone gasped in admiration. Thankfully, they quickly quieted down. Let's use about 90% of my current power to start. The fire of destruction was still at about 2 times efficiency right now, so that should result in an overall strength of 180%. There were over 10 jiangxis. He probably could not purify all of them at once. It seems kind of obvious that I will need to use it multiple times. How much could the little bit of smoke that flows out of this tiny heater purify? That was why Cal was not going to use all of his strength at once. He needed to control his condition. He would then take a break, use his power, and rinse and repeat to maintain his condition. Human, don't overdo it. Rayon sent him a message in his mind. Use it, rest, and then do it again. Let's do that. Human, let's go without coughing up any blood until the end. I'm going to imprison you inside my castle if you cough up blood. Listen to this kid saying such scary things. Cal had that thought while also having another thought at the same time. Wouldn't it be a vacation if I have to sit in Rayon's castle without doing anything? As Cal's thoughts drifted away, the cheapskate's voice brought Cal back. He then focused on the divine item. Crackle, that's weird, there isn't that much of a reaction. Cal subconsciously clenched his eyes shut at that moment. What the hell is this? It was being sucked in. Swoosh, the fire of destruction was being sucked into the heater. Cal, 50% has already been sucked in. It had all happened in an instant. It didn't even take a few seconds. Although it was a tiny little heater, the fire of destruction was being sucked into it at such high speed. Cal, quickly stop using your power. That motherfucking fire of purification. I shouldn't have trusted a god. Cal, it's already 70, no, 75. Cal's eyes were still clenched shut as he focused. He had no idea what was going on in the area around him right now. He could only focus on pulling back his power. Pulling back the power that was already sucked in was more different than he had expected. It felt as if he was trying to cover a fist-sized hole in a dam with his bare hand. 80? No, wow, this is bad. It's already at 89. Fuck. The heater was greedily gobbling up Cal's power. Hey, it's over 90. It's at 92. The cheapskate seemed to be quite anxious as he was just saying hey to Cal instead of calling his name, but Cal could not focus on that. 94, 95 at that moment, huh? That's a relief. The moment the cheapskate sighed in relief, good job, Cal barely managed to pull back his power. Wow, that could have been really bad. Cal, you would have coughed up blood and fainted if you had used 100% of your power. You might have had to be taken home unconscious without the farewell party. No, maybe you wouldn't have been able to go back home. Cal heard the cheapskate's voice, but he could not pay any attention. Shit, 96. He barely managed to stop after using 96% of the fire of destruction. Cal's body staggered. He was dizzy. Cal heard Choi Han's voice and felt someone supporting him. He leaned his body toward the supporting person. I'm dizzy. He could not open his eyes because it felt as if he was having a severe case of motion sickness. What is going on? I didn't even go beyond the limits of my power. He had quite a terrible headache. Cal? The cheapskate was anxious, but the super rock calmly explained. I think your body is in a state that is similar to exhaustion because the power was sucked in at such a rapid pace. Is that it? Is that why I am so dizzy? He felt as if he had been in an extremely fast car driving on a swerving mountain road for hours. Human, are you okay? Human, do you feel like you are going to faint? Do you feel like throwing up? He heard Rayon's extremely concerned voice. He did feel as if he might throw up because he was so dizzy. I knew it would be like this. I knew you would cough up blood after creating such a great spectacle. Are you going to faint? Human, I'm not going to let you leave my house if you faint. Cal flinched after hearing Rayon's endless rant. Did he say great spectacle? He was sure that that was what Rayon had said. He had said that Cal had created such a great spectacle. What is going on? Cal started to feel an unexplainable sense of anxiety. It reminded him of whenever Iruhaben looked at him with a pitying gaze. No, Cal did his best to ignore his dizzy head and opened his eyes. Huh, he was then flabbergasted. What the hell? The whole area was full of smoke. No, the smoke, he was sure that the smoke of the heater had been white, but it was different now. Cal Nim, are you okay? The smoke was red. There were also pebbles here and there that were sparkling gold. It felt as if the stars themselves were sparkling inside the red sunset. Yes, I'm fine. Cal gently pushed Choi Han, the only person who was still not covered by smoke and was visible, away and stood up straight. Ah, Cal finally realized it. The heater that had been on his palm was no longer there. Shit. The heater had left his hand and was floating in the air. It was continuously releasing red smoke, and there was a rose gold fire fiercely burning inside of it. The heater that had looked like it was made of transparent glass was now red with a golden halo around it. What the hell just happened? Cal looked around despite not being able to see much because of the smoke as he commented. That is what I want to ask you. Iruhaben approached Cal through the smoke and asked. Sway Khan was behind him as well. Cal was certain after seeing the mischievous smile on Sway Khan's face. Something big happened again. What happened, Iruhaben Nim? Iruhaben sighed after hearing Cal ask him that question. You used the divine item, and red smoke suddenly started rising from it before filling the whole area. It is difficult to see anything, but it did not cause any other damage. It is quiet all around us despite not being able to see. There had been quite a lot of spectators, but it was quiet. He felt as if he could hear quiet whispers every so often, but he could not hear anything clearly. He couldn't see anybody either. That is because Iruhaben opened his mouth as if he was frustrated before closing it back. Who would dare to talk after you showed such a holy sight? He could not say that to Cal. Iruhaben recalled that holy sight from a few moments ago. The moment Cal placed that heater-like divine item on his palm and closed his eyes, the divine item started vibrating before it absorbed the rose-gold current on Cal's hand. Swoosh, a gust of wind had come out of the divine item. The divine item left Cal's hand and floated in the air right around the center of Cal's chest. When that happened, Cal was still scowling with his hand out. The divine item's rumbling had become more intense. The moment Iruhaben thought that rose gold light was going to go into the heater non-stop, the heater had slowly turned red. It then released the smoke. The white smoke had turned red. The red smoke had a golden glow to it. The amount of smoke coming out of the small heater was not much. However, that smoke slowly started to spread out. It resembled a red drop of blood dripped onto a piece of paper, spreading across the whole piece of paper. No, it's a bit different. It was not just a small drop. It was more like a piece of paper that fell onto a lake. It would slowly get wet at first before it was completely consumed and lost its form. The whole area filled with red smoke. People had caused a bit of a ruckus at that point, but they had soon quieted down. The smoke was warm yet refreshing and gave off a mysterious holy aura. It was so holy that even someone who didn't know what holy was would be able to feel it. This smoke was like that. That smoke then wrapped around Cal. Cal had been standing at the center of it, feeding the heater nonstop with his rose gold thunderbolt. Once he stopped using his power, the moment he groaned and staggered, the red smoke scattered in all directions like an exploding volcano, making it so that they could not see anything. It is easy to breathe. Iruhaben thought that it was extremely easy to breathe in this smoke. Although it wasn't that it was overflowing with mana, nor that the air quality was good, he thought that this might be what it feels like if your whole body was purified. Iruhaben let out a sigh. He could not explain all of this to Cal. That was why the ancient dragon just gave a simple response. You just did what you always do. Yes, that was the only thing he could really say. Chapter 69, When I Came Home, Ate What I Always Do? Yeah, Iruhaben was calm. Cal felt extremely iffy about this, but that wasn't the important thing right now. It is subsiding. The red fog was slowly subsiding, as Choi Han mentioned. He could see a bit farther now, but he still could not see the expressions on people's faces. He could only sort of make out the location of the people. Cal Nim, where are you going? To check. Cal entered the largest area at the end of the hallway. He saw a lot of people blankly standing around on his way over, but he did not pay them any attention. I don't feel very good. He was still dizzy and felt as if he was suffering from motion sickness. He was not able to care about other people's expressions nor moods right now. Tap. Tap. The area where the jiangshis of the emperor's palace's underground tomb were located, unlike the hallway, the red smoke had yet to subside here. Human, be careful as you walk around. They could only see about 1 meter in front of them. Where are you going? Cal gave a short answer to Rayon's question. Dragons. Cal lifted his head up. Through the red fog, he could at least see extremely tall figures compared to the others. Tap. Cal stopped walking. Human. Rayon called out to Cal in a low voice. It was not because he wanted Cal to respond. It was like this. Cal heard Iruhaben's sigh-like mumbling behind him. How would the red smoke purify the jiangshis? Cal was curious about that, so he headed toward the dragon jiangshi in order to check. Ha! Cal sighed. Ooh-oh, ooh-wang, ooh, he could hear quiet rumblings. The pebbles or bundles of light sparkling from within the red smoke, the noise was coming from these pebbles vibrating. Human, they are being sucked in. The gold light and red smoke seeped into the bodies of the jiangshi dragons. It was not just with the dragons. They seeped into the bodies of all jiangshis. The red fog had not subsided, it had seeped into these bodies. They are being purified, he heard the ancient dragon's sullen voice. Dragon corpses are left in the physical world if they died of unnatural causes. Cal moved a bit closer to a jiangshi dragon. As expected, the dragons are absorbing quite a lot of smoke. The red smoke around the dragons was decreasing rapidly. It was making the dragons return to their original appearances. Amazing, it is an amazing power. Iruhaben walked past Cal and placed his hand on a dragon corpse's skin. He is returning to his appearance from when he was alive, not how he had appeared after being infected with dead mana. He was returning to his original form. Huh, human, over there? Rayon spoke to Cal with shock, making Cal lift his head. Iruhaben saw what they were looking at and started mumbling. A lot of emotions could be felt in his voice. He is finally dying. The biggest emotions were joy and relief. SSSSSSSSSS, the dragon's corpses were slowly turning into powder or dust from the head down. The green dragon, the orange dragon, the yellow dragon, the dragon corpses regained their original colors before they all turned into different colored powder and scattered into the air. Sparkling powders filled the area that had been filled by the red smoke earlier. I guess this is how this place ends. Iruhaben made that comment before tightly closing his mouth. Rayon was no longer invisible as he moved next to Iruhaben's side. It's amazing. Sui Khan responded to Choi Han's comment. It is quite a lot of mana. Mana was basically overflowing from the powders created by the purified dragon as it disappeared. They say that the nature around a dragon gets revived when a dragon dies. The silent Iruhaben added on as if he was explaining to them. He then turned his gaze and continued to speak. Imperial Princess. Open the door to the underground tomb. Imperial Princess Olivia was blankly looking around before she snapped back to her senses at the ancient dragon's voice. Ah, yes, yes, sir. She gave an order to the knights standing next to her. The knights immediately headed toward the door. Although it had originally been the emperor's bedroom, this door that had been under the bed, everything in the bedroom, had been cleared out, and the door to the underground tomb was now modified so that multiple people could enter at the same time. Shaya, she heard the sound of a breeze fluttering by. Powders of different colors all moved with the wind. Ah, Olivia blankly watched them fly away. The colorful powders were moving like flowing water. It looked as if the Milky Way was moving through the sky. Ha! She subconsciously took a deep breath in. The red smoke, it was so easy to breathe inside this thing. It was refreshing. That single breath made her feel a different liveliness as well. It was probably left behind by the purified dragons. This is extremely pure mana. The traces of the dead dragons would ride the wind out of the tomb and spread throughout the imperial palace, the capital, and even the farthest corners of the empire. Maybe beyond the borders of the empire might be too far. Olivia had that thought as well, but it was not important. Things truly are starting new. This single breath allowed her to feel that Xiolin truly was starting new. She looked around. Most of the red smoke with the golden glow had disappeared. My goodness. She heard someone gasp in admiration. Gasps of admiration might be too simple of a phrase to describe it. It sounded as if they were sighing in complete and utter disbelief. Ah, Olivia gasped while feeling the same thing as those around her. All of the Jiangxis, she could see all of them were purified. Olivia could see that the Jiangxis had returned to their original forms. It had happened to every single one of the Jiangxis. Even the black corpses of the former emperors had returned to normal. Of course, that normal was in their necromancer form, with their bodies covered by the black spider web-like lines. Necromancers. I guess that too is a form that is suitable for nature and does not need to be purified. As a necromancer, Second Imperial Princess Olivia kept this realization in her mind as she continued to think. The decomposition will probably start soon. The Jiangxis would follow the natural order of things soon. Your Royal Highness. Her subordinate approached her and whispered. All of the Jiangxis seemed to have been purified. Her subordinate's voice was shaking. I guess it was possible to do it all at once. Olivia's gaze turned to the side. She heard what her subordinate was saying with disbelief. But if it is the power that created such a sight, it does seem possible. The purifier was standing at the end of her gaze. The purifier? No, Kalnim. The person who had been staggering as if he was dizzy must be feeling better as he was now standing firm. However, although he seemed fine with the stoic look on his face, his complexion was pale. He also seemed to have a fever or was feeling frustrated at something, as he was undoing the top button of his shirt. He is someone who always uses his powers like this and sacrifices himself. Furthermore, he is not someone who makes a show of it, so I don't think we will know until everything is over. She suddenly recalled what Mary had said. Your Royal Highness, it looks like everybody was shocked. Olivia heard her subordinate and looked away from Cal to look around. Zero, the Pope, and the people who had been there from the beginning were shocked. But the reactions of the people who had never seen Cal before were even more dramatic. They should believe it now. Some of those people had not believed what they were told about Cal's actions and had evaluated it lowly, thinking people had been exaggerating. They also tried to make themselves look good in order to increase their influence in Xiolin for the future. They should shut the fuck up now. Olivia kept the swearing to herself as she observed each and every one of them with a cold gaze. Your Royal Highness. Olivia turned after hearing a voice. Oh, esteemed purifier, may I go in first to get some rest? Cal's complexion was even worse than Olivia had expected once she saw it up close. Yes, sir. Please get some rest. Olivia responded immediately, and Cal nodded his head before taking his people and walking away. Her subordinate looked at Cal's back before commenting. This sir truly is an interesting person. He could easily say something to talk up the things he has done, but he always leaves without saying anything. That is why Olivia wondered if it was okay to say what she was about to say before deciding to say it. That is why he is a person using the powers of a god, don't you think? She continued to speak. Heroes of legends sometimes become even greater than gods. She did not say anything else after that. But after seeing the Pope approaching Cal, she looked away from him and started moving to do what she needed to get done. Oh, esteemed purifier. The Pope approached Cal and started speaking. Yes, Mom. Cal was tired but still answered. The Pope checked his complexion before whispering quietly so that only Cal and his people could hear. You can just take the divine item. Are you sure the church does not need it? Cal asked, despite it just being out of courtesy. This divine item, it was an item that the Church of the Fire of Purification needed in order to expand their reach now that they were no longer considered an evil cult. Smile. The Pope smiled. She whispered in an extremely quiet voice. I plan on making a fake one. That is wise. Cal truly meant this compliment. It makes sense. Xiolin will have no need for this divine item ever again. It shouldn't be a big issue that there is a fake one. Cal, who was nodding his head and organizing his thoughts, turned his head after sensing something weird. He was sure that he saw something weird. In the sleeves of the Pope's baggy priestess robe, he saw two small orbs in her hands. Anybody would be able to tell that those were video recording devices. Cal looked at the Pope, but the Pope simply smiled and said goodbye. Then I will make my leave now, oh esteemed purifier. Please rest well. Cal started to think. She's running away on purpose. Cal debated whether to grab the Pope and ask about the video recording devices and what was recorded on them, but he didn't. I'm going to leave soon anyway. Yeah, I'm never coming back here. Cal heard Choi Han's voice by his ear. Now we just need to get through the grand farewell party. Choi Han smiled with his young face the moment Cal's sharp gaze headed toward him. Cal nonchalantly commented after seeing his face, which made it clear he was enjoying this quite a bit. They told me that they will make it as small as possible. For Cal, who would be busy and tired with the Jiangxi purification, Olivia had promised to make the farewell party as small as possible so that he would not find it tiring. Cal trusted her. However, that trust was totally destroyed. Woo-woo-woo-wah and numerous cheers. Pop. Pang. Magic explosions and fireworks all over the place. La 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 la. A choir must have come from somewhere as he could hear singing as well as the music of a grand orchestra ensemble. It's a carriage, Durst responded to Cal. Yes, sir. It is a special one with no top that is decorated beautifully while still being simple yet cool. And it is starting from the Imperial Palace. Yes, sir. You will then teleport from the Central Plaza to go to the temple you first arrived at in order to return home. Cal lifted his head up. The sky was clear without a single cloud. The bright and energetic music turned holy. You can head out now, O esteemed purifier. Cal clenched his eyes shut at Durst's comment. He was so relieved that he still had white hair and green eyes. I am never coming back to Xiolin. Chapter 70. When I came home, 9, human, I like this carriage. It's pretty. Cal got on the carriage and blankly waved. I didn't even do this shit in Rhone. Because this was a world he would never return to. He held back because he currently had white hair, green eyes with a priest robe on. He would have just run away if he had to do this in his true appearance. Human, I think I'm going to make a couple of these carriages. I'll have to ask my mom and Beecrocs. Do whatever you want. Cal just waved with a stoic look on his face. It was almost mechanical. Oh, esteemed purifier. Seated next to him was Imperial Princess Olivia, who would soon have her coronation as the new empress. What is it? Olivia flinched at Cal's rude response. Cal didn't care and just acted as he pleased, knowing that he was leaving now. Woo 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 pop. Pang. La 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 la. People continued to cheer. Their cheering became even louder whenever they made eye contact with Cal. Oh, esteemed purifier. Purifier-nim. Some of them must have been followers of the Church of the Fire of Purification, as they were gathered in one area, kneeling on the ground and giving him the biggest respect that could be given to someone in the church. Keek, Iruhaben delivered his laughter into Cal's mind for Cal to hear. Let's ignore everything. He really wanted to ignore all of it. I just wanted to let you know that the former emperor will be executed. However, Cal had no choice but to look at Olivia after hearing what she said. The emperor was her father. Is that okay? Someone needs to take responsibility. Since the Huyans patriarch is not here anymore, the emperor is best suited to take responsibility. Although Olivia was speaking in a calm voice, her lips were oddly shaking as she waved to the citizens. You have to deal with so much. Olivia smiled even brighter at Cal's nonchalant comment. It is not as difficult as the path you are traveling, O esteemed purifier. My path is not very diff. It was determined that the 4th Imperial Prince and 1st Imperial Prince will be exiled. Cal looked at Olivia because she had cut him off, but she feigned ignorance. They both requested to be in the front lines, so they will be in the vanguard for the teams taking care of monsters. I plan on calling them back once some time has passed, and my position as the Empress has stabilized. I remember saying that there is no need to tell me about these things. The agents of destruction will use their attributes as mercenaries to go all over Xiolin, with priests of the Church of the Fire of Purification, in order to accurately understand the current situation of the continent. Furthermore, the people who cooperated with the Huyans in the past will be sent to the extremely polluted precincts to pay for their sins. In addition, Your Royal Highness. Olivia finally stopped talking after hearing Cal calling out to her in a low voice before making a comment. Thank you very much. Things like that, yes, you want me to stop saying things like that. But I feel like our compensation to you for all that you have done was lacking. Sadly, there is nothing we can give you. Olivia looked at Cal. Cal flinched at the look of desperation in her eyes. Cal Nim, please stay here and slowly get some rest. We will get you anything and everything you want. Can't you stay here a little longer? A year or two max. Cal avoided Olivia's gaze. I've received enough compensation already. Will just that really be enough? The people of the Empire wanted to compensate Cal and his people in any way possible. They gave us the entire underground tomb. While Cal was fighting against the Huyans patriarch in the central plaza, Iruhaben and Afei had gone to the underground tomb to swipe the Jiangxis. Of course, they took everything else in the underground tomb as well. Imperial Princess Olivia told us to hand over the Jiangxis but keep everything else. Cal heard the ancient dragon's voice in his mind. The Imperial Princess is very giving. That underground tomb was full of extremely precious jewels, gold, and weapons. There were a lot of highest-grade magic stones as well. Non-polluted ones, just that. Your Royal Highness, you didn't even check the treasures that were in the underground tomb before saying we could have it. That's right. Olivia just handed it to them without even looking. That was all I could give you right now. The treasures in the underground tomb were all unofficial items. We need to use the official items for this place, so I am just disappointed that I could not compensate you even more. There were a lot. There had been a large number of jewels in the underground tomb. Yes, there were an extremely large number of jewels. Human, it sparkled so much. Seeing the number of jewels made Cal think that it was true about the Xiolan planet having a lot of mines. The truth is that Xiolan said it will give me the most valuable mine of each kind with the biggest reserves. Furthermore, he was supposed to get treasures from Xiolan as well. Xiolan should contact him in about 2 days. Cal was oddly uneasy. Was it because he didn't cough up blood or faint this time? His experience here did not make him feel that it had been very difficult. That was probably why he felt as if he was receiving a lot compared to what he had done. But he still let it be. Well, it's good to receive more things. He would receive whatever he was offered. He didn't like to keep saying no. Although it is an extremely small compensation in return for saving the world, no, Your Royal Highness. It is enough. Olivia quietly watched Cal, who sternly shared his thoughts with her. Seriously. To be completely honest, the first imperial prince had told her about how much jewels had been in the underground tomb. Investing that much wealth toward the continent would have been extremely beneficial for its development. However, we need to pay him back somehow. What he had done was saving this whole place. He seems to find it burdensome. He oddly looked uncomfortable whenever she brought up compensation. Wealth was probably like the flowing wind to someone like the purifier. But I need to at least be in his good graces this way. Someday, yes, maybe she would meet him again someday. I can see that the purifier doesn't like this kind of ceremony either. He doesn't want to be in front of people that much. Nonetheless, the fact that they prepared it made him sit in the carriage and receive the cheering of the Xiolan people with a warm smile on his face. He even waved at them. He continued to wave at all of them without stopping. He currently looked extremely different from that dominating pressure he showed every so often. There was a warmth to him right now. Wouldn't there be at least some level of affection? Wouldn't he feel some sort of affection towards Xiolan, the place that he saved? She couldn't help but have that kind of hope every so often. How can I not? According to the Pope, their god, the fire of purification, told her to hand the divine item over to the purifier. Other than the members of the church, Olivia was the only person to know about this. If the purifier really wanted to do so, he could have half-assed the Jiangxi purification, taken the divine item, and left while saying that his time was up. However, he worked so hard and purified all of the Jiangxis, to the point that he staggered. Based on how he stayed inside after that until today's farewell party, his personality probably didn't allow him to show others that he suffered in pain. He even gave us a world tree. He had given them a chance for that precious creation to lay down its roots in their land. Really, truly, thank you very much. Oh, esteemed purifier. Ah, yes, Mom, I guess. The purifier avoided Olivia's gaze with an unsettled look on his face. He is very shy, more than he shows. Olivia had a hope. She hoped that the purifier would stop by this place at least one more time after seeing the people of Xiolan cheering and thanking him. The people of Xiolan would push forward without him once he left, but he was their mental pillar, the person who changed the course of events of the past 300 years and opened the door for a new era. She hoped that he would come to this place once again. She desperately hoped for that with all her heart. As for Cal, this was the thought on his mind as he waved at the people. Ah, I want to go home. Thankfully, the time to go home arrived soon. Cal was standing at the same location as when he first arrived in Xiolan. Calnim, everybody is here. He looked around after hearing Choi Han's report. The children averaging 9 years old, Iruhaben, Choi Han, Sway Khan marry, and it feels awkward heading back without having done much. Cal shook his head as Dark Elf Sean commented with an awkward smile on his face. Sway Khan patted Sean's arm as he responded, "You did a lot of work that wasn't visible." Haha. Cal looked at Sean and Vampire Jesna and nodded his head. Although the two of them had not spent much time with Cal in this world, they had done quite a lot of things. They were with the Church of the Fire of Purification, observing the movements of the House of Huygens, while Cal was in the Imperial Palace. They kept a thorough eye on the situation in the capital when Cal and the others were not here. They were also part of finding the locations of the other 2 secret areas with the Jiangxis. Although they had not been visible in the forefront, things would have been quite complicated without the 2 of them. It was always best to have as many allies as possible to delegate tasks. "Does that mean I left a good impression?" Jesna asked Cal. It made him recall what Jesna had said to him. "He told me to make a very good impression, sir." What Duke Frito had supposedly said to Jesna, he told me to make sure that my actions benefit Endable. Cal nodded his head at Jesna, who had silently done everything she was assigned and only brought this up now that it was time to head home. "Yeah, very much. Hoo-hoo," Jesna smiled. The smile made him feel a bit leery. It was similar to Ron's smile whenever he handed Cal a lemon tea. Now that I think about it, the emotion I felt after chatting with her was that she gave me an ominous feeling. Right? Cal felt that he would see this smile of Jesna's again, but looked away knowing that there would be no reason for that to happen in the future. It was because an extremely timid someone was hesitantly approaching him. A Fae. She chatted with Rayon, An, Hong, and Iruhaben in that order before now approaching Cal. "A Faenim, are you leaving now?" "Yes, Mom." A Fae's fingers were fidgeting as she stood there silently. Her head was slightly down as well. It felt as if this dragon was slowly becoming even more timid. Other than when she is destroying things. This timid nature was probably her original personality, while her natural disposition was coming out now that the situation was stable. A Fae chose her homeland in the end as well. At first, a Fae had said that she would go with them. A dragon born from dead mana, it would definitely be helpful if such a dragon was by Cal's side. However, she said that she would remain in this world after seeing the fake world tree. I was alone, but I was not alone. She said that she heard from the fake world tree. I heard that there are very few existences like me in your world. I also heard that a lot of people don't like them. It was the truth. Although people's views of necromancers were now better in the Roan Kingdom and many other areas, there were still quite a lot of places that did not have a good view of them. It was especially because ARM's main forces consisted of black mages and dark elves. In fact, there were people who were even more wary of those using the dark arts now. "I'm going to stay here." A Fae chose to stay here. A Fae raised her head. She continued to fidget as she spoke. "Bye." She then gently raised her hand and waved a very short wave. "Yes, Mom, please be well, a Faenim." "Yeah, you stay healthy while I don't see you as well." I feel like I heard something weird. Cal wanted to ask a Fae what she meant by that, but a Fae had already turned away from Cal and headed toward Mary. It looked as if she still had a lot of people to speak to in order to say goodbye. I'm sure it was just a random comment. Cal decided to ignore it. He then started to look for something. That was why he did not manage to hear what Rayon came over and quietly said to a Fae. "Hey, a Fae, I'll be waiting for you." "Yeah, I'll be researching it too. If a god can make something, so can I. We are great and mighty dragons. Yeah, I'll research it very hard too." An, who had been quietly listening, looked at the two dragons with an odd gaze. Unfortunately, Cal did not have the time to pay attention to the two dragons. "What are you looking for?" Choi Han approached and asked. "Our captives here." "Ah, they are here as they should be." Choi Han pointed behind him. There were two black burlap sacks. Number 7 and the chief of staff were unconscious inside the sacks. MMMPH? MMPH? No, one of the people in the sack seemed to have woken up. "Ah, he's up again." Choi Han walked past Cal and nonchalantly approached the sack and hit a few spots. MMMPH? The moving burlap sack became quiet again. Cal quietly looked at Choi Han, and number 7 is slowly waking up faster and faster from being knocked unconscious. Cal had a thought on his mind for the first time in a long while after hearing that calm report. Vicious bastard. Choi Han truly was vicious. Cal definitely saw it. Cal had seen how the sacks had flailed even more intensely while severely shaking as soon as Choi Han touched it. Number 7 was acting as if he would throw up as soon as he saw Choi Han's face now. "Let's go, sir." Cal held back a sigh and turned around after hearing an energetic voice. Durst approached Cal while wearing his priest robe. He had a large bag on his back. "Yeah, human, let's go." Cal nodded his head after hearing Rayon's voice. That was the signal for people to move to their spots. Ooh, Cal pulled out the divine item that had been vibrating in his pocket since earlier. The tablet-like screen appeared on the mirror. He wondered why no was even an option, but Cal reached his hand out without any hesitation. The moment Cal's finger touched that word ooong, the area started shaking. Cal felt the darkness slowly covered his view. "Please have a safe journey back." "Thank you for everything." Olivia, the Pope, Zero, etc., the few people who had followed them to the temple, said goodbye to Cal and the others. Cal simply responded by slightly bowing toward them and closed his eyes. Now time to go home. Cal had returned. He was in the Roan Kingdom. He was in the temple of the god of death. He took a step back. He had a look of disgust on his face. Someone was approaching Cal with their arms wide open. "Dongsing, my little Dongsing, welcome back." Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. He was quickly walking toward Cal with an extremely elegant and warm look on his face. "What's up with him?" Cal immediately started scowling. "Human, it really feels like we are home." Of course, he ignored Rayon's comment. Chapter 71. When I came home, 10, Dongsing, congratulations on your return. As Albaru Crossman approached him, Cal used all of the agility he had to dodge Albaru Crossman. "Is there something you need me to do, Your Highness?" Cal asked disrespectfully with a scowl on his face, but Albaru just smiled brightly. "Haha, why would I make my Dongsing do anything?" "Ha. Rayon said something serious in Cal's mind. "Human, something suspicious about our crown prince. Do you think that the crown prince is trying to scam us?" Rayon's learning ability really is amazing. His instincts are pretty good too. Cal peeked behind him. The bishop in charge of the Church of the God of Death in Huis City, the capital of Roan Kingdom, was smiling awkwardly while looking at all of this. Yesterday, Cal thought that he should at least inform people about his return time, so he had requested a call to the Roan Kingdom yesterday using the divine item. "It's you?" "Yes, young Master Nim. It is me." Beecrox was the one to pick it up. He was certain that he had called Albaru Crossman's study, but Beecrox was seated there alone when he picked up the phone. "Where are the others?" "They are all busy, young Master Nim. I'm heading back tomorrow." "Please hear the details when you get here, young Master Nim. I will deliver the message. Please let me know the time of your arrival." Beecrox ended the short conversation with a gruff look on his face. However, Cal couldn't help but feel unsettled after hearing what On said once the call ended. Something is weird. What is? He was folding white gloves. That was correct. Beecrox was seated alone in the Crown Prince's study, folding dozens of white gloves. Cal's suspicious gaze headed toward the Crown Prince, but the Crown Prince was still shining. Energetically, "Let's go to the royal palace. Doesn't that sound great? I've already prepared a carriage. I understand for now, Your Highness." Cal moved awkwardly and almost unwillingly as he followed Albaru. However, he had to stop walking for a moment. The Crown Prince turned around to speak to Aruhaben, Choi Han, Choi Han, and the others. "Ah, I've prepared multiple carriages, so you can each relax in one as we move." Albaru was speaking informally to Cal's group because they were in front of the bishop. It looks like something must have happened. Cal nodded his head at the ancient dragon's comment. Alberu was trying to separate Cal from the others right now. Excuse me, the bishop interjected at that moment. Is the divine item safe? Cal nonchalantly pulled out the divine item in his pocket after hearing the question. The bishop nodded his head before warily looking at Alberu as he spoke. Commander Cal Henitus is an extremely revered guest of our Church of the God of Death and has moved according to the will of our God. I believe he should get some rest in the comfortable place that the temple has prepared. Alberu's smile became even thicker. The bishop flinched, but he continued speaking in order to hold Cal there. A person who can use a divine item. The Church of the God of Death had basically been flipped over while Cal was not here because of that. The Pope wishes to meet Commander Cal as well, Bishop Nim. Cal started to speak at that moment. He approached the bishop and placed a hand on his shoulder. They prepared a place for Cal and his people to get some rest. The Pope wanted to see him? Cal snorted at the bishop's words. He knew the reason the bishop wanted to hold him here. Let's only be greedy to a reasonable level. He was thinking about keeping Cal, the person who could use a divine item, in his territory no matter what it took, in order to gain numerous benefits. It looks like you were able to relax quite a bit while I was gone. The smile on the bishop's face turned into a frown. Cal patted the bishop's shoulder one more time before walking past him. Let's live on while using each other to a reasonable level. And don't latch onto me. The bishop closed his mouth after seeing the coldness in Cal's eyes. Cal would quietly use the divine item as he wished, while the bishop would use the fact that the divine item and Cal were in their own kingdom. The bishop smiled awkwardly at Cal, who seemed to be asking if the bishop forgot about that deal they made, before responding. I will visit you next time, Commander Nim. Of course. Bishop Nim, we will have an honest and solid chat. Cal followed behind Alberu after that comment. Why are you laughing, Your Highness? Cal looked at the laughing Alberu. Alberu shrugged his shoulders and closed his mouth, but Cal had to talk again. Why are we going in this direction? Cal had moved as quietly as possible, going from Rhone to Xiolin. It was in order to avoid people's gazes. However, Cal and Alberu were currently heading toward the main door of the Temple of the God of Death. It was okay because they were inside right now, but walking a little more would put them in contact with many believers and visitors. Who knows? Cal stared at Alberu, who was avoiding his question using odd phrases like that before peeking behind him. Human, everybody other than us is going to different places. Unlike Cal, who was going with Alberu, the others were being guided toward the back of the temple by the bishop. It was the direction that was best for avoiding people's gazes. Cal contemplated for a bit before nonchalantly commenting, I'm guessing you need my face? Yeah. Alberu gave a short response. He then said the following. Smile. However, he chuckled after turning to look behind him. Yurei already smiling. The moment they started to see the priests of the temple one by one, Cal already had a gentle smile on his face. Of course, Alberu Crossman had a radiant smile on his face as well. Eek. I greet His Highness. The Commander Nim as well. Cal and Alberu responded one after the other to the anxious priest's greeting. We came quietly, so there is no need to be overly respectful right now, Priest Nim. My Dongsing is correct. Have a nice day. The priests nearby who heard their comments quietly showed their respects. The two of them nodded their heads, gave short greetings back, and walked past them. Although nobody could hear them because they were speaking quietly, the two of them were happily chatting away. They really must be sworn brothers. It does seem that way. The two of them really have a good relationship. One of the whispering priests made a comment. He's fine. Hey, eek. The priest was shocked at his friend's gaze and closed his mouth. He warily looked to see if the two of them might have heard him before lowering his head and quickly leaving the area. He did so after confirming that the two of them were still chatting with warm gazes towards each other. Your Highness, everybody seems a bit shocked to see me. They are observing me as well. You truly have a keen eye. The two of them were smiling while chatting in quiet voices so that others could not hear them. Cal Henitus, you did not show yourself for a while. A lot of rumors came up because nobody saw any traces of you. Really? Yeah. In addition, there was the attack at the Imperial Palace not too long ago where I was injured. I'm sure all sorts of things were said. The Crown Prince had been injured by a surprise attack from the hunters. Rumors couldn't help but spread because Cal, Choi Han, Mary, and the others did not show up at that time. So are we letting people know of my health right now? Yeah. Also that our relationship is still very tight. Is it tight, Your Highness? Sort of, Cal asked with a stoic look on his face. Are you doing okay, Your Highness? Took you long enough to ask. It is because you look fine. Yeah, I am fine. Your complexion looks better as well. Yes, Your Highness. I got some rest before coming back. Although nothing was visible between Alberu and Cal, they heard a quiet whisper. Hey, Crown Prince, our human didn't even cough up blood nor faint this time. Of course, he did flutter in the wind like a piece of paper because he was dizzy, but he's still fine. It was Rayon. Alberu wasn't even shocked. He looked as if he expected Rayon to follow Cal in his invisible state. Eek. I greet His Highness and the Commander Nim. The atmosphere became more chaotic the closer they got to the temple door. However, thankfully, the Royal Knights Brigade was stationed near the temple door, so the two of them could move without any hindrance. Ha ha ha, my little Dongsing. Well, the Crown Prince did suddenly put his arm around Cal's shoulder. Cal put a soft smile on his face with a calm look on his face. Please get on, Your Highness. Instead, he stopped a knight and personally opened the door of the bright and shiny royal carriage before motioning for Alberu to get on. Ha ha ha, my Dongsing is even opening the door for me. How wonderful. I have to at least do this much for you, my dearest Hyung Nim. Ha ha ha. The two of them were laughing as they got on the carriage. The smiles never left their faces. There was a relaxing and bright mood between the two of them. Click. The moment the carriage door closed, my mouth hurts. Alberu stopped smiling and rubbed the corners of his lips with his hand. Why the hell did you bring such a sparkling carriage, Your Highness? Cal grumbled with a disgruntled look on his face. Chhh. He then closed all of the carriage curtains. It's been a while, Crown Prince. Rayon then showed himself and placed his face not on Cal's knees as usual, but on the Crown Prince's knees. Yes, Rayon Nim, it is wonderful to see you again, Rayon Nim. You look even more energetic and confident now. Rayon's cheeks were a bit chunkier now. As expected, the Crown Prince knows of my greatness. Yes, Rayon Nim. I've also prepared some cookies for you. Very nice. Cal, who was watching this with a cold look on his face, asked a question almost as if it was as easy as the flowing river. I guess something is quite complicated these days, Your Highness? Yeah, Alberu agreed without any hesitation. First, as you've heard, there is a rumor that you are injured. It's because nobody saw you for a while. I guess that will get resolved now. Yeah, that will naturally be resolved as of this moment. Then, Alberu looked at the windows that had the curtains closed. It's a simple issue. He looked at Cal again. The Roan Kingdom currently does not have the strength to handle anything else. Alberu's voice was stoic. It is because the king has disappeared, the palace was destroyed, and one of the highly regarded duke's households was destroyed. Cal's gaze was just as stoic. Furthermore, the Crown Prince was injured in the second attack on the palace, and the enemies ran away before he could even properly respond to the enemy's attack. While all of that was going on, Cal Henitus and his people have not been seen for a while. Alberu asked a question. How do you think the foreign kingdoms will respond once they hear these things? He asked one more question. And how will the Roan Kingdom's administrators react? Cal calmly answered back. The foreign kingdoms will think that this is a good thing, while internally for us, there will be quite the chaos. Yeah. Furthermore, I guess the internal issues of the Roan Kingdom have spread quickly to foreign kingdoms. Yeah. Alberu let out a short sigh. Apparently there was a rat inside the palace. My injury was basically top secret, but it spread much quicker than I expected. The fight against the hunters when they abducted the youngest young lady of the Duke's House of Orsina at the royal palace. Cal needed to hear the details about that battle as well. It was because he suspected those hunters of being members of the blood cult. For now, Alberu debated for a moment before saying everything. Everybody other than the Breck Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, and the jungle either reduced or tried to get out of their commitments for the reconstruction of Puzzle City. Puzzle City was where the final battle against the White Star had happened. The foreign kingdoms had agreed to help reconstruct the Scorched City. The change in attitude was quite fast. That's right. It is because they learned that Roan did not have the strength to point its blade toward them. Alberu added on with a stoic expression on his face. It is the truth. Roan had to take care of internal affairs right now. They didn't have the time to pay any attention to other kingdoms. Most importantly, Cal Henetus will continue to head to other dimensions to fight against the hunters. Cal and his people were a significant portion of the Roan kingdom's strength. This was not because they would fight for the Roan kingdom. Just their presence acted as pressure for foreign kingdoms. But all sorts of rumors of discord will spread if he frequently disappears. Alberu stopped himself from going deep into his thoughts and continued to speak. There is also a lot of talk about Endable. On the eastern continent, Endable. The White Star used to rule over the place, but it was currently run by Duke Frito. They also wished to become a part of the Roan kingdom. There are a lot of shunned races there, so some people have even talked about destroying it. Most importantly, there have been talks about why the Roan kingdom is going after land in the eastern continent. It is mainly talks about destroying Endable, at least on the eastern continent. The Molden kingdom is an exception. In addition, there are more issues. Magoru. Some of the free cities desire the land of Magoru. They are weaker than before after all. The Karo kingdom also seems to be aiming to become an empire. The quiet Rayon asked in a confused voice. Hey, Crown Prince. Yes, Rayon Nim, this is weird. It hasn't been that long since they were all scared and shaking in fear because of the White Star. They are all thinking about fighting again? Rayon looked as if he could not understand this at all. Alberu smiled and responded. It is always like this. This is how politics always is. Rayon continued to tilt his head in confusion. It must be quite the headache, Your Highness. Cal opened his mouth to speak. It's going to cost a lot to reconstruct Puzzle City, but now there is the palace and the Duke's estate as well. There are a lot of places that require money. That's right. Y'all also need to come up with a plan for Endable as well. It looks like we will need to give them some strength. Yeah, we were also talking about working with Magoru to create a city where alchemy and magic would rise back up. That's right. So it would be bad if a free city or a kingdom messed with Magoru in the process. That's right. There are even talks about demoting Magoru from an empire to a kingdom. It is true that Magoru no longer holds the weight of an empire. Cal stopped for a moment before adding on, I will be leaving again soon. I know. Alberu brushed his face with both hands as if all of this was a major headache for him. Cal Henetus. Yes, Your Highness. I'll give you the title of Minister of Finance. Will you do it? Cal's face stiffened and he subconsciously commented back. Did you go crazy, Your Highness? I must have gone crazy. Alberus' response made Cal's face turn pale. The Crown Prince admitting that he must have gone crazy gave him the chills. Ha. Alberu laughed at Cal's gasping face before shaking his head. Don't worry, I'll let you be a slacker. He meant those words. Why are you smiling like that? Alberu frowned after seeing Cal smile as soon as he finished speaking. Hey, Crown Prince, it looks like our human is plotting something again. Cal reached his hand into his inner pocket at that moment. He pulled out the divine item that had been vibrating since a few moments ago. Something popped up on the mirror screen. It was a pop-up window with a message. The title of the window was simple. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Your Highness, what is it? The unsettled Crown Prince heard Cal's voice. It would be quite entertaining if the largest mine of highest-grade magic stones in the history of both the eastern and western continents appeared in the Henetus territory. Don't you think so? The Crown Prince subconsciously asked back in confusion. What is going to appear? The largest mine of highest-grade magic stones in the history of both the eastern and western continents. There is also 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 diamond mined as well. There is also 1 mine of highest-grade magic stones that have dead mana in them as well. Apparently they will change it to a different mine if I want as well. Right. Just so you are aware, all of these mines are going to be incomparable in size to anything you can find on either continent. The Crown Prince blinked a few times. One corner of Cal's lips curled up as he continued to speak. Wow, it would be quite entertaining if all of those appeared in Roan Kingdom. Right? Should I put one of them in Endable? Of course, they are all mine, but I can always make deals. I can place these mines wherever I want. Even one of these mines being discovered would be so wonderful for that kingdom. Don't you think so? The Crown Prince brushed his face with both hands a few times before raising his head and looking at Cal. This is driving me nuts. The Crown Prince was smiling. Chapter 72. How about you be more tactful? 1. So, what you are saying is that this Xiolin world gave you a variety of minds as a reward? Yes, Your Highness. Alberu brushed his face with both hands multiple times while looking at the calmly responding Cal. Ha ha ha, he then laughed. What the hell? Cal stared at the crown prince, who was frowning and then laughing and then frowning and then laughing, with an unsettled look on his face. That's right, crown prince. It's good to laugh. Laugh a lot. He also looked at Rayan, who was laughing along with Alberu, with the same gaze. It felt as if Rayan was getting influenced by Alberu the more time they spent together. That's not bad though. The crown prince was the type to take care of things well, so it would be pretty good for Rayan to take after the crown prince's disposition. Haya, the crown prince, laughed for a while before sighing and then mumbling. You have a whole gamut of minds that are the larger than both the eastern and western continents' minds combined, and you can have them installed wherever you want. There is even a mine with magic stones imbued with dead mana. Cal nonchalantly asked a question because Alberu looked quite odd, mumbling to himself. Are you still injured, Your Highness? The person who had been lying on the bed in the call seemed quite fine now, but it sounds like you are only asking to follow proper etiquette. Alberu looked shocked that Cal asked that so nonchalantly before nodding his head. Yeah, I'm fine, I'm perfectly healthy. Rayan. Cal called out to Rayan in a low voice. Gently push His Highness's side. I got it, human. No, wait. Rayan poked the crown prince's side. Rayan flinched. Hey, crown prince, did that hurt a lot? His round eyes opened even rounder. I really gave it a gentle poke. I pushed ever so gently so that even our human wouldn't think it hurt. Rayan's expression became serious. Human? Our crown prince's health seems to be in a serious state. He's even weaker than you. He's totally feeble. The crown prince's face looked more and more embarrassed the longer the black dragon continued to speak. Is that really something to be that embarrassed about? Cal did not like either of their reactions very much, but had to say what he needed to say. I heard that your right arm and upper body were injured, Your Highness. Please explain in detail. There are no issues with regular movements. The crown prince let out a short sigh. Of course, it would be difficult to fight. Rayan added on. And he is in pain when I gave him a gentle poke. That's right, Rayan Nim. The crown prince just played along with the young dragon. He peeked at Rayan before continuing to speak. The Malin patriarch's leg is still in a cast, but his arm has fully healed. The cast should come off by next week as well. I see. The crown prince peeked at the stoically responding Cal before frowning. Hey, crown prince, our human is angry. He is very angry. The crown prince nodded his head in a way that Cal could not see after Rayan warily spoke into his mind. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the screen of the divine item and mumbled to himself. It looks like the blood cult needs to be taught a lesson. Of course, in addition to the blood cult, the punks testing Roan now that it looked to be shaky were in the same boat. By the way, there is something I'm curious about. Rayan slowly interjected into their conversation. Hey, Crown Prince, there was supposed to be a dragon in the capital. Did the dragon not fight? Cal had called Saint Jack and Cage to the capital before heading to Xiolin. He had also requested for a dragon to be here. There was a situation, Rayan Nim. Alberu answered Rayan before making eye contact with Cal. There's a reason I said that there is a damn rat. The Crown Prince had said that there was a rat in the royal palace. The hunters barged in the night the dragon left for a bit to visit Sherat Nim's castle. So did you find the rat, Your Highness? No. Alberu looked quite tired. It must be quite the headache, Your Highness. That's right. The fact that they knew whether the dragon was in the palace or had left means that it is someone with a pretty high position in the royal palace. That is indeed a problem. It is indeed, but I think that I will find the rat soon. Cal started to think. He then decided to be the bigger person and asked, Is there any way for me to help, Your Highness? Alberu scoffed before shaking his head. No, there is not, I see. It was at that moment. Wang, the divine item in Cal's hand, started vibrating again. Cal looked at the mirror screen. There was a new message. Wow, Cal was amazed. Xiolin is quite efficient. Xiolin really was sincere, unlike the god of death. He had no intentions of going back to that world, but he did like the way the planet took care of things. Shall I see what is on it? Cal opened the window. The postscripts caught his eyes first. Cal stopped there and read the information at the top of the list, his own reward. Cal flinched for a moment. What is it? Is there a problem? Albaru asked, followed by Rayon. Human, is the god of death saying nonsense again? Cal silently looked at the screen. Cal gulped after looking at the effects of the treasure before looking at the next item on the list. Cal slowly continued to read before subconsciously opening his mouth. Wow, Cal lifted his head up. He nonchalantly commented to Rayon and the crown prince who were looking at him. It sure is generous. Xiolan, this planet really knew how to get it done. This bastard had really given treasures as rewards. Wong, the divine item, vibrated again. It seemed as if Xiolan had sent another message. Cal checked the message. Rayon, who was looking at him, started to speak. Rayon was so shocked that he was stuck right to Albarus' side. Wow, hey Crown Prince, why is the human smiling like that? Yes, Rayon Nim. The Crown Prince was shocked as well. The human is smiling like the sun during spring. Yes, Rayon Nim. The human looks quite wicked. Yes, Rayon Nim. The Crown Prince could not say anything to refute Rayon's words. Cal was smiling so elegantly, but it looked ever so vicious. Cal didn't care and leaned back on the seat of the carriage heading back to the royal palace. They'll get stronger. The group would become stronger with these rewards. Cal had a satisfied smile on his face after reading the generous explanation about how to receive the treasures. Your Highness. Cal didn't even care about the Crown Prince awkwardly responding as he said what he wanted to say. I think I need to discuss a few things regarding the locations of the mines. Albaru thought for a moment before asking. What and who do you need? Cal immediately responded to Albaru, who had instantly realized what he was asking for and had asked for specifics. Miss Rosalind, Duke Frito, and the Dark Elf Mayor. And has Billows become the leader of the Flynn Merchant Guild? Billows is the only person left who can take the position now. Then please call Billows over as well. The Crown Prince stared at Cal before smiling. That's a pretty decent gathering of people. Magic stones, dead mana magic stones, and jewels. Albaru agreed that this was the right group of people to discuss those three things. And what do you need? Cal just needed one thing. I just need a map, Your Highness. How entertaining. Albaru gave a short comment about the situation before adding on. Gold can sometimes defeat the blade. Of course, the gold that has been discovered this time can turn into a blade as well. Magic stones and dead mana magic stones were expensive items, but also very strong things they could possess. The owner of the mine will be me or someone of my choosing. However, Your Highness, I will hand over some of the rights to you so that you can use it as you please. Yeah. Albaru extended his hand and Cal shook it. He then nonchalantly commented, Your grip has become weaker, Your Highness. That's right. The Crown Prince is currently weaker than our human. He needs to rest. The Crown Prince frowned. As Cal's smile was about to become even bigger in response, ding ding, he heard a different notification in the mirror. He was not familiar with this tone. Cal inadvertently looked at the screen to see what the alarm was about before flinching. The mirror that had a wallpaper like a tablet, it was a desolate black land. Red lava was flowing through it. The black ground that had a red liquid that resembled lava flowing through it, the wallpaper had changed a bit. What is going on? The black ground had a large mountain in the distance. However, the top of that mountain had a chunk missing as if there had been a large explosion. This mountain, the Fire of Purification, Cal recalled the location he had met the Fire of Purification. It looks like that place. That meant that this black mountain, the god who shot out of that mountain, was going to fight against another god. The Fire of Purification had been about to participate in that battle as well. Is this missing piece the result of that battle? Is this not just a wallpaper but something that holds a different meaning? As wrinkles appeared on Cal's forehead, ding. Ding! The mirror chimed again as if asking him to quickly read the message. An invitation had arrived from another world. Isn't this too fast? I just got back to Roan from Xiolan today. Cal was not happy about this but still decided to check the message. What is going on? Cal calmly responded to Albarus' question. I received a message from the world of the blood cult. The name of the world was the Central Plains. Usually in wuxia novels, the Central Plains was not the entire world, but just a part of the world that was used as the background for the wuxia novels. But this is a place where the Central Plains is the entire world. Cal felt as if he could understand why the team leader said that this world was a bit different from the Central Plains he knew. He clicked the See More Details button. Human, why are you scowling? He ignored Rayon's comment and focused his attention on the message. The god of death had said the following. He said that the world personally wrote the invitations. Could easily be a name. Yes, the god of death had said that the worlds personally wrote the invitations. Human, your face is turning weird. Hey, Crown Prince, the human's face is becoming even weirder. Hey, Crown Prince. The human is clutching his head with both hands. What he saw must be giving him quite a headache. Something must have happened. Hiya. Cal ignored Rayon's fuss and lowered his hands from his head to his eyes. It was dark. He had received treasures that could make his friend stronger, and he might even be able to see Choi Young-soo if he went to the Central Plains. He thought that it might be more relaxing than his trip to Xiolin, but it felt as if things in the Central Plains would be just as difficult as things in Xiolin. Ding ding, Cal ignored the message. Chapter 73, How about you be more tactful? 2. Why do you have such a look on your face? Cal sighed after hearing the Crown Prince's voice. I just do, Your Highness, that's not it. Alberu slightly pulled the curtain open. They were getting close to the royal palace. He turned back toward Cal and commented, That's the look you have right before you head off to work. That's right. You are completely right about that, Crown Prince. Actually, this is his face whenever he needs to go do something annoying. Cal ignored the conversation between the Crown Prince and the dragon. That's not reliable at all. He needed to go destroy the blood cult. I'm also annoyed at how they destroyed the palace. Why did they come back to kill, abduct, and injure people? Do they see Roan as a sandbag? Why do they keep punching us? Hey, Crown Prince. The human's face is scary. He looks like he is about to go destroy something, Rayon Nim. Hey, Crown Prince, I highly value your accurate deductive skills. Thank you very much, Rayon Nim. Alberu petted Rayon's chubby back as he addressed Cal. Are you going to keep ignoring that? Ding, ding, notifications kept going off. It seemed to suit Central Plains quite well. Okay, I guess I will read them all for now. Cal thought about how he had been before heading off to Xiolin as he opened the dimension travel invitation again. The limit on the number of people, it had been 10 last time. It was 13 when they came back. It needs to at least be close to that. This was because Cal already had a list of people he must take with him this time. Choi Han. Choi Han had to go. Putting aside the fact that Choi Young-soo was there, Choi Han's current sword art would definitely benefit from being in the wuxia world. I also need to take Durst and number 7. He felt as if he was given some baggage to take care of with Durst, but there must be a reason for the god, the fire of purification, to tell him to take Durst with him. He at least seems like a decent god. He just seems a bit dumb compared to the god of death. It was fine. As for number 7, he had many uses for that guy. Hey, Crown Prince, the human is finally starting to smile. But it is a scary smile. He must be happy now, Rayon Nim. The carriage moved past the entrance of the royal palace. Cal read the rest of the message. Cal frowned. Ding ding, a new message urgently arrived. However, Cal ignored it and continued to read the invitation. Rayon peeked at Cal and commented, Hey, Crown Prince, the human must really not like something. Ding ding, Cal opened the message window. Ooh woong, the mirror vibrated at that moment and a message popped up from the god of death. This motherfucking god. Cal had a headache. My powers might decrease? Of course, it was not all of his powers but only a portion. However, hearing that it would decrease at all still annoyed him. Based on what I saw, the Black Bloods household seemed to be the weakest of the hunters. The House of Huyans. The Black Bloods household seemed to be the weakest. I'm sure that the blood cult will be strong. However, he could not only consider the blood cult. They said that the blood cult is currently trying to start the Great War of the Triumvirate, the good faction, evil faction, and demon cult. All of these Murim people would be wary of each other with this large war coming up. There may even be small and large battles happening in the Central Plains already. Basically, that world was full of strong bastards. It was completely different from Xiolin, which did not even have a single sword master. Ding ding, Cal frowned. What's wrong? Seriously, what is going on? He sighed at Alberus' question and gave a short explanation. Alberu nonchalantly commented after hearing it. What's the rush? He looked at the silent Cal and chuckled. It was because he knew the reason Cal was acting like this. Ron and I are injured, but it is not very serious. The silent Cal responded once the carriage stopped outside the Crown Prince's palace. I will put it off and think about it for a bit, Your Highness. Ding ding. Cal pushed the divine item back into his pocket. He then asked the question that was on his mind before getting off the carriage. Your Highness. Yeah, you said that only the Breck Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, and the jungle were properly assisting the restoration of Puzzle City. Rosalind was in the Breck Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom had Tunka. The jungle had Latana. Why is the Perun Kingdom not included in it? The Perun Kingdom. Clope was there. That bastard Clope's family, the Duke's House of Sekka, was basically the core of the Perun Kingdom. That place Alberu debated for a moment before resuming. The conversation will probably last a while, so let's go chat in the study. He then added, the others will soon arrive as well. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Cal looked toward the corner of the study. The children, averaging 9 years old, were gathered on the round couch eating cookies. Choi Han groaned. You are saying that Clope, no, the House of Sekka, is in a difficult position right now. Correct. Alberu nodded his head at the question. To be more accurate, the Perun Kingdom is in a difficult situation. The Northern Alliance, Perun, Norland, and Askasen. They had formed the Indomitable Alliance with the Bear Tribe and the Flame Dwarf Tribe. That alliance had failed quite terribly. Based on that, the Northern Alliance was basically non-existent. Choi Han listened to the Crown Prince before asking. Your Highness, you are saying that Norland and Askasen, which had been quiet all this time, are suddenly demanding that the Perun Kingdom take responsibility for the failure of the Indomitable Alliance. That's right, Alberu responded in a relaxed voice. This is the logic of power. Although the Indomitable Alliance had failed, the Perun Kingdom, which had been at the center of it, had not been pushed by the other two kingdoms to take responsibility. The reason was simple. The Perun Kingdom was strong. Furthermore, seeing the Perun Kingdom's Clope being with Cal made it look as if the Roan Kingdom and the Perun Kingdom were close. However, with things happening in the Roan Kingdom and the Perun Kingdom being quiet, the two kingdoms slowly started to peck away at the Perun Kingdom. Although a coastal commerce path was being developed with the Northern Alliance with the Roan Kingdom at the center of it, Norland and Askasen would not have declared war against the South if they would have been satisfied with that. Choi Han let out a quiet sigh. Other issues are rising up now that we dealt with the White Star. Although these issues were not big enough to impact the continent at large, there were quite a lot of these big and small issues. Cal nonchalantly asked Alberu a question. So what is Clope doing right now? Probably trying to suppress those two kingdoms. He is that kind of person, you are right. Clope Sekka. Although that bastard looked quite holy on the outside and acted like a lunatic in front of Cal all the time, he was no pushover. In fact, that was a vicious bastard. Clope's body is not normal. He was not a proper sword master anymore. Nonetheless, someone with Clope's acumen, someone with the acumen of the House of Sekka that had been tricking the world this whole time, Norland and Askasen would soon lower their heads to the Perun Kingdom. There is a reason the Perun Kingdom has lasted so long. Their territory was the northernmost part of the continent where the terrain was so terrible for farming. The fact that such a place had the strongest knights on the entire continent showed the potential of the Perun Kingdom. Anyway, Alberu turned toward the benignly smiling old man. This, sir, is from Xiolan? Durst got up and slightly bowed to greet the Crown Prince after hearing the question. Yes, Your Highness. My name is Durst. There is no need for such formalities. Durst stood back up and he made eye contact with Alberu at that moment. The old man's eyes were overflowing with friendliness. Goodwill was basically pouring out of his eyes. Durst commented in a low voice as Alberu wondered why he was like this. I heard that you were sworn brothers with the esteemed purifier, Your Highness. Cal turned to look at Choi Han. Choi Han avoided his gaze. Cal realized it after seeing that reaction. Iruheben Nim or the team leader must have told him. Choi Han mumbled in a low voice. It was Mary was the culprit. Cal closed his eyes. Iruheben had headed off to the Forest of Darkness first with number 7 and the Chief of Staff. It was because they were uncertain about keeping them imprisoned in the royal palace. As for Sway Khan, he had left after saying that he had some things to take care of while Mary and Sean had returned to their hometown. Jesna had headed back to Endable. That's right, I am Cal's sworn Hyung Nim. Albaru nodded his head as if this was completely normal. Durst nodded his head multiple times as if he was happy to learn this new fact before looking up at the sky and mumbling to himself. His voice was sentimental. For the esteemed purifier to have been born in this land, this truly is a beautiful kingdom, suitable for the birth of such a person for reference. The area outside the window, next to Durst right now, the palace closest to the Crown Prince's palace, was currently destroyed with the ceiling sunk in. It was done by the hunters they believed were from the blood cult. The pillar of the king's palace was also just there as well. Mikal felt unsettled by Durst but relaxed after seeing someone's reaction. Ha ha ha, is that so? I'm happy that you are looking at this place so kindly. Crown Prince Albaru. He was dealing with Durst with an extremely radiant smile on his face. Hell take care of it. Durst wouldn't be able to do any weird things with Albaru here. Albaru would make Durst stay in the kingdom quietly before they left. Yep, the video communication device beeped at that moment. The news must have spread. The corners of Albarus' lips went up. He peeked toward Cal. I guess I did go around with my dancing extremely openly. The corners of Cal's lips curled up as well. Caro is first, and Norland has contacted us as well. How many eyes are in the capital? Albaru was shaking his head from side to side. Cal asked back, Didn't you let them plant their eyes there on purpose, Your Highness? Of course. It is quite entertaining keeping an eye on those eyes. Cal slightly shook his head while looking at the smile that was growing even more radiant. It truly is nice having him as an ally. It would be better not to become enemies with the Crown Prince. Cal. Yes, Your Highness. Albarus' voice suddenly changed. He seemed quite unsettled. It was at that moment. Knock, 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 they heard some knocks on the door. Cal immediately started to speak. Your Highness. Yes, come on in. Albaru shouted toward the outside of the door and it soon opened. Mio, Mio, On and Hong headed toward the door faster than anybody else. Cal followed behind them as well. Click. The door opened. Tap, tap, tap. He heard the sound of a crutch. Cal looked down. He could see a leg in a cast and a crutch. He slowly looked up. Young Master Nim. Did everything go well on your trip? Ron was approaching them with a benign smile on his face. Beecrox was following behind him like a guard knight. Grandpa Ron, Beecrox. Rayon flew over next to On and hung before all three of them anxiously looked at Ron's leg. Grandpa Ron. Why are you getting hurt like our human? You can't do that. That's right, Naya. You can't get hurt, Naya. I don't know why you are getting hurt when you told us not to get hurt, Naya. Ron did not look at the children averaging 9 years old. He stared at Cal before opening his mouth. Although he still had a gentle smile on his face, Cal felt that this smile was vicious. He's angry. His attendant, Ron. The patriarch of the House of Malan, the family who was starting to form the Eastern Continent's underworld again, started speaking. You said that it was the blood cult, those bastards who struck this second palace? Why, yes. Cal subconsciously stuttered, but still quickly answered. Cal got scared whenever Ron smiled so seriously and benignly like this. Yes, he automatically started to curl up in fear. Young Master Nim. He saw Beecrox pull out a pair of white gloves and put it on as Ron called out to him. Why is that bastard putting on gloves? Ron continued to speak at that moment. Because I wanted to see the enemy you brought with you, young Master Nim. Ah, Cal started to think. Goodbye, number 7. I hope to see you again alive. It was the same for the chief of staff, who didn't give off much of a presence. Hope you survive too. Oh, also, young Master Nim. Ron continued to speak with a smile on his face. I would like to go with you next time. Would that be possible? He then added. It was a face-to-face battle last time, but I would like to do things my way this time. Young Master Nim. Ron had faced the hunters from the blood cult head-on. However, Ron's way was not specialized in face-to-face battles. He was still skilled in such battles, but he was even more skilled as an assassin. Young Master Nim, I would like to go as well. It was rare for Beecrox to share his thoughts like this. He spoke while putting on another pair of spotless white gloves. Cal observed them and thought to himself. Ron and Beecrox, he felt as if the team to deal with the blood cult was starting to form. Yes, compared to Miss Rosalind, Locke, Mary, And people like that to face the bastards who turn the living into jiangshis, these are people who fit that better. The corners of Cal's lips curled up a bit. The picture is starting to form. Chapter 74, How about you be more tactful? 3, however, the smile on Cal's face quickly disappeared. Ron realized what he was looking at and spoke in a benign voice. It's okay, young Masternim. The cast will come off in a few days. Ron subconsciously smiled after seeing Cal slowly avoid his gaze and look elsewhere. Cal, who peeked toward Ron, flinched. A smile like that. Ron had a smile that was so vicious that it looked as if he would cut off someone's head at any moment. Ron got rid of the smile after seeing Cal flinching while looking at him. Tap, tap. Ron then looked down after feeling some taps on his leg. I want to know if you are okay, Naya. On asked while Hong and Rayon were next to her looking up at Ron. I'm okay. Ron looked at On and responded. On let out a deep sigh before leading her younger siblings to the corner of the study again. Of course, she left one last comment as she walked away. If one side doesn't get hurt, the other side gets hurt. It's quite the headache, Naya. The adults were silent for a moment. The children continued to chat. We wouldn't have such headaches if we just gave up, Naya. But the problem is that we cannot give up, Naya. Hong also sighed. We just need to go destroy the blood cult now. We will completely obliterate them for messing with Grandpa Ron and the Crown Prince. Rayon was overflowing with the desire to destroy. Hoo-woo. On continued to sigh while shaking her head. Alberu smiled subtly while looking back and forth between Ron and Cal. Cal didn't even look at the Crown Prince because Alberus' gaze annoyed him. It was at that moment. Durst started to speak. Your Highness, what is it? Durst called out to the Crown Prince. I am here as the representative of Xiolin and have come with a message from our future Empress. Alberus' gaze turned toward Cal. Did you know about this? That was what his gaze was asking, but he figured out the answer before Cal could say anything. I guess he didn't know. Cal was looking at the Crown Prince with an extremely uncomfortable expression on his face. Alberu had yet to hear the details of what Cal and the others had done in Xiolin. Didn't he say that he might be able to make Mary the Empress? He had heard the initial plans, but had no idea what had happened afterward. I'm sure he stepped in to make a small snowman and ended up creating an avalanche. The answer was obvious in the way Durst was warily peeking at Cal. He doesn't seem to like this at all either. Cal Henetus's expression did not look good. As a result, the answer was obvious. A message from the leader of another world. I definitely want to read it. However, Durst reacted happily to Alberus' positive response before realizing that he was looking around. However, I would like our friends who have traveled a long way and finally returned home to go get some rest first. Ah, that shouldn't matter, right? Yes, Your Highness. Durst looked at Cal and debated for a moment before responding. Alberu immediately stood up. He then placed his hand on Cal's shoulder. Go home. Alberu's tone was very magnanimous, but Cal's face became unsettled. Why is he suddenly trying to send me home? It made him not want to go home. I informed young Master Basin about your return. Basin. Cal slowly got up as soon as his brother's name was mentioned. He didn't want to see Alberus' snickering face, but I need to go home. Back to the Henetus territory and the Super Rock Villa for the first time in a long while, he did want to go home. It's been a while since we've been home. The Super Rock didn't hide his happiness either. Cal turned his head to tell the others that they should go home before flinching a bit. The children, averaging 9 years old, and Choi Han were already ready and looking at Cal. I left a room empty next to here so Rayon Nim can activate a teleportation magic circle there. Cal slightly nodded his head at Alberu, who had prepared things in advance before approaching Alberu. He then whispered in a quiet voice so that Durst could not hear. The magic stones will be in my neighborhood. The magic stones mine will go in the Forest of Darkness in the Henetus territory. As for the rest, you'll make a list of candidates. You know how we do it, right, Your Highness? Cleanly. Alberu scoffed. Of course. Alberu responded as if he found Cal's question to be ridiculous before gently patting Cal's shoulder. Go get some rest. I'll be there soon. You'll come there, Your Highness? Why do you have such a look on your face? Cal wasn't happy to hear that Alberu would be coming to his neighborhood. Alberu ignored the look on Cal's face and continued to speak. Of course I have to go. Cal smiled after hearing what Alberu said next. This sir right here is the person who will become the wealthiest person on the continent. Of course, I have to go to see the esteemed sir who will soon have more money alone than our entire kingdom. Don't you think so? Aw shucks, your highness. I guess you are not going to deny it. Cal shrugged his shoulders after seeing the scowl on Alberus' face. It's the truth, your highness. The notification regarding the rewards on the mirror the moment he saw the size of the mines listed in that message the moment he realized that he could have multiple mines of such size that were filled with different kinds of items, Cal realized that he was rich. Of course, he was still far from being a slacker. The hunters. I'm going to quickly take care of them and definitely get some rest. At least he was still thoroughly planning for the future. Then I will be on my way, your highness. Okay. I'll send Priest Durst to the Hennetus territory once our conversation is over. Alberu turned to look at Durst. Is it okay for you to get there a bit later? Yes, your highness. Of course. Durst's eyes sparkled after hearing the term, Cal's home. Alberu looked at him with a sharp gaze. It was at that moment. Young Masternim. What is it? Ron approached Cal with a gentle smile on his face. Is it okay if I return to the Hennetus territory after getting the cast off? Ah, yes, he had not thought about it. Ron was currently being treated by the best healer in the royal palace. Beacrox, you come with Ron as well. Yes, young Masternim. Ron and Alberu exchanged glances while Cal was giving Beacrox that order. The two of them felt a gaze looking at them as they did that. It was Choi Han. Let's go. Cal started moving at that moment and waved his hand toward the people who looked ready to follow them to see them off. Human, I want to go home and eat steak. Apple pies as well. Me too, Naya, apple pie. Eating at home truly is the best, Naya. The children averaging 9 years old moved next to Cal. Cal left the study with the children averaging 9 years old who seemed quite excited as they continued to chat away. Durst jumped up and said goodbye to Cal. I will see you soon, oh esteemed purifier. Sure. Cal gave a short response before moving to the next room. Choi Han saw that Durst's gaze was focused on Cal and approached Alberu. Beacrox noticed and stood in between Durst and Choi Han to block his view. Your Highness. Choi Han whispered extremely quietly. That world desired Cal Nim quite seriously. He looked very serious. This is especially true about Imperial Princess Olivia, the one who sent the message, as well as the Empire, Church, and all sorts of factions. They did their best to keep Cal Nim there. Really? Yes, your highness. That is how it seemed to me. Cal called out to Choi Han at that moment. Choi Han, are you not coming? I am coming, Cal Nim. Choi Han responded with an innocent look on his face before walking past Alberu. Alberu smiled brightly and waved as he commented. That was a very good report. As expected of my instructor Nim. Bow, Choi Han slightly bowed before continuing to walk. This should be enough. Choi Han thought that Xiolin wanted to keep Cal there. He was sure that the Church of the Fire of Purification and the Empire would use Durst as a bridge to make Cal stop by that world again, no matter what they needed to do to make it happen. Cal Nim doesn't seem to know about this scheme. Either that, or he is ignoring it because he thinks there is no reason for him to go back there. It was understandable that the people of Xiolin would not want to lose Cal. He is someone who is extremely strong but shows no interest in having authority. He also doesn't care much for wealth. Of course, Cal liked money, but the people of Xiolin did not know that. In addition, Cal Nim tends to do everything people ask him to do. That was why they feared and deified Cal but still wanted him there. Hurry up, Choi Han. Choi Han looked at Rayon's flapping wings and stepped onto the teleportation magic circle. But it should be fine now. The Crown Prince, Ron, and Beacrox were now aware of it. They would act accordingly. I just need to stay by Cal Nim's side and protect him. Woo-wong, the teleportation magic circle lit up. Let's go home. Rayon shouted energetically, and the teleportation magic circle flashed brightly to light up the whole room before they disappeared to the Hennetus territory. In the spot where they left No, in the Crown Prince's study next door, Alberu Crossman sat at the head of the table and asked, So, what is the message? Please take a look at this first, Your Highness. Durst pulled something out of his pocket. It was a video recording device. These are the achievements of the esteemed purifier. Alberu flinched for a moment. His gaze based on what Choi Han had told him, Alberu thought Durst looked like a spy who was here to take Cal away. However, this gaze just now he reminds me of Clope Seca, the bastard whose eyes go crazy whenever Cal Henitus is mentioned. Although it wasn't as bad as that bastard, the gaze was similar. Even the bishop of the Church of the God of Death does not look at Cal like this. Cal was the only person in the world who uses a divine item bestowed by the God of Death. Even the bishop of that church did not look at Cal so sanctimoniously. I would like to see the message first. Ah, yes, you should see that as well, Your Highness. Durst hesitated before handing Alberu the message as well. Alberu felt that Durst looked extremely disinterested in that. It was completely different from the energy he had when he took out the video recording device. It's a letter, but the language used should be different? Ah. Choi Han Nim translated it before we came here, Your Highness. Ah, is that so? He realized that Durst was also using the common language of the continent despite being from another world. Yes, Your Highness. I believe that our God is assisting us so that this much is not an issue when coming and going between worlds. Alberu nodded his head and looked at the letter with an odd gaze. Our instructor Nim translated this. As expected, our instructor Nim reported to me after seeing things like this. He also felt that Choi Han was more rational and sharp compared to Cal, who always thought he was thorough and reasonable. Choi Han's only issue was that he could not act. Alberu read through the letter. The content of Imperial Princess Olivia's letter was simple. Our side would like to know basic knowledge of sword arts and magic. In return, we can deliver knowledge about necromancers, black magic, and white magic from Xiolin. Alberu looked toward Durst. The old priest responded like a skillful veteran. I have recording devices with information about black magic, white magic, and necromancers, Your Highness. As for white magic, it is a book on the basics developed by the House of Huyans. We have every intention of sharing this knowledge. Of course, the deal has to be even on both sides. After spending a long time as the bishop of a church that was regarded as heretics, this old priest knew how to deal. I am sure that these documents will be useful to you and this kingdom, Your Highness. One corner of Alberus' lips curled up. The Roan kingdom. They were dreaming of a future where dark elves, necromancers, and even all of the people of Endable would live together. Xiolin knows how to make deals. Durst smiled a bit at Alberus' response. However, he was gulping internally. He really is ignoring that part completely. The following was also written on the message written by Olivia as the representative of the Empire and even the entire planet of Xiolin. Durst observed how Alberu was completely ignoring that and recalled what the Pope had said to him. Many differing opinions exist within the church as well. Some of them asked me why I was letting the Purifier Nim leave so easily. The Pope had chuckled before continuing. They are so foolish. Do they really think the Purifier Nim is someone I can keep here just because I want to? Bishop Durst. You understand what I mean, don't you? Durst knew what the Pope meant. Your Highness. He slowly pulled a spatial pocket bag out of his inner pocket. Alberu's eyes clouded over after seeing the spatial pocket bag that was made with black magic before his eyes opened wide. Durst pulled a few things out of the bag. I will be staying in the Roan kingdom for a while. Our Pope Nim said that I should be showing my gratitude for it, so, although it is not much, I have prepared a few things. Tap, tap, tap. Magic stones and jewels were placed on top of the table. Bishop Durst. When you arrive in the Purifier Nim's world, make sure you are in the good graces of a person who seems to be a person of authority in that world. You understand, right? Yes, Your Eminence. I understand. The years of experience from being born in a now-perished kingdom and surviving as the bishop of a supposed heretic church, those years of experience made him skilled in the ways of the world despite being a priest. Please accept this as a small act of sincerity. Haha. Durst then rubbed both hands together before continuing to speak to Alberu, Ron, and Beecrox in a sly tone. I do have a small request. I hope that you would share your thoughts with me after seeing our esteemed Purifier Nim use his fire of purification powers. He was planning on supporting Cal properly, but did not forget his duties as a priest either. It is my personal desire to inform the people of this world a tiny bit about the fire of purification. Would that be okay, Your Highness? Oh no, I do not have any thoughts about creating a branch of the church here. I just wish to share my story with people as I take a look around this world. Ha 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 ha. Alberus' face turned unsettled. This guy, it seems like I would be able to communicate with him. It was weird how he suddenly went from a priest to a merchant who was wise in the ways of the world, but it oddly suited him well. Your Highness. A gently smiling Ron chimed in at that moment. Why don't we take a look at the footage first? Yeah. Alberu watched the footage that the excited Durst activated. He then clenched his eyes shut. No wonder the people of that world desire him. He heard Beecroc scoff. Ron was just silently playing with his dagger. Why is the mood? Durst found this to be odd, but Alberu just sighed and thought to himself. I want to let him be a slacker, but why does he keep doing things in a way that makes it difficult to be a slacker? He then commented, this is driving me nuts. This is nice. Cal laid down on his bed for the first time in a long while. Human, are you going to sleep? Should I wake you up if someone knocks? Yeah, he closed his eyes. On this comfortable bed, this is really nice. The slacker life really is best. Knock, knock, knock. Hyung Nim. However, he heard a welcomed voice before he could really enjoy the softness of the bed. Human, it's Basin, Mio, Mio. Cal could now see his family for the first time in a long while. Chapter 75, How about you be more tactful? 4. It has been a while since all of us ate together like this. Cal placed a piece of steak in his mouth and nodded at Daruth's comment. He then made eye contact with Duke Daruth as he peeked up. The Duke was looking at him with a satisfied gaze. Next to him was the still strict-looking Duchess Violin, who was thoroughly inspecting Cal. Lily, who was seated next to Duchess Violin, looked down almost to the point that her nose was touching the plate when she made eye contact with Cal. Cal's cheeks felt hot. He could feel Basin's fervent gaze from next to him. Should I have brought the kids? The children, averaging 9 years old, told Cal to have a nice meal as a family and went to the Black Castle with a Ruhaben who came to get them. Human, we are going to my mom. Rayon was excited to head to the Black Castle in the Forest of Darkness to see former Dragon Lord Sherrit. This was On's suggestion. I hope you can have a nice time together, Naya. Cal couldn't help but frequently think that On was more thoughtful than most adults. Of course, Cal hoped that On would be able to be less thoughtful and freer. Cal, yes, father. Duke Daruth couldn't hide his concern and asked. This time, are you feeling okay? Yes, father. Cal responded without any hesitation. He could clearly say that without lying. I did not cough up any blood nor did I faint. I didn't even fall over. Although he did get extremely dizzy for a little bit, that's nothing. I slept well, I ate well, and to be honest with you, I did not face any difficulties during my time there. A voice that could come off as a bit cold responded back. It does seem that way. It was Duchess Violin. Cal looked at her perfectly kept hair before making eye contact with her. You've gained some weight, I think so. The corners of Violin's lips curled up a bit. Cal knew that this tiny change in her expression meant that she was very pleased. Cal turned to look at Lily after sensing her gaze. You're even taller now. Lily flinched at his comment before vigorously nodding her head. Basin added on. Even I get surprised at it, Hyung Nim. I would see her, and then the next time she would be taller. Cal agreed with Basin. Lily seemed to be getting taller every time he saw her. The blood of our family's martial artist history could be strongest in Lily. As a martial artist household, the members of the House of Hennetus tended to have good physique. Lily seemed to be the one in Cal's generation who carried on that blood the most. Cal, were there no difficulties in that world? Cal snapped out of his thoughts about his youngest sibling and recalled something after hearing Duke Daruth's question. Excuse me. He put down his fork and knife and pulled a spatial pocket bag out of his inner pocket. I should tell them when I have the time. He was among family right now anyway. It wouldn't matter to tell them. Plop, plop. Hyung Nim? He heard Basin's anxious voice next to him, but Cal continued to pull things out of the bag. Cal nonchalantly responded to Duchess Violin's shaking voice. These are presents. There was a sculpture that looked more luxurious than splendid despite having jewels all over it. Then there was a fountain pen with a diamond. A scabbard decorated with beautiful jewels with a small dagger in it. A turtle sculpture that looked as if it was made by melting a bar of gold. I couldn't come back empty-handed after going on a trip. Silence filled the room for a moment. Duchess Violin asked, Is the sculpture for me? Yes, Mom. I thought that it would be to your liking. Thank you. Duke Daruth stared blankly for a bit before asking, where did you get these things? Ah, Cal calmly answered back. I swiped them from a tomb owned by the former emperor. No, I didn't swipe them. I was gifted them by the future empress. Basin asked this time. Hyung Nim, you went to another world, swiped things from the tomb of the former emperor in an empire there. But the future empress said you could keep the things? Yeah, she said it was a reward. Do you like the fountain pen? I have other things as well. Do you want more? Basin shook his head at Cal's question. No, this is enough, Hyung Nim. He thoroughly inspected Cal before continuing to speak. Yes, it is fine as long as he is not hurt. Being healthy is important. Cal found it odd that Basin was mumbling to himself, but he had more things to say to his father. Plop. He handed the last thing he pulled out of the spatial pocket bag to his father. A magic stone? Cal nodded his head at the confused Daruth. Yes, sir. It is a magic stone. It seems to be an extremely high-quality magic stone. Yes, sir. In Rhone, something like this would be considered a highest-grade magic stone. In Xiolin, this was only considered a high-grade magic stone. Cal had been shocked to find that out. In a place like Xiolin that was overflowing with magic stones mines, something that was considered highest grade in Rhone was only high grade. Father. Cal had brought a mine full of magic stones that were considered highest grade magic stones in Xiolin. How would you feel if we had a mine full of magic stones that were even higher quality than this one? Cal asked the confused Daruth. How are the territory's marble and wine businesses right now? Basin reacted in shock to that question. His eyes clouded over. Hyung Nim, have you developed interest in businesses within the territory? Cal flinched at Basin's exaggeratedly sparkling eyes before smiling. Basin, do you know about them? Of course. I can explain all of it to you, Hyung Nim. His smile became thicker. Basin has a firm grasp on the businesses in the territory. He truly deserved to be the lord in the future. Being a member of the House of Henetus, he knew the importance of money from a young age. No matter how much he thought about it, Basin truly was the person who should lead the Duke's House of Henetus in the future. Should I explain in detail? Cal looked at Basin, who wanted to quickly say the things he knew with a look of satisfaction before responding. No. Cal added on as Basin flinched at Cal's response. I'm sure it is not bad based on the look on your face. Isn't that right, Father? Yeah, it is not bad. It was neither good nor bad right now. I see. Cal nodded his head before placing the magic stone in front of his father and nonchalantly commenting. I will place a magic stones mine that will produce magic stones that are better than highest grade magic stones in our territory. The silent Daruth opened his mouth. Cal, please explain in detail. Of course. Cal had no problem discussing this because the meal had progressed to the point where dessert was about to be served. He gave an extremely simple explanation without going into details about gods, other worlds, etc. So, after hearing everything, Daruth's face had changed from that of Cal's father to that of the lord of the Henetus territory. So, however, he could not speak. Duchess Violin spoke in his place. Her voice was cracking a bit. Cal, so you are saying that you earned a magic stones mine that is larger than any on the eastern and western continents combined as a reward. The qualities of those magic stones are even better than highest-grade magic stones, and there are quite a lot of stones to mine in there. Yes, Mom. And you want to place that in the Henetus territory, in the area between the Lord's Castle and Harris Village. Yes, Mom. At first, Cal had considered putting the mine in the Forest of Darkness. Then it would be difficult to have that relaxing slacker life. If he did that, Harris Village and the Forest of Darkness would urgently be developed with the mine at the center. Then Cal's plan to be a slacker and farm in peace would crumble. In order for the tigers, wolves, and dragons to live in peace, it is better not to put the mine there. Cal looked at the silent Daruth and added on. Please let me know if there are any other mines you would like as well. Other mines? Yes, sir. Diamond, gold, silver, pretty much anything is possible. Cal had told the Crown Prince that they should talk about the location of the other mines. However, he would put the Henetus territory as the top spot if they desired more mines. There was also the Dead Mana Magic Stones mine, but that was better with the Dark Elves, Endable, or the Crown Prince. Daruth shook his head as Cal waited for a response. If the mine is as big as you say it is, that should be plenty. We do not need any more. Yes, father. Cal smiled internally while seeing Daruth truly mean what he said. Yes, one is enough in the Hennetus. Having more would be difficult to maintain. You should be able to discuss the details with His Highness, father. Cal skillfully pushed the details off to Duke Daruth and Alberu. It's not like I know anything. Daruth was the expert for the territory and Alberu for the kingdom. It was better to follow the two of their suggestions. At least the two of them will not rip me off. Daruth nodded his head. Yeah, something like that is my responsibility. He looked at Cal. Although he gained some weight, Cal was still pale and looked weak. There was probably nobody in the entire history of the House of Hennetus who looked as weak as Cal. It's not like he looks like his maternal family either. Cal's maternal family had healthy bodies as well. I am so worried about him. He should look after himself more. Why is he going around trying to save the world? In addition to that, he brought presents for the family and a reward that would be helpful to the territory. I wish he would just get some medicine that would make him healthy as a reward. He didn't care for himself and only cared for others. Daruth felt upset. Cal took a bite of the pudding that came out as dessert and commented, Father, I'm sure you will do well with the negotiations, but I hope that we can get stronger with the magic stones first. Strengthen the forces of the Hennetus territory. Daruth responded to his son's concern. Of course, now that they received something precious, they needed to grow the strength to protect it. I will need to discuss it with the royal palace, but we plan on pushing back the announcement of the mine for as long as possible. At least until the Hennetus territory and the Rhone kingdom became much stronger by having a large quantity of magic stones in stock. Of course, I don't think it will take very long. The Rhone kingdom was already famous for its magic. As a result, having magic stones would allow it to exponentially grow its strength. I agree with you. Cal smiled with satisfaction that he did not need to speak in detail, as he and his father had the same thought, and gently patted Basin's shoulder. You help father as well. It would be a part of his lessons on territory management. The magic stones mine would probably become the core item to help the Hennetus territory grow in the future. Yes, Hyung Nim. Basin responded with determination. I need to make sure that Hyung Nim at least doesn't have to worry about the territory while he is traveling through these other worlds. I need to make it so that he can return and lead the territory in peace as he rests. I will definitely make that happen. Basin heard Cal's voice at that moment. Father. Cal looked at Daruth as he spoke. I will be going to Puzzle City for a day. Yeah, you should go at least once. Daruth hesitated before nodding his head in understanding. The White Star. Puzzle City was destroyed because of the battles against the White Star and the Sealed God. They should slowly be starting the restoration there. Cal decided that he needed to stop by there. There was someone to meet there as well. Billows, young Master Nim. The person he needed to meet was Billows. Billows was the only person right now who could lead the Flynn Merchant Guild. Cal heard something odd as soon as he met Billows. So, Yurei saying Billows's swollen face had recovered a lot, but he was still in terrible condition. Cal inspected his face while repeating what he had just heard. So you're saying that the Whipper Kingdom, Breck Kingdom, and the Jungle jumped in to help with Puzzle City's restoration after hearing that much? Cal thought that at least these three kingdoms had tact. However, but the Whipper Kingdom has no money right now? Billows smiled awkwardly and nodded his head. Yes, sir. They are currently on a path to ruins. It is very bad. The Whipper Kingdom. The land with Commander Tunka in charge. Billows continued with an unsettled look on his face. Honestly speaking, that kingdom was surviving off of magic devices. After the magic tower was destroyed, the Whipper Kingdom had basically no knowledge of magic. Although that allowed the Rhone Kingdom's magic to grow, plus, there were so many wars. But it wasn't as if they gained anything from these wars. Billows spoke as if it was an uncomfortable topic to discuss, but he still spoke resolutely. It has become time for that nation to crumble. Plus, it is winter right now, young Master Nim. But they were the first to pay to help with Puzzle City's restoration? Yes, young Master Nim Commander Tunka said that this was because they were different from the Whipper Kingdom of the past and said that they must do this. One corner of Cal's lips subtly twisted up. The Allenby couple gulped after hearing that question. Cal slowly started to speak. And the other nations are using this opening to gain a lot of things. I heard that they are making a lot of money. Yes, young Master Nim. The eastern and western continents started to communicate with each other after the issue at Puzzle City, and many nations have gained a lot of benefits as a result. Furthermore, since places such as Maguru, Whipper, and Roan all require reconstruction, other places are benefiting quite a bit right now. Billows felt the mood getting sour but did not stop. The Caro Kingdom and the Free City around there have started trading with the Northern Alliance and have been making a lot of money. Roan has not been able to gain a lot of benefits from trade because the kingdom is in its current state. Cal chuckled and commented toward Billows. Billows, you are bringing such things up as soon as we meet. Billows smiled. It is because I am frustrated, young Master Nim. You are the only one I could say such things to without worry. Cal did not say anything about that. The Flynn Merchant Guild was a mess right now. Billows was trying to lead the guild while not being fully recovered, so he probably had to keep most of his thoughts to himself. Cal was truly the only person he could say such things to without worry. Seriously, the way the world is running, there is no shame at all. He then added on, no tact either. Cal quietly chuckled after hearing that people had no tact. Billows did not know anything about the mines yet. Nonetheless, he was talking like this. This was why Cal had worked with Billows for so long. Why do they have no tact? Billows answered without any hesitation at Cal's question. Don't you agree, young Master Nim? They think that Roan has gotten weaker. The disappearance of His Majesty. His Highness has the authority to rule anyway. In addition, even with the crumbling of the Duke's House of Orsina, the new Duke's House, the House of Henatus, is supporting the Northeast region. Both Puzzle City and the Northeast region will recover soon. Basically, there is no reason for our Roan kingdom to be shaken. They don't know that, which is why they have no tact or a sharp mind. That was the right answer. I knew it was easy to talk to you. I agree, young Master Nim. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 76, How about you be more tactful? 5. The laughing Billows let out a short sigh. Hoo-woo. He had subconsciously done it. Cal watched him sigh before nonchalantly commenting. I guess it is quite a headache. Billows contemplated it for a moment before nodding his head. I guess so, young Master Nim, but it is still okay. Because you participated in the restoration of Puzzle City? Yes, young Master Nim. The Flynn Merchant Guild had no head right now. Billows was in the process of becoming the head, but the chaos caused by the numerous deaths in the House of Flynn was not easily settling down. His Highness gave our Merchant Guild an opportunity as well. He was thankful that the Flynn Merchant Guild could participate in the large business of restoring Puzzle City. It is because His Highness trusts you. Albaru approved of Billows's abilities after having worked with him multiple times. It was his trust in Billows that made him allow the Flynn Merchant Guild to participate. That's a relief. Billows could not hide the bitter smile on his face. Everything feels so futile. He felt empty right now. No matter what he had wanted to become the Merchant Guild leader of the Flynn Merchant Guild, no matter what it took. He wanted to get past the situation of being shunned for being a bastard and desired to get his abilities approved. That process had been going well. It started after I met the young Master Nim. Billows had built his power since building that relationship with Cal, being placed in charge of taking care of the magic devices from the Whipper Kingdom and other tasks. And then things ended up like this. The Merchant Guild leader and his half-siblings were no longer in the Flynn Merchant Guild. The only person to help the Merchant Guild rise up from this chaos was Billows, the person who had to run away while injured. It is tiring. His body was still in pain. However, he was not tired because the situation was like that. It felt as if something that was making Billows move, had disappeared. His dream of becoming not just the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader, but the greatest merchant had not changed, but Billows couldn't help but be tired. He subconsciously spoke in a weakened voice. Really, it is a relief. At least His Highness trusts the Flynn Merchant Guild when it is like this. I told you it is not the Merchant Guild but you that he trusts. Plop. Cal pulled a document out of his pocket and threw it on the table. Billows looked at Cal, wondering what this document was, before he heard Cal speak in a nonchalant voice. And I trust you even more than he does. Excuse me, take a look. Billows subconsciously gulped. His instincts were telling him something. Cal Henitus. Just like that time when he realized that the trash young master wasn't really just trash something he couldn't pinpoint, a sensation that he could not be sure about was visiting Billows right now. Billow's hand was shaking as he picked up the document Cal had placed on the table. SHH. Cal nonchalantly commented as he opened up the document. I've already talked to His Highness and our territory. Billows's pupils were shaking as he read through the document. The word mines caught his attention. It was followed by the sizes and output rates of the mines. Why, young Masternim, his voice was shaking as he called out to Cal. His hands clenched around the document. What is it? Cal nonchalantly asked Billows. You are the only merchant I have to do things, you know that. Ha, Billows let out a short sigh. Ha, ha ha, and it soon turned into laughter. A smile appeared on Billows's swollen face. It made him look quite hideous, but he didn't care. It is not just 1 or 2 mines, there were numerous pages to the document. Yeah, Cal looked out the window. He had stealthily come here, so people of Puzzle City did not know that he was here. He observed the site that was full of people hard at work despite the end of the year having cold weather. He then started to speak again. The work might end up involving many regions or even kingdoms. Even though I am the owner of the mines, I will not be able to check on them all the time. He would be busy running around to numerous worlds. That is why I have no choice but to get you involved. He needed people he was sure about being on his side in this mines issue. And if it is Billows, he is trustworthy. Furthermore, Cal felt the level of trust Billows had for him after Billows came to find him in his extremely injured state. Young Masternim. Billows clenched his eyes shut. And I trust you even more than he does. Those words suddenly flashed in Billow's mind. His hands clenched around the document. Billows opened his eyes again before energetically responding. I will make sure to do a good job. Yeah, that's enough. Cal looked out the window again before continuing to speak. First, it was at that moment. Ding ding, notifications went off in Cal's pocket. Young Masternim. Billows could see Cal scowl a bit. It didn't look as if he was angry. It looked more like subtle annoyance and weariness. What is going on? Cal touched the area around his eyes with one hand and continued to speak while Billows was wondering what was going on. I guess I'll need to meet Commander Tunka. Billow's face stiffened. Are you thinking of putting a mine? Roan can't digest all of them anyway. These mines of different types were all the largest in size. It was impossible for the Roan Kingdom to handle all of these on their own, and even if it was possible and all of the mines were placed in the Roan Kingdom, then the other kingdoms will form an alliance to go after the Roan Kingdom. Based on what he has seen, the kingdoms of the eastern and western continents would do that easily. I'll chat with His Highness first. Yes, young Masternim. Ding. Ding. Billows flinched at the continuing noise but chose to slowly ignore it after seeing Cal ignore it as well. Then I will see you again soon. Yes, young Masternim, I will go to the Henitus territory. Okay. Cal finished his meeting with Billows and slowly pulled the mirror out. Ding ding, ha. Cal couldn't help but sigh whenever he saw messages from CP. I guess he is pushy and enthusiastic, and he is cooperative as well, but wong, the mirror vibrated and a new message appeared. Cal ignored it. He didn't ever really need that god anyway. Click. He walked out of the room in the inn where he was chatting with Billows and walked into the next room. Human, are you done with your conversation? Yeah. Rayon instantly flew over to Cal's side. He then pointed out the window. Everybody is working so hard on the construction. Of course. The construction experts were chosen by the kingdom, but the regular workers were mostly picked from Puzzle City and the nearby territory. There were even people who volunteered to help with the restoration in order to restore their home. If Puzzle City was being rebuilt anyway, it would be nice if it looked great. The Crown Prince would probably restore Puzzle City into a magnificent city if he had enough money. Ding ding, Cal sat down on a chair and crossed his legs after seeing another notification. Tap. He then placed the mirror on the table. Ding ding, he checked the message. Something's off. Cal felt that something was off with this world that kept calling itself CP. Human, why do you have such an unsettled look on your face? That's the look you have right before you help someone. Cal ignored Rayon's comments and made a comment. I will go to the Central Plains. Ding ding, however. Cal continued with a stoic gaze. I will go there in 2 weeks. He was planning on resting as much as possible before going. Well, I don't need to rest because it wasn't very hard for me in Xiolin. Ron still had his cast on and could not go right away after taking it off. He would need to rest a bit before going. The mirror continued to vibrate, but Cal ignored it. I also have another condition. The mirror continued to vibrate. Human, what is up with this divine item? Rayon asked with confusion and slowly tapped the mirror, but Cal ignored it and continued to speak. A limit of 7 people is not enough. The mirror shook quite a bit. Cal scowled. He felt as if he was bullying this world. Wait, even if it is a baby world, it should have lived longer than I have, no. The Black Bloods had been plotting away on the Xiolin planet for over 300 years. The Blood Cult had been working with the House of Huyans since then, so they should have existed for more than 300 years as well. It should be at least 300 years old, but it is a baby. Isn't that too much? Cal slowly looked unsettled. Human, are you okay? What is wrong? He then saw Rayon. Dragons lived for 10 years. In a dragon's point of view, 100 years old is probably still considered an infant. Cal soon looked even more unsettled. He looked at the mirror, sighed, and commented. Do whatever you can to increase it. His voice was a bit weaker. He had originally wanted around 10 people, but at least increase it by 1 to make it 8. He needed a minimum of 8 people. In addition to Cal, Choi Han, Rayon, Ron, Bcrox, number 7, Durst, and Sui Khan. He needed team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. It would be easy to secretly contact Choi Young-soo if he had the team leader. Of course, there is no guarantee that we will meet Choi Young-soo there, but we will probably meet him. He felt as if that would be the case. Cal looked at the silent mirror that was shaking and asked, Are beast people considered not human? As I expected. Cal nodded his head at this expected response and nonchalantly commented, I'll only take 1 non-human, so use that to make it a total of 8 people. Human, why does your voice sound so weak? Ding, ding, he heard a notification at that moment. Cal clenched his eyes after reading the message. Ding, ding. Ha. Human, why do you keep shaking your head like that? Cal just ignored the voices of the 2 children. Instead, he thought about the list of 10 rewards Xiolin had given him. The items given to his people were all very good items. I'll have to borrow them for a bit. He would need to borrow some of them. The Central Plains, he didn't know how things would go in that place. I'll have to rely on being overgeared. It felt as if he should take a lot of things that could be useful. Money, too. If it feels like he doesn't have enough strength, then it'll have to be money. Human, why are you opening your eyes like that? Ding, ding. Cal firmed his resolve to take a lot of gold, jewels, and anything else that could be used as money. My close friend. Cal flinched after seeing Tunka's gaze. What's up with him? As he was about to scowl, boom, boom, boom. Tunka's large body quickly walked over and opened up his arms. You were alive. He then tried to hug Cal. What's up with him? As Cal's face tried to scowl even more, plop. A scabbard appeared in between Tunka and Cal. Tunka's body was stopped by the scabbard. It made him smile. Long time no see. Choi Han completely ignored Tunka's smile. Cal took 2 or 3 steps away from Tunka and started speaking. This place looks the same as always. He was currently in the royal palace at the center of the Whipper Kingdom's capital. Ha ha ha, isn't that why it is great? Of course, the loudly laughing Tunka did not know why Cal was here yet. All Cal told him was that he was coming to visit. However, the Whipper Kingdom instantly responded to welcome them as soon as they received that call. Chapter 77, How about you be more tactful? 6. The Whipper Kingdom didn't even mention when they should meet. Come whenever you want. They said that their door was always open. At least for Cal. The Crown Prince smiled brightly as he shared this information with Cal. Cal, you go. It sounded like Commander Tunka wants to see you. On the other hand, Cal frowned after hearing that. That made Albaru smile even brighter as he waved. Go and take good care of things. You won't need to do any of the complicated stuff. Although it was going to a foreign kingdom as a representative of Rhone, Cal accepted without giving it much thought. I just need to open the door today. The administrators would take care of the details later. The Duke's House of Hennetus and Billows will take care of my mind's issue as well. Cal subconsciously smiled with satisfaction. I just need to install the mine and relax while I make money. It was great. This was truly a reliable means of wealth for his future slacker life. Ha ha ha, my close friend, you must be happy to see me as well. Ha 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 ha, your smile is very nice to see. Of course, that smile lost strength as soon as he heard Tunka's voice. However, the way Cal looked at Tunka was not completely unsettled. He's turned into a decent guy now. The Tunka who was always shouting for war and willing to sacrifice his allies was no longer visible. In addition, it's been a while, Commander Nim. Chief Herald Kodyang, who had been full of thoughts of revenge against the Tower Master of the Magic Tower and mages in general, that bastard basically showed no traces of those feelings anymore as well. It has been a while, Chief Herald. Cal shook the hand that Herald Kodyang extended toward him. Oh right, you are no longer just a chief. No, I should not speak so informally to you anymore, sir. Minister of State. That was Herald's new position. It somehow ended up that way, but you can still speak informally to me. Herald's smile made Cal clearly see that it somehow ended up that way really meant that Herald made it happen that way. Cal liked that quite a bit. This makes the conversation easy. He looked at Commander Tunka and Minister of State Herald and started to speak again. Why don't we go inside and chat? His voice sounded quite entertained as he continued to speak. There are too many eyes here. You are right, Cal Nim. Choi Han, who was standing behind Cal, agreed. Cal slowly looked around. Cal had teleported and arrived right in front of the palace at the center of the Whipper Kingdom's royal palace. Although there were warriors stationed around here, and some administrators as well, they are not the only ones here. There were many people all around them looking at them. They must be the people who work in the royal palace. The rumors are going to spread quickly. Not everybody who worked in the royal palace was tight-lipped. Some of them had quite loose lips. The fact that Cal and Sword Master Choi Han visited the Whipper Kingdom would soon spread all over. I'm sure there are spies here as well. Eyes sent from other kingdoms were bound to exist in the Whipper Kingdom. Cal Henitus, who had not shown himself for quite a while and stayed in confinement, came out to happily chat with the Crown Prince just a few days ago. He then came to visit the Whipper Kingdom. The foreign kingdoms were bound to notice that something was happening. If they don't realize anything from this, then they are not observant at all. And anybody who is even a little bit observant would soon realize it. Please let me escort you to a quiet place. Herald was extremely respectful to Cal despite now being the Minister of State. I ask for your understanding of our lack of preparations at your sudden visit. Cal shook his head. There is no need for such understanding between us. Herald flinched after seeing Cal acting in such a friendly manner. Of course, with our relationship, you can just treat it as coming to visit your next-door neighbor. Although Tunka was shouting with joy, Herald noticed the small smile on Cal's face at that moment. Cal put on a gentle and warm smile as he commented, "Yeah, there is no need to complicate things between close friends." Before they headed off to a quiet area, he purposely spoke loud enough for others to hear. The trust and faith that the Whipper Kingdom has shown us made it impossible for me not to come visit. Herald's gaze clouded over for a moment. I knew that you would not come without reason, but there really is a reason for your visit. Of course. Have you ever seen me moving without purpose? Never. Herald, who felt something from this conversation, looked around before leading the way. Please come this way. The door to the palace they were standing in front of soon opened. Originally, this would have been the king's palace. However, the king was just a puppet now and was residing in a different palace. This palace was now a place they met to discuss the issues of the kingdom. I've prepared a great place for you, Commander Cal. Herald led Cal to a small room at the top of the palace. That finally made the gazes focused on them disappear one by one. Ha ha ha, how disappointing. We should be having a celebration. Cal ignored Tunka and followed Herald when he heard Herald's voice. You seem to be perfectly fine and alive, Commander Cal. He seemed different in demeanor compared to how he had been outside. Cal chuckled at Herald's voice that sounded a bit sarcastic. Yeah, I'm fine. Do you not like that? Herald did not respond. He just started walking a little faster. Cal and Choi Han, who was keeping Tunka in check, did not react in any way to Herald's reaction. It was because they knew Herald's true feelings. Even if Tunka told them to support the restoration of Puzzle City, it would have been impossible without Herald's permission. The money sent from the Whipper Kingdom to support Puzzle City, it would only have been handled so efficiently because Herald gave his permission. Cal followed Herald and looked around. The system has been set up pretty well. It needed to be done. The Whipper Kingdom was no longer at war. Honestly speaking, Harald is not Minister of State material. He was not such a skilled person. However, as someone who received the support of the people alongside Tunka, he needed to take a central position. That is the only way for people who follow Harald to take their positions in the kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom had been in a situation where the magic tower had swallowed the kingdom. The intellectuals who had rebelled against that had gathered into one tribe with Tunka at the center. Their lunacy had calmed down a bit through the war against the magic tower and the Magoru Empire. It is now time to take care of the internal affairs. The Whipper Kingdom, which had been suppressed by magic in the past, could now develop a new specialty now. Maybe a unique kingdom not focused on magic nor knights could appear, but it is not highly likely. This was because they did not have money. Click. This is the place. The only room at the top of the palace. Harald opened the door to that room as he commented. This is a great place to have a quiet conversation. Cal walked into the room. Tunka started speaking in an extremely excited voice. I told them to prepare a proper feast. Make sure to eat before you go. You really aren't having a celebration? Tunka smiled awkwardly at Cal's comment. Ha 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 ha. The celebration. Tunka hesitated before adding on. Let's have a celebration next time. Ha 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 ha. My close friend, in return, I am always willing to feed you. Why don't you stay here for around 3 days before heading back? He didn't want to do that. It would be quite annoying to deal with Tunka for 3 days. At least this guy is thinking more about things now. The bastard who used to never care about allies nor money had given up on a celebration. This should be his way of considering the Whipper Kingdom's situation. Cal's gaze moved to Harald. I heard you immediately sent money to the Roan Kingdom to support the restoration of Puzzle City, and quite a lot of money at that. It was not that much, Commander Cal. Cal shook his head at Harald's comment. It was a lot of money, considering the Whipper Kingdom's current situation. He would have thought that the Caro Kingdom was being quite cheap if they had given that much money. However, based on the Whipper Kingdom's current economic situation, he was able to learn from Billows due to Billos' connections in the Whipper Kingdom. It's bleak. Although they might make it past this bleak winter right now, it would become more difficult as time went by. The destruction of their main business, magic. The devastation within the kingdom from the internal conflict, the loss from the war with the Magoru Empire, the effect from that trifecta of issues was finally revealing itself. It was as if all of the economic issues until now had been nothing in comparison. I didn't know it would be this bad. Even the Crown Prince had shared his shock after reading through the information Billows had organized. I'm sure even His Highness wouldn't have known about the realistic state of affairs. Roan had enough to take care of right now. Tunka. Cal called out to Tunka in a low voice. He didn't like this bastard very much, but he could not ignore him at this point. At least this bastard had shown loyalty. It is possible that I am overstepping here, but there are some things I would like to ask. Is it okay to ask? Yes. You are allowed to ask whatever you want. Cal responded after seeing Tunka responding in a serious manner that was unlike his usual self. Do you want to gain more land? Do you want a war? What? In your opinion, isn't the easiest way to survive taking things from others? Tunka frowned. Choi Han held back a gulp after seeing Cal acting different from his usual self. He then felt relieved after seeing Harald lean back in a relaxed manner. Harald was looking at Cal and Tunka with interest. He even smiled after making eye contact with Choi Han. My close friend. Tunka responded after a long time. I always want to fight. Cal's eyebrow rose slightly this time. Choi Han flinched as well. Harald laughed at that moment. Tunka raised his hand. His fist slammed down on the table. Boom, like you, Tunka looked at Cal with a burning gaze as Cal flinched. I want to fight like you. What the? Cal was a bit scared at Tunka's energy. However, Tunka continued to slam his hand on the table as he shouted. Boom. That is the true way of a warrior. Boom. A fight where you don't even fear the gods, the battle. That firmness to never retreat. Boom. A value that a warrior who fights against nature should pursue. Tunka seemed quite excited as his shoulders and body were moving up and down. Cal looked down at the table. The table was completely destroyed. Ah, right, this guy is super strong. Although he was beaten by Choi Han quite a bit, nobody could beat Tunka when it came to natural physical talents. Furthermore, he recovered quite quickly no matter how pummeled he got. There was no better tanker than this. I realized something after seeing our close friends fight against the White Star. That war against the Magaru Empire was nothing. Tunka looked back and forth between Cal and Choi Han. Choi Han looked away after realizing that he was a part of our close friends. Cal asked in an unsettled tone, "So, you are saying that you have no intentions of going after other kingdoms' lands?" "Yeah, I don't want wars like that anymore. I want to fight, a true fight, a fight against the strong." Tunka was still the same. He still liked to fight and acted as if there was no tomorrow. But it is not a bad direction. Cal then turned to look at Harol. Harol raised both hands in the air. "I now have things to protect as well." Cal's face turned odd after hearing that. Harol had been even crazier than Tunka in the past. "I need to let the people who follow me live properly." He quietly observed Cal and slowly responded. "At least, it felt like I would not regret it if I lived like that." Cal found his odd gaze to be weird, but he asked one more thing. "Then will you go to war again if you had money?" "Ha," Tunka shook his head. He seemed a bit frustrated. "My close friend, that is not what I mean." He continued in a stern voice. "It's insignificant, wars like that are nothing. Now, I just like you," he pointed at Cal. "I don't want to fight if it is not a fight like the ones you are fighting in." Choi Han's face did not look so good. Does he even know how hard Cal Nim's fights are as he says these things? Battles are insignificant. There's no desire to fight. War was not something like that. The weight of war was not something to look down upon. However, Choi Han did not point his blade toward Tunka. In addition, well, I don't want to make those bastards who follow me fight meaningless battles. He understood the meaning behind Tunka's words. He means that if he is to fight, he wants to fight in meaningful battles like Cal Nim. Although he didn't agree, he at least understood what Tunka was trying to say. Cal then turned to look at Harol. If we have money, it was rare to see Harol hesitating like this. "I want to create an academy." "You had that kind of thought?" Tunka looked at Harol in shock, and Harol shrugged. "We need a new way to survive without the magic tower." He then added on, "Since it looks like a new magic tower, and a new alchemist's tower will be created soon, we need to grow a power to go against that." "Who?" Cal was a bit wowed at this response. It is true that Miss Rosalind's magic tower and Magoru's new alchemist's tower will be created in the new free city. Cal would be a bit busy because of that issue soon. There needs to be a power to contest against those two things. Harol wanted to be the power to contest them. That's not bad. In fact, it was needed. Magic and alchemy, although both of those things were important, they needed other things as well. "I see." Cal nodded his head before looking at Harol. "Pht." He then chuckled. "You have a gaze of anticipation. I felt as if you might have come with a gift, Commander Cal." Harol truly was a smart person. He knew how to look at the whole picture. "Yeah, I came with a gift." Cal put his hand into his inner pocket. It was at that moment. Ding ding, the divine item went off. As Tunka and the others were confused, "It's nothing." Cal tried to ignore it. There were other things to take care of first. Ding ding, 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 the notifications continued to come. Ding, 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 it was loud. Harol addressed the situation. "I don't know what it is, but you can check it, Commander Cal." "Ha." Cal sighed before taking a spatial pocket bag out of his inner pocket. He then pulled a single-page document out of it and placed it on what remained of the table. Plop, this single-page document. Harol's eyes opened wide. Tunka's eyes opened wide as well. This Harol, who was rarely this flustered, heard Cal's nonchalant voice. "What's wrong? Isn't this the gift you were expecting?" This gift was far beyond what Harol had expected. "I thought he would give us some treasures or money, but something like this," he heard the nonchalant voice again. "Isn't a silver mine a decent gift?" It was just one of a size that had never been found on either the eastern or western continent. Harol looked at Cal. Cal pulled a mirror out and nonchalantly commented. It was as if this was nothing to him. "Look through the details. There are a few things you need to know." As Harol was at a loss of words at Cal's extremely calm demeanor, Cal checked the messages with a stoic look on his face. Ding ding. Oh, did he raise the limit? Cal's eyes clouded over. Chapter 78, How about you be more tactful? 7, this is unexpected. Cal was a bit surprised at Central Plains' contact that came earlier than he expected. He then realized it. He's the type to get things done if you push him. Cal, who had a thought that would make Central Plains gasp in fear if he learned of it, subconsciously smiled with satisfaction. Ooh-wong, the mirror vibrated. The divine item immediately let him know of the change to the invitation. Huh. Cal was truly surprised. The limit had increased not by 1, but by 2. Ding ding. Wow. Central Plains truly did achieve something. Maybe it was because Cal had no expectations of Central Plains getting it done, but the increase by 2 was satisfactory. If it is like this, Cal thought about the team for this trip once again. Me, Choi Han, Rayon, Ron, Beacrox, number 7, Durst, Sway Khan. He could have one other person. Iruhaben Nim can't go because he is non-human. Non-human? A species other than human. He could not take vampires, dark elves, nor any other humanoid species this time. He didn't plan on taking them either. That was why he had said that one non-human was enough. Of course, I wouldn't have Iruhaben Nim go with us this time, even if it was possible. The reason for it was simple. I need someone I can trust to take care of this place. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman was doing a good job, but he needed an experienced individual who could be by his side to protect the Roan Kingdom, the Hennetus territory, the Super Rock Villa, and the Black Castle smoothly. The ancient dragon was the only one suited for such a task. Lord Sherritt is there as well, but it is difficult for her to move because she is bound to the Black Castle. Someone who is free and overflowing with energy, because he has been rejuvenated most importantly. Iruhaben was well aware of Cal's way of doing things that he didn't need to hear about what Iruhaben did. Just seeing the results would be enough. Then who else should I take? It was the Central Plains of all places. Who would be best suited for the martial arts world? Cal had to think about it a bit deeply. That was why he didn't realize that the atmosphere around him had turned quiet and odd. He simply continued to think. The martial arts world is currently a shit show. The Great War of the Triumvirate would happen soon. Who could Cal trust with his back in such a chaotic situation? Not on Norhong. They could escape with Rayon's magic, but it would be difficult. Locke? No, Locke is still not experienced enough. Locke was currently being trained in Harris Village by the Tiger tribe leader. Cal could not figure out how strong Locke would be at this point. Mary? No. Unlike other places, the martial arts world would call a necromancer's abilities death arts, and she might be attacked from all factions. Miss Rosalind, or maybe St. Jack for healing, Hannah might work too. As Cal's contemplation was about to go long die, ding, ding, Central Plains timidly sent a message. The question as to how Cal could tell Central Plains was being timid could be asked, but the tone of the message made it obvious. What the hell? Cal oddly got chills on his back. It had been a while since he last felt like this. However, he was not happy to feel it again. Ding, ding. This kid always spoke respectfully whenever he was in an unfavorable situation. Blank page? What does that mean? As Cal was about to frown die, ding ding. The message became desperate. Cal had a giant scowl on his face. Ding ding, more messages of desperation arrived. Cal glared down at the mirror before closing his eyes. If aura or magic doesn't work, I can't take St. Jack either. His power was the power of a god as well. Should I take Locke or one of the tigers? However, looking past their strength or experience their appearances when they go berserk are an issue. It might end up with the martial arts world, thinking a human used a death art to become a weird creature, and they might ostracize Cal's entire group. It'd be a relief if we are ostracized. They might call us an evil organization and try to kill all of us. Those bastards there would easily do that. Based on his experiences, having read all sorts of wuxia novels, the Central Plains would be as difficult as this fantasy world to deal with. What should I do? A strong individual with a power he was born with, but someone who doesn't have a power like aura or magic ding ding. It was at that moment. He heard an odd noise through the notifications. A hum, hem, along with some fake coughs. Sniff. He also heard someone sniffle. What the hell? Cal opened his eyes after getting chills. He then looked around. He then gasped. What's wrong with you? He was crying. A hum. Sniff. It's nothing much. Tunka was crying. Of course, he was not bawling out tears. However, his eyes were teary. He was clenching his fists and biting down on his lips. He also continued to sniffle. His voice was shaking as well. He then stared at Cal with a piercing gaze. What's up with him? Cal was even more nervous than when he fought against the Huyon's patriarch. Honestly, he was even more scared than during his fight with the White Star. Tunka spoke in a shaking voice. You are such a good person. Cal then got goosebumps. What crazy nonsense is this? That was why his inner thoughts popped out without any filtering. Tunka didn't care and just shook his head. Unlike your tone, your heart is nicer than any humans I have met until now. I knew it from the moment you looked after the troops of the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka's voice was slowly getting louder. Cal became scared and looked at Choi Han. Choi Han slowly put on an innocent smile and avoided Cal's gaze. It was as if he found this situation to be entertaining. Look at this punk. Cal thought that Choi Han had changed, but he could not think more about it because of Tunka's voice. The Whipper Kingdom is lacking in proper natural resources. I'm sure you are aware of that. That is why you are giving us such a large silver mine. To us. Wait, Cal thought that he needed to calm Tunka down first. Hey, listen to me. His tone was getting worse and worse. I'm the owner of the mine, and the benefits that come from it are mine as well. I'm just going to install a mine in the Whipper Kingdom. Got it? The mine is mine. However, mining from your mine will give the Whipper Kingdom quite a lot of benefits as well. Chief, no, Minister of State Harald Kodyang commented. Although his voice was calm, his finger that was pointing at the document was shaking. It will create a lot of jobs for people, and it is written right here. Giving a proper working environment for the miners is one of the basic requirements. Furthermore, the Whipper Kingdom can negotiate everything else as long as Bilos Merchant Guild is involved in the selling. Harald did not look at Cal and only looked at the document. Considering the mining rate, this is not just giving us money. The Whipper Kingdom is gaining jobs for the next few decades. Boom. Tunka slammed his hand on the armrest of the couch he was sitting on. Crack. The armrest broke. This crazy bastard. Cal gasped at Tunka again. I guess people really need to be good in their life. He became extremely unsettled at Tunka's comment. You are giving us this because we helped the Roan Kingdom. And you must have received something like this because you were good, no, because you were very good. Cal finally realized it. This son of a bitch has changed too much. Based on the birth of a hero that he knew, this bastard Tunka had changed the most. Harald Kodyang as well. It is a good change, but why do I not feel good at all? Tunka nodded his head a few times and commented, almost as if he was talking to himself, without caring about how Cal was feeling. I will not reject your gift. We will definitely put it to good use. I am a warrior who always returns the favor. His burning gaze headed toward Cal. Let me know whenever you need my help. I will go fight if you tell me to go fight. I can even put my life on the line if you ask me to do so. Whatever you want, my close friend. Cal hesitated for a moment. He will go fight if I tell him to go fight. His gaze changed. Cal let out a short groan before looking at Tunka up and down from head to toe. No, he was observing him. What is it? What is going on, my close friend? Although Tunka didn't think much of it, Choi Han, who was watching, felt an odd sense of déjà vu. It seems like Cal Nim is calculating something. Cal's gaze was similar to when he was inspecting the jewel he had found in the underground tomb of the Zyolan Emperor. No, it is even sharper than then. It was as if he was inspecting a useful weapon. Harald Kodyang also felt something was weird and let out a short groan, but Cal didn't care. Cal then started speaking in a sly voice. But Tunka, will there ever be anything for you to help me with? Aren't you busy? I'm not busy. Tunka answered without any hesitation. I don't train the soldiers nor warriors anyway. I'm not interested in training weaklings. I also don't deal with any of the complicated things. He spoke very confidently about his loose attitude toward his responsibilities, but Tunka couldn't help but be confident. Everybody just told Tunka not to do anything and to just relax. Huo, is that so? The corners of Cal's lips curled up a bit. Choi Han thought Cal looked like a hunter with prey in front of him. Cal quietly mumbled to himself. This bastard, now that I think about it, isn't this bastard Tunka pretty decent? The Central Plains was full of martial artists who had trained in all sorts of martial arts. The good faction, evil faction, demon cult, blood cult, and the imperial palace, there were martial artists everywhere, and this whole world would be full of people crazy about the martial arts, fighting anywhere and everywhere. It was basically the same as a fantasy world where incident after incident happened. Those people would fight anywhere, even in places like restaurants, without caring about what the owner would have to deal with. Even bandits, pirates, beggars, and the underworld were full of martial artists. Blood and sword ran rampant in that world. I realized it after reading wuxia novels. Most martial artists thought that the main characters who emphasized cooperation and goodness were cool. Why was that the case? It's probably because people like that are rare. Cal had chosen people who could do their own thing as they pleased because the Central Plains was such a place. Since I am going somewhere like that, he looked at Tunka. Although he lost to Choi Han, Tunka was very strong. This bastard could take down most strong individuals with his natural physical strength. He also recovered very quickly. He tried to fight again and again, no matter how much he was pummeled. Tunka, what is it? Cal smiled gently. Tunka flinched for a moment. Cal didn't care and gently continued to speak. I'll contact you soon. Leave yourself some free time. Can I ask why? What's wrong? You don't like seeing me. Tunka shook his head side to side out of reflex at Cal's question. No, I will not reject my close friend contacting me. You are the Whipper Kingdom's benefactor. I will even make time that I do not have. Yes, yes. Cal placed a hand on Tunka's shoulder. Tunka had a very strong body. He smiled with satisfaction as he patted Tunka's shoulder. Pat, pat. Yes, you should not forget someone's benevolence. Tunka oddly felt chills down his back. However, Cal did not ask Tunka if he was going to go or not. There is one other person. There was someone who was stronger than Tunka. The race itself was strong. They were strong even without going berserk. And the power they used was not magic. It was their natural-born strength. The whale tribe, and among them Watira. She would have nothing to fear. She would basically destroy most things and people there without any issues. It's been a while since I've contacted them. Cal returned to the Hennetus territory from the Whipper Kingdom, but had to deal with something before he could contact Watira. It was quite an awkward meeting. Long time no see. Yes, sir. I greet Cal Nim, Clope Seca. That bastard approached him with a smile on his face. Furthermore, he had personally come to the Hennetus territory. He was also not alone. Ha ha ha, this is where the esteemed purifier was born. He was with Durst. Human, the Crown Prince left a message saying that he was sorry. What is he sorry for? I want to know. Cal clenched his eyes shut after hearing Rayon's voice in his mind. He suddenly felt tired. However, his eyes clouded over. He had checked the message Alberu had sent through Durst. The Perun Kingdom at the northernmost part of the continent. The Rhone Kingdom, which was located slightly to the northeast, but still at the center of the continent. Finally, the jungle, which was located in the south. As I expected, the Crown Prince was not sitting still. From the north to the south of the western continent, he was planning on creating a new balance of power. Chapter 79. How about you be more tactful? 8. He's showing that he won't sit still. Cal could immediately predict what Alberu was thinking. Alberu's thoughts were simple. If you guys try to come up with a new scheme, we will too. However, what we are doing is not just a scheme, but will end up changing things. The foreign kingdoms will be wary just by seeing movement toward this alliance. Cal turned toward the sound of the voice. Something is weird. Clope Seca and Cal made eye contact. Human, this is weird. Clope seems calm and normal, I know, right? His eyes seemed very normal. In fact, his eyes were overflowing with intelligence. What is up with this guy? It felt as weird as Tunka saying that he did not like fighting and holding up a book. However, Cal decided to think things in simple terms. None of my business. It did not matter to him whether Clope was overflowing with intelligence. Plus, he's always been a smart guy. It was just that he went crazy about legends and myths and whatnot. His brain was actually shrewd and sneaky. This guy's brain worked well in a different manner than Crown Prince Alberu, by the way. That was why Cal calmly asked, "Why are you here?" He could not think of a reason for Clope to come see him, no matter how hard he thought about it. At least if that reason was not to come shout about how he was a legend or something weird like that. Is he really not here to do that? He's with Durst of all people. Cal's heart was beating wildly. He was feeling tense for a different reason than when he was facing Ron's benign smile. Clope light-heartedly responded at that moment. I am not here to see you, Calnim. Huh, really, really. The moment the young dragon and the human said the same thing at the same time, yes, sir. Of course, I happened to hear that young Master Calnim was here when I came to the Henatus territory, so I came to see you, but I am here for a different reason. Cal heard a groan behind him. He peeked behind him to see Choi Han shaking his head as if he could not believe it. Right? Even you think it is weird, right? Clope continued in a calm voice the moment Cal realized that he and Choi Han were thinking the same thing. I came to see Patriarch Malin. Cal and Choi Han's gazes headed toward Clope. Malin, that was talking about Ron. Why do you need to see Ron? Cal's voice became lower. Ron was not in the best condition yet. Cal could see Clope start to smile at that moment, because it is loud inside the kingdom. The inside of the Perrin kingdom was loud. There were bastards aligning themselves with other kingdoms. A holy and sincere-looking bright smile appeared on Clope's face. This smile made him look like a typical guardian knight. He continued to speak with that smile on his face. I want to scare those bastards and assassinate some of them. Crazy bastard. As expected, Clope Seca was still the same. Human, Clope Seca is the same. Cal nodded his head at Rayon's comment while Choi Han observed Clope with a suspicious gaze. I don't like him. He did not like Clope at all. That was why he started to speak. Calnim, the House of Malin does not do assassinations anymore. That's right. The House of Malin was still going to rule the underworld, but they were changing from assassinations to an information group. Cal had a pretty good idea about what caused the change. It's probably for future generations. Ron and Beakrox seemed to desire taking On and Hong as the heirs to the House of Malin. On and Hong seemed to want that as well. That was why Ron was trying to change from assassinations to information. Cal was planning on supporting that. Ha. Clope let out a short laugh. He waved his hand around. I do not plan on requesting a hit with the House of Malin. I am simply seeking to purchase information from them. I am here to be a client. Cal gulped. Basically, he was saying that he was going to buy information about assassins from the House of Malin. Chat with Ron. Cal could not make a decision if it was like that. The decision would be up to Ron. More importantly, Cal looked at Clope. He had forgotten because this bastard had been quiet. He's thinking about killing the people of his kingdom. It was fitting for the bastard who went crazy over a myth and created the indomitable alliance to lead the continent to war. He could not let his guard down. Human, why are you starting to smile? He ignored Rayon's comment. This bastard I can't put my guard down around is currently my ally. Cal thought about the places that had been shameless. Norland, Askasen, and some free cities. The Caro kingdom as well. Caro was truly disgraceful. Disgraceful was the only way to describe it. The crown prince did not seem like that kind of person. On one hand, Cal found the Caro kingdom's decision to be odd. However, he did not think too deeply about it. Clope Seca, yes, sir. You are not planning on only paying attention to the inside of the kingdom, are you? Clope started smiling once Cal asked the question. Who knows? Cal became certain after hearing this dubious response. This bastard is definitely planning on using assassins not for internal issues, but external issues. He was probably planning on sending assassins to Norland or Askasen to scare them or wipe them out. Cal's gaze became a bit sharper. You know, right? I don't care how you live. However, don't mess with us, my people. Yes, sir. Yes, I do, sir. Clope slightly bowed his head to show that he understood. Cal slightly nodded his head after seeing the bowed head. That was why he did not see it. He did not see that burning gaze in Clope's eyes. However, it did make me angry. Angry? Yes, sir. The attitude of the other kingdoms. Cal could not deny that. It definitely is enough to make him angry. In the Perrin kingdom's perspective, it was understandable that they would detest Norland and Askasen's attitudes. Clope mumbled very quietly at that moment. What did you say? Cal did not manage to hear. It was nothing, young Masternim. Clope shook his head. However, Choi Han's pupils were shaking and Durst was looking at Clope with a sparkling gaze. Clope added on, almost in a whisper, to look at the legend but to get in his way. We need to show those bastards with useless eyes, whatever it may be. Cal was a myth to him, he was a legend. Cal was everything he had ever dreamt about. It was something beyond the level of a religion. The way Cal fought against the White Star and the sealed god had shaken all of the thoughts on Clope's mind. Either way, don't overdo it. Yes, sir. Clope easily nodded his head at Cal's comment. That made Cal think. He could not trust Clope. Even if I am not here, Clope cannot run wild. The crown prince is here. Iruhaben Nim will be here as well. The whales are also standing firm. They are in the water right by the Perun kingdom. An alliance. Cal knew the thoughts of the crown prince who picked the jungle and the Perun kingdom to form an alliance. They are candidates. This was the crown prince's way of sending a list of candidates for the mines that the Roan kingdom could not handle to Cal. That was why he sent Clope to him despite saying he was sorry about it. That's not bad. The Perun kingdom was the strongest of the north. The whales dominated the sea. Although they were far from Roan, it would not be difficult because the ocean would be on the Roan kingdom's side. Furthermore, if Billows's Flynn Merchant Guild was involved as well, the jewels like gold or diamond have to be sold all around the eastern and western continents. Then it would be good to have it in a place that was close enough for the whales to help out. The sea route would be used a lot for trade between the continents. Clope Seca. Yes, sir. Are you perhaps interested in gold or jewels? That was what Cal was about to ask him. However, Clope cut him off. Cal Nim, it was rare for Clope to cut Cal off like this. What is it? Clope asked in a calm and gentle voice. Please take me with you too. Boom. Cal felt his heart sink. Finally, Rayon reacted. I knew that the crazy Clope Seca would say something like this. Cal's pupils started to shake. He looked toward Durst. Durst slowly pulled a video recording device out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. Oh, esteemed purifier, I was able to see the things you have done through this video recording device that Clopinim gave me. Durst bowed deeply. I have seen a new world once again. Cal looked at Clope. Clope was calm. He was not even smiling. He was just stoic. Yes, he was speaking stoically. It doesn't matter if I lose my arms and legs fighting again. It doesn't matter if I cannot move ever again. I wish to go as well, Cal Nim. He was speaking extremely calmly. Cal Nim, I will stand in front of you and take all attacks with my body. Yes, he was weirdly calm. I wish to see the man, the myth, the legend with my own eyes. Cal's pupils were shaking. Human, I figured it out now. Clope has gone so crazy that he's gone full circle and looks calm. He could not even say anything to Rayon's comment. Instead, he firmly responded. There is no spot for you. I see. I understand. Cal flinched. Clope had accepted it too calmly. Cal saw Clope's gaze turning toward Durst at that moment. Durst smiled gently. He looked like a proper priest. Please don't worry. I am going this time. Ha ha ha. Durst laughed and Clope had a melancholy smile. Ah, my head. Cal had a headache. This is driving me nuts. He was silent for a moment before speaking. You have nothing else to say, right? He pointed at the door for the two of them. Go. Whether it was the mines or whatever, he did not want to see Clope or Durst anymore. Yes, esteemed purifier. I will be on my way. Ha ha ha. Durst seemed oddly excited as he happily headed out. Clope calmly bowed before following behind him. Peek. Cal peeked at him before nonchalantly asking, Is your body bothering you? Clope stopped walking. Cal looked at him before continuing to speak. Well, I know your body is not normal, but Clope's arms and legs were not normal after the battle in the Hennetus territory. They were ticking time bombs ready to go off at any moment. Are you hurt somewhere? I guess it was obvious. No, I didn't realize it. Cal slowly peeked at Choi Han. Choi Han responded. His steps are slower than usual and one side is not balanced. Cal had figured it out because Choi Han kept observing Clope. Clope looked at Choi Han for a moment before calmly responding. It's been found out. Your condition? Yes, sir, I see. Cal did not say anything else. Goodbye then. Clope also did not say anything else and left Cal's study. Click. The door closed and Rayon stopped being invisible as he approached Cal. Choi Han stared at the closed door before starting to speak. Cal Nim. He hesitated for a moment before continuing to speak. It looks like the foreign kingdoms have figured out about Clope's condition. They seem to know that he is unable to act as a proper sword master. Cal slightly frowned. Choi Han calmly continued to speak. Based on how Clope is injured, it is likely that someone tried to assassinate him. He then added on. That is probably why he is trying to hire assassins, to get them back in the same way. Honestly speaking, it would not be beneficial to Clope if people found out that the Guardian Knight was looking for assassins. The fact that he was still doing this meant that something just as big had happened to him. It will not be easy for Clope. Choi Han commented almost in a sigh. He did not like Clope and thought that Clope's condition was a product of his own actions, but some affection must have been built through the hatred, as he could at least understand the difficult situation Clope was in. Choi Han could see Cal scowling at that moment. Cal Nim? No, Cal shook his head. Why did I suddenly have such a thought? Clope Seca was a sword master, but not a proper sword master. Seeing that bastard suddenly put a thought on his mind. Usually in wuxia novels, yes. Based on the books I have read, until now in many cases bastards like Clope find some weird elixir in the martial arts world, or have some fortuitous encounter to find mysterious martial arts text of an ancient master. They are able to overcome their difficulties and become extremely strong. Seriously, how can I have that kind of thought? Cal scoffed and shook his head. Elixirs are not that easy to find, and it makes no sense for a bastard like Clope Seca, someone with a serious issue, to find a martial arts text that is perfect for him. Cal wouldn't put aside time to look for such a thing for Clope either. There's no way something like that would happen. He quickly organized his thoughts. Of course, I plan on looting everything I can. While I am in the Central Plains, he planned on squeezing out everything he could before returning home. Cal organized his thoughts and resumed speaking. Let's go on a tour. Huh. Excuse me, Rayon and Choi Han asked in confusion. The Paran Kingdom, Jungle, Breck Kingdom, and Indable as well. Let's go visit each place once. An odd smile appeared on Cal's face. That should make the Eastern and Western continent wary. He was quite certain about his position and value. Of course, that was separate from his not liking being treated like that. I'm sure they will be curious. What am I going around doing after not showing myself for so long? What is going on in the kingdoms I visit? They will probably be shaking in fear until they learn the answer. A bright smile appeared on Cal's face. Human, as I thought that is how you should always smile. It was at that moment. Ding ding, Cal pulled the mirror out of his pocket. He then sighed before checking the message that CP had sent. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a sigh. There was one last thing for him to check before he left. It was something he decided he should confirm after seeing Durst. Hey, CP. He asked CP a question. Which faction is going to be helping us? Similar to the Church of the Fire of Purification in Xiolin, Cal was curious about who would help him in the Central Plains. Ding ding, a message arrived without any delay. Cal was slightly wowed by that. I guess he prepared in advance. He was wowed by this much because he basically had no expectations toward CP. Cal checked the message. One person? Cal's face instantly became unsettled. Looking beyond their usefulness, at least the Church of the Fire of Purification was an organization helping Cal. But the Central Plains only had one person. Cal was slowly filling with annoyance. Even if Choi Young-soo is in the Central Plains, and even if that bastard is supposedly the Sword Demon, it would be good to have verified allies in advance, since there is no way to know if we will be able to see Choi Young-soo as soon as we get there. This was especially important because the martial arts world was about to enter the Great War of the Triumvirate. Cal held himself back from scowling as he asked, "Is it an expert? Or maybe a super expert?" Cal's face instantly started scowling at the immediate response before he stopped to think. This is weird. CP seemed so confident. Cal asked a new question. Then who is it? Ding ding. A response came immediately. Ding ding. Cal was silent for a moment before making a comment. CP can do it. Ding ding. Chapter 2. The villain overwrites his destiny. Cal Henitus, a man who brought the White Star to his home without knowing him, or maybe it wasn't like that. It was almost midnight when both met each other by coincidence. That's what the White Star thought. But after Cal Henitus made a surprised noise when White Star told his fake name, White Star began to doubt. It seemed as if he wanted to meet someone else or Cal had a target and brought the wrong one to his home. Since it was dark, it was hard to see and then make the mistake. What is wrong? Is there something with my name? White Star asked. He was curious what the young noble would do if he was right about his theory. Would he kick him out and search for the actual person? No, it was surprising how similar your name is to my father's. Lie. There was a short hesitation, and even the stoic face, White Star could see trouble for a short time. But when he denied it, it meant White Star could stay here as a guest. Plus, he could watch Cal easily. He needed to know what his goal was and if he could be useful to the White Star. Cal Henitus must be hiding something. If the White Star followed, it might show something even more interesting. Why is it so loud here? Young master, what are you doing here and who is this person next to you? An old man came through the door. White Star couldn't feel his presence at all. He is not normal either. Like the kitchen guy, the old man, who was probably a butler, had a smell of blood on them. Both of them had murdered someone more than once. Meanwhile, Cal, the young noble, didn't smell anything like that, nor did he have a black aura around him. Actually, smelled good. Without noticing, White Star sniffed a bit to smell Cal's scents more. When White Star thought about it, Cal also felt soft when he supported the young noble so he could walk better. Something was happening to his curse. It wouldn't be bad if it stayed to this extent, but he couldn't lose the curse. If he died, he would meet death and won't be reincarnated anymore. All his plans would go to waste. He needed more clues to find out. Cal Henitus must stay longer with him no matter what. Ron, this is my guest. Please give him a room to stay and more food. The old man's gaze went to the White Star. He clearly showed his dislike for him. He wasn't even trying to hide his murderous intent. Ron probably also found out that the White Star had killed many. He wouldn't be surprised if he gets attacked. The old man hid knives behind his back. He wouldn't mind a fight. The butler and the cooking guy must be quiet. It didn't look like Cal knew about their true identity, though he was careful speaking to Ron. This is going to be some work. At least they were simple tasks, refreshing and simple. Of course, young master, I shall bring him to one of our guest rooms. The butler didn't break contact with the White Star. He could also feel the gaze of the chef. Who? Protective, aren't we? Cal went past the White Star and the butler opened the door, and before he closed it, he spoke on the last thing. Ron, I will sleep now, so no need to look after me. Without waiting for Ron, Cal closed the door. It was silence after that. Cal's steps were the only thing that broke the silence until the sound was gone. When Cal's steps couldn't be heard anymore, the old man's and also the chef's murderous intentions grew. They didn't like White Star being here. What are you planning and what do you want from the young master? He already told you, I'm your guest tonight. If he wants to know more, you have to ask your young master. He brought me here by his will. The butler stayed just a short time on the White Star and then suddenly pulled a knife out and threw it toward the White Star. With ease, the White Star evaded the knife and parried the knife of the chef, who attacked him from behind with his fingers. But that wasn't it. Ron took another knife and was ready to stab right in the White Star's heart. The White Star kicked the kitchen guy away and grabbed the wrist of the butler with strong force. The chef tried to attack again, but with a kick, he lost his weapon. This isn't the kind of service you should give a guest of a noble. The butler freed himself from White Star's grip and took 1 or 2 steps back. The chef tidied his clothes, which got dirty from the White Star's kick. No matter how innocent you look, I can smell the blood on you. Same goes for you and your partner. All of them looked at each other. Eye contact switched more than just one till the butler moved his arm and threw something at the White Star again. He caught it with one hand after he realized it was not a knife or any other kind of weapon. He looked in his hand. It was a key. Your room is on the 2nd floor. Which one is something for you to find out, but I will at least show you which hallway. I can't let you disturb our master's sleep. Ron began to walk and the White Star followed. It won't be hard to find the right room. He was amused by how the butler acted. Probably someone more important since he could act this way. The chef stayed behind. His eyes never left White Star's back till he couldn't see him anymore. In his hand was a knife again, which held strongly. He would throw again if the White Star made one wrong move. Soon they reached the 2nd floor and White Star immediately found his room. He had to give the key back to the butler. The old man left and White Star was alone. He opened the window of his room. Cal Henitus. The name of the young noble came out of his mouth. He wasn't satisfied with today's result. The White Star wanted more answers. Should I sneak into Cal's room? Just want one more look. The White Star required one more look at least. Maybe he would feel something again to make sure Cal was the cause of those changes. He easily felt Cal's presence, not just him. All the others, he could feel them too beside the old butler. The butler was an eyesore. Well, he is not the only one who can hide his presence. He just had to avoid the butler. It should be an easy task and a fun little game. Time to see what the butler was capable of. From shadow to shadow, the White Star moved quickly. The estate was a huge place. Many places could lead the White Star to Cal. Not long, and he reached Cal's bedroom, and no butler was in sight. The White Star opened the door and entered slowly. He didn't want to wake Cal up. Cal's room was full of luxury and gold. Expensive carpets laid on the floor, and the furniture were made out of leather or silk. Even without light, the room sparkled. But nothing was out of the ordinary. Moving closer to the bed, White Star could see Cal Hennetus's sleeping face. It looked so peaceful. White Star stared at Cal a long time till he reached out and caressed Cal's cheek. Cal moved closer to the White Star's touch and even smiled a bit. The White Star chuckled. Being with this man made the White Star feel better. It felt different when he was alone or just with the old butler. "Just who are you?" the White whispered. He stayed a bit and watched Cal, and then he went back. "It's time to wake up, young master." It was already late in the morning, almost noon. The sun went up a long time ago, his family had their breakfast and were working on their tasks. Only Cal was able to sleep that long. If Ron wasn't here, Cal would sleep all day. Cal wanted to sleep longer. He didn't have a good sleep. He dreamed about how someone was watching him while he was asleep. It was scary, but luckily it was only a dream. He stood up from his bed, ready for the bathroom, and later to get dressed by Ron. Cal had to do something with the guest. He wasn't expecting Choi Han that night. Cal had just drunk and was suddenly hit by a man with black hair. He thought Choi Han arrived earlier and took the chance to bring him home, only to find that out it wasn't him. Ruth, he looked like a Korean. With hair and face, he had everything. Maybe he was also from another world? The story didn't say anything about a second transmigrator, but Cal couldn't rely too much on the book. He was also not from this world. Just how should he explain the situation? There was no way he would explain to Ruth that Cal was not from here, even when Ruth wasn't part of the story. Cal wanted to avoid getting involved in the story in any way possible so can have a quiet life. Should he just say he looked pitiful? Cal remembered how messy his hair was and how dirty his clothes were. It was not a nice thing to say, but Cal could care less. Ruth was more on the lucky side. If he could fight, he could join Choi Han's party. It was a better life than living on the streets. Cal still had to find Choi Han, though. Tonight, Choi Han will jump over the wall. "Ron, I will go outside, don't follow me." White Star read books in the library where he was allowed to enter, trying to find any clues about his ancient power. He closed the book he was reading. This is pointless. No books had any useful information. Either he knew it already, or it was just nonsense history nobody cared about. He doubted that the Hennetus family knew anything either. This was disappointing. He would have left the place if it wasn't for Cal Hennetus. The curse was in a way reacting to Cal. Its effectiveness weakened when the White Star was near him. He already tried many things today to confirm. He left his room when the sun had risen and annoyed the chef for breakfast. Of course, as an answer, knives flew towards him, and then received his breakfast, which had no taste, not like Cal's sandwich. He caught a maid who stumbled and was about to fall. The maid reacted with a heavy blush and couldn't form a word. That's how nervous she was. But the White Star couldn't care less. He only wanted to know one thing: if he could feel her soft skin. At least he heard how women her age had soft skin, but there wasn't even a bit of softness. He felt nothing, not like with Cal. He left the woman on the floor while thinking about how to stay longer and always be within Cal's reach. To find out what Cal made so special, he needed to be near him and do some experiments. Walking down the hall, there was a door slightly open. The White Star took a glimpse through the gap in the door. There was the Lord of the territory. It couldn't be someone else than the Lord. His clothes and aura screamed the word Lord. Also, the old butler was here too. White Star decided to stay and listen to what they were talking about. "Ron, I think my son Cal needs a knight by his side who can protect him from danger. Lately, he often goes alone and comes back late at night. What if something happens to him?" Ron nodded. "This is a great idea, my lord. I am also quite worried about the young master. He always drinks and throws the bottles at gangsters. I am surprised no one beat him up." Deciding a night for Cal that late? What a father. Who knew what could have happened to him if I didn't bump into Cal? Letting their child drink till night and wander around town to fight against gangsters, did this father truly care for him? He probably was thinking about what trouble he could bring rather than protecting him. But it didn't matter. The important thing was that the White Star found a reason to stay. Without caring what the butler and the lord might think, the White Star entered the room. I just walked by and coincidentally heard how the young master needs a knight. Chapter 80, How about you be more tactful? 9 Cal Nim, did something happen? Choi Han, who had been watching Cal, cautiously asked before Rayon asked a question as well. Human, who is Jungwon? I don't know who that is. Choi Han responded to Rayon's question. I heard that the world we are going to next is the Central Plains. Ah, that's Jungwon? The human and the young dragon looked at Cal. Both of them saw Cal looking at them and smirking. He seemed quite happy. Do you know who our helper will be in that world? He seemed oddly excited. Who is it? Who is making you smile like that? Who is it, Cal Nim? Cal chuckled as he responded. The Emperor's mom. Choi Han's eyes clouded over. Cal slowly leaned toward Choi Han and continued. And apparently the Emperor is extremely filial. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the mirror and asked, explain in detail. Ding ding, a pop-up window soon appeared on the mirror. The explanation was long. That previous emperor before the former emperor died in battle, but all 3 of his children were very young. That emperor's younger brother used that opening to become the next emperor. Thankfully, loyal vassals helped the empress and the youngest son escape. However, he ended up living a miserable life. Somehow that youngest son ended up the current emperor, and his mom must have sacrificed a lot in the process. Cal had a question at that moment. But why is the emperor's mom your subordinate? Ding ding, clone, ding ding. Oh, Cal let out a short gasp of admiration before his gaze oddly changed. Dai, ding ding. Jungwon seemed anxious. Hey Jungwon, Cal spoke gently. I can see you when I go to the Central Plains. Right? Dai ding, you said you have a clone. Dai ng. Cal gently caressed the mirror. I look forward to it. The mirror started shaking. However, Cal did not care. Choi Han watched before asking a question. Cal Nim, is it perhaps possible to learn about Choi Young-soo's location? Cal looked at Choi Han for a bit after hearing the question Choi Han asked after some hesitation. It makes sense that Choi Han would be most curious about that. Although he couldn't read all of Choi Han's inner thoughts, it was possible to make a guess. You heard that, right? You know Choi Young-soo, don't you? Cal calmly asked the mirror. However, neither Choi Han nor Cal thought that they would get an accurate response about it. There is no response. The messages had suddenly stopped as Choi Han mentioned. Cal shook his head. As expected, neither these gods nor world shitheads answer properly when you ask a question. He held back a sigh. It seemed as if he would need to find Choi Young-soo through team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Even the team leader didn't seem to know his accurate location. It was at that moment. Human? This mirror seems weird. Rayon pointed to the mirror with a confused look on his face. Cal gulped. The mirror was vibrating. It was vibrating extremely intensely. What is going on? As he had an ominous feeling What is going on? The alarm suddenly became weird. Human, what is wrong with it? Rayon moved away from the mirror in shock and hid behind Cal's back. Cal stood there stiffly as he observed the mirror. Multiple messages soon appeared on the screen one after another. White Yang, Choi Young-soo creates a white dragon with his sword. Cal was silent. A message slowly appeared in a few moments. Dai, ding. Cal asked calmly, his location? Ding. He nodded at Jungwon's response before informing Choi Han, hell look into it. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal put the mirror back in his pocket and got up. Then shall we go on that tour first? The man entered the small temple to avoid the rain. The temple was extremely old and broken in many places, making it difficult to tell what was worshipped in this temple, but it was a decent place to dodge the rain. The man pulled a small plaque out of his pocket after feeling a vibration. Words appeared on it. The man looking at the words debated for a moment before letting out a short sigh. The sky was covered in gray. This forest was dark because there was no sunlight. Clang, he pulled out his sword. He could see the white blade. He started speaking. I will not return. White smoke started rising from his white blade at the same time. The moment a breeze filled with rain brushed past him, a white yang rose up out of his sword, and Choi Young-soo kicked off the ground. Pei. There was a short sound of a flute before numerous people in black outfits appeared in the dark forest. The white yang opened its jaw and charged toward them. Bang! The white yang soon shot up into the sky. Choi Young-soo watched the endless amount of blood flowing down the pure white blade. It should be about time for them to come here. Isn't that right? He mumbled, despite nobody being there to hear him, before shaking the blood off the blade. He then moved somewhere else. All that was left there were corpses that were starting to lose warmth. Tap, tap. A few moments later, there were some quiet noises before two people quickly appeared there. One looked like a dayashi while the other resembled a beggar. They let out short groans. Amateus. In the same fashion, the name Amateus, infinite life, has been translated as W. Lingshu. These translated names are not, however, very commonly used. Author used W. Lingshu here, but I'm just going to use Amadeus for all to make it simple. Unless later I see reasons not to do so, the sword demon must have gone through here. It looks like there is no other choice. The dayashi of the Wudang sect and the beggar of the beggars gang looked at each other before speaking. The beggar was the first to speak. There was a rope with 5 knots around his waist. It looks like we have to raise the sword demon to a grade 3 public enemy of the martial arts world. Amadeus. The dayashi closed his eyes once before opening them back and speaking. Will the unorthodox faction and the demon cult sit idly as we do that? We have no choice. The beggar shook his head. As long as that martial arts text is in the sword demon's hands, we must capture him at all costs. Amadeus. The dayashi sighed. The sword demon is not weak. I am aware of that. Dayashi-nim. The beggar also sighed before pointing to the dead people. These bastards are assassins of the Gate of Hades. The Gate of Hades. You know that they are one of the 3 great assassin organizations of the unorthodox faction. The fact that these bastards are here should mean that the unorthodox faction is aiming for the sword demon's life as well, doesn't it? We must find him before that happens. We must at least find the sword demon before the 5 great clans, especially before the Namgung clan. You know that the sword saint's eyes have basically rolled over as he attempts to find the sword demon. I heard that he has even pulled in the heavenly guardians. That is a big issue. The beggar spoke sternly. We must find the sword demon even if it takes listing him as a public enemy of the martial arts world. The goal is to capture grade 3 public enemies alive. That is why we must openly do this. If we wish to keep the sword demon alive, that is, Amadeus. The dayashi opened his closed eyes. I shall make a visit to Shaolin. Please do, Dayashi-nim. I will head to Kunlun first. The Kunlun sect was one of the orthodox faction's 9 sects, 1 gang. They were located right next to the demon cult's base in the Xinjiang region. It was the frontline battlefield against the demon cult. The dayashi started speaking. Has the demon cult made a move? The beggar was about to move, but stopped for a moment to respond. The great war of the triumvirate must not happen. The dayashi responded by nodding his head. The 2 people soon disappeared in different directions. A person appeared in that spot soon after they left. It was Choi Young-soo, who had disappeared earlier. What a headache. He let out a sigh. He pulled a small book out of his pocket. There were only 2 words written on it. Sky Sword, the sword of the sky. That guy needs to be here for intellectual issues like this. He shook his head. I wonder when that colleague of mine is going to show up. Choi Young-soo put the book back in his pocket and disappeared into the darkness of the forest. He made one last comment before he left. This is for my paternal cousin once removed. Duke Frito the vampire. He approached Cal with his arms opened wide. My son Yurei here? Cal, who had arrived at the last stop on his grand tour, sighed before responding. Do you want me to pretend to be your son? My Duke Frito thought about it with a serious look on his face before shaking his head. No. His face seemed quite serious as he said that. It was just a slip of the tongue. Cal's face became unsettled. He subconsciously asked after seeing Duke Frito reject it so seriously. Am I not good enough to be your son? You would be a son I can be proud of, but a parent would not be able to sleep having a son who goes around looking for death traps. Cal was at a loss for words. Human, Duke Frito is right, I know, right? That was why Cal was at a loss for words. Duke Daruth is an amazing person. Cal's mouth became shut even tighter after Duke Frito's comment. Duke Frito chuckled before patting Cal's shoulder and pointing to the side. What do you think? This white palace that the White Star once resided in while it was being restored, the undamaged areas were being used for administrative purposes. However, Frito was pointing outside the window of the White Palace. He was pointing at Indable. Not bad. Duke Frito smiled at Cal's nonchalant response. Cal found this smile to be quite unfamiliar. However, Duke Frito's smile seemed a bit relaxed. What's wrong? Do I look weird right now? Yeah. Cal, who answered ruthlessly, was still looking out the window. Vampires, dark elves, and many other races were walking around Indable. This large sinkhole, although there was construction happening all over, the place was full of life. It is a bit different from what I had expected. Cal was a bit shocked that the mood was brighter in Indable than he had expected. I guess it could seem odd, just like the look on my face. Duke Frito nodded before continuing to speak. He spoke in a casual voice. The Eastern Continent is currently aiming for Indable. They are trying not to accept us. They wish for this place to disappear. It is different from when they were bowing their heads toward the White Star. Duke Frito's gaze sank down, but you see, and his eyes clouded over. We always never existed. Cal turned to look at Frito. He looked back at Cal and smiled. This was not a relaxed smile, but an extremely emotional smile. Although we definitely existed, although our history existed alongside theirs, even though we are living among them right now, however, everybody pretended not to know that we existed this whole time. They exist but do not exist. However, they can no longer feign ignorance anymore. We are now in the same history as theirs. Although Cal could not clearly see the faces of the people in the streets from the White Palace, he could tell that some of them were smiling. Their steps were full of vigor. Well, we may end up fighting against them. There will be a lot of intermingling. It will be quite complicated. Duke Frito was still smiling, but I really like that we will be able to do that. He then added on, of course, it would be great if the Roan Kingdom would quickly bring us underneath its wings. Frito was stealthily sharing his desires. He then continued in a sly voice. I heard that the Western Continent is currently on alert, being wary of the Roan Kingdom. The Eastern Continent has sent more spies for surveillance since learning that you were heading here. Cal gently shrugged his shoulders. Human. The Caro Kingdom keeps calling. I guess the Crown Prince of the Caro Kingdom wants to talk to you. Should I ignore it again? From the moment Cal went to the Whipper Kingdom, then visited the Perrin Kingdom up north, from the moment it was revealed that he was visiting as an official delegation of the Roan Kingdom, the atmosphere had oddly changed. And from the moment Cal stepped foot in the jungle to the South Foreign Kingdoms, started contacting the Roan Kingdom. The Crown Prince of Caro Kingdom went beyond that and contacted Cal directly. Human. I will ignore it as usual since you haven't responded. And Cal was ignoring those calls. He looked at Duke Frito and nonchalantly commented, Do you want a mine? Blink, blink. The vampire Duke blankly blinked his beautiful eyes a few times before asking. Huh. Cal shrugged his shoulders at that response. He then thought to himself, everybody should know by the time I return from the Central Plains. They would learn what the Roan Kingdom, Cal, and their alliance had gained from this tour. Human, why are you smiling wickedly again? He let Rayon's comments in one ear and out the other. We are now heading to the second world. The day to leave had arrived.